intense judging glare. This draining move, is it even viable? His totally cocky response fired back instantly. Highly probable, even though I won't use it for my own stats. But that edgy logic was more than enough to win her over. Bet let's grind right now. His face lit up with absolute chaotic excitement. Let's wreck them. We are completely out of time and options. Suddenly, a massive earthquake violently shattered the area's gravity. The system flashed bloody red with critical alerts, base under siege initiating defense matrix to deactivate defensive protocols. Please select deactivate defense. The buggy prompt was so stupidly contradictory, Jihan literally questioned his entire existence. His expression morphed into pure unfiltered cringe. What the actual hell? Meanwhile, outside, the villain levitated a massive storm of deadly energy spears. He launched the brutal barrage at the apartment, but a magical force field tanked the hit. He wasn't backing down. The boss barked a brutal order. Destroy that outer barrier, Taesung shouted the countdown. 1 hour, 48 minutes, and 28 seconds until total annihilation. Snipers lurked on the nearby rooftop. Zero movement from the target. The squad leader Li Kang barked his orders. Focus all firepower. We wipe out the enemy right now. Suddenly, Minhee gasped. The very fabric of space was warping, unknown cause detected. We cannot stop this. Airborne spears froze completely. The spatial distortion was crushing their barrier. Flash. The entire apartment and the Shadow Squad teleported. They dropped into a massive wasteland. Li Kang scanned the crazy new terrain. Status reports rolled in. Holy Spirit Link is totally stable. Memories, abilities, and emotions are locked and neural and power connections are holding steady. Time dilation is 10-to-1 comms. Our Green Hive mind analysis completely failed. Current status is totally offline. While processing this, a massive shadow swallowed Li Kang, floating right above the apartment roof. Epic glowing letters spelled out Hanjihan. Tower defense mode. That system prompt scared the absolute soul out of Li Kang and his crew. Tower defense. Even our main character was sweating bullets through the epic holographic interface. He watched the chaos unfold outside. Shock morphed into wicked teenage excitement. Wait a second. So it is just this classic game. What is the absolute limit for a hacker ding? The tower placement alert popped up. He stared at the glowing menu, checking his troop inventory, melee units, and ranged units. 16 of each type. 32 units in total. Jihan cracked his knuckles and tapped the glowing screen. Let us see here. Where are the bad guys hiding, scanning the enemy formation outside? He could not help but smirk. Trying to surround me, huh? A wickedly rebellious idea sparked in his brain. Jihan instantly took action. If that is your play, he flawlessly deployed his entire army. The ultimate defense grid looked incredibly satisfying. Just wait until those fools step into my trap. Burying them instantly is going to be hilariously fun. But his wicked joy was suddenly crashed by a familiar voice. Jihan Shindong stood there looking completely lost. What on earth is happening here? A sudden wave of awkward panic hit our hero. Oh crap, the alien girl is still here. Seeing Jihan freeze up, Shindong raised a very worried eyebrow. Jihan, seriously, what is going on? Catching the perfect excuse, he excitedly pointed at the glowing holographic screen. This is like a mutation of my awesome powers. It literally generated a massive defense zone. His slightly sketchy answer totally calmed her down. A defense zone. He grinned and went into full nerd mode. This epic game style is called tower defense. Shindong squinted at the interface and nodded. A game, huh? That is pretty cool. Then she dropped a massive surprise. Teach me how to play it later. Jihan was absolutely stunned by her sudden gamer interest. Wait, seriously. Shindong did not hesitate for a single second. Yep, like I told you before, resting is totally essential for leveling up. He could only chuckle in agreement. Very true, and gaming is the easy part. But duty called. Jihan locked his intense gamer gaze back onto the battlefield monitor. Right now, those annoying goons were swarming his base. Zero hesitation time to wipe the floor with these fools. Let us blast them all to pieces first. Meanwhile, right outside the battle perimeter, Li Kang and his Shadow Squad froze mid-step. What in the world was that? 3 colossal magic rings erupted in the sky. Blinding light spun violently with an ear-shattering siren, in a single terrifying heartbeat. Massive alpha golems crashed down from the light. Their titanic bodies slammed into the earth, forming an absolute, impenetrable fortress wall around the house. Witnessing this insane summon, Li Kang smashed his comms button. Everyone focus up. His masked assassins snapped into rigid combat stances. The boss remained dead silent. channeling explosive lightning aura straight into his legs. Thunderstep. Power hit its absolute breaking point. Li Kang blasted forward like a roaring meteor, leaving a scorched trail of lightning across the lawn. With godlike speed, he completely bypassed 2 towering alpha golems without a scratch. He was inches from his target, but suddenly, flash, an alpha golem instantly teleported right in his face. Li Kang slammed on the brakes, tearing up the earth. It literally materialized out of thin air. Zero warning that gigantic rock fist was already swinging straight for his skull. Is this a passive special ability? But the Titan of Stone gave absolutely zero time for his inner monologue. In that brutal split second, Li Kang clenched his teeth and ignited his blazing aura. He threw his entire soul into a devastating counterattack, activating his ultimate martial art. Hellfire Annihilation. Punch. Boom. The catastrophic collision blasted them both backward. Li Kang went skidding. His boots tore massive trenches into the manicured lawn before he could even gasp for air. He looked up, absolutely drowning in disbelief. This monster is way too strong. How does it have the raw physical and magical power to block me, even with my Holy Spirit buff? His panicked thoughts were shattered by a terrifying mechanical hum. An ear-splitting noise vibrated through his very bones. Panic spiked. Li Kang desperately dove away. For are you kidding me, it has ranged attacks too. Barely a millisecond after he dodged, his previous spot was completely vaporized. A massive crater erupted. Devastating shockwaves ripped through the battlefield. That insane firepower definitely came from the Alpha Golem. And the giant was not done yet. It locked its massive cannons onto Li Kang, catching him completely defenseless in midair. Boom. But the boss was no scrub. He instantly triggered his aerial defense skill. Meanwhile, his goons were blindly spraying bullets, but another squad of Alpha Golems shifted their stance. They were preparing something completely different. In a flash, their massive stone arms morphed to colossal spears shot straight toward the snipers, twisting his body midair. Li Kang watched the absolute slaughter unfold. Zero hesitation, he violently summoned a blazing magical barrier. Mana Shield activate. The devastating impact triggered a sky-shattering explosion. But as the thick smoke cleared, his epic glowing shield did not have a single scratch, processing this absolute battlefield madness. A cold sweat of pure panic finally hit Li Kang. This kid's abilities are insane. He is dangerously stronger than the intel said. At this rate, we're totally screwed. We need more data on this gamer punk's abilities. Tactical retreat. Now. True to his word, Li Kang instantly barked telepathic orders to his squad through his mask. Fall back, everyone, initiate the Holy Spirit stream. The second the command ended, the armor shielding his face literally melted into thin air. Simultaneously, a massive chain of devastating explosions ripped through the space, shaking reality. In a flash, the game abruptly ended. A blazing victory banner lit up the system interface. Shin Young stared at the floating holographic screen, utterly dumbfounded. Wait, we actually won. Jihan couldn't hide his own jaw-dropping shock mixed with heavy suspicion. Yeah, but a sharp analytical gleam flashed in his eyes. Something seriously off. Why did they suddenly stop even when they could easily dodge our normal attacks? Brushing off the headache, Jihan swiped the data panel. Whatever, let's bounce. The moment he closed the screen, a system alert popped up. Defense mode deactivated. Commencing loot collection. Reading the floating text, Jihan muttered, totally baffled. Loot. The word barely left his mouth before a bunch of unconscious bodies randomly crashed onto the ground right in front of them. The insane sight made Shin Young jump back. What are those? But Jihan casually squatted down, inspecting every detail. All right, let's check the drops. Are these the guys we just flatlined? Glancing over them, he quickly noted the facts. Their bodies and clothes are completely flawless. Wait, is this because of my ability to confirm his crazy theory? Jihan instantly barked the command, observe. The status window for Li Kang popped up reading, nameless, 32 years old. One quick glance made him blurt out, freaking weird. Hearing him, Shin Young leaned in her curiosity, peeking. What is it? After a brief tense hesitation, he spoke up flatly. I use my observe skill. His next words completely shocked her. But the system says, no soul, no master. Unexpectedly, she was the one who pieced the insane puzzle together. They must have used soul snatching. Jihan's head snapped up a chaotic mix of confusion and shock on his face. Soul snatching. As the horrifying reality of her words finally clicked, Jihan froze. His face went completely pale. You mean, glancing over the pile of bodies, Shin Young nodded grimly. Exactly what you're thinking. Those are just empty meat suits. You can literally shove a soul into a hollow vessel like that. Those terrifying words crashed through his brain like a devastating lightning strike. Holy crap. Seeing his mind-blown reaction, she couldn't hide her absolute surprise. You seriously didn't know? Jihan scratched his head, embarrassed. Look, I'm still learning. There's a ton of stuff I don't know. Suddenly, a crazy thought hit him. Hold up, right? There's necromancy magic that lets you control corpses or evil spirits. Right. Yeah, totally makes sense. They can literally separate the soul from the physical body. Shin Young summarized the dark truth with zero hesitation. Exactly. These bodies are just empty shells now, but they can be reused. Jihan rubbed his chin in deep thought. By shoving someone else's soul inside, pondering this nightmare, Jihan suddenly stumbled upon a massive game-changing loophole. Whoa, wait a second. He whipped his head toward Shin Young, dropping a wild theory. If they do that, could they actually achieve absolute immortality? A sharp, intensely calm aura radiated from her as she dropped the absolute truth. Of course they can. Hearing Shin Young casually confirm this insane cheat code, Jihan went ghost-white as the horrific reality sank in. Using this twisted glitch actually makes them immortal. She didn't hesitate to school him again. 100% possible, but it comes with catastrophic side effects. In many cases, they completely lose their powers, so basically, almost nobody actually hunts for immortality using that trash method. Because honestly, most top tiers naturally unlock the immortality perk once they reach a high enough legendary level anyway. Hearing this massive lore drop, Jihan scratched his head, his brain practically frying. Oh damn, I see. So are those masked cult guys just soulless zombies then? Shin Young shook her head, shutting down that theory. Not exactly. Their leader is fully sane and definitely has a soul. Staring at the discarded bodies, he hesitated before slowly piecing the puzzle together. So then, the souls leaving the bodies, they did it voluntarily. He kept analyzing every single word sharp as a blade. They treat their physical bodies like cheap items, which means a wild spark of genius hit Jihan. These gotta be clones? That bold claim was enough to make Shin Young nod in total agreement. Probably. But man, that totally shatters my understanding of reality. He groaned. Normal Abyss players couldn't even dream of this. It requires god-tier alchemy and legendary magic. So how the hell are they doing it? They aren't even on the level of the top 10 guilds. Right then, she suddenly raised a single finger, making Jihan flinch. Then she confidently dropped the hard truth. Quantitative growth? That absolute statement sliced through the thick fog in his mind like a legendary sword. Grasping the ultimate truth at last, he declared without a single doubt, yes, exactly. They're farming quantity. They recently kidnapped alchemists and witches who can create clones. Shin Young caught his drift, confirming the dark reality, and forced them to become part of their cult. Jihan rubbed his chin, visualizing the terrifying network behind the masks. And their souls were probably stolen too, trapped inside that twisted Holy Spirit connection. The sheer scale of this nightmare left her visibly shaken. This situation is escalating way out of control, Jihan. What the heck do we do now? A heavy pause. My call. Eyes snapped open. Pure genius. Knowing Manhwa pulled the strings, all out, we strike head on. Meanwhile, in absolute eerie silence, she waited in the dark. Suddenly, mystical masks materialized, floating, fusing with lifeless bodies. Perfect. Li Kang bowed. The gamer is chosen by the world? We need time. Avoid war. Manhwa coldly calculated the board. Understood. And the rest? Eerie masks shrieked their votes. Punish, capture, or compromise. We must choose just one. The hollow husks faded away. Punish and compromise. Very well. She raised her hand, silencing everything. Punishment. Meanwhile, Jihan stood ready. Ready? She nodded. Do it. Thief mana eternal absorb. Brilliant orbs suddenly flared alive. Mystical runes locked the target. Absolute power flared. Permanent theft. Crimson energy violently ripped free. The system panel sparked alive. Whoa, that is totally new. Well, his face went pale. Wait, how is that possible? She lost all magical power. Her fighting days are over. Freaky power. Jihan grinned mischievously. Faster than grinding levels, babe? No time, idiot. He nodded. You absorb it now. What? You need the power boost? Shouldn't you take the buff? Now my skill tree clashes. Just eat it, she nodded. She grabbed the glowing core. It dissolved. Feel stronger yet? Give it a second. Jihan smirked. Her energy spiked massively. Wait. Total power explosion. Everything went wild. The brilliant colors split. In a flash, the azure aura totally dominated the space. Witnessing this epic scene, he totally blanked. Wait. white, blue, and red smoke. After silently absorbing the massive energy, Shindung's fierce aura finally settled down. Her eyes snapped open. She let out a massive sigh, practically exhaling all her physical limits away. Jihan leaned in, playing the supportive bro role. Dude, you look like an enlightened master. How was the power trip? Feeling the raw magic surging through her palms, she was totally shell-shocked. I can actually pull off legendary moves now. It is beyond insane. How is this even possible? To fully grasp this brand new, ridiculously overpowered arsenal, Jihan smirked and threw out a challenge. Let us test your new stats, shall we? Shindung's glowing status window instantly popped up. Glaring at the holographic screen, his jaw basically hit the floor. The gap was insane. Her combat history and mana were completely off the charts. Scrolling through her massive datasheet, a wild title caught his eye. Wait, what the heck is a Divine Soul Maiden? Not letting the mystery slide, he aggressively tapped the glowing icon. A title exclusively granted to absolute masters of the Divine Spirit Fusion. Power boosted by 500%, mana cost reduced by 300%. Reading these totally busted stats, Jihan's eyes practically bulged out. Mentally, he was screaming. Talk about a broken cheat code. Hey, we need it since the villains are ridiculously buffed lately, but his long, awkward silence definitely grabbed Shindung's attention. What is wrong? Shaking off his existential dread, he nervously spilled the beans. You basically hit level 99, but your skills are completely broken. They eclipse your actual rank. Connecting the dots, Jihan suffered a massive ego blow. Compared to her, he was absolute dead weight. A tidal wave of chaotic questions flooded his teenage brain. Am I doomed to be the sidekick forever? Are my server-breaking skills just meant to carry my friends? Curse this fate. Totally clueless. Shindung tilted her head. Did I level up that much? Jihan nodded aggressively. Yeah, your stats literally multiplied. She nodded, flexing her new aura. Honestly, I do feel stupidly stronger now. However, he pointed at her holographic panel with intense suspicion. But there is a giant question mark on your skill tree. What even is that? Hearing this, Shindung narrowed her eyes. Maybe it is the legendary Divine Sovereign Avatar. That crazy title triggered an instant flashback in Jihan's mind. Ah! The ultimate secret the sect leader hyped up. Feeling that scorching heat in her very cells, her mood totally plummeted. Exactly. It is basically my clan's ultimate superweapon. It is locked inside me, but I have literally zero clue how to awaken the darn thing. Unfazed. He immediately fired back with a super cynical smirk. Will mastering it make you some invincible god? Without missing a beat, Shindung dropped the absolute truth. They say it completely eclipses the Divine Spirit Fusion. It unlocks the ultimate essence of the human soul, but that mystical lore just made Jihan scratch his head. Wait, like some isekai fantasy stuff? Are you evolving into a literal fairy now? She shook her head. Beats me. Supposedly, I will master grand magic in 10 years. Shoving that destiny drama aside, Shindung asked the real question. So what is the master plan? Hoisting his magic staff like a total boss, he roared with chaotic teen energy. Obviously, we crashed their home base. Jihan was riding a ridiculous hype train, but her sudden icy vibe brought a super weird question. Are you completely ready, Blinking? He echoed her words. Completely ready for what? Cutting the nonsense. Shindung dropped a heavy reality check. Ready to actually take a human life. Jihan. I know you have never crossed that dark line. Seeing her genuine concern, he burst out laughing, laying down his badass rule. Nope, I'm not destroying anyone. Totally stunned, she blinked. Then what is the plan? Flashing back to their chaotic battles, Jihan revealed his genius loophole. I found the ultimate buff hack. Remember, we just jump them, steal their skills, and drain them dry. Total guerrilla warfare. We bite, we run, and we spam that combo. What happens if we hijack their power faster than they can farm it? Hearing this absolutely unhinged strategy, Shindung just stared at him with a totally deadpan face. Wasting no more time, Jihan kicked the door open with massive swagger. Let us see how far this crazy ride goes. Meanwhile, in another completely different zone, Junhua leaned against the cold glass bathed in the warm, golden hour sunlight. Staring down into the courtyard, he spotted two siblings just laughing and messing around. That wholesome sight melted his freezing heart. Closing his eyes, he plunged into a super painful flashback. The cinematic memory of his happy family of 4 hit him like a freaking truck, feeling like it just happened yesterday. They were just goofing off in a shallow stream. But fate pulled a totally cruel plot twist. Junho and his little sister got instantly swallowed by a terrifying raging current. Spotting the danger, their parents sprinted like absolute heroes. Desperate footsteps smashed into the muddy banks as they reached out trying to grab their drowning kids from the demonic floodwaters. But the monstrous river showed zero mercy. Junho slammed spine first into a brutally cold boulder, gasping for air. Sheer panic totally hijacked his brain. However, a tiny glitch of luck saved them when they clung to a lone tree in that raging death trap. Sadly, that very summer became the prologue to an unforgettable, soul-crushing nightmare. That cursed valley trip totally flipped their lives upside down. The brutal impact shattered Junho's spine, permanently robbing his ability to walk. Sure, the kids survived the disaster, but losing their parents that day ripped a devastating, unhealable hole straight through their hearts. In that exact heartbreaking moment, as the older brother Junho made a ridiculously hardcore vow. No matter what cosmic forces stood in his way, he would absolutely protect his sister. Driven by total devotion to his sibling, Junho basically became a superhuman. He grinded through everything from tutoring her nonstop to fiercely leveling up his own physical rehabilitation. School day, boom, saw his sister's ghost. Duhua, she actually turned to, but wait, nobody there? Telepathy unlocked total lightbulb moment. Junhuan, she yelled. Let's swap bodies, bro. It worked. She could walk. I'm walking. He slept. The catch, he falls asleep. He didn't care. Anything for her. Things got crazy. Mask acquired. Illusion barriers act like reality. Magic bends them. Destroying them just costs mana. Got it. Barriers break, except elite ones. Xinyoung nodded. If you say so. What about theirs? He smirked. Totally breakable. Really? Holy barriers, right? More mana? Watch. Jihan chanted magic. Orbs flew. Open gate. A massive black hole. Giant light pillars crashed down. Xinyoung gasped. Pillars? Stored them. More magic. Gravity mana. Chance glowing. 8 colossal pillars fell fast. Boom, massive fiery earthquake. Debris flew everywhere. Mana shield safe. Xinyoung was totally speechless. Fake meteor shower, he bragged. How even... Gravity hacks. Ready for the finale? Yeah. Flash's cultist teleported back. Knew it. Welcome back. Illusions break, real world stays intact. Base dead troops alive. Sucks to be them. A masked cultist snapped his head up at the noise. Boom. Right in his crosshairs were the walking disasters themselves, Do-young and Jihan. Up above, Do-young caught their twitchy movements. They're onto us, Jihan? Our gamer just smirked. Stick to the script, man. Whoosh! The duo bolted like lightning, tearing the very fabric of the air into blinding streaks, and right on cue, the whole mob of cultists warped into a frantic pursuit. Meanwhile, Yanhua glided through the suffocating gray fog, parting her trembling subordinates. With chilling composure, she spoke as if the chaos was just background noise. He actually cleared the stage. She paused, dropping the real question. His firepower is insanely higher than our estimates. What's the latest intel on Jihan's full combat specs? Nothing yet. A terrified grunt slammed his knees into the dirt. The gamer's leveling speed is shattering Abyss history. We absolutely cannot trust the old data files anymore. Yanhua's eyebrow twitched in sheer annoyance. And if we calculate based only on verified stats, cold sweat drenched the scout. This new strike rivals his ultimate area of effect wipeout skills, ma'am? His base combat mimics a high-tier mage. She stroked her chin running the battle simulations. Factor in his broken gamer system. He's practically an archmage and a martial arts grandmaster rolled into one. Silence choked the air as Yanhua processed this monstrous reality. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with lethal intent. Execute him immediately before he bleeds us dry. Cut back to our boys. Having kited the aggro far enough, they touched down in a dead zone. Jihan laid out the strat with cocky swagger. I pre-rendered this pocket dimension. We can go all out here, plus I left them a few nasty surprises. He grinned, calculating the meta. Defending the base meant playing tower defense. Great for surviving terrible for actually trapping the mobs, hence the custom boss arena. While waiting for the setup, Do-young's internal radar suddenly started screaming. Jihan, I'm reading a massively overpowered energy spike. The air grew heavy. Jihan's senses locked onto the threat. Yeah, I feel it. Watching the shadowy figures descend, his gamer soul ignited. Let them bring a whole army of scrubs, I'll solo them all. Invisible gravity crushed down on them. The twin auras Do-young sensed finally manifested as the elite mass cultists crashed the party. Jihan instantly called dibs. I got the gauntlet guy, classic brawler class. Do-young nodded, matching his vibe. Bet. Twirling his staff into a combat stance, a wild grin split his face. Time to roll out the red carpet for our VIPs. Glowing orbs materialized to his rapid-fire chanting, Lightning mana. Reinforce. Jihan channeled his entire mana pool and blasted it straight at the enemies. Enhanced mana thunder. But Park Bum and Namhee weren't noobs. They synchronized a colossal energy shield to tank the nuke. The catastrophic clash of powers ruptured the very dimension with a deafening boom. riding the chaos of the shockwave. Do-young blitzed straight through. My turn. Blinded by the thick smokescreen, Nam-hee flinched in absolute horror as Do-young materialized inches from his face. Zero time to think. They instantly locked into a vicious brawl, leaving Park Bum free to roam the map. Trusting his teammate Park Bum, hit the jets aiming to speedrun Jahan's assassination, but our boy was baiting him. Hand signs flashed. Magic primed. System notifications exploded in his view. Tom acceleration reality scaled to 2000%. Physical boost magic reinforcement attack power up 200%. A blinding mana shield cocooned Jihan's body just as Park Bum closed the gap. The brawler's steel flashed in a hurricane of rapid strikes. Ferocious sword aura erupted from every swing, carving a path of destruction straight toward Jihan. Facing this seemingly unblockable damage check, Jihan casually raised a hand and cast his counter. Spiral mana arrows. Blinding streaks flared to the rhythm of his chant. Expanding into violent cyclones of energy, both fighters had perfectly min-maxed their aim and power. The unstoppable forces collided, detonating into an apocalyptic explosion. Staring into the dense ash cloud, Jihan calculated the exact frame data for the enemy's recovery. He muttered softly, "Teleport." In a glitch-like blur, he casually reappeared high in the pristine blue sky. Staying on the offensive, he angled his arsenal straight down into the smoke. Spiral mana arrows. But a crazy glitch in the matrix made Jihan freeze in his tracks. Park Bum suddenly popped a massive speed boost. Bursting through the thick smog, the madman started literally stepping on thin air, launching himself straight into the sky. Seeing the dude hadn't taken a single tick of damage, Jihan's jaw dropped. Holy crap. Is he using aimbot? Watching the psycho skywalk toward him, Jihan deduced he was spamming some high-tier footwork skill. Zooming in, his eyes locked onto the glowing weapon in Park Bum's grip. Cold sweat dripped as the system analyzed it. An energy sword rumor says those things ignore armor stats completely. Jihan fired off his barrage and talked epic trash. Overpowered weapon, bro, but it's garbage if you can't land a hit. Immediately after, multiple spheres popped up to his rapid casting. Mana binding. Reinforce, the spheres fused into a colossal web of raw energy plunging straight toward the Skywalker, but mana net. But Park Bum wasn't about to get nerfed. He instantly spawned a second identical energy sword. The twin blades slashed out in a frenzy, melting every incoming mana arrow into useless pixels. He smoothly spun the twin swords to create an impenetrable defensive zone. Seeing those godly mechanics, Jihan couldn't help but fanboy. Wow. But our main character always keeps a backup strat. Still ain't slicing through my magic net that easily, buddy. Let's add some spice. With a flick of his wrist, he cast Lightning Strike. Searing bolts of thunder fused with the net crashing down on Park Bum. Refusing to back down an inch, the brawler's glowing weapons instantly cloned themselves tenfold, and then the blades swarmed like angry metal hornets. Jihan blinked, totally caught off guard. In a flash, they morphed into a spinning meat grinder of a shield, a literal wall of swords. Seriously, razor-sharp steel gears grinding with absolute devastation. They shredded his mana net like paper. The sheer speed of it left him completely shook. Broke my net hardcore. But Mama did not raise a quitter. Jihan smirked, roaring, "Let us see you tank this lightning strike." Boom, the clashing auras triggered a massive earth-shattering explosion. The blast effectively punted Park Bum into the next zip code, buying our boy some much-needed breathing room. While the air still choked on raw volatile mana, Jihan seized his opening. He instantly chanted his guardian spirit, "Summon." A few heartbeats later, a tiny but terrifyingly powerful phantom materialized without skipping a single beat. He barked out his absolute command. Cyclone. The tiny spirit flicked her little hands, awakening the sleeping gales. In an instant, a devastating hurricane erupted in midair as the chaotic mana winds violently swallowed the battlefield. Jihan locked in, calculating his master plan. Dominate the terrain. Spam every spell and item in the inventory. Nuke this scrub into oblivion before he even gets close. That is the absolute golden rule of playing a mage. Watch the master at work. Instantly, a dazzling dome of energy exploded outward as he screamed, "Spirit Mage Domain." The second those words left his mouth, system alerts spammed the entire zone. Casting physical buffs, magic amplifiers online. Super mana reserves fully charged and completely maxed out. But Jihan was not done flexing yet. Fueling his inner rage, he instantly queued up his legendary signature attack, Spiral Mana Arrow. In a literal blink, an insane barrage of neon light streaks locked and loaded behind him. Like sentient fireworks, they aggressively swarmed forward, diving straight at Park Bum. Once Jihan unleashed that crazy Spiral Mana Arrow, the entire glowing armada mercilessly blitzed their one and only target. Yet Park Bum just bulldozed straight through his spinning sword while shredding everything. Jihan smirked, trusting his domain, time warp buff. But ripped to that master plan. In a completely clutch move, the villain actually dodged it. Jihan was completely mind-blown. This dude got even faster. And the nightmare did not stop there. Hitting his mark. Park Bum suddenly conjured twin hovering blades. He gripped those hilts like his life depended on it, moving with absolutely terrifying hyper-agile footwork. He literally tanked Jihan raging spiral mana arrows, even with some crazy stray shots flying. This guy casually bobbed, weaved, and ducked, putting on a ridiculously flashy stunt show. Park Bum insanely smooth reflexes left our main character totally stumped. Wait, is this punk dodging? Because he knows the arrows explode on impact. Smart cookie, damn it. Hoisting up his heavily weaponized staff, Jihan fiercely mentally declared, "All right, then let your big bro show you how it is really done." With zero hesitation, Jihan locked his death glare onto his nemesis and screamed out, "Drop it." A colossal orb of wildly pulsating energy immediately homed in on his one and only target. Not backing down an inch, Park Bum arrogantly raised his twin blades, letting out a sharp, menacing metallic clang. Boom. A massive shockwave and blinding smoke completely swallowed the impact zone, but incredibly, even that devastating nuke was not enough to totally wipe this villain off the map. Next up, refusing to be a sitting duck. Park Bum vanished from the crater. He bolted with such insane speed he literally left an afterimage behind. Seeing that slick teleportation trick triggered Jihan hardcore gamer instincts, he scoffed, "No way this loser actually knows how to use Blink." Tapping into his ultra-sharp gamer radar, Jihan felt a totally chilling presence. He violently whipped his head around. Thank the gaming gods for that god-tier awareness, because it just saved him from a literal game over Park Bum Lethal Blade, viciously grinded against the barrier, desperate for blood. Standing his ground. The villain actually had the nerve to drop a compliment. Tanking my energy blade. Your magic stats must be absolutely busted, but Jihan was definitely not having any of this trash talk. He instantly popped another skill. You done yapping, kid. Detonate. Another insane eardrum-shattering explosion drowned the massive arena in thick ash. Refusing to blink, Jihan stood frozen, piercing through the fog with his ultra-focused gaze. But as the toxic gray dust finally cleared, that slippery rat Park Bum had already dashed miles away. Jihan clicked his tongue in pure annoyance. Meanwhile, the villain obnoxious ego was hitting completely catastrophic levels. Did your tiny brain forget the faceless cult acts as one entity? We literally share all our god-tier stats and skills, hearing this garbage. Jihan unapologetically roasted him alive. Oh, really? Then why swing a sword like a total scrub? Why not throw some actual punches? Sounds absolutely pathetic, right? Hilariously, Park Bum actually took the bait and practically gave a masterclass. Sure, we casually share all our powers. But we cannot spam those skills perfectly like their original owners. My swordsmanship literally ranks #1 in the cult. Hence the epic blade, I borrow my brother's trash tier magic. But the annoying cooldown makes it totally laggy to control. This yapping was so cringe, Jihan completely deadpanned. Is this dude experiencing verbal diarrhea right now? Thankfully, the agonizing monologue ended with Park Bum smirking, "Come on, your genius brain." Totally guessed that right. Jihan gave a dry nod, too cool to play the idiot card. Trash talk over Park Bum violently shifted into an ultra-aggressive combat stance, growling out, "Then for this next round, I am permanently deleting you from existence." Obviously, our boy was way too savage to get spooked. "Bring it on, tough guy." Jihan secretly smirked. He was just testing my stats. Joke is on him, Big Bro has not even unleashed his true ultimate form yet. At that exact moment, boom, Jihan's epic brawl sent terrifying shockwaves straight to Xinjiang's turf. The tension was suffocating. Nobody dared to strike first as her intense gaze locked onto the chaos. Staring at those flames, she bit her lip hard. Xinjiang finally connected the dots. Gathering every ounce of her rebellious courage, she forced out the burning question, already knowing the dark truth. Sect leader. Even behind that mask, Namhai was totally busted. But she didn't even flinch, straight up admitting it. That's right. Who else in this entire cult could casually flex the Fire Soul Fist like it was absolutely nothing? Watching her absorb that demonic aura, Xinjiang knew the score and fired her shot. Are you drinking the sect leader's Kool-Aid too? Knowing her forever, Nam. I actually hesitated before addressing the elephant in the room. Yuhua's status? Her brows twitched. With an eerily calm tone that exposed her mind, she snapped. Did you guys seriously steal Yuhua's power? No wonder you're so insanely buffed. I was wondering how you got so ridiculously strong without even mastering the grand magic. Explosions still rocked the background, but Xinjiang didn't care. Answer me. She emphasized every single syllable with desperate teenage angst. Are you blindly following the leader? Nam Hai shot back with zero hesitation. Duh, otherwise I wouldn't be standing right here. Cold sweat cascaded down her pale face like an absolute waterfall of pure anxiety. Are all the disciples brainwashed too? That brutal confirmation struck Xinzheng like a devastating lightning bolt. Exactly. Her eyes bulged in pure shock, completely unable to process this insane plot twist. What the actual heck? Her gentle tone. Combined with a lethally slow pacing, it entirely enveloped her trembling body. They feel completely blissful, don't they? Daughter? The massive confusion in her teenage heart and mind was like a completely tangled mess of charging cables. I am seriously doubting this, Mom. Is that really their true authentic happiness? This time, Nam Hai ditched the fancy villain monologue and just bluntly offered, "Put on the mask and you will understand." However, rebellion flared in her nerves. The leader said that, but I'm not buying it. Shockingly, her opponent was so chillingly calm it practically gave her severe whiplash. Then keep resisting. As Xinzheng's completely mind-blown eyes slowly looked upward, she stated it like a universal, undeniable truth, but I am never letting you go. This sparked a dark theory. Is it because I am your weapon? Nam Hai instantly denied it with a massive, dramatic aura explosion. No, because you are my daughter. Feeling that insane atmospheric shift firsthand, she took a sharp breath. Riding on the cult's power, Mom got ridiculously overpowered. But Xinzheng wasn't a quitter. Her own rebellious aura explosively erupted, completely matching that wild intensity. With legendary confidence, she dropped the cold truth. You barely grasp the grand magic and you think you can beat me. The second Nam Hai finished, Xinzheng blasted forward with an epic kinetic launch. Gotta try to find out. Her massive energy-packed punch wasn't just for show. A fierce shockwave ripped through the air, tearing straight toward her like a literal hurricane. Facing this brutal strike, she stood her ground with total, unflinching swagger. As a fellow master of the exact same fist style, Xinzheng calculated her counter in milliseconds. Two fiercely glowing beams collided head-on, triggering an apocalyptic blast that easily dwarfed the epic battle raging next door. Seeing their techniques clash, Nam Hai actually stumbled back, totally stunned that Xinzheng canceled her white fire fist's raw, destructive power mid-air. Watching her rebellious daughter tear through the wind, she regained her frosty composure, silently judging, charging straight at me. The older, the deadlier. Nam Hai wasn't frozen in fear. Her insane speed had already reached literal lightning tier levels. This clash wasn't a duel. It was Nam Hai's utterly one-sided domination. Xinzheng's body completely failed to block it, collapsing totally limp before the smoke even cleared. Like a tragically broken kite, Xinzheng crashed violently into the brutal concrete under her mother's chillingly observant gaze. Struggling to sit up, she gritted her teeth. One hit did this much. My bones are definitely shattered. But an absolute plot twist instantly slapped the shock right across her face. Eyes completely bugging out, she couldn't believe it. What the heck, I am totally scratch-free. Then it hit her like a truck. In a party, you share the magical system. Her aura immediately flared with sheer, rebellious determination. I am changing my whole strategy. Channeling epic energy into her legs, she launched an earth-shattering jump that literally rocked the entire zone. Nam Hai wasn't spectating. Seeing the threat, she brutally swung a leg packed with massive demonic power. But still, fueled by sheer reckless confidence, Xinzheng went full crazy teenager mode. This actually terrified the veteran. She is totally dropping her defense. But that absolutely didn't stop Nam Hai from executing her devastating, hyper-lethal lower body strike. Beyond the thick, dramatically billowing smoke, Xinzheng tanked the entire lethal hit without catching a single scratch, let alone a gnarly wound. Her eyes finally widened in absolute terror. This was the gamer's true power. Total immunity to physical damage. Before Nam Hai could even process the shock, our girl launched a brutal counterattack. Her arms clamped down like iron vices. Bam, bam. Every single punch carried devastating fury. She did not care who the heck she was fighting. But the old hag was not a pushover either. Nam Hai stumbled for a split second, then immediately regained control and teleported away. But Xinzheng was not about to get outplayed. She spun around with flawless precision, unleashing the legendary white fire tornado. Kick boom. Another earth-shattering explosion absolutely ripped through the calm blue sky. The tables had completely turned. This time, the almighty Nam Hai was the one crashing down. She slammed into the solid earth so violently it sent massive shockwaves trembling across the battlefield. Watching the dust settle, Xinzheng narrowed her eyes in dead serious calculation. She could sense exactly what her brutal combo had achieved. That strike definitely shattered some bones and wrecked her internal organs, but suddenly a terrifying rumble echoed from the crater. Xinzheng froze. No way. It was not nearly enough. Despite the massive crater proving the devastating impact, Nam-hee casually sat straight up like she had not just taken a lethal hit. Seriously? Her fire manipulation doubled as insane rapid healing. A blinding light and crackling energy pulsed right from her stomach, completely resetting the intense battle. Shinjung forced herself to stay perfectly calm. No more reckless attacks. She had to think her only real advantage was sheer, instantaneous explosive power. But in terms of raw stats and internal energy, that old monster completely outclassed her. Still, Nam-hee takes real damage while Shinjung just stacks virtual penalties. A suffocating tension choked the air between them. Neither fighter dared to make the absolute next move. Then a floating system window popped up. Nam-hee's nearly empty health bar was regenerating at an absolutely terrifying speed. You could literally see her HP skyrocketing. This was the insane healing effect of her ultimate technique. Shinjung glared at that bright red health bar. The gamer's ability literally turned reality into a video game interface, but it also exposed the brutal, undeniable gap in total combat power between her and the sect leader. Zero hesitation. She pulled out the hidden red buff pill she had been saving all this time and directly swallowed it down without a second thought. Boom. Her entire body erupted in a massive shockwave of pure spiritual aura. She literally powered up like a legendary Super Saiyan. This was the custom skill enhancement Jihan had crafted just for her. Her eyes narrowed with fierce, burning determination as the raw power surged. Meanwhile, Nam-hee finished her rapid healing cycle. The old monster refused to waste another single second, but our girl was not caught off guard at all. She launched herself forward like a supersonic missile, tearing right through the wind. Bam. Another pulse-pounding, earth-shattering collision exploded across the sky. Shinjung's blazing resolve was absolutely terrifying. I can actually win this. Meanwhile, over on Park Bum's chaotic battlefield, the intensity had dialed up to an absolute 11. He roared with absolute fury. Just die already. You annoying little gamer? I am your ultimate nemesis. Hearing that absolute cringe fest of a line, Jihan literally facepalmed in pure secondhand embarrassment. Holy crap. You sound exactly like those toxic 12-year-old internet trolls. Park Bum did not care. His massive blade carved through the air with devastating force, but too bad Jihan smoothly dodged the lethal strike. Using his enemy's heavy momentum absolutely against him, Jihan locked onto his target. He screamed out the command to unleash his ultimate counterattack. Fire. But wait. Park Bum's reflexes were completely off the normal human charts. In a total flash, the guy's body literally blurred out of existence from sheer absurd speed. Jihan completely lost his primary target lock. Boom. His spiraling mana arrows just violently crashed right into each other. The friendly fire triggered a massive, blinding shockwave. Jihan was seriously about to lose his freaking mind. Are you freaking kidding me with these cheap parlor tricks? Meanwhile, Park Bum was actually standing there, genuinely impressed by his opponent's raw talent. I must admit you are genuinely impressive. I have never witnessed anyone level up this ridiculously fast. Jihan just tilted his chin up, dripping with absolute teenage sarcasm. Oh really? Then why do you not be a good little boy and just surrender already? What the heck are you waiting for? Park Bum might have respected the kid's skills, but he definitely was not here to play games. You arrogant brat, you should be begging to offer me your pathetic life. A suffocating, ultra-heavy killing intent instantly blanketed the entire battlefield. Their absolute death glares clashed so hard you could hear the air crackling. Suddenly, a wicked, entirely too confident smirk crept onto Jihan's face. Hey, you absolute cult fanatic weirdo, right at that moment. He made his most arrogant, utterly disrespectful declaration. Yet, sorry I dragged this absolute circus out for so long, but honestly, you have been totally checkmated since minute one. Park Bum snorted at the ridiculous bluff. Huh. You are truly lost in your own pathetic delusions. But Jihan was radiating pure unshakable boss energy. He was absolutely unbothered by the threat. Nope. I have already completely downloaded your entire basic attack pattern before the cultist could even process that insane trash talk. Jihan put his money right where his smart mouth was. What I'm saying is my ultimate trap card is completely activated. Checkmate. The absolute second those words left his smirking lips, he hurled out a massive barrage of pitch-black orbs. Whoosh! They instantly melted down, transforming into terrifying alpha golems. Literal humanoid absolute units. With blank, nightmarish faces, Park Bum completely lost his cool in pure shock. The entire game board had completely flipped. Jihan was totally flexing a brutal 4 versus 1 gang beatdown, but with an ego that massive. Park Bum absolutely refused to back down like a coward. You seriously think your pathetic little magic tricks will save you? He unleashed his ultimate twin blade strike. Swoosh. The sky absolutely tore apart as he unleashed a storm of devastating, heaven-shattering slashes. Two massive blades of pure death energy ripped right through the atmosphere, aiming straight for our boy Bam. A catastrophic shockwave erupted as the deadly attack violently crashed directly into Jihan's magical barrier. But when the thick smoke finally cleared, what the actual heck, Jihan did not have a single scratch on him. The guy was not even breaking a sweat. He just stood there overflowing with absolute magical power, flashing the most arrogant smirk ever. Hey buddy, my mana pool is literally infinite? He laughed like an absolute menace. With those weak little hits, you could not break my shield in a million freaking years. Meanwhile, the alpha golems he summoned slammed into the solid earth with a deafening crash. Instead of attacking, their massive bodies suddenly warped and twisted, they morphed like living, breathing clay. Finally, the three of them shifted into jagged stone pillars, silently awaiting their master's descent. Upon his command, they pulsed instantly. The center of their formation erupted in a blinding blue light, charging up something massive. Sparks of wild lightning chained together, forming an impenetrable cage around him. Then a colossal pillar of pure light swallowed the entire battlefield. System Alert spammed his vision like crazy Jihan's ultimate sorcerer's domain had successfully activated. Ally stats boosted enemy stats nerfed by 100%. Enemy speed have teleportation locked, and Ascension magic completely banned for everyone. Park Boom broke into a cold sweat. What the heck? He instantly cast an overpowered domain just like that. Unbelievable. Forced out of the sky, Boom landed warily. Meanwhile, Jihan stood tall with absolute teenage swagger, zero fear in his eyes. This is what you call peak sorcerer readiness. Setting this up might be tough for noobs, but when you have cheat codes, you solo the entire server. His cocky words slapped Boom right out of his arrogant delusion. The gamer. You really are a massive threat. Without missing a beat, Jihan casually raised his staff and smirked. Obviously, man. But I wouldn't be a threat if you creeps stopped trying to mess with me. 24/7. His teenage humor vanished, replaced by a brutally serious glare. Jihan unleashed a terrifying sphere of ultimate magic energy, tossing it with a mocking farewell. Be a good boy and go to sleep. The blast slammed directly into Park Boom's chest, setting off a world-shattering shockwave. The explosive backlash sent Jihan's coat flying. Suddenly, his sharp eyes widened in total shock. Something was horribly wrong. Despite taking a lethal ultimate attack bleeding from head to toe, Boom staggered back to his feet. Ignoring the horrific damage, he launched himself straight at Jihan with bloodthirsty rage. But our boy didn't even flinch. He just let out a cocky gasp, his brilliant gamer mind instantly analyzing the crazy situation. Is this crazy power from his Holy Spirit link-pushing that kind of divine magic must be destroying his own body, huh? I totally knew one spiral mana bomb wouldn't send you back to the respawn point. So I queued up an extra spicy combo just for you. Sticking to his master plan, Jihan went full internet troll mode to enrage his enemy. Oh no, I'm so weak and innocent, please don't hurt me, blah blah blah. Park Boom totally froze in absolute sheer confusion. What the actual heck exploiting that perfect split-second opening, Jihan finally unleashed his trump card Magic Smash. A violent storm of purple lightning blasted from his staff. In a mere fraction of a second, the electric chains completely locked the enemy down. The agonizing voltage ripped through Boom's mind and body. Panicking, he desperately tried to spam his teleportation. Too bad for him, Jihan's piercing eyes saw right through that trick. Mana binding rope. Another brutal layer of magical chains clamped down, utterly trapped. Boom screamed in pure unadulterated panic. Let me go. Let me go, Wise. Watching the massive villain squirm like a bug, Jihan actually felt a tiny bit bad. Was his Holy Spirit link totally shattered? Whatever he issued his final command. Nighty-night. The instant those words dropped, the once unstoppable monster completely collapsed. Taking zero chances, the main character raised his staff and chanted his next spell, telekinesis. Thoroughly satisfied with his glorious victory, Jihan nodded and finally dropped his guard. Target successfully captured. Now what about the other crazy battlefield? Meanwhile, the apocalyptic clash between Xinyoung and Namhee was still shaking the literal earth. Jihan muttered to himself. I wonder how her boss fight is going. Fists collided with the deafening roar of thunder. Mother and daughter fought like bitterly sworn enemies. Namhee's monstrous physical power was entirely off the charts. But unfortunately for the cult leader, Xinyoung was buffed by the gamer's party system. She fearlessly tanked every single brutal hit, pushing forward with a devastating counteroffensive. One perfectly timed strike finally managed to stagger Namhee. However, the insane healing factor from her corrupted cult magic kicked into high gear. Sickening crunches echoed as her broken bones instantly snapped back into place. Shin Young's cold, calculating eyes watched this horror show without a shred of despair. I knew it. Is she using some kind of hidden cursed magic? She regenerates her fatal wounds in mere seconds. Worse, with the cult fueling her mana reserves are basically bottomless. Deep anxiety finally began to gnaw at her soul. The combat pill I swallowed? It only buys me exactly 1 hour. Thanks to the gamer's ability, my HP and mana will constantly regenerate. But there is absolutely zero chance her cult-backed mana will run dry before my time is up. She forcefully swallowed the bitter lump of pure dread forming in her throat. I need enough explosive power to annihilate her in one single strike. But Namhee was not about to just stand there while her daughter strategized. The brutal martial arts clash exploded once again. Every single lethal strike aimed to kill Shin Young gritted her teeth so hard they nearly shattered, finally facing the ultimate life-altering choice. This was it. She was completely out of options. Do I really have to execute the sect leader? My own mother. Reading her hesitation. Namhee's face twisted in dark disgust. So pathetic and weak. Focus on the fight. Abandoning all mercy, she unleashed a devastating barrage of strikes, targeting all her daughter's vital points. Groaning through the agonizing pain, Shin Young's limits finally snapped. With a primal scream, her aura exploded like a super saiyan. Without a single physical blow, her sheer violent energy triggered a catastrophic shockwave. The suicidal blast violently threw Namhee backward, instantly putting the monstrous mother on high alert. As the heavy dust cleared, Shin Young's battle stance confirmed her tragic final decision. Realizing this endless deathmatch had to stop, Namhee's cold voice echoed out. Just come back home with me. Without a single ounce of hesitation or fear in her heart, the daughter fired back. I refuse. We have crossed the point of no return. I cannot abandon my righteous path now. Hearing her own flesh and blood reject her, Namhee's eyes turned dead. She made her ultimate choice. Fine, then I will just have to put you down. She launched backward with a cocky vow to figure him out later. That bold answer made Shin Young freeze her long hair, masking the dark storm brewing in her eyes. When she finally looked up, her gaze was cold, unshakable steel. Same here? She lunged. The clash instantly evolved into a hyperspeed deathmatch, leaving nothing but blurry afterimages in their wake. No matter how much lightning-fast, bone-crushing power the enemy unleashed, Shin Young effortlessly blocked every single strike. Namhee was absolutely low-key panicking. Her fighting style changed, but how? But the nightmare was just getting started. The pure white aura exploding around Shin Young violently morphed into a void like black, literally slicing through space itself. Witnessing this absolute madness up close, the older woman couldn't believe her eyes. The forbidden black fire art? Why would she use a spell that annihilates shields, knowing it demands a piece of her own soul as the price? Namhee made a split-second, desperate choice. Fine, then I will use the black fire too. Suddenly, it was like Shin Young read her mind. Her stance aggressively flipped from full offense to absolute defense, throwing Namhee into total confusion. Cold sweat dripped down her neck. Namhee couldn't cancel her attack in time. Wait. She lowered her guard, completely shattering Namhee's panicked overthinking. Shin Young threw a blindingly fast counterpunch. Before the older woman could even land a hit, Shin Young channeled all her devastating power into a direct strike on the enemy's fragile left chest. The heart took the full crushing impact, violently shuddering from the catastrophic blow. Even the mask she wore seemed to pale from the soul-crushing agony Namhee was enduring. A bloody gasp escaped her lips, followed by reluctant praise. A flawless, faint attack. Not giving her a second to breathe, Shin Young stiffened 2 fingers and sliced through the air, striking critical pressure points with zero hesitation, paralyzing her instantly. Acupuncture seal. An ancient technique to lock the bloodstream and completely immobilize the target. Ironically, it was also healing art. As Namhee finally blacked out, Shin Young frantically screamed for her partner, Han. Waiting for his cue, the boy gleefully launched himself across the massive sky. One incoming been waiting for this. She quickly dumped the unconscious enemy onto him. Heal her now. He smirked with extreme gamer confidence. Chill. As long as her heart hasn't stopped for 3 minutes, I can revive her. Shin Young's face was a chaotic mix of coldness and inner turmoil. Just do it. Catching Namhee Jihan blinked, caught off guard by her intense vibe. But a second later he got the memo, nodding seriously to show he understood the assignment. Time flashed by like a glitch. Soon dead night swallowed the brightly lit building. Glowing orbs erupted to the rhythm of overpowered incantations. Plunder absorb. Mana enhancement. Eternal. Staring down at Nam-hee on the blazing magic circle, Jihan ruthlessly chanted, Eternal plunder. Just like that, her pure core energy was violently dragged out, morphing into a crimson orb right into his greedy hand. And simultaneously, a glowing system window popped up with the loot drop Divine Fire Support Core, unique legendary item. Effect temporarily grants Divine Fire Support, permanent stat and mental boost for matching elemental users. Squinting at the shiny stats, Jihan muttered, wait, this name is different. The last drop was Fire Fist, but this is Fire Support. Suddenly, Shin-young's shaky voice sliced right through his nerdy gamer thoughts. It actually hurts having to watch this. Jihan dropped his gaze, offering a surprisingly soft reply. We didn't have a choice. We are literally at war with a crazy cult. She nodded slowly, her long bangs hiding her troubled face. Yeah, you're right. Then without skipping a beat, Jihan tossed the legendary orb straight to her. Here, use it like last time. Since she already hogged the last boss drop, she hesitated. Are you really okay with this? But this dude just flexed with a super arrogant grin. I'm totally fine. I've got my own cheat codes for buffs anyway. Realizing he wouldn't take no for an answer, she finally caved. All right, fine. But next time I'm passing. This completely threw him off. Wait, she explained slowly, because I haven't fully absorbed the Grandmaster's power yet. This made negative sense to Jihan's gamer logic. Oh, but the system user interface says it is 100% synchronized. Clearly, she was hiding some deep, messy secret, stubbornly changing the subject. It is just hard to control. Knowing when to drop it, he sighed and turned toward the next target. Whatever. We will figure it out later. Next on the menu was Park Bum the Psycho, who gave him a terrifying run for his money. Wasting zero time, Jihan fired up another overpowered magic circle, Eternal Plunder. But shockingly, unlike the last two times, crimson aura erupted, splitting into 3 distinct spheres. The system went wild, announcing the drops. The magic yin-yang and ultimate origin pills had arrived. Jihan stared at the massive data dump, his face turning ghostly pale. Man, this stealing skill is absolutely broken. He glanced at the unconscious punk. Not a bad skill set for a loser. Thinking fast, he stashed the yin-yang and ultimate pills for later. Staring down his epic loot from Park Boom, Jihan took a deep breath. His focus locked entirely onto the magic origin pill. With a simple gesture, the glowing orb dissolved. It surged directly into his veins, permanently becoming his own raw power. Wasting zero time, he ripped open his status window. What he saw left his jaw absolutely glued to the floor. The stats were so absurd he actually froze. My intelligence shot up by 30 points. That usually takes 6 entire levels of brutal grinding. Wait, if I keep hunting these witch guys and stealing their skills, won't I become literally unstoppable? Catching his smug grin, Shin-young immediately grew suspicious. Did you get stronger? He didn't even try to hide his massive ego. You bet. With my gear, my magic level is sitting at 678. But the victory dance ended as a dark thought hit him. If this creep was a top cultist, his level must rival that string user I fought before. The gears in his head started turning wickedly. If I farm 10 of these elite bosses, will my intel skyrocket by 300 points? Definitely got to test that theory later. Used to his crazy antics, Shin-young sighed. So what is the plan now? His answer was brutally simple. What else? We keep cracking skulls. His inner tactician was ready. Hit and run, baby. We catch the stragglers, wreck them, and bounce. Her soft voice suddenly snapped Jihan out of his evil plotting. If we have a second, just give me a moment. Shin-young's eyes held a storm of crushing sorrow. She stared silently at the spirit flame pill forcefully extracted from Nam-hee's body. Instantly sensing his teammate's heavy heart, Jihan stepped back to give her some breathing room. Take your time. Sort out your feelings, then we roll out. I have some prep work to do anyway. As he quietly slipped away, he left her standing alone in the heavy silence. Shin-young's brow trembled, fighting back bitter tears. But she was a true warrior. Her gaze rapidly sharpened into deadly focus. Pushing through the crushing grief, she hardened her resolve. Without hesitation, she absorbed the crimson orb into her soul. Her consciousness dove deep into an endless ocean of pure energy. The sacred flame within her sparked a life, a fire born only to masters of the soul-burning arts. Previously, when she absorbed the Grandmaster's origin pill, her inner fire had literally doubled in size. Now fueled by Nam-hee's tragic sacrifice, the inferno raged wilder than ever before, in that very second. A terrifying pillar of blazing aura erupted. Her entire body was engulfed in a heaven-piercing storm of pure spiritual fire. Thanks to her monstrous talent, the violent blast did not burn her at all. Instead, it shattered her limits, unlocking a legendary new realm of power. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with pure crimson light. The fiery glow slowly faded, returning her gaze to a deadly calm. Staring at the terrifying aura radiating from her own hands, her voice echoed softly through the flames. I think I finally understand it all. Every single word dripped with absolute, unshakable certainty. This is the legendary, soul-burning, divine flame. Feeling the divine inferno raging through her veins, she immediately summoned her 4 core flames. In just a split second, the flames danced and violently clashed, forcibly merging under her absolute command. Finally, the terrifying fusion was complete. Those tiny sparks evolved into a nightmare, a power catastrophic enough to crush elite masters. Yet Shin-young remained dead calm, softly whispering. Profound black flame. The art burns the soul to amplify anarchy. But this is infinitely more devastating than before. She bit her lip, fully grasping her new reality. With this level of destructive power, I could literally solo the top 10 martial sects in Korea. However, a deep crushing sorrow shadowed her beautiful face. This god-tier energy was bought with Namhee's life. I do not feel happy about this at all. Meanwhile, Jihan was huddled in a corner, furiously sweating over his own project. His hands glowed like crazy, accompanied by his manic, hyped-up chanting. Create, create. Create, totally blind to his partner's emotional crisis. Our boy was cackling like an absolute madman. Ha 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 ha. Normal players have to grind monsters for magic stones. Now I just print them like spare change. This is way too glitchy. Because his mana pool was sitting at an illegally high level, he could literally spam his creation skill to forge magic stones out of thin air. Just like those overpowered wizards in D&D. At this point, there's literally nothing I cannot hack. Refusing to stop or save, mana his greed took the wheel. Let us stockpile a few more million. Create, create, create. After nearly getting wrecked by those cult lunatics, Jihan had reached true enlightenment. Rule number 1. A wizard must be heavily armed at all times. Gotta build a whole mountain of ammo for the future. Suddenly his hyperactive crafting came to a dead halt. A brilliant, terrible idea struck him as he turned around. He stared at his loyal alpha golems standing by like silent, deadly bouncers awaiting orders. Jihan made an extremely necessary tactical decision. Definitely need to give my boys a massive software update. Flashbacks of his brutal brawl with Park Boom danced in his head. That fight proved one thing. I need to build a cracked magic territory and absolutely steamroll them with insane field advantage. Fast forward to that evening, a massive creepy mob was swarming Jihan's front lawn. Cold sweat dripped down our hero's face. Holy crap, they are spawn camping my house. What the heck happened while we were in the time-space room? Did we just walk into a hardcore tower defense mission? This is totally unbelievable. Standing right beside him, Shin-young remained icy cool, analyzing the threat like a pro. Exactly as I thought. They are using a spirit link to share mana pools. But the amount of mana one person can generate still has a strict physical cap. Even if they try to grind and expand that limit through training, Jihan didn't miss a single beat. I already did the math. Those cult elites have garbage mana pools compared to ours? She gave a sharp nod. Exactly. That is exactly why they brought an entire army to forge a massive combined barrier. Even my raw power cannot smash it. Did you bring the 8 pillars? Jihan totally froze. He had completely forgotten. Her sharp eyebrows scrunched together in pure disbelief. So what exactly is your grand master plan? But Jihan was the gamer. He flashed a fearless, rebellious grin. We are going all in. She just waited patiently. Do you even have a battle tactic? Jihan just stood there radiating pure, cocky main character energy. Relax. I am a wizard. He violently swung his battle-scarred staff high into the air. The magic support system roared alive. System alerts flooded his vision. The very walls of his house began to glow, synchronizing magic circles within his domain. An endless barrage of system notifications spammed his screen. He hoisted his weapon, the stored mana stones began to totally overload. Warning body taking 100 damage per second, but his magic level instantly skyrocketed by a massive 50 levels. His magical attack power surged by 200% when Jihan finally snapped his glowing eyes open. His aura was absolutely suffocating. I'm fusing my body with the house's magic grid. It hurts like crazy, but it is enough to wipe out these freaks. Lightning. And hence pure minor target tracking. Disassemble. A blinding explosion of pure energy erupted. His focus hit maximum overdrive, combining 5 epic spells into one. The energy sphere mutated into a hair-raising storm of wild electricity. With a deafening roar, it shot into the sky. Thunderstrike surge. Instead of diving at the enemy army, the blast violently ripped straight into the peaceful storm clouds above. Suddenly, massive pillars of pure apocalyptic lightning came crashing down. They ruthlessly hammered against the masked cult's glowing yellow barrier. Watching the devastating lightning storm, Jihan completely read their playbook. I totally knew you losers would try blocking that. A wildly rebellious smirk crawled across his face. But check out this absolute cheat code. An endless, full map lightning strike. Even she was completely stunned. Wait as that Jihan puffed out his chest. Map wiping destruction spell. This bad boy will strike for 20 straight hours. He was totally gloating internally. They fuse thousands of guys. Cute. But I have a literal mountain of cheat code. Mana stones. Golems move out. Slash the air violently ripped open. Hearing his command, his massive lackeys hurled themselves right off the towering walls. Get them. George Ford. Trapped between the apocalyptic lightning above and a brutal squad of alpha golems below, the cultists were totally screwed. Symphonies of explosive destruction echoed endlessly. With his master plan perfectly set, Jihan confidently turned to his partner. Let's roll. But as dark, menacing energy swallowed her figure, he quickly shouted out a warning. Hey, do not actually unalive them. And with that, he casually leaped right off the damn roof. Compared to her terrifying, bloodthirsty descent, Jihan floated down like an absolute graceful boss. A snarky, thrill-seeking grin stretched across his face. All right, you cult freaks. Let's see what kind of joke tricks you have. Despite getting totally hammered from all sides, the stubborn cultists somehow kept their barrier intact. Meanwhile, countless floating masks swarmed around Yeonhwa. They aggressively whispered directly into her ears. His area of effect damage is skyrocketing. The sheer destruction is simply unbelievable. We are burning 30% of our power just surviving. The barrier is stalling. But the boss stayed chillingly calm. Summon reinforcements. As the absolute core of the army, a blinding holy light erupted from her body, I shall reinforce the spiritual link. Instantly, the creepy floating mass around her literally manifested physical bodies right out of thin air. Like a twisted hive mind, they swarmed forward to bail out their battered comrades. The heavy brawlers aggressively charged down another path. Jihan's alpha golems crushed one guy only for another freak to instantly replace him. Yeonhwa just watched the endless bloodbath with dead eyes. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed straight through her skull. Han Jihan has left his fortress. The lightning storm is still wildly active. He must be using a supreme cheat skill to sustain the barrage, as the desperate report finally ended. Yeonhwa's voice dropped to a terrifying whisper. Capture. Shinyoa. And then the real cinematic nightmare truly began. Tired of her pathetic minions failing miserably, she grabbed her own terrifying cult mask. I will slaughter Han Jihan myself. Jihan instantly summoned a glowing mana arrow. It spun so viciously it literally tore the air apart. The spiral arrow was totally my main move, but with my god tier mana pool. Now this thing is just way too basic. I have totally leveled past this noob garbage. He aggressively shoved his massive staff forward and fiercely roared out his next epic cheat spell. Continuous lightning strike. In a blinding heartbeat, an absolute hurricane of crackling electric arrows violently blasted forward. Meanwhile, completely unbothered, I was doing some quick gamer math. Normally this broken skill costs 3 whole spells, but now, instant cast baby 10 hits per second, 0 chanting required. Every single magic arrow was locked onto those crazy cultists, leaving them absolutely 0 room to breathe or escape. The arrow storm rained down way too fast. Those goons didn't even have a second to blink before eating that brutal combo head on. Explosions shredded the dirt, kicking up a massive smokescreen across the entire war zone. Watching the chaos unfold, Jihan smirked. Not a bad haul. It was easily 10 times stronger than a basic mana shot, but plot twist, one lucky cultist actually survived the ultimate wipeout. Looking like absolute trash in torn rags, the guy stumbled out of the thick, choking smoke. But before he could even celebrate his plot armor, absolute disaster struck. The Alpha Golem's massive rocky hand blasted through the fog. It snatched the dude right up into the air, slammed him against its chest, and ruthlessly absorbed him. That poor chump was swallowed whole before he could even scream. The rest of his fanatic buddies met the exact same brutal game over. One by one, that giant hand crushed and absorbed every single target. Nobody survived the wipe. Jihan had barely broken a sweat during this whole mob-clearing phase. He flashed a cocky grin. Gotcha, you losers. Time to farm a few more of these guys. If I keep absorbing their skills, my stats are going to skyrocket. That was the master plan, keeping them alive, just to steal their loot. Everything was going perfectly. Sweet. Next target. But before the words even left his mouth, a massive shockwave slammed right into his back. Jihan groaned as burning pain flared up. His expression turned deadly serious. He glared through the smoke, hunting for the coward who just sucker punched him from the blind spot. Zero hesitation, Jihan instantly spammed his teleportation skill. His body glitched out of thin air, popping back up a split second later in a totally safe drop zone. He instantly activated his radar scan. A map of the entire war zone flooded his brain, and his eagle eyes immediately locked onto the sniper's exact coordinates. Exactly 100 meters out, a dark silhouette was literally floating in midair. Jihan gritted his teeth and spat out a curse. Found you, you troll. Not giving this camper a single second to breathe, Jihan unleashed a massive chain lightning combo. Hundreds of glowing energy arrows materialized out of nowhere, rocketing forward like a meteor shower. But at that exact same microsecond, a massive wave of glowing energy orbs fired back. The two insane waves of raw magical power smashed together in midair. An earth-shattering boom ripped through the sky as devastating shockwaves erupted. A massive wall of thick debris swallowed the entire zone, but Jihan dashed straight into the absolute chaos. Suddenly cutting right through the dense smoke, an incredibly chilling voice echoed out. With his pro-gamer instincts, Jihan could physically feel Shinzuho's suffocating killing intent. Her arrogant tone dripped with pure malice as she sneered, "I won't show mercy anymore." That super toxic attitude just ticked him off even more. He scoffed, firing back, "Mercy, bro, you've got to be kidding me. Since when did you psychos ever give me a break? If your crazy cult knew mercy, would you have massacred the Heavenly Soul sect?" Just like the main character in a classic comic. While trash-talking, he casually shoved a hand into his pocket, searching for his weapon. His fingers brushed against his magic bullets. Instantly, they sparked to life, glowing like radioactive candy. Jihan clenched a huge handful, whipped his arm back, and chucked them straight at her face. Enough talking, let's just brawl. A dense swarm of glowing bullets rocketed toward her at supersonic speed, but even staring down a literal bullet hell, she didn't blink. She quietly activated Speed Thought. Boom. The space around Zuhua erupted with a blinding aura signaling a terrifying counterattack. Speed Thought. This absolute hack of a skill hypercharged her brain power, pushing her reaction time 10 times faster. The world around her practically froze in slow motion. Her body was heavy, but her mind raced perfectly. Next, she silently chanted, Multi-Thought. As her mind split into multiple channels, eerie, lifeless white mass materialized out of thin air, hovering right beside her. This insane buff let her run multiple combat equations simultaneously. Most bosses couldn't pull this off, but she had the Holy Spirit link. A heavy demonic voice echoed from the abyss like a creepy server boot up. Neural network syncing via Holy Spirit link. We pledge our souls to the saint. We pledge our souls to the saint, activating the mystic persona system. The second the demonic chant finished, the creepy mask locked onto her face flared up with sinister energy. She instantly dual-casted multiple deadly skills, Time Acceleration Mana, Arrow Lightning Hammer, and Mana Bomb. She was literally wielding the brainpower of 50 people, stacking a 50 times processing buff, while speeding up time by 5. Shinzuhoa was the only monster capable of this. In less than a fraction of a millisecond, her terrifying magic matrix was fully armed. The glowing aura around her instantly shattered into countless daggers of blinding light, charging straight into Jihan's bullet storm. His magic rounds were still tearing through the air with devastating force. However, the exact second those two insane attacks clashed, the blinding light from her energy daggers just straight up fizzled out. This massive glitch in her plan totally caught Zuhua off guard. Her body froze for an absolute microsecond, and in that tiny window of error, the protective mana shield surrounding her completely evaporated. But thanks to her multi-thought passive, her brain immediately ran calculations to find a counter. Dispel break. Cancel. The incoming orb was radiating an absolute magic-canceling aura. Her system screamed a warning to avoid direct confrontation. She gritted her teeth, feeling foolish. She should have known earlier this guy was absolutely no ordinary NPC. Knowing a direct block would be fatal, she instantly spammed teleport. Her body glitched out of the bullet storm's path, violently reappearing right above Jihan's head. The eyes behind her creepy mask glowed with absolute zero chill. Dropping down like a grim reaper, she whispered, "My turn." Boom. Spell after spell dropped like a chaotic beat. Searing lasers and blinding lightning tore through the sky. Her mana aura was swirling into an absolute beast of a storm. That raging energy morphed into hundreds of thunder arrows. It whipped into an apocalyptic storm, raining pure destruction straight down on Jihan like heaven's wrath. But our guy, he just flashed a cocky, arrogant smirk. Those magic bullets from earlier suddenly hit a U-turn out of nowhere. They flew right back, crashing head-on into that deadly lightning rain. Duhua completely froze up again. Absolute shock scrambled her brain. She completely failed to predict this wild plot twist as those spheres hunted her down. Cold sweat drenched her trembling skin. Impossible. They carry anti-magic, so spells should not control them, but he just casually raised his left hand, chuckling like an absolute mastermind. Look here. His hand flawlessly steered every single magic bullet using raw telekinesis. It is not magic. It is an Esper power, powered by his unique gamer ability, making him totally immune to her basic anti-magic tricks. With victory locked in, he casually roasted her entire game plan. Looks like you are spamming speed and time buffs, plus leeching off holy links to hijack other people's brainpower. But kid, stop kidding yourself, thinking you are on my level. Those mocking words sliced deep like a savage blade. Duhoa shivered violently, goosebumps erupting across her entire body. Jihan kept his voice ruthlessly chill. With a cocky grin, he taunted, already mapped out this entire raid. Come on, let us hit the next stage. He flawlessly exploited her blind spot. She was way too obsessed with dodging his epic anti-magic orbs to watch him, but our boy had way more toxic tricks up his sleeve. Right after that, he boldly chanted his epic summon spirit synth. The atmosphere instantly violently erupted. Crazy howling winds ripped through the battlefield. It was the dramatic entrance of a brand new terrifying power joining the Frey spirit summon, synth. The second he dropped the name, the heavens actually roared. A massive tornado blasted all the dirt away, making the whole dimension shake like an earthquake. Boom. The wind spirit synth finally materialized. She hit him with a super bratty pout. Geez, took you long enough to summon me. He just flashed a charming grin, apologizing for the lag. But now, just go absolutely crazy. Hearing that her hype levels broke the roof, she bounced with joy, double-checking. For real time to party, Jihan forcefully pumped his mana straight into synth, hyping her up. Heck yeah, tear this place apart. Her tiny body explosively expanded. She morphed into an absolute giant, 100 times her original size. Her chaotic laughter echoed like thunder. Ha ha ha. Simply epic. Freaking incredible watching this insane boss phase. Duhua flinched hard, her muscles locked up, extreme panic flashing behind her creepy mask. Suddenly, synth detonated in a blinding flash of light, unleashing an endless raging hurricane of raw wind energy. She swiped her giant hand, spawning a savage apocalyptic tornado. This monstrous vortex was so insanely violent, it sucked absolutely everything into its crushing gravity. Shredding everything to pixel dust, it pierced straight into the heavens, vanishing into the pitch-black clouds, faced with Duhoa's desperate, sweaty defense. Jihan's voice boomed with peak arrogance. This is my zero-loss master plan. I will completely lock down her attacks while quietly deleting her cult members one by one underneath her mask. Duhoa's face twisted with pure dread. Boiling with absolute rage, she screamed his name. Han Jihan refusing to be pushed around, she slammed her panic button, triggering a massive mana shield. A blinding aura engulfed her and the entire bizarre statue network behind her. Right then, a super weird glitch happened. One of Jihan's mana bullets instantly shattered into thin air. It actually stunned him. My anti-magic bullets. She must be using a non-magic skill. Probably martial arts or Esper powers like me. But I am just getting started, sweetie. Rushing at me like that will not let you escape. He smoothly raised his hand, suddenly clenched his fist, and swiped a fierce arc right across his chest. The suspended magic bullets slowly woke up. They rapidly merged into one massive, terrifying cluster and suddenly launched like an absolute hypersonic missile. The wind screeched like the Grim Reaper's scythe aiming straight for her. The sheer crushing pressure of the barrage felt like instant death, ready to vaporize any defense in a split second. Jihan entered ultimate gamer focus mode, pouring his entire soul into calculating the bullet paths and predicting her every single move. Suddenly, her creepy wheelchair began to violently crack. One wheel snapped entirely, making the whole ride wobble like crazy. This total RNG disaster caught her completely off guard, forcing her to eat the massive magic barrage directly. A god-tier explosion shattered the air. Savage shockwaves completely nuked all four sides. Thick, suffocating smoke blacked out the entire zone. By pure luck, she popped a defensive skill and dodged the blast radius, but in that exact horrifying millisecond, the other wheel of her chair completely snapped off. Seeing this absolutely shameless trick, she shrieked in absolute rage. Her voice trembled with pure, unfiltered fury. "You filthy, toxic cheater," he just gave a super cocky smirk. "Oh, are you tilted now?" Instantly after, the creepy mask behind her started glowing violently, teasing an insanely catastrophic magical counterattack about to drop. Jihan just smiled like a true final boss. This whole entire mess completely according to his master plan. What now? You want to play with magic? I'll hack you into next week? Teleport! Danger alarms blared in her head. She froze instantly, her eyes darting to the massive tornado. It was just sitting there, waiting. Meanwhile, the main character chanted quietly, "Telekinesis." His hand glowed with a cool blue light. Energy pulsed through his veins like neon circuits. The floating magic bullets shuddered. They launched forward with a piercing screech. Caught off guard, the roaring wind snapped her back to reality. Pure instinct took over. She whipped her wheelchair sideways, dodging the fatal blasts by a single hair. But the bullets locked on. They zigzagged wildly, chasing her down like starving beasts out for blood. He just had to wait for the win. Take that hit, and your holy link is completely toasted. Sweetheart sick of getting pushed around, she cursed him out. You dirty, cheating dog. She rapidly stacked spells together, Fortify Summon Puppet Master. A ring of floating blades materialized around her. The cold steel aimed right at the homing magic, flashing with a deadly glare. Despite her fierce counterattack, the bullets would not shatter. They slammed into the swords, locked in a brutal, dead heat. The blades teamed up to block the strike. They clashed in a blinding explosion of sparks. Her wheelchair frame groaned under the pressure, cracks spiderwebbed across the metal. It was about to snap. While the bullets were stuck, she shot a death glare straight at him. He raised an eyebrow instantly, reading her play. So she blocked my armor-piercing shots with swords and now wants a fistfight. She used chance instead of pure spells. Switching attack types cut my magic damage in half. She was definitely no pushover. The mana around her grew dangerously thick. The light was absolutely blinding. The whole zone violently quaked. A lethal threat brushed against his throat, snapping him out of his thoughts. He tensed up completely. She morphed her mana into a heavy shield, charging right at him. She smashed straight into his defensive barrier. He triggered his armor just in time, but her knee strike crushed his shield. Sweat dripped down his face. He gritted his teeth. She is way too fast. I did not even see her move. This is not normal magic at all. Her dark voice echoed, dripping with absolute hatred. Did you say talking was useless? The mask behind her suddenly flared up. A swarm of mana arrows materialized, spinning at godlike speeds. The deadly wind pressure howled, every single arrow launched at once. They rained down on him like divine judgment. There was no escape. His brain went into overdrive for a counter. Light attribute magic, huh? Using anti-magic spells, huh? Fine, let us switch to plan B in just a split second. He fiercely roared his incantation. His voice shook the earth. Activate the Grand Barrier. The Alpha Golem received his mental command. Its massive body violently mutated and swelled. The entire squad transformed into towering pillars. They pierced the ground like apocalyptic beacons. The bizarre sight paralyzed everyone around them. Nobody dared to breathe. Radiant light erupted from every pillar. Beams shot into the sky, tearing right through the gloomy darkness. The system chimed back-to-back, ding-ding magic circle synchronization, complete monolinked. 98 golems synchronized anti-magic Grand Barrier fully deployed, right after that. The cult members blacked out one by one, their shivering bodies collapsed onto the freezing dirt. He smirked confidently. He looked totally chill. Everything was playing right into his hands. She was completely stunned. Her eyes went wide in disbelief. What in the world? Panic struck her hard. The masks behind her lost control. Their glow faded into nothingness. A lifeless system voice explained her doom. Ding absolute nullification zone activated, zero magic permitted. She was horrified. Cold sweat soaked her clothes. Her heart literally skipped a beat. Suddenly, a monstrous gale exploded. It blasted her body miles away. Stripped of her flight mana, she began to free fall through the pitch-black sky. The screaming wind threw her into a total panic. I am falling. He silently cast telekinesis. While she plummeted into the abyss, he floated effortlessly engulfed in a brilliant blue aura. He switched gears in a flash, darting forward like lightning. His eyes turned ice cold. Time to end this while she is down. But right on cue, she regained control. Her wheelchair stabilized perfectly in midair. Raising her hand, she unleashed a catastrophic hurricane. It swallowed him like a roaring tsunami. The savage gale tore the sky apart. It shattered his mana flow, blasting him backward like a ragdoll. The shock made him pale instantly. Pure terror gripped him. She pushed me back despite my supersonic speed. The Holy Link requires magic, so how is she this overpowered? Nope. I need to think outside the box. She claimed it was just standard Link magic, but syncing minds and mana like that is literally impossible. Setting up the Holy Link is definitely magical, but she must be using a broken external skill to pull it off just like my gamer system. But guess what? I have some cheat codes of my own. Taking only a second to plan. He roared out a summon. Instantly, the giant tornado obeyed. It shifted course directly toward her. The violent vortex violently tossed her around, her hair whipped wildly in the storm. She squinted, struggling to measure the gap between them. He was closing in fast. Meanwhile, his previous panic completely vanished. He smirked like a true rebel. I still have plenty of tricks left. He snatched a buff potion from his jacket. Without hesitating, he chugged every last drop. He tossed the empty vial away. Epic mana surged through his veins like a wild river. An unprecedented rush of power exploded. He shivered with pure adrenaline, his entire body radiating legendary light. The system's cold voice echoed. Gigyu consumed the general skill enhancement potion. All stats temporarily boosted by 50 points, intelligence just shattered the 700 mark. You acquired a new skill, demigod power. He let out a massive sigh of relief. Every single ability had leveled up. Suddenly a special red alert flashed across his vision. Supreme tier passive demigod power. This world-shaking magic belonged exclusively to demigods, plus 300% magic attack, minus 99% mana consumption, thanks to that insane enhancement potion. He was totally confident he could crush Yuhua now. He had completely outgrown those pathetic days of worrying about running out of mana. He had infinite mana to burn. With this skill, raw magic flowed straight into his telekinesis. Jihan smirked as another blazing red notification appeared. He calculated his next move. Telekinesis wasn't even real magic, but the system treated it like one. Since he had absolute control over it, it was way more overpowered and ridiculously easy to use. Telekinesis was pure psychic energy exploding straight from his brain. That meant the psychic armor wrapping around his body was now practically indestructible. In a flash, he was just 100 meters away from Yuhua. While he grabbed her attention, Sylph snuck around back, brewing a massive vortex ready to swallow her whole. Jihan flashed a cocky, rebellious grin, absolutely certain of his victory. This is the endgame for you, sweetheart. But that absolute high died in a split second. The magic aura glowing around Yuhua's hand flickered and completely vanished. He froze in his tracks. The burning hype in his chest was instantly replaced by a dead, freezing void. Pure panic gripped him as the crazy truth hit him. She actually canceled her own spell. The intense magical resistance abruptly shattered. It felt like invisible chains snapping. Without that friction, Jihan launched forward at a totally explosive speed. Right at that exact second, Yuhua relaxed her frail bony hand from her wheelchair's armrest. Jihan's face drained of color as his heart hammered wildly. If she crashed into his psychic barrier, now it would be a disaster. Time stretched like a slow-motion movie as he made a split-second choice to dispel his own power. I cannot just kill her like this. Throwing his arms wide open, he desperately caught Yuhua's fragile body. She crashed right into his chest, completely catching him off guard. He stiffened up and cursed under his breath. But out of nowhere, Yuhua's ghost-pale hand slapped directly over his face. Jihan's pupils shrank to pinpricks. A bone-chilling thought flashed through his brain. Damn it, it is a trap. A blinding explosive light suddenly erupted. It was so violently intense that it swallowed them both whole, totally wiping out the entire background. When the blinding flash finally died down, Yuhua completely lost her footing. Her powerless body plummeted into thin air like a broken doll. Even in this life-threatening free fall, her face was like pure ice. Her hollow eyes looked exactly like a soulless corpse, showing zero resistance. Out of nowhere, Li Xiang reached out with a terrifyingly precise motion. He effortlessly scooped her limp body into his arms. He tilted his head, shooting a cold glare up at the sky. Without saying a single word, he spun around, carrying Yuhua away. His deep, dangerously intimidating voice barked out an order. Everyone fall back. The second the words left his mouth, his figure vanished into thin air. Heavy, dramatic footsteps pounded against the dirt. Xinyong furrowed her brows, letting out a highly suspicious grunt. Huh. The rival gang frantically shook their heads. They stared at her with a messy mix of absolute terror and awkward hesitation. Pure chaotic panic was painted across their faces. One punk, gritting his teeth to stop his violent shaking, foolishly charged at her. Xinyong smoothly deflected the blade with a fierce elbow strike. Her flawless counter made the sword completely miss. Like lightning, she jabbed his critical pressure points. The thug convulsed his face, twisting in ugly agony. He instantly lost all motor control and collapsed onto the ground out cold. The surviving goons watched this brutal takedown and completely chickened out. They sprinted away from the scene like they were being chased by actual demons. Xinyong stood perfectly still, not even bothering to chase those losers. She scanned the chaotic area. Wait, did the spirit he summoned completely vanish too? What the hell is going on? Her sharp gaze locked onto a shady figure quietly floating against the sky. Narrowing her eyes, Shin Young practically had a heart attack. It was Jihan. But he was wearing that creepy white cult mask radiating a totally sinister aura. She freaked out trying to process this insane plot twist. That mask. No freaking way. Shin Young vaulted over to Jihan in a split second, violently grabbing his arm and yanking him down. As they landed, she frantically waved her hand in front of his face. The spirit is gone. Did they hack his brain? Shin Young furiously ground her teeth together. He was way too reckless. He totally underestimated what those creeps were capable of. Suddenly, a highly sarcastic slow clap echoed from behind. Each dramatic smack forced Shin Young to snap her head around in high alert. A smug, insanely mocking voice cut through the tension. Wow. I just had to sit back and watch the show since you completely rejected my sweet deal. And fighting totally blind without any intel, you truly live up to the legendary title of the gamer. Absolutely terrifying. Her eyes bugged out in shock when she recognized the dramatic villain standing there. Seong Mahun, what the hell are you plotting here? He kept up that lazy, arrogant clapping, flashing an openly toxic smirk. She glared at him with crazy tension. You were just watching? What sick game is the Sandoza Abyss playing? He replied with an incredibly edgy, mysterious vibe. I am simply keeping tabs on the one guy who can make our wildest dreams come true. Han Jihan. I absolutely cannot let him kick the bucket. Pure, unadulterated rage exploded inside Shin Young. She stomped closer, her eyes blazing with killer intent, and totally lost her cool. What kind of emo garbage are you spouting? If that is true, you should have jumped in and backed us up from the very start, you jerk. Mahun smirked, totally indifferent. Why does that even matter? As long as he does not die, we are golden. We can just swap his body. Regrow lost limbs, right? She froze completely. Absolute shock washed over her. Those cold-blooded, calculating words felt like a physical blow. Without missing a beat, he casually added, plus as long as he survives, it is a valuable lesson, especially for being so incredibly reckless. Besides, a little cult brainwashing will not actually kill him, right? That means our deal is still totally valid. Honestly, this works out perfectly for us. Shin Jung's fury hit boiling point. Unable to hold back, she glared at Mahun with murderous intent. Bastard. He just stroked his chin, watching her like cheap entertainment. Tilting his head, he flashed a mocking, arrogant smirk. Oh, planning to attack me? Throwing hands right now is not exactly a smart move. A terrifying dark aura erupted from Shin Jung. Black mist quietly spread across the floor. Suffocating heavy tension instantly slammed down between them both. She gritted her teeth, desperately fighting the blazing wrath tearing through her chest. An intense internal war raged. Seconds dragged on like centuries. Finally, Shin Jung let out a heavy, shaky breath. The pulsing mana surrounding her slowly faded away. She had made her agonizing choice. Her breathing gradually steadied, regaining absolute control. Mahun fully expected this outcome. He let out a playful, obnoxious chuckle. Exactly, I'm certainly not your enemy, but I am definitely not your friend either. Making an enemy out of me would be a terrible mistake. His playful smirk instantly vanished into thin air. His expression shifted to dead serious. He glanced toward the massive, towering pillars that the golems had transformed into. Looks like everything is wrapped up here. Guess it is my cue to leave. Mahun's figure slowly faded, dissolving into the void like morning mist, leaving only a haunting echo lingering in the dead silence. I sincerely hope you protect him well. Shin Jung stood frozen in place. In that exact moment, her hands trembled uncontrollably, clenching her fists until her knuckles turned white, biting her lip, bloodshot eyes glaring with pure hatred at where he vanished. Her jaw locked tight. She hissed through gritted teeth. Sandoza Abyss. Suddenly frantic footsteps echoed, shattering the heavy silence. Sunin sprinted over, gasping for air. His face was twisted in total panic. What the hell just happened? Minutes later. Sunin and Shin Jung stood quietly aside, making room for Suno to examine Jihan's critical condition. The elder's brows knitted in deep concern. Cold sweat dripped down his cheek. This is incredibly abnormal. Shin Suno, the legendary sect leader of Heavenly Will. He had lived an impossibly long life. In the Abyss world, some beings completely transcend normal humanity. They shatter the very flow of time itself. Some have walked this earth for thousands of years, and to these absolute monsters, death is merely an obstacle to overcome, not something to fear. Demigods, immortals, demons, and mythical beasts. Suno was exactly that kind of legendary monster, but shockingly even he had not reached the divine rank yet. According to the Heavenly Sect's 5-tier system, his absolute power sat at the immortal stage. Reaching the immortal stage made him one of the Abyss's strongest, but this defied all logic, even for him. He turned to Xinzheng heavily scrutinizing every single missing detail. So after the mask appeared, this boy, the so-called cult saint, just collapsed. She nodded firmly, hiding absolutely nothing. Yes, sir. He pondered for a heavy second before dropping his theory. Then his consciousness, or his very soul, has been sucked into this mask. The words slammed down like a sledgehammer. The air instantly froze solid. Xinzheng and Sun-In flinched in horror, shouting at the exact same time, Will he ever wake up? Their desperate synchronization made Sun-Oh pause for a second. He slowly shook his head, trying to calm the storm. Tisk tisk. Panicking fixes absolutely nothing. Furthermore, breaking this curse from the outside is going to take serious time. Sun-In frowned, pure panic setting in. What do you mean? Sun-Oh clarified grimly. Even if we break it, by then the kid's mind might already be completely destroyed. Every single syllable pierced his heart. Sun-In bit his lip in total helplessness. A violent storm of anxiety raged inside him. The elder's voice rumbled deeply. Wind demon. Rain demon. 2 terrifying shadows instantly materialized right behind him. Sun-Oh barked his command. Commence the unsealing art. They answered in perfect, chilling unison. Understood, sir. He gently closed his eyes, letting out a long, heavy sigh. His voice carried deep exhaustion and a sliver of fragile hope. Let us just pray we are not too late. The oppressive atmosphere turned incredibly gloomy and heartbreaking. Meanwhile, in a completely isolated dimension, falling. It felt like free falling into an endless abyss. His impossibly heavy eyelids fluttered open. Dazed eyes scanned the pitch-black void all around. Wow. Am I seriously still falling? The system's robotic voice suddenly pinged in his brain. System alert. You have entered the illusion space. Mind erosion initiated. Mind erosion completely neutralized by gamer's mind. Jihan raised an eyebrow. Connecting the dots instantly, he realized his exact screwed-up situation. So this is that damn cult's Holy Spirit connection space. Freaking typical. System alerts kept spamming endlessly, getting on his nerves. Mute notifications immediately. The void finally fell dead silent. He casually crossed his legs mid-air, crossing his arms with a snarky smirk. This is just a stupid brainwashing gimmick anyway. They probably call it awakening to the light of truth or whatever. But then, a much bigger problem hit him. Wait a minute. This is no time to be overthinking lore. Jihan quickly muttered the flight spell. Fly. In an instant, a gentle breeze spiraled upward, wrapping securely around his entire body. His endless free fall violently halted, leaving him casually floating right in the middle of nowhere. Jihan quickly checked his status. An illusion space, but my inventory works. System warning, inventory blocked. He froze. No good? Not giving up summon spirit sylph. Summoning restricted. The cold text mocked him. He sighed. That failed too. He cast teleportation. Flash. He reappeared nearby. Magic still worked. Mana arrow. Glowing bolts pierced the thick darkness. After testing, he grasped the rules. He crossed his arms. Skills work, items don't. Feels like a special barrier, not a mental realm. But how... Suddenly, the space warped, memories flashed like a rewinding movie. Jihan flinched. He tensed. Whoa! A dim, empty room appeared, revealing a frail man. He sat trembling, clutching an old photo. A beautiful woman smiled from the frame. Tears hit the cold floor. Drip, drip. Jihan watched, stunned by the sorrow. Ding, the system shattered the silence. Emotion share started, mental erosion nullified by gamer mind. He smirked. I get it, a trauma simulation. A shaky voice pulled him back. Honey. Kim's face twisted in agony, eyes bloodshot. Tears streamed down. How could you leave me? Do you hear me? Knowing it was fake, Jihan still felt the heavy grief. Daddy? A soft voice echoed. Jihan turned. A sleepy girl in pajamas hugged a bunny. Kim quickly wiped his face, faking a smile. Can't sleep, sweetheart. She waddled over. Her big eyes worried. Are you crying? He hid the photo. No, just tired from work. He scooped her up gently. Come on. Bedtime. Kindergarten tomorrow. Jihan watched in absolute silence. A strange emptiness gripped him, echoing Kim's loss. The scene faded to black. Utter darkness again. He blinked, staring down. Since when, above countless memory fragments floated like stars, Ding mental erosion started. Nullified. Jihan gasped. So this is what Mahone meant. Loneliness, pain, forcing us to share it. He was too absorbed to notice a shadow approaching. A soft female voice whispered, We do not force anyone. The gamer. Jihan spun around. Snilt, no Duhua. In the void, Duhua's voice echoed with heavy philosophy. We force no one, gamer. Her words bounced around, but he noticed something weird. No glasses. She always wears them outside. Why not here, Bazaar? Reading his mind, she replied. Our minds link here. Emotions naturally blend. A heavy anger boiled in his chest. You call this natural, no coercion. Sharing only misery isn't natural. She stayed totally calm. You think we only share pain if it was just agony? Why would anyone stay? We want to be here. Anyone can leave. He frowned. Crossing his arms, he scoffed. So what's your point? She closed her eyes. Joy, satisfaction, comfort. We share everything. That's how we become one. Jihan grimaced. His mind spun. He blurted out. What the heck? You share literally everything good and bad. Duhua nodded. Correct. And it's not brainwashing that makes zero sense. Her gaze stayed icy, almost weirdly patient, like what was there to miss? Our main character, panicked cheeks burning red at this super awkward topic. I mean, come on. People need personal boundaries doing totally unspeakable things. How the heck do you just share that with absolute strangers? Suwa pressed her lips together, pausing for a beat. Then she let out a breath, her quiet voice piercing straight through Jihan's heart. But what if their loneliness is simply too unbearable? He froze, his heart skipping a massive beat. Seriously. Suwa's bottomless gaze locked onto him without flinching. What do you think people do when the agony is too much? What if there is a way to finally heal it and experience true happiness at the exact same time? He hesitated. So people actually come here escaping that kind of crushing pain. His realization made the corners of her mouth twitch up into a faint, mysterious smirk. Her voice dropped into a gentle guide. Humans are not exactly invincible creatures, Mr. Gamer. That is exactly why we are here. We exist as one perfectly unified entity sharing every single emotion. Jihan dropped his jaw in absolute shock, instantly remembering that creepy thing he saw before, the mask. Her voice echoed back steady but carrying a suffocating weight. In this twisted life, everybody hides behind their own fabricated mask. Do you have any clue why? Because without slapping on a fake face, how could anyone possibly survive in this brutal society? But our group is the total opposite. Behind the illusion, we are truly one. All you gotta do is swap that disguise and we become entirely one. And then in that exact heart-stopping second, blinding chains of pure light exploded from thin air, violently binding Jihan's wrists. His entire body was paralyzed by an invisible, crushing prison. No matter how fiercely he thrashed, he was totally trapped. Suwa slowly lifted her foot. She stepped off the wheelchair. Every single movement was agonizingly slow, yet terrifyingly steady. If you become one of us, it would be the ultimate blessing for you. The heavy blanket slipped off her lap, revealing legs standing with absolute power. Witnessing this insane twist, Jihan forced a painfully awkward smirk. He threw out a sarcastic jab to mask the terrifying pressure crushing his chest. Yo, if your legs work perfectly fine, why the heck were you playing crippled this whole time? Would not that cure your tragic little loneliness a bit faster? She closed the distance like a predator. I can only walk in this specific domain. Suwa halted right in front of him, her gaze devastatingly cold. And true isolation has absolutely nothing to do with whether my legs function or not. The glowing chains violently constricted, forcing a sharp hiss from Jihan's lips. Cold sweat drenched his face, trailing down his clenched jaw. Yet the stubborn guy held his ground, his lips trembling as he fished for clues, his ragged breath burning with raw determination. Searching for any blind spot to exploit, so relying on magic lets you walk around. Is there some dark secret preventing you from strutting around the real world? The real world, she blatantly confessed. Spot on. Her chilling fingers gently traced Jihan's cheek. We all hide behind our little masks, and you are no different. So whichever pathetic disguise you wear, it honestly does not matter. Does it? Before he could even brace himself, an overwhelmingly blinding light swallowed his entire face. The cold, mechanical voice of the system rapidly spammed his ears. Ding ding. Warning: severe mental corruption has initiated. Status effect. Gamer's mind activated. This passive skill dragged his sanity back from the edge. Damn it, drawing on spatial energy now. The surrounding dimension violently warped instantly, transforming into an endless, blindingly white void that absolutely scorched his eyes. So blinding. He frantically scanned the area, forcing himself to adapt to this terrifying new battlefield. An infinite white void. He desperately calculated a counterattack. I cannot just stand here like a sitting duck and let her mess with my brain. Let's test this out. He immediately slammed his eyes shut, clenching his fists and channeling every ounce of his mental focus. In a split second, an explosive wave of mana surged up. Jihan thrust his hand, chanting a spell. Dungeon escape. The dimension instantly fractured, sending a massive, jagged shard crashing down. That magical rift violently tore open just wide enough for our main character to squeeze through. But the jaw-dropping scene waiting on the other side left him absolutely paralyzed in shock. Whoa. Stretching before him was a dead, suffocatingly cold hospital corridor, completely shattering that blinding white void from earlier. Jihan curiously scanned his new surroundings. What is this place? Suddenly a painfully familiar layout caught his eye. Ah, the care center. Jihan clenched his teeth. Did my escape skill fail? Before that dreadful thought could even settle, an invisible force violently yanked his gaze down the hall. He crept forward like a phantom, reaching the corner and cautiously peeking out to scout the area. Framed by the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, a tragically familiar silhouette sat frozen in her wheelchair, watching the little kids play outside. Their joyful laughter echoed through the glass, but the warmth simply could not pierce the dark aura isolating her. Her frail back was perfectly silhouetted against the fading light. She radiated an overwhelmingly heavy silence, as if that vibrant outside world only existed to mock the crushing isolation devouring her soul. Suwa's face was terrifyingly pale, her skin so drained of life it looked practically transparent under the glare. Pure tragedy and chronic illness were violently carved into her delicate features, exposing an agonizing exhaustion completely unfair for someone so ridiculously young. It was as if fate had brutally ripped away her youthful radiance, leaving nothing behind but a hollow, broken shell. Her fragile state left anyone watching drowning in absolute helplessness. As Jihan slowly extended his hand, attempting to comfort her, his hand phased completely straight through her head, feeling absolutely nothing but cold air. He furiously clenched his trembling fists. This horrifying reality completely confirmed his darkest theory. I am trapped inside Suwa's actual memories. Did a massive system glitch trigger when I forcefully activated the dungeon escape skill? Damn it, how the heck am I supposed to break out of this illusion now? Just as that suffocating tension peaked, the door gently clicked open. A stranger stepped inside, violently shattering the heavy silence. Is something bothering you today, Suwa? She froze for a split second, but in a single breath, Suwa violently masked her tragic weakness, forcing a dazzlingly bright smile. I am just enjoying the beautiful view, Doctor. Strangely enough, our main character could instantly read through her flawless acting. She is faking that smile, so he will not see her breaking down. The second that realization hit, Jihan gasped in shock. Like a lightning bolt, all those scattered cryptic clues finally snapped together into one terrifyingly clear picture. The mask. Of course, that fake smile was her ultimate mask. Meanwhile, Si-hung offered with a sickly sweet tone. Want to go play outside? She played it cool, brushing him off. No thanks, it is way too hot out there. Suddenly a fragile voice echoed straight into Jihan's mind. It was Juhua. Her voice was pure but dripping with hidden sorrow. I cannot be a burden to my brother. Si-hung waved his goodbyes, turning on his heel. All right, kiddo, just holler if you need anything. She gave a textbook obedient nod. Yes, doctor. Jihan heard it all. That bright smile was a total fake-out. Beneath it hid a totally shattered heart. Buried under piles of raw agony, she desperately kept locked away. She faked it so no one knew. Keep smiling. Do not show them you are sad, or brother will worry. Jihan watched that creep Si-hung walk away, his jaw clenched so hard he could not speak. In that heavy silence, his eyes shifted to Juhua, a tiny figure sitting all alone in the corner. Pale sunlight washed over her incredibly frail frame. It made her crushing loneliness burn even worse. Jihan followed her sad gaze outside. Out there, kids were running wild, laughing their heads off. Just one thin window stood between them, but it felt like two entirely different universes. Outside was a total riot of joy, inside just dead silence and crushing isolation. With nobody watching, Juhua finally dropped her brave little mask. Tears flooded her eyes. She whispered a painful apology to the brother who sacrificed everything for her. I wish I was never born. Those brutal words struck Jihan right in the chest. The world went completely deaf. All he could hear was his racing heartbeat staring at this broken girl. Her inner voice kept echoing in his mind. If I were gone, my brother... Boom. The world around Jihan shattered like a broken mirror. The creepy shadow of Park Si-hung materialized right in front of him. You are brilliant, Juhua. You could easily enter the Gifted Teen program. Do that and the government will shower you with cash. Do it for your brother's sake. The second he stopped talking, his phantom faded out. A random punk from Juhua's past popped up, pointing and yelling. Heck no. I am never hanging out with you. Then 2 more jerk kids joined the bullying squad. You think being a nerd makes you special? You cripple. Let us ditch her, guys. Jihan's face went totally dark watching this toxic memory. In a split second, he went terrifyingly silent. Juhua's mental world turned pitch black. Her hollow voice echoed again. Are all humans this cruel? I am so alone. So painfully alone, Jihan violently flinched. His eyes shot wide open in pure panic. Cold sweat poured right down his face. The system went absolutely crazy with red alerts. Warning, bloodlust detected. Bloodlust detected. Danger spiked his senses. Jihan hugged himself tight. Ahead, Juhua sat in her wheelchair, facing Park Se-hong. The creep slowly reached out, grabbing her shoulder with a totally psychotic grin. Peeking like a thief, Jihan could not believe his eyes. No way. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light ripped the mental realm apart. Juhua shrieked in absolute fury. Jihan, how dare you? She materialized with pure rage, twisting her face, glaring daggers at him. Juhua interrogated him with ice in her voice. You saw it, did you not? My memories? Jihan kept it real. Like I had a choice. Not my fault. He let out a massive sigh. Recalling those awful flashbacks, he snapped back. Besides, you claimed you guys shared sensitive memories. You get a free pass into each other's heads, but nobody else is allowed a peek? Juhua looked down in shame. Anyone can view my memories. That is exactly how we fused together. Then her voice dropped to a lethal warning. But you are not one of us. Jihan connected the dots. So I am banned from looking. You claim this was all strictly voluntary, but that is a massive lie, right? It is totally ridiculous to call this brutal mind erosion a voluntary choice. In that exact moment, the ultimate truth finally hit him. This was a purely mental battlefield. In this mindscape, his intelligence stats were boosted to a whole new level. I actually hijacked the system's access. Maybe this will work, Jihan smirked. I did not exactly plan this trip while fighting you. Instantly, a protective barrier materialized. He dropped the polite act. You guys tried to wipe me out first, so I'm just returning the favor. The system pinged. Barrier established in the Holy Spirit's mental space. He scoffed. Do not think you have won. I'm still a mage ultimate magic reveal. A glowing sphere wrapped around him. Jihan chanted fiercely. Mental domain mage reinforcement skills updated rapidly as the mental barrier locked into place. The masked girl watched silently. I actually planned to spare you if you joined our ranks. But the moment she spoke, an eerie noise echoed. Jihan flinched. Countless soulless masks, the cult symbol, swarmed around her. She controlled the masks with her mind. They surged forward. A storm of energy crashed brutally right into Jihan's barrier. A massive explosion blasted thick smoke. Seeing the attacks nullified, it finally clicked for him. This was a mental world. Basically an illusion. Physical attacks were totally useless here, but Jihan hesitated. Honestly, he was still shaking a bit. This was their home turf, so bailing was the smartest move. But he groaned in frustration. How the heck do I even escape? Should have learned more psychic spells. Meanwhile, his enemy launched another strike. Let us see how long you last. 2 massive psychic hands crushed down on his protective sphere. Jihan gritted his teeth in panic. He watched his mana bar rapidly draining. This attack is insanely overpowered. My mana is tanking hard. The cultist smiled smugly. You guessed right. This is a realm of imagination. You must use mental power. But did you really think you could beat our combined psychic force? Jihan glared at his opponent. Why is she trying so hard to kill me? He closed his eyes instantly, forming a wild new plan. Wait speed, thought. When Jihan opened his eyes, pure killing intent and resolve blazed. The aura overwhelmed her. She flinched. He smirked. Get ready to eat dirt. As she braced herself, Jihan mocked her. Think you are invincible just because we are using mental powers. I am the main character here. Did you think there were no glitches? Time for some admin hacks, babe. He shouted his chaotic commands. Summon Nakuto. Verify friendship. Trust. Love justice. Jihan posed dramatically, spewing total nonsense just to taunt her. Instantly, his barrier pulsed violently. Absolute terror filled her eyes. Her dark mental dimension froze completely in an unexplainable glitch. Jihan saw his opening. She is stunned. He instantly launched his counterattack. Network safety. Public steal. Personal data. He thrust his hand forward, draining her energy. An oppressive force rushed straight at her. Seeing the attack, she panicked, remembering a similar clash with a stranger. It was that exact same move. Seeing her sheer panic, he laughed brightly. Spot on, babe. I used this bad boy against some foreign chumps. One look at my crazy moves and they all drop dead. In this imaginary space, this skill is absolutely broken. He smirked inwardly. This skill literally absorbs the mental space. Brimming with confidence, he challenged her. Try and stop me now. His glowing protective sphere instantly doubled in size. The psychic draining power surged to its absolute limit. Her face turned dangerously dark. She ground her teeth in pure fury. In a flash, she charged forward. Then I will just end you myself. Jihan flinched slightly, immediately recognizing her attacking stance. That was Shin Young's signature move. He let out a cold laugh and rushed in to meet her head-on. Jihan threw a brutal punch, copying her exact technique. The two clashed in a fierce head-to-head showdown. A massive boom shook the realm. Thick dust swallowed the battlefield. The impact pushed him back, but he quickly regained his balance. Do not think I suck at close combat. If you want to brawl, I will take you all the way. She was violently blown back too. The second her feet hit the ground, she furiously launched another strike. Seeing her frenzied attacks, Jihan dodged effortlessly. I have watched this martial art a million times already. I know these moves like the back of my hand. He let her strike at empty air over and over again. Then he unleashed a devastating counterpunch. She was blasted across the zone, crashing heavily into the hard ground. Gazing at her pathetic state, Jihan casually mocked her. You lose, babe. He confidently raised one hand and barked a command. Exit the dungeon. Her dark mental dimension shattered instantly like broken glass. Soon after, Jihan slowly opened his eyes. A familiar ceiling greeted him. Lying in bed, he mumbled in confusion. Wait, whose ceiling is this? Looks super familiar. Sunin sat nearby, completely annoyed by his stupid face. Waking up just to spout garbage, Jihan bolted upright in shock, looking at him and Shin Young. Whoa, why are you guys lining up here? Sunin facepalmed hard. Are you still high, old man? Jihan's eyes sparkled as he cheerfully teased his friend. You were actually worried about me. Seeing his goofy grin, Sunin clenched his fists in absolute rage, swearing loudly. His furious voice echoed through the room. I need to beat some sense into you. Jihan panicked instantly. Wait, hold up. Do not do it. And just like that, he got wrecked by his best friend. Sunin glared with fiery annoyance. Listen up. You are literally shaving years off my life. Sitting there with a massive bump on his head, our main character whined. I plead guilty, bro. Chill out. The tension shifted as his buddy asked, seriously, what actually went down? Caught completely off guard, Jihan flinched. The truth felt incredibly awkward to confess. Heaving a massive sigh, Sunin deduced the crazy reality. I get it now. That chick is a natural-born freak of nature just like you. She definitely used her insane psychic abilities to forge that crazy mental domain. Hiding behind that freaky cult persona, it was all just a massive trap to harvest spiritual energy and transform it into pure power. Jihan blinked, completely blown away. Psychic abilities. Yeah, that totally explains the whole subconscious emotion-sharing garbage. She literally claimed it was the ultimate cure for loneliness. Hearing those unbelievably pathetic words, Sunin instantly sensed the deadly red flags. A bridge merging emotions and the deepest subconscious. If that actually makes people feel safe, we are totally screwed. Jihan just stared, completely lost. Why is that so bad? Sunin dropped the harsh reality. Because human desperation for comfort is way more terrifying and destructive than any hardcore addiction. Jihan totally froze as his buddy ruthlessly continued. The human mind is incredibly fragile, dude. It shatters, burns out, and spirals into absolute chaos. Those heavy words sent Shin Jung standing quietly behind them into deep thought. She absorbed every single brutal truth. Craving eternal happiness was just human nature. Rubbing his chin, Jihan threw Shin Jung a conflicted look. You probably already guessed, but... She cut him off with a hollow voice. I know. The sect is completely finished. Sorrow washed over her face. And rebuilding it from the ashes is virtually impossible. Feeling incredibly awkward, Jihan asked, You holding up okay? Her response was painfully raw. Honestly, no, but I have to survive this, or I will end up exactly like those mindless puppets. Sunin dropped more depressing facts. Brainwashing is forced, sure, but voluntarily choosing that fake utopia, that is the real horror because they still have their own free will. Groaning dramatically, Jihan rubbed his temples. Bro, this is insanely exhausting. His best friend delivered the final blow. Unless an elite powerhouse like the 10 Great Sects obliterates them entirely, wiping out that crazy cult is practically impossible. Hearing that brutal truth, he totally agreed. Yeah, it totally makes sense. Those freaks can literally swap bodies. As long as that creepy mental link exists, they can endlessly respawn absolutely anywhere. Or worse, they could totally hijack my epic powers. Watching Jihan zone out into deep thought, Sunin finally broke the heavy silence. So what now? Jihan clicked his tongue. No freaking clue, man. A heavy, suffocating silence dropped. Both teens sank deep into their own dark, intense thoughts. Suddenly, Sun-in pitched a crazy idea. Want me to go play peacemaker for you? Jihan completely blanked out. A truce seriously. His buddy confidently explained, you already dealt them some massive catastrophic damage, dude. If they keep messing with you, they will totally get wiped out. We can force a ceasefire right here and just aggressively ignore their entire existence. Jihan shrugged, totally on board. If those psychos swear to leave me and that airplane chick alone, I am super down. He analyzed the situation perfectly. Plus, I already cracked their pathetic little system anyway. They are definitely not hardcore villains like that psycho necromancer from before. And honestly, they are not entirely evil. My only goal is defending my absolute top priorities. My family. My friends, that is literally it. Having his epic revelation, Jihan smirked. All right, go be my totally awesome diplomat then. Sun-in chuckled with a sly, calculating grin. But bro, do you seriously think a basic handshake is enough to trust those shady freaks? We need a hardcore magically binding blood pact. 0 loopholes allowed. Jihan aggressively nodded. Oh shoot, you are totally right. I've totally heard about that legendary system. Handle the nerdy magic stuff for me, bro. Skipping another massive deathmatch sounds incredibly epic right now. Grabbing the doorknob, Sun-in threw a confident look back. Bet. I will go ruthlessly negotiate with those lunatics right now. Just crash at my place for a bit. Bam, the heavy door slammed shut, leaving Jihan totally alone. Totally alone except for Xinzheng. He felt her intense, burning gaze drilling straight into his head. Confused, Jihan blinked. Need something? Xinzheng fidgeted, looking insanely nervous. I actually need a huge favor. Totally baffled, he tilted his head. A favor like what? Clenching her fists over her racing heart, she gathered every ounce of courage. I want to repay my massive debt. Please let me live with you. Jihan practically shattered his jaw, dropping it so fast. He stared at her like a total ghost. What the absolute heck? Outside, the epic skyline faded into pitch black. Jihan aggressively scowled, letting out an exhausted sigh while grumbling totally incoherent nonsense. Catching his utterly pathetic mood, Sun-in smirked. Why are you growling at your dinner, loser? Jihan instantly exploded. Because my massive brain is plotting idiot. Sun-in raised an eyebrow. Plotting what exactly? Sitting calmly beside him, Xinzheng elegantly ate her food, looking totally unbothered. She silently absorbed every chaotic word of their dramatic teenage banter. Jihan groaned. Man, that is rough. Sun-in clicked his tongue. Yeah, then just take a break, dude. Jihan's eyes suddenly sparked with chaos. Hey, did that psycho cult finally reply? Sun-in shook his head. Nah, man. Give those freaks about 4 days. Jihan totally deflated. Man, they are so incredibly slow. He mumbled with a disappointed sigh. Bam. The front door flew wide open. Sejun stormed in, yelling at the top of her lungs. Jihan, why is your junk shipping to my place? He awkwardly dodged the question. Oh, the handsome Alpha Beast delivery guys arrived. Not buying his excuse at all, she smacked his head so hard he saw stars. You little punk, apologize right now? Soon after they polished off their food, stacking the empty dishes away. Sejun dropped the mystery box. What did you even buy, books? Jihan smirked. Just some mental magic manuals. Her jaw dropped in total shock. Wait, why? Then it clicked. Is this for that psycho cult? Not just for those freaks, Jihan explained. Mental attacks are a massive pain. I will definitely need this later. Sun-in and Xinzheng listened intently. I completely trusted my own abilities and got absolutely wrecked this time. They looked completely confused. Sejun frowned. What are you even talking about? Jihan hesitated for a split second. I mean my gamer's mind skill. A heavy uneasiness settled in his gut. I seriously thought I was immune to mental damage, but those cult weirdos proved me totally wrong. Innate mental attacks can actually crack my defenses. How is that even possible? After racking my brain, I finally came up with a wild theory. He broke it down like a pro. Innate users are essentially chosen by the gods. This means they can actually influence each other. It might not be perfect, but there are definitely some hidden conditions. Realization washed over Sejun's face. Oh, otherwise it could never bypass your gamer's mind and corrode your sanity. Jihan snapped his fingers. Bullseye! She crossed her arms, nodding slowly. So now you're cramming mental magic. Smart move, kid. Jihan then turned to Sun-in. Yo, can I hijack your training room? Sun-in chuckled and gave a thumbs up. Go wild, man. Jihan grinned. Awesome. He then glanced over. What about you, Xinzheng? Startled. She quickly chimed in. Wait, let me train there too. Sun-in smirked like a total troll. Have fun, you two lovebirds, go crazy. The training room was an absolute paradise. Crystal blue skies and perfectly crisp air. Jihan ripped open his massive loot box. Let us see 5 new mental spells. Shatter Defend and Total Mind Control. He grabbed the first glowing skill book. The system interface instantly flared to life. Ding, you have acquired emotional manipulation, panic, despair, fury, and utter heartbreak. Another golden alert popped up. Skill acquired. Mental strike enhancement. He pumped his fist in excitement. Heck yes, a 15% power boost, just like the sketchy ad promised. He grabbed the second magical tome. The system practically spammed his vision. You have learned a new skill, ultimate mind control, absolute mental defense, total psyche, shatter, control, guard, and destroy. The holy trinity of psychic combat. One solid hit completely scrambles their brain. Even a weak shot leaves them brain dead for days. Taking all this legendary info in, he rubbed his chin in deep thought. Wait, my spells are all dual fusions. I need to forge a triple fusion combining 3 elemental magics into one supreme attack. These anti-human spells are totally insane, but combining them takes it to another level. I haven't unlocked a new triple fusion since last time. I'll definitely hunt for more later. Right now, I'm completely out of time. Finishing his epic unboxing session, Jihan flashed a rebellious grin. Jackpot. New skills, acquired magic downloading straight into my brain is freaking awesome. He closed his eyes, tapping his temple. Time to test this insane power. All right, let us activate hyperthought. His brain went into absolute overdrive. Jihan's eyes snapped wide open. He roared his command. Manifest now the absolute laws of mind magic. Instantly, the space before him violently warped. Ear-piercing static shattered the air. He trembled with pure adrenaline. I finally get it. Jihan burst into maniacal laughter. High intelligence stats are completely overpowered. Behold the birth of a psychic wizard. He clenched his trembling fists. The foundation is completely set. Now I just need to grind these brand new skills. Just you wait, Shinduhua. The massive training room doors creaked open. Jihan stumbled out looking like an absolute zombie son and totally panicked. Dude, you look like death? Jihan dragged his feet forward. My gamer's mind kept me sane, but my physical body is completely fried. The time dilation here is 10 to 1. I just grinded for 200 straight hours. Sun-In gasped. Wait a second. Shouldn't your gamer's body prevent exhaustion? Jihan collapsed onto the bed like a wet noodle. I am not tired, bro. I am starving to death. I am totally out of fuel. Sun-In blinked in utter disbelief. Fuel. Realizing what happened, he exploded. Are you seriously dying from hunger right now? Why didn't you pack some freaking snacks? Jihan weakly tore open his spatial inventory. I was totally in the zone, man. He yanked out a loaf of bread, viciously devouring it like a starving beast. Sun-In cringed hard. Bro, you eat like a starved zombie. Pausing his epic feast, he looked up. So what's the damage report? I need way more heat than this. Sun-In sighed, dropping the intel. Those masked cult freaks, Jihan scoffed. What's their lame excuse? They rejected the peace talks completely. Instead, they demanded a straight-up one-on-one showdown. The ultimate winner dictates all the rules. Cocky smirk broke across Jihan's face. Perfect timing. He laughed. Sun-In panic totally caught off guard. Tell those clowns I'm in? Jihan shouted. Dude, wait. Sun-In freaked out. Jihan crushed the wrapper effortlessly. Chill out. He smirked, tossing the trash into a glowing spatial void. His eyes locked dead on his buddy. I'm hyped for this boss fight, he whispered, flashing a wicked, dangerous grin. Watching him strut toward the gate alone, Shindong sweated. Zero backup, you sure? Jihan scoffed. Please. It's child's play. Kicking the doors open, Jihan blasted into the sky like a rocket. Ripping through the clouds, he smirked. Hovering above their base, huh? Suddenly a chilling voice echoed. Off to a deathmatch. Jihan whipped around his entire body, freezing midair. Like a ghost, Mahun had spawned right behind him, staring holes into his soul. Jihan scoffed, hiding his shock. Got a problem, stalker? Zero problems here. Mahun shrugged smoothly. Just hoping we can still strike a lucrative deal? He flashed a wildly punchable smirk. Try not to get murdered out there. Jihan rolled his eyes. You seriously stalked me just for that trash talk? The dude's face went dead serious. Obviously not. I'm offering one final game-changing deal. You fought her directly, so you already know the ugly truth. It's not simple brainwashing, it's a hardcore toxic addiction. Jihan crossed his arms, tone freezing. So, sounds exactly like mind control to me, bro. Mahun shook his head. Brainwashed victims actually try to break free. Makes sense, nobody wants a freaking leash. But the cult's victims beg for the leash. There's a massive difference between unwilling puppets and desperate addicts. You need a completely different strategy to crash this party. Jihan kept his icy glare. If it's basic mind control, you just smash the spell. But addicts always crawl right back? Yeah, I figured that much out. Mahun leaned in, testing him. Got a genius counter strategy, yet... Obviously, dude, Jihan scoffed. Flashing a slick salesman grin, Mahun clapped. Epic, but my VIP supply drop is infinitely better. Reaching into a spatial rift, he yanked out a glowing blade. Behold. Jihan's jaw practically hit the floor. Mahun hyped it up like an infomercial. The legendary spirit sword, it nullifies all mental hacks, even attacks powered by the world's absolute will. Jihan frowned, his tactical brain spinning in overdrive. So these guys cracked the cult's innate power glitch, he thought. But wow, their naming sense is absolute garbage. Spirit sword seriously 0 creativity points. Shaking his head, Jihan reached out. Let me check its stats. Mahun tossed it over. All yours, boss. Gripping the hilt, Jihan scanned the epic loot. A glowing blue system window immediately popped up. Item name, Spirit Sword. Buffs mental stats to the max and blocks all psychic debuffs. Spotting a hidden rune, Jihan's eyes widened. Nidavellir, I've definitely seen that lore before. Is this tied to the world origin gotta grind that lore later? He glanced up, smirking. Norse mythology drop right. Dude, your trivia stat is maxed out. Mahun laughed. As Jihan stared, he elaborated. Bingo. Forged by the legendary surviving Norse dwarves. They hammered this bad boy out in the legendary realm of Asgard. Backed by the one-eyed boss himself, Odin. Jihan's mind completely exploded. No way. One of the 9 ultimate world-dominating factions. So this is top-tier blacksmith loot. Jihan realized his gamer instincts taking over completely. Is this thing basically mass-produced trash? Mahun busted out, laughing. Maybe in this local server. But on the global stage, this is god-tier gear. His voice grew deadly serious. The world is swarming with psychic-class psychos. We simply can't let our star player get game overed yet. Jihan fell completely silent. Seeing his squad outnumbered, Mahun casually joked around. Man, I hope you level up soon, you hot-headed Jihan. Not as easy as you think, old man. He chugged his potion. All right, enough with this boring chit-chat. Then he dropped a massive deal. Sometime in the future, just forge an item that our guild desperately desires. In exchange, I will gift you this epic blade. I guarantee you will find it highly useful. Jihan burst into mocking laughter. A truly top-tier offer. However, I absolutely refuse. Mahun looked utterly dumbfounded and gasped in pure shock. Wait, what? Jihan smirked at that hilarious face. Because I love saying no. Mahun grew dead serious. Are you bluffing right now? Jihan laid it out straight. Honestly, I can absolutely win without needing that shiny toy. I seriously do not need your help. The older man stayed silent before letting out a sigh. His physical form suddenly began fading away, along with his echoing voice. Guess I should keep a closer eye on you. Good luck with the game. In a flash, Mahun and his spirit blade vanished into thin air. Jihan was insanely curious. How the heck did that old man vanish? These world-class players are truly built entirely different. Wasting 0 time, our boy launched himself into the sky. If everything goes exactly according to my master plan, I will reach that world-class level myself. Soon his destination appeared. The main headquarters of the cult. Jihan evaluated it carefully. Resting right above it was an entire illusionary dimension. 0 barriers or magic traps remained since I completely destroyed them last time. Right then, Yuhua dramatically entered the scene. So you actually accepted my proposal, our rebel casually replied, to be brutally honest. It makes literally 0 difference either way. She looked totally confused. Why would it not? Jihan smirked, radiating arrogant confidence. Because I know I can completely crush you. Yuhua laughed back with pure disdain. You are way too arrogant. He totally ignored her trash attitude. I earned my arrogance. I was chosen by this world just like your stupid innate abilities. Plus, it is not actually arrogance. I reached this exact conclusion after spending time deeply analyzing your entire combat capability. Jihan raised his mighty scepter high. Let us finally get this party started. But instantly his eyes blew wide open in total shock. A massive, terrifying shockwave of pure energy erupted all around Yuhua. Jihan panicked internally. Did she seriously cast a time acceleration buff before me? He instantly commanded Mirror Shield. This epic spell perfectly copies the enemy magic, allowing me to fire it right back. It only copies spells I actually know. It drains 30% more mana. But it is still totally overpowered. Meanwhile, Yuhua closed the distance rapidly. Jihan felt a sudden wave of pure panic, realizing this abnormality. Hold up, she did not summon any extra masks, and a direct physical charge. He gripped his weapon tight. Let us see how this plays out. Jihan dashed forward with absolutely terrifying speed. Timing it perfectly, he swung his weapon high. He mentally chanted his legendary art. Heaven will sword mountain, sever. He unleashed a devastating bone-crushing slash. Watching her directly face his deadly aura, Jihan smirked and wondered. What is her next move? But shockingly, she took the brutal hit head-on with zero reaction. Jihan froze entirely. His eyes widened with speechless, utter horror. In that single careless microsecond, Yuhua seized her golden opportunity. She swiftly unleashed a god-tier thunderous punch straight into his helpless gut, leaving him totally unable to counter, coughing up a painful, agonizing scream. Jihan's entire body was violently blasted backward by her monstrously heavy strike. Barely managing to halt his skid, he immediately activated Spirit Soul Recovery. He watched her closely. She surprisingly stopped her combo instead of attacking again. Clutching his stomach to restore mana, Jihan curiously shouted, "What crazy skill was that, babe?" Yuhua replied coldly. "Figure it out yourself." He faked a pathetic weak stance. "Your observation skills are total garbage." Deep inside, Jihan realized a completely terrifying core problem. My attacks are literally useless. There is one legendary spell with this effect, Absolute Resistance. But that old hag Lolino said even she cannot cast it. Is she using some unknown power? Seeing him freeze up, Yuhua asked in total confusion, "Are you not going to use your spell cancellation magic?" He groaned in frustration. "Nope." Then something suddenly clicked. He gleefully shouted out, "Aha! That trick must be to resist magic nullification," Jihan mentally cheered. "Even if I do not know how it actually works, it literally does not matter. The real brawl starts right now. Time to get serious." He smirked, declaring, "We are both going all out today." Drop the cheap tricks, Yuhua was practically boiling over. "Bullcrap. What the hell are you keeping from me?" Jihan just shrugged his shoulders. "Who freaking knows? But I am dying to uncover your dirty little secrets even behind that creepy mask." Her psychotic rage was spilling everywhere. "You are absolutely dead." Suddenly, a massive wave of dark energy exploded, completely swallowing her entire body. Juhua's signature blue hair violently morphed into a pitch-black void. In a split second, her frail body insanely mutated. Forget the wheelchair, she was now moving around with terrifying absolute ease. Jihan was totally shook. This was the infamous soul transfer art that Brat Xinjung had warned him about. But this was way more cracked than her description. She definitely juiced up her stats using that massive Holy Spirit link. Cold sweat dropped. He cursed under his breath. Holy crap, this villain is actually packing some serious heat. Shin Juhua possessed the ultimate mind-linking cheat code. Her mental hacks were so flawlessly smooth, it felt terrifyingly natural. Humans are lone wolves, constantly pushing others away while desperately craving deep connections. But Juhua viciously exploited that deep emotional loneliness. She completely erased their defensive walls, literally hijacking and merging their minds into a massive hive. It was not a total brainwash, though. You kept your own personality and your precious individual ego remained totally intact. That was the absolutely sickest part of her power. But obviously it deeply messed with everyone's minds on some level. Let us be real. Human mental states are incredibly fragile. Once you sync up, you're bound to permanently cross-contaminate each other's emotional trauma. In a totally twisted way, it was kind of awesome. You literally felt the raw pain and heavy angst of your peers. Downloading their epic skills and memories like a human server, it pushed absolute ordinary people way past their basic mortal limits. If this cult kept leveling up, they would absolutely body the top 10 factions. They might even rival the legendary Nine Gates. That was Juhua's god-tier potential. A broken cheat skill completely granted by the universe itself. She realized her own hype and founded the mass cult. Honestly, she did not plan to be a cult leader. But after mingling with the masses, her god complex heavily kicked in. She realized the universe literally chose me as its main character. But why exactly? What is my epic destiny? What should I do with this crazy power? Fixing my busted legs so I stop dragging my brother down. Was that basic goal enough? Hell no, I did not get this overpowered admin access just to live a basic happy life. How far can I push these crazy limits? Me against the entire world. I will force the entire planet into one single synchronized soul. Nobody will ever have to fake their fake personalities to survive again. That was her totally twisted villain origin story. The mass cult was forcefully born to completely min-max her broken stats, heavily expand her influence, and safely guard her. That was the exact moment this edgy group became a global nightmare. Juhua launched into the sky like a massive rocket, the air violently screaming around her in a sonic boom. Hitting a beautifully wicked mid-air flip, she violently crashed down with a terrifyingly fast dropkick. Jihan played it cool calmly, tracking her trajectory like reading a boss pattern. Her strike looked like a guaranteed one-shot kill, but at the absolute final microsecond, his body pulled a massive glitch, instantly shattering into a massive swarm of infinite shadow clones. Her eyes completely widened in absolute shock. What the heck? The legendary multi-clone technique. Sure, they popped like fragile balloons if hit, but they flawlessly spoofed his face voice and even his body heat. Juhua clenched her fist so hard her knuckles turned entirely white, violently vibrating with pure teen rage. What a massive pain in the ass. Boom. She instantly ignited her raging hellfire fists. She spammed a chaotic barrage of explosive storm punches, furiously trying to snipe his actual main body. After a brutally exhausting game of violent whack-a-mole, her supersonic movement finally grinded to a total halt. She was completely baffled. Even with her insanely hyper-boosted spirit radar, she could not track his hidden ping. This annoying dude was literally camping behind some ultra-high-level stealth magic. He's a massive magic nerd, so it has to be a tricky spell. Fine, let us play it your way. Juhua threw her hand straight out, and a blinding flash of energy erupted from her palm. A glowing mask suddenly spawned right in thin air. She tightly grabbed it, slapping it onto her face as it pulsed with an insane white light. Her edgy black hair instantly glitched back to its classic bright blue form. Her eyes snapped dangerously wide open. She violently roared her ultimate spell code, all-seeing piercing eyes. The raw energy output from this absolute cheat skill was completely unhinged. A massive atomic shockwave violently nuked the entire fighting zone. It blew away everything in its massive radius. In absolute seconds, Jihan's entire clone army was brutally deleted from the server. With his stealth completely blown, she locked onto his exact coordinates. She fiercely sneered, analyzing his basic setup. Hidden stealth illusions paired with an undodgeable homing spell. Classic try-hard wizard tactics, Juhua screamingly declared. Precast magic mode. That terrifying sonic boom violently roared back, tearing right through the screaming wind around his defensive aura. Precast magic was a completely sweaty survival mechanic, heavily storing emergency spells. The ultimate trap she had loaded up. Absolute Dispel magic, a broken counterspell naturally designed to instantly wipe out absolutely any magical attack. Elemental attacks, whether it be blazing lightning, sharp ice, or hellfire. But while Jihan was busy completely nerding out over her build, Juhua pulled a sneaky flank and violently blinked right behind his back. Crap, she literally combo chained it with short-range teleportation. She aggressively slapped her shiny mask back on, and her terrifying spirit body instantly fully manifested. Jihan was totally caught, absolutely lacking by her insane transforming frame rate speed. With absolutely 0 milliseconds left to react, he violently ate a catastrophic full power punch straight into his left chest. The sheer impact was so utterly devastating, her fist brutally blasted straight through Jihan's entire chest cavity. Searing agony violently spiked through his brain, severely grinding his teeth together in absolute torment. Riding her massive ego trip, she maliciously sneered inwardly. Let us see if you can actually survive when I violently crush your annoying skull. Just drop dead, loser? Her demonic voice ripped through the battlefield. Jihan's cocky expression plunged into absolute grim darkness. But in a flash, he snatched her wrist, so much for her dramatic finishing blow. Jihan locked her down with a lazy, arrogant smirk. Checkmate, loser. Duho just stared in pure speechless panic. He actually had the nerve to complain. Wow, that seriously freaking hurt. Phantom shifting is totally busted since physical attacks do 0 damage. Thank God magic resist is a thing, even if I had to eat dirt to catch her. Jihan whistled in fake awe. Gotta admit, your spooky powers actually surprised me. But honestly, who cares? Trash talk aside, it was time for telekinesis blue energy erupted around him. Gripping her wrist, he calculated. It drains massive mana, but it traps spirit bodies. Good thing my mana pool is basically an endless ocean. He taunted her with a cheeky grin. Just sit tight and look stupid for a sec. Totally ignoring her deadly glare, he kept yapping. Fun fact, normal magic is totally useless against your edgy black flame phantom, but telekinesis. You can't dodge it because it's a mix of magic and raw physical force. Bet you didn't see that glitch coming. Her hand still phased right through his chest, squirmed to escape. His health points were dropping, but his mana points, skyrocketing. He casually explained his own flaw. Problem is I can only pin you down briefly without attacking. That Black Flame Phantom skill is a straight-up dirty hack. It was the ultimate legendary technique of the Burning Soul Sect, but it guzzles insane amounts of energy. She probably mooched cult power just to pull it off a totally sweaty, try-hard move to counter his anti-magic zone. His eyes turned icy cold. Insane damage output that completely ignores my magic blocks. Wow, 10 out of 10 for preparation. But did you honestly think I wouldn't bring my own backup? I wasn't just stalling to hear my own awesome voice. The moment he finished, the earth rumbled violently beneath them. Boom. 3 massive alpha golems ripped out of the dirt, and right behind them a whole freaking army of stone giants spawned in. They raised their massive arms to the sky, channeling a ridiculous tidal wave of raw energy straight into Jihan. Duhoa's cocky face crumbled into sheer panic, but Jihan's iron grip didn't budge an inch. I literally set up my personal support squad before we even fought. Your little fire trick is cool, but it chugs mana like crazy, right? That's exactly why I planned this trap. Let's see whose mana bar runs out, first loser. Ding system alert. Mana points recovering in real time while Duhoa thrashed around like a trapped rat. Jihan laughed out loud. We're totally spamming quantity over quality today. Magic telekinesis. Crushed by his overwhelming aura, she could only grit her teeth and brace herself. Rumor says that Black Flame incinerates all magical and elemental energy, but it cannot melt telekinesis, because psychic energy plays by its own rules. That was the ultimate cheat code to ruin her day, trapped in an inescapable nightmare. Duhoa completely lost her mind. She screeched in blinding rage. "Stop looking down on me, you brat." She burned every last drop of her life force to trigger her innate skill, but Jihan didn't miss a beat. That is literally my line. The two clashed midair in a devastating psychic tug-of-war. Their auras violently smashed together, sending a catastrophic shockwave ripping through the sky. Jihan stood unshaken like an absolute boss while Duhoa struggled just to breathe. The system pinged like crazy warning Black Flame damage taken -10 health points, but Jihan just smirked. He crunched the numbers in his head. His goons absorbed most of the damage, but his trump card was still hiding in his deck. Speak of the devil. A colossal snow-white golem burst from the dirt right on cue. Sporting a glowing cross on its forehead, it unleashed a dazzling emerald beam straight into the sky. The healing giant pumped ridiculous amounts of life force right back into Jihan's veins. System spam activated. You received an ultra recovery buff, +10 health points. He practically gloated out loud. See, when I'm too busy flexing my psychic powers, my pocket healer keeps me alive. Jihan admired his glorious creation with total smugness. Building a custom medic golem was basically a 200 IQ play. Choking on her own rage, Duhoa went dead silent. Noting her terrifyingly dark expression, Jihan read her like an open comic book. Oh, so we're charging up for round 2. Bingo. Her ghostly hand savagely ripped itself out of his chest. The sudden jolt threw him off balance and his iron grip finally slipped, letting her dart backward. But instead of running like a smart person, the psycho immediately lunged back in for a counterattack. Jihan felt his annoyance absolutely spike. What coming back for more? If you want a beatdown, I'll gladly serve it. His hands whipped through the air, casting a massive barrier, arc to crush her charge. But then she completely broke his ankles. Dodging the attack flawlessly, she became a blur. Slingshotting right past him, she phased instantly to his blind spot. Jihan froze his brain buffering. Bam! The sound barrier shattered like a teleporting demon. She closed the gap and blasted him with a devastating sucker punch. Jihan grunted in brutal pain, instantly swinging his staff wild. Freaking seriously. Trying to backstab me now. He went absolute try-hard mode, Heavenly Sword, Art Heaven and Earth Severing, /3. Colossal Blades of Aura roared toward her like an apocalypse. A catastrophic explosion absolutely nuked the battlefield, swallowing everything in pitch black ash. The earth-shattering boom cracked the very sky in half, devouring the arena in an abyss of smoke. But through the chaos, Jihan's eyes went wide. His cocky smirk vanished into pure, sweaty tension. Out of the shadows, she emerged like a boss phase 2, dripping in venomous, suffocating dark energy. She launched at him like an executioner's arrow, breaking the speed of sound, staring down, absolute death. Jihan's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Do not rain on my parade, sweetheart. In this life or death split second, he gathered every ounce of his energy. With a fiery breath fueled by sheer willpower, he screamed at the top of his lungs, maximum telekinesis. Instantly. An earth-shattering collision erupted, shaking the very heavens. Swirling white smoke exploded into massive dust clouds, completely blinding the battlefield, and right in the middle of that thick chaos. Duhoa was blown away, plummeting through the howling wind. Never missing a beat, Jihan seized the moment, summoning his arsenal and muttering under his breath. Dispelling orbs. Brilliant blue spheres completely enveloped his body, radiating an absolutely overwhelming surge of pure power. Right after that, Jihan stood tall like a god of judgment. He waved his hand, launching the blue spheres at blinding speed. Duhoa's eyes shot wide open in pure shock. She never expected an attack this insanely powerful. Operating on pure survival instinct, she violently twisted her body sideways to dodge. Jihan flashed an icy smirk. Playing hide and seek, sweetheart. Without missing a beat, he instantly cast his next spell, multi-overlap telekinesis. That devastating power barreled straight toward Duhoa. Slashing her hand through the air, she condensed thick, dark energy into a massive, bloodthirsty demonic tiger. It roared with the feral rage of a beast breaking its chains. A mind-blowing explosion ripped through the sky, leaving Jihan completely stunned. Seizing her opening, Duhua dashed forward like a vengeful phantom, her face deadpan. She was terrifyingly fast. Before he could even blink, she was already right in his face, winding up a lethal punch. He flawlessly weaved through her relentless barrage of strikes, then Jihan nonchalantly snapped his fingers. A blinding burst of blue light swallowed Duhua, completely freezing her entire body solid in midair. Seeing her helplessly paralyzed, an amused, wicked smile crept across his face. With ultimate teenage arrogance, he mocked, "Catch this, baby." Right at that exact second, Duhua's eyes widened in sheer panic. Thousands of glowing blue spheres materialized around her, pulsating with absolutely apocalyptic energy. They illuminated the entire sky before she could even react. Jihan commanded the massive swarm of orbs to bombard her mercilessly, just as the dispelling orbs struck. Duhua's glare turned razor sharp, absolutely overflowing with venomous rage. That terrifying bloodlust actually made him freeze for a split second. Shattering her icy restraints, she let out a blood-curdling shriek and charged straight at him while he was still caught off guard. His survival instincts violently kicked in. Jihan desperately launched a devastating counterattack straight toward Duhua. The blast completely stalled her momentum, shoving her forcefully backward. Frustrated, Duhua violently clenched her fists together. Her face was completely twisted in absolute furious rage. She burned through every last drop of her strength just to close the distance. The two titans brutally clashed in midair. Every single strike was a devastating hyperlethal blow. Neither warrior was willing to back down an inch. Her psychotic counterattacks actually sent shivers down Jihan's spine. That white soul fire punch was ridiculously fast. Even with time acceleration, her combos were insane. Her dark fire form casually brushed off magic, but eating raw mana blasts still hurt her so. A colossal aura of explosive energy fully engulfed Jihan right. On cue, the floating system window started spamming frantic, glowing red warning alerts. Warning: mobilized mana has completely shattered your physical limits. You are now taking continuous massive internal damage. Minus 10 health points. Duhua stared at him, completely torn between genuine shock and creeping terror. But this crazy teenager? Even while his body ripped itself apart, he stood completely unfazed, sure pushing past the mana limit shreds your organs from the inside out. But your boy can totally tank this? He roared his next epic spell. Teleport, right on cue. He vanished, leaving only a glowing blue streak behind. He made Duhua flinch in total panic. In that exact same heartbeat, Jihan materialized at a massive distance away. He dramatically raised his magical staff high into the air and commanded with absolute badass authority. Instant prep. Boom. Another massive wave of system notifications spammed his vision. He simultaneously triggered his stored magic and his troll tier regeneration. At the exact same time, he activated his impenetrable bronze skin iron flesh, boosting with muscle hardening and pure orc stamina. Instantly, he ground his teeth together and fiercely chanted inside his own mind. Ultimate mana overload. Suddenly, a ridiculously violent storm of mana completely swallowed his body. This godly power exploded like a supernova, illuminating the entire battlefield. Duhua's face twisted into a pathetic mix of utter disbelief and raw terror, standing completely paralyzed as she watched his catastrophic energy violently expand. Jihan's eyes widened in sheer panic as his floating MP gauge flashed red, plummeting to absolute zero at a terrifying, downright catastrophic speed. At this insane drain rate, I will be bone dry in 10 seconds flat. And that is even with my loyal golem minions aggressively pumping me full of juice. This is ridiculously pure. Compressing his absolutely massive mana pool to its absolute breaking point, he finally reached critical mass. Then he completely unleashed every single drop of it. Knowing the perfect moment for total destruction had arrived, Jihan's eyes sparkled with unhinged psychopathic excitement. Boom! He barked like a death sentence. A colossal orb dripping with apocalyptic energy hurtled directly at Duhua. The ambush was so terrifyingly fast, her brain totally short-circuited, locking onto her dead center. A cataclysmic explosion violently erupted, literally tearing the endless sky right in half. Pitch black smoke aggressively billowed outward. Admiring the devastating mushroom cloud he just created, Jihan sneakily chugged a shiny red recovery potion. Phew. It will take about 3 minutes to completely refill my tank. That nuke definitely slapped. But was it enough to send her straight back to the respawn point? But lurking ominously within that suffocating smoke emerged a terrifyingly familiar silhouette. Seeing that Duhua had actually reverted back to her base form, his teenage brain frantically started calculating his next move. But this ain't a GG yet. Her squad still has too many players left alive. He smirked. Hey, why not just call GG and save yourself? Summon your entire Baphomet cult, you still can't beat me. Her eyes narrowed sharply. Dripping with pure contempt, she spat back. This is far from over. Jihan tilted his head. Was she hiding a secret boss face? He threw out a cold taunt. Got an ultimate move? Use it now. I haven't even gone full try hard yet. Yeonhwa's face darkened. She muttered bitterly. I really didn't want to use this. Light erupted as a mask materialized over her face. An eerie, echoing voice spilled out. The mask's whisper. Instantly, an identical mask clamped onto Jihan's face. He clawed at it in sheer panic as her dark narration began. Anyone marked by our touch can be dragged into the abyss. Jihan cursed violently. What the heck? Absolute wall hacks? His hands shook violently, but the mask wouldn't budge. Shadows swallowed his vision whole. She sneered. Like you have the right to complain about unfairness. The world plunged into an absolute void. System sirens blared wildly. Alert. You have entered an illusionary domain. Mind corruption initiated. The gamer's mind passive is activating to counter it. Extreme mental corruption detected. Clashing with world-class power. The gamer's mind has partially neutralized the hostile mental attack. Jihan's vision spun dizzily. Dang, going all out from the start? But he just smirked. His eyes snapped back to razor-sharp focus. He roared with absolute authority. Mind break. A blazing light tore through the suffocating darkness. Blinding radiance exploded in the void, utterly obliterating the shadows. He clenched his fist, screaming into the silence. Mind break. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Even if this illusion is temporary, this terrifying spell would crush a normal person's sanity instantly. Suddenly, Yeonhwa ripped through the darkness, screaming his name. Jihan! Bam! A merciless sucker punch buried into his gut. Jihan doubled over, gritting his teeth as brutal, paralyzing pain wrecked his entire body. But this dude was a tank. He grabbed her leg in a vice grip. Let go, she raged. He smirked. In your dreams, sweetheart. Instantly, demonic black aura exploded from her freezing eyes. A split second later, she unleashed a devastating strike straight at him. How about now? Boom. The sheer impact caused a massive shockwave, but as the smoke cleared, Yeonhwa froze in absolute disbelief. Jihan's voice echoed through the dust. Mana, bind, mind. Triple spell fusion activated. Brilliant golden orbs materialized, radiating a terrifying pressure that shook Yeonhwa to her core. He crushed his fist inward. Mental lockdown. Surging magical lightning ripped through her body, ripping out an agonizing, blood-curdling scream. Jihan grinned. Mental lockdown paralyzed the brain completely. Normally, victims just drop dead, but in a mental domain, it actually sparked like this. The overwhelming energy forced Yeonhwa to her knees. How are you doing this? She snarled. Jihan chuckled, flexing his gamer arrogance. Surprised I can cast spells in your little sandbox? Newsflash, you've got world power, and guess what? So do I. Clearly his admin privileges outranked hers. Tearing fiercely through his chains, she teleported away. Without missing a beat, Jihan began chanting. Glowing orbs orbited him. Magic mana amplify mind, quadruple spell fusion. A colossal surge of raw power erupted, threatening to rip the very fabric of the void apart. System notification, mental power scaling with mana capacity. Hostile psychic force repelled. Mind corruption fully neutralized. Mental magic effectiveness boosted by 1000%. Blinding divine light completely blinded Yeonhwa Jihan's gaze turned razor sharp, absolutely merciless. My intelligence stat is pushing 700 and my mana pool is absurd. In raw mana, I've even surpassed my master. He synced his magic directly with his spirit and launched an all-out assault. I've been saving this one. Time for the endgame sweetheart, mind break. That monstrous energy struck her like burning lightning, incinerating her from the inside out. Her entire nervous system shut down. Jihan stared down at her like a god. Stepping out of the chaotic shadows, he glared down at her with the cold eyes of a grim reaper. This might sting a little, but you left me no choice. He slammed his hands together. He had dumped a mountain of cash into the system shop just to buy this exact skill. He rapid-fired the ultimate incantation. Bind, restrain, magic. Will amplify fusion. A legendary 6-spell combo. The insane grinding had paid off. His pint-sized master had told him, anyone who casts this is a certified archmage. Hexaspell, he roared. Forced servitude contract. A blinding sun materialized violently, shooting out glowing, inescapable chains. The spectral chains locked around Yeonhwa's limbs. She threw her head back in an agonizing shriek, her pale face twisting into a mask of pure terror. As her devastating scream peaked, a nuclear flash of white light annihilated the illusionary realm. The blinding glow finally faded. A pale purple sky materialized above him. Jihan's eyes snapped open, taking in the real world. He dragged in a massive breath of fresh air. He shot straight up. Huh. Only a ruined wasteland surrounded him. Was he still trapped in the Matrix? But then he spotted Manhwa, back in her human form. She was lying completely unconscious in the dirt. Jihan let out a massive sigh. System alert, Manhwa is now officially your servant. Game over. I win. He groaned, stretching his back. Man out hacking a hacker is exhausting. Sometime later, Manhwa's eyelashes fluttered. Her blurry vision focused on a totally unfamiliar ceiling. She groaned softly. Where am I? Her gaze chilled to absolute zero. Hiding her face, she whispered total defeat. Checkmate, girl. She froze, eyes wide open. Jihan just chilled, sipping his water. He explained casually. Creation skills are totally insane. Give me enough materials and I can craft anything. That is how I built this pavilion. I had to wait for you, could not let you sleep in the rubble. Manhwa glared, her voice absolute ice. Why spare me? Jihan looked away deadpan. I hate killing, but I am not dumb enough to release a future threat. Her eyes went completely hollow, silently staring upwards. Dead silence dropped. Drained of all energy, she muttered, So what now? Jihan tilted his head, genuinely clueless. What do you mean? Still not looking, her words cut deep. What is your plan for me? Jihan shrugged, totally nonchalant. Nothing much. You just serve me now. Manhwa smirked, eyes flashing pure spite. How you think I would become your slave that easily? He smirked, fully owning the victory. Obviously not. I am no fool. But what choice do you have? You are already my slave. Shock and suspicion hijacked her gaze. What does that mean? Jihan played dumb, his smirk hiding a deadly secret. Try checking your status window, darling. She frowned, glaring suspiciously, then ordered coldly. Status window. Immediately, the system panel flashed open, her eyes bulged wide, pupils completely shrinking. Pure panic leaked out. Seeing this, Jihan flashed a villainous grin. He mocked her. Seeing red flags, Manhwa ground her teeth together, shaking with absolute rage. What did you put inside me? Looking super smug, he smirked. Bingo. We literally share power now. Hellfire blazed in her eyes. Forced servitude contract. A brutal spell forcing total obedience on weakened foes. You know it. Her body tensed up, growling out, You cast that spell on me? Jihan shrugged, grinning wickedly. Cannot have you constantly attacking me. One clean shot is way better. I get 3 commands through this contract. First, 0 harm to me whatsoever. Second, when I need power, you show up and serve perfectly, so avoid total exhaustion. Third, pay me 10% mana every month. Manhwa gasped, feeling invisible chains brutally lock around her body. Mana shackles. Invisible to outsiders, but wearing them meant total slavery. While drowning in her chaotic thoughts, Jihan suddenly spoke. That is it, do whatever else. Manhwa tilted her head, her voice shaking with doubt. Only 3 commands. He scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, my skill level just reached that point. Still too low for infinite commands. Forced servitude is a crazy complex obedience contract. Depending on magic skill and knowledge, commands range from 1 to 10. Plus, commands must strictly fit the slave's limits. Instant death orders completely fail. Still, it is an insanely terrifying spell. Moreover, it is usually impossible to cast. It only worked perfectly because we are inside this special imaginary space. Jihan tapped, his temple eyes gleaming brightly. Totally hyped. The imaginary world is a double-edged sword. If you break my mind, I counterattack. Remember Nietzsche? Manhwa's eyes were completely empty, answering numbly. Gaze into the abyss and it gazes back. He grinned wildly. Bingo, so that is all I have to say. Do not mess with me, or my master got it. Manhwa's gaze suddenly sharpened, her voice dropping intensely. Your master is not in the commands. Facing her icy words, Jihan merely shrugged calmly. Why would I not meddle in my master's affairs? Do not grind those teeth at me. Peace out, I am gone. Catch you later. His figure faded completely away, leaving Manhwa lying stunned. Closing her eyes, she sighed powerlessly. He literally collared me. How long until I break these chains? Suddenly an anxious voice echoed from afar. Holy Saint, are you all right? Where are you? Are you safe? Keeping calm, she kept her eyes shut. I'm fine. Listen, I have critical news for everyone. Elsewhere, Jihan soared through the clouds, thinking seriously. Total victory. Or maybe not. Honestly, saving Sungahad is my only clean win for Abyss. I have not fully resolved anything, not even the company. Even that crazy cult is the same. All I really pulled off was making their holy leader, Duhoa, my personal puppet. She had to bow down. You definitely cannot call that total justice. Thinking it over, I just sighed, yeah, right. But this twisted world is full of shady stuff anyway. Jahan blasted straight toward his massive, incredibly antique-looking, crazy elegant mansion. Suddenly he spotted Sun-in standing by the front door, arms crossed with a dead serious glare. He blinked in total surprise, then happily leaped down to the ground. The guy immediately barked game over already. Jahan answered with a super chill vibe. Yeah man, totally GG. Sun-in furrowed his brows. So did you win? Jahan's face instantly twisted into an insanely arrogant smirk. I used hacks, bro. Why, even as Sun-in just sighed, totally helpless. He grumbled with pure exhaustion, so freaking tired, man. Honestly, bringing your crazy self into the sect might have been a totally trash decision. Jihan casually threw back a question. Hey, remember what our old professor used to say? Almost nobody actually ends up working in the exact same field they studied back in college. Hearing that made his buddy frown in a total confusion. Why the heck are you bringing that ancient history up right now? Facing Sun-in's baffled reaction, Jihan just shrugged smoothly. It is way beyond our scope, bro. Me going totally wild inside the Abyss and taking jobs outside, my major proves it. Anyway, let us head inside, bro. Since someone actually helped our squad out, we gotta explain the whole crazy situation to your grandpa, right? The guy let out a totally defeated sigh. Yeah, let us move. By the way, sick moves back there. The two bros walked shoulder to shoulder into the house. Meanwhile, he tilted his head, staring upward, thinking hard. At least I completely crushed one major problem. The very next morning, the sky was crystal clear, and the daily grind felt totally normal again. Jihan thought to himself, it has been 5 days since that epic clash with the cult. They stopped hunting me, and I am chilling too. Walking along, he suddenly glanced back over his shoulder and casually mentioned to Shin Youngman, I really did not expect those freaks to start preaching again so fast. She just replied with a totally icy tone, those low-level grunts know absolutely nothing about our legendary battle. He nodded slowly. True that, but whatever, it does not matter. We are almost there, you holding up, okay? Catching that genuine trace of heavy worry leaking out of his voice, Shin Young's eyes turned super intense as she reassured him. I am fine. My mom, the sect leader, she has changed drastically, but honestly I am clueless on what else to do. Hearing that, Jihan tilted his head, brooding deeply. Since their holy leader Duhoa is basically my absolute slave right now, that entire crazy cult is dancing in the palm of my hand, that is the only reason we can even talk to your Yunhan sect members trapped inside. Shin Young spoke up again. Plus, it actually seems like several of our sect's ultimate secret techniques synchronize perfectly with their bizarre cult energy. From here on out, things should definitely be fine. Jihan's voice carried a heavy, hesitant, yet deeply caring tone. You realize that you are the main problem here, right? Staying silent for a split second, she wore a slightly defeated expression and answered bluntly, I know. Whether I completely join their ranks or keep surviving independently like a lone wolf, I absolutely must make a final choice. Jihan's mood instantly crashed into the abyss, throwing her a totally helpless side glance. Man, I seriously cannot do anything more to help this poor girl out. He could easily mind control Duhoa to forcibly rip the Yunhan sect away from that psycho cult. But the real nightmare is, those exact members actually crave for their sect to remain a core part of the cult forever. You could honestly just call it absolute terrifying brainwashing. Stepping forward slowly, he finally declared, all right, let us go inside. Shin Young clenched her fist-tight eyes, blazing with fierce resolve. Exactly. The time to face destiny is right now. Looming before them was a massive skyscraper, standing intimidatingly tall under the early morning sunlight. Ding, the system aggressively flashed an alert. Your legendary dishwashing skill has leveled up. Once again, Jihan's hands instantly froze midair, and the corners of his mouth violently twitched in pure disbelief. One totally absurd thought loudly echoed in his brain, seriously leveled up again. Scrubbing plates, he daydreamed, dang, if only my badass golem minions could do this chore. It would be golden. Shin Young's brows twitched before she savagely cut in. Wait, did you not just complain your epic golems totally suck at fine motor skills? Jihan awkwardly fired back with a stiff grin. Yeah, totally true. I guess I must grind my crafting skills properly first to make that work. She urgently jumped in, then why not let me handle it? Hearing that, he just laughed. Nah, skip it. Since my skills are ridiculously superior, why would I ever let you downgrade the quality? Let the master handle it. Shin Young's eyes grew intense and heavy with guilt. But you already cooked and did everything, it is just wrong. Being way too hyper-focused on scrubbing dishes, Jihan missed her words and asked back, "Wait, what is wrong?" Her vibe and face instantly dropped into a moody sadness. It just feels unfair because literally all I did was set the table. Realizing what weighed heavily on Shin Young's heart, he dramatically ripped off his rubber gloves, tilted his head, and stared right at her. "No way. You already overpaid your massive share. You literally taught me every single ultimate martial art of your Yunhan sect. Just dropping that insane knowledge is totally enough payment." But she still looked at him with heavy suspicion, doubting his logic. "Is that genuinely true?" Jihan fiercely confirmed it one more time. "Heck yeah, it is." "Do you even know how outrageously expensive a single magic skill book is? They cost tens of millions of won." Tens of millions, absolutely zero joke here. Hearing those staggering facts instantly threw Shin Young straight into deep, moody contemplation. Meanwhile, deep down in his heart, he just sighed with absolute helplessness, thinking this crazy girl has honestly done more than enough. Thanks to this system, he completely mastered the human soul sect's legendary martial arts. Now, the black fire transformation is totally at his fingertips. He can even cast spells while rocking the black fire body. Seriously, how overpowered is that? This trick never gets old. This ultimate gamer hack is straight up broken. While Jihan was busy geeking out over his newfound powers, Shin Jung suddenly broke his focus. "All right, if you insist," Jihan nodded with a smug grin. "Great, grab a seat, dinner is served." Dropping her usual polite act, she sat down. Thanks, a flawless feast was laid out before them. Jihan smirked with absolute pride. Ding system notifications spammed the screen. You consume vanilla ice cream crafted by Jihan. Fire resistance bumped up 10%, health regeneration increased by 10%. He practically vibrated with pure gamer bliss. Home-cooked buffs hit way differently. That is the absolute magic of high-tier cooking skills. His dramatic reaction made Shin Jung raise an eyebrow before taking a cautious bite. "Wait, this is actually delicious." Jihan flashed a cocky grin. Mind blown, right? But then reality hit him like a lag spike. His tone shifted. "Hey, quick question. It has only been a few days since..." She blinked, totally lost. "Since what?" "Did you sort out that family drama?" Jihan flashed back to the other day, back at the Human Soul sect. While he was casually strolling ahead, something made him stop and glance back. Shin Jung was lost in deep thought, which immediately raised a red flag. "Hey, what's on your mind?" Dead silence. Not a single word from her. Jihan just stood there completely and utterly confused. Fast forward, she crashed at my place and never left. She teaches me secret soul techniques and my payment, cooking scrubbing plates and full-time maid duty. Total scam. Shin Jung calmly scooped up her food. "The dust has settled. I finally chose to operate solo." Jihan blinked, totally blindsided. "Wait, solo." Her face was stone cold, dropping the bombshell like it was yesterday's news. Mumbling almost to herself, she added, "They are still blood, so I agreed to drop by occasionally." Hearing that, Jihan let out a massive sigh of relief. "Yeah, that is definitely the smart play." Shin Jung froze. She stared at him, her eyes wide with total disbelief. The atmosphere instantly plummeted. Shadows crossed her face and her voice trembled with sudden, heavy doubt. Was it actually the right move? "Honestly, I am totally clueless. Did I mess everything up?" Seeing her spiral, Jihan immediately jumped into damage control mode. "Hey, I think you nailed it. Lately, I have started seeing how twisted this reality really is." Shin Jung tilted her head, totally lost. "What the heck does that mean?" He closed his eyes, dropping some sudden, deep protagonist wisdom. "There's no such thing as a perfect, flawless run in this life." That profound line left her totally speechless for a second. Slowly, she nodded in absolute agreement. "You hit the nail on the head." Desperate to break the heavy tension, John let out an awkward laugh. "See, there is never an easy walkthrough for this stuff. Just look at those corporate scumbags from before, and now this creepy, crazy cult." Epic fail. His lame joke only dragged her mood down further. The room felt suffocatingly dense. Alarm bells rang in his head. Crap. My romance stats are literally zero panic mode activated. He backpedaled hard. Wait. I just meant keep your chin up. Miraculously, a faint smile broke through her gloom. Looking up with a surprisingly soft gaze, she teased, "Are you actually trying to comfort me?" Jihan completely short-circuited. His words tangled up. Well, I have literally never done this before." Okay. But the awkwardness totally worked. Her vibe lifted. "You are right. I seriously need to snap out of this. So how about you and I..." Ding dong. A deafening doorbell absolutely murdered the romantic tension. Jihan shot up like a rocket. Hold that thought. Rushing to the entrance, a highly familiar, super aggressive voice made his blood run cold. Jihan? Are you in there? The security monitor revealed Sung-ah looking mad enough to commit murder. Stomping inside, she practically exploded with furious rage. Care to explain why? Why did you not beg for my help? Sparks flew as the tension skyrocketed. Because I totally had it handled. Oh, really? Then what about Sun-in, huh? That idiot just randomly rushed into the danger zone. Plus, I literally signed a contract with his faction, so it made perfect sense. Sung-ah glared daggers at him, snapping back instantly. So what makes you think my backup was so unnecessary? Sweating bullets, he tried to defend himself. I already told you I had the whole situation under control. He gulped. But the brutal truth, Sung-ah was never making his elite combat roster. Honestly, her combat stats were total garbage. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed dangerously, completely reading his mind. You think I'm a weak little burden, do you not? Busted Jihan flinched hard, frantically waving his hands in pure panic. What no never. Boom! Pitch black, suffocating aura exploded around Sung-ah. The devastating dark energy flooded the room. Both Jihan and Shinjung were absolutely paralyzed by the sheer terrifying pressure. Warning system sirens screamed in his head. You have entered the inverse dimension. Your hit points and mana reserves are being critically drained. Flexing her terrifying new dominance, Sung-ah delivered an icy ultimatum. I can perfectly manipulate life force now. Do not underestimate me. I am more than capable of fighting. Breaking the heavy silence, Shinjung finally chimed in. Okay, that is honestly super impressive. Sung-ah instantly beamed with arrogant pride. See, I told you. I'm totally overpowered now. But Shinjung mercilessly dropped reality on her. Hold up. Controlling your aura and actually surviving a lethal blood-soaked battle are two entirely different games. You have literally zero real combat experience, right? Plus, while that skill is definitely top tier, your actual damage output is a complete mystery. Sung-ah just blinked her fierce aura, instantly deflating into a super goofy, clueless stare. Wait, seriously. Shinjung gave a brutal confirming nod. 100%. Refusing to accept total defeat, Sung-ah desperately whipped her head toward Jihan. Do you seriously agree with her? He furiously rubbed his temples, totally defeated. Whoa. Let us get one thing crystal clear. Your insane potential has absolutely nothing to do with me fighting solo. Why the heck would I drag you into a deadly, life-or-death battlefield? But her stubborn, rebellious teen energy refused to back down. Because why not? Jihan deadpanned the obvious truth. Because you could literally die. I just did not want you dragged into this mess, but Sung-ah instantly shot that logic down. No way, next time you better call me for backup, got it? Shindung chimed in, crossing her arms. Exactly. You should have asked her? Their matching icy glares pierced Jihan, leaving our hero totally bewildered. Wait a second. Did I do something wrong? Shindung was not done going full drill sergeant. Do you have zero social awareness? Letting someone repay a debt is basic common courtesy. He blinked in pure confusion. Where did that rule come from? Even Sung-ae joined the roasting session. You are completely clueless. Burn that into your brain. Jihan felt so insanely wronged. Hey, why am I the bad guy here? The girls suddenly locked eyes, perfectly syncing their brainwaves. Then they started chatting happily, leaving him standing there like a total idiot. Oh, Sung-ae, we really share the exact same brain cell, right? This Jihan guy is impossibly dense sometimes. Yeah, Shindung, you hit the nail on the head. Jihan had never felt this wrongly accused before. Why were these two suddenly ganging up on him? Without missing a beat, they turned to leave. Reflect on your sins, I'm heading out. Think about it, catch you later. They skipped off, happily leaving Jihan slumped dramatically on the cold floor. Seconds ticked by, leaving his poor soul totally crushed in pure defeat. What just happened? Back home, Jihan crashed into his gaming chair, letting out a massive sigh. Good grief. What is her deal? Replaying that ridiculous scene left him totally speechless. She ran off for hours. Suddenly his gaze sharpened, filled with intense calculating thoughts. Whatever, I can track her on the minimap anyway. Plus that entire cult mess is officially handled. That tiny menace and himself were finally clear. Well, as safe as they could possibly be. The whole block knew he owned the cult now, plus Yuhua was permanently bound as his loyal servant. Thanks to his system buff, the moment she became his familiar, her level absolutely skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Jihan discovered a crazy exploit. A hidden glitch neither of them ever expected. If she powered up, he leached the stats. He had no clue where she was, but every time she farmed experience points, he got a cut. Like he said, this hack skill was totally broken. It is basic gamer logic. When a pet gets a kill, the master gets free experience points. The universe literally revolves around the main character. With the boss raid cleared, it was time to relax, but he still needed a solid game plan for the future. The Abyss was a savage bloodbath. Even with meat shields, player killing was totally unavoidable. Being strong did not guarantee survival, but being weak. That was just an embarrassing death sentence. Jihan rubbed his chin, calculating. I need better intel, which means recruiting more muscle. His intense plotting was suddenly shattered by the blaring doorbell, making him literally jump. Trudging downstairs in total confusion, he muttered, Are they back already? He completely froze in shock at the face on the screen. The door slid open. Mahun stood there, flashing a fake smile. Congratulations on your epic victory. Jihan stiffened. Mahun, the Korean branch manager of the Abyss Market. Masking his panic, he scoffed. Nothing to celebrate? Why are you even here? He already knew the exact answer. The guy was completely obsessed. It was so painfully obvious. This corporate suit just would not let it go. The manager's vibe was impossibly smooth. His tone was cool as ice. You know exactly why. I came to strike a deal. Hearing this, Jihan's eyes flashed with predatory interest. A deal you want me to craft that exclusive gear you need, right? Mahun nodded sharply. Bingo. We monitored your recent battle. A single spirit sword simply will not cut it. So here's a brand new offer. A 50% discount on all Abyss Store items for 1 entire year. How about it? It is an offer you cannot refuse. Jihan blinked, totally stunned, before a wicked, greedy smirk crept up his face. Wow, how tempting. So am I allowed to just resell this stuff? Mahun's smooth smile totally glitched out. Resell. Ah, you plan to flip our inventory for profit that is basically stealing our customers. But we honestly do not care, Jihan smirked. He screamed internally. These guys are totally loaded. Jihan's face completely dropped. His expression morphed into pure deadpan seriousness. His calculating eyes narrowed sharply. Sure, this massive payout totally guarantees my upcoming filthy rich lifestyle, but unfortunately, I'm still rejecting your offer. The guy's face immediately darkened. His tone dropped to freezing temperatures. You seriously love saying no, huh? Heavy silence choked the room until Jihan suddenly shattered it. Instead, how about we strike a brand new elite deal? Mahun totally froze. Jihan instantly laid out his ultimate demands. Just fetch me my specific wish list. I am absolutely not asking for much. Once my delivery arrives securely and my crafting skills inevitably level up, I will forge you guys one custom masterpiece. He instantly gasped, Are you totally serious? He smirked, utterly confident. Dead serious. Mahun instantly cheered, practically vibrating. Epic. If we can somehow grab it within our power, it is all yours. But if it is entirely beyond our limits, we just have to bail. Jihan just lounged back with supreme arrogance. You can easily farm this on the Abyss floor. Here is my list. I want the most overpowered internal energy spellbook with 0 sketchy side effects, plus a matching dark arts manual, a supreme spirit summoning grimoire time magic, space magic mental arts, and totally flawless charm spells. Top tier only. And obviously the sickest magical staff available right now. Mahun stood entirely dumbfounded, processing. Then he instantly flipped to beaming, bursting into maniacal laughter. Haha, I completely get it now. You are way more obsessed with legendary loot than boring cash. Brilliant. Jihan flashed a knowing smirk, his eyes locking in the ultimate confirmation. You think so, Bet? The guy chuckled, totally vibing with it. All right, ha ha ha. A completely beautiful win. Win for us both. Not stopping there, our boy dropped a heavy reminder. Do not forget the hyper-specific details. It must be the absolute sickest tier the Abyss floor offers. Mahun nodded, spinning around to leave. Tipping his chin, he declared firmly. Message received loud and clear. I definitely will not forget the whole 0 side effects rule. Chill out. I will ship your epic loot absolutely as soon as possible. Seriously hoping you level up into an absolute beast soon. Gamer life. He watched the dude's shadow totally vanish. Jihan fiercely clenched his fist. He desperately needed massive power-ups, at least enough to survive this crazy world. Meanwhile, inside a neon-blasted, hyper-loud internet cafe, Fandui's shadowy figure ruthlessly mashed his glowing mechanical keyboard. His monitor displayed an ultra-secret encrypted chat with 2 absolute menaces, Chu Seeker and Follower of Darkness. They bragged about their flawless master plan. The Abyss floor deal was locked in, and these villains were totally thriving. His rapid keyboard clicking echoed violently. The sinister digital chat kept rolling. Fandui demanded fresh recruits since their evil squad only had 3 nerds. Both edgy teammates instantly agreed. But honestly, who else even shared their insane boss-level status? Fandui smirked wickedly. Radiating pure cockiness, he typed back about stalking potential targets. Follower of Darkness totally approved kicking off the villain recruitment arc. Suddenly, the follower dropped a bomb about messing with the world tree. This totally caught him off guard. Wait, you actually found it? The edgy hacker replied instantly. Yeah, but I seriously need you to draw massive aggro from the other guilds. Fandui shot back, whereat Follower of Darkness dropped the exact coordinates. South Korea, I need you to completely wreck their defensive gates. Seeker weighed the odds and totally agreed to troll them. Keyboards clattered aggressively. Fandui typed his absolute support. Obviously, Follower of Darkness replied. He smirked, taking off his glasses with pure villainous swagger. South Korea is totally a goldmine. I firmly believe this is our absolute twisted destiny. Man, I wonder what kind of epic chaos is about to drop next. Back in reality, a quiet, chalk-dusty morning classroom. Mr. Ji-hun stood at the front delivering his ultimate boring lecture. You seniors better lock in right now so you do not totally fail at life later. Like I said before, if your grades are absolute trash, give up and just go flip burgers somewhere. But you smart kids need to aggressively grind those textbooks. Having dumped his harsh reality check, he casually waved them off while the class president strictly commanded, "Thank you, sir." Walking down the classic, totally generic, sunset-drenched street, Shindung dragged his feet heavily, whining about his teenage misery. What is even the point of exams? Meanwhile, Ji-hun walked beside him with a completely opposite vibe. I just want to chill and enjoy my boring daily life. How many days do we actually have left? You know the end game is near, right? Before this heavy reality check. She just scoffed coldly. You're way too emotional. In that fleeting heartbeat, he flashed a rebellious smirk. Hey, I wasn't forged in the abyss. Can't help it. Since that apocalyptic clash, Shin Young permanently crashed at Ji-hun's place. He cautiously warned his mom, but she just nodded without blinking. And the weirdness definitely didn't stop there. Her floating system window had completely glitched out, thickening the plot, but snapping back to present reality. Shin Young closed her eyes, murmuring like she was dropping out of life. Is that so? She pouted with total teen angst. I'm literally in no position to judge your chaotic choices. Ji-hun played it cool. Chill out. Who can actually control this wrecked world anyway? Silence dropped. She stared holes into his soul, then muttered something that made his face burn. You're a total weirdo. You literally sound like a grumpy grandpa. Total boomer energy. Ji-hun immediately snapped back. Where did you even learn that garbage slang? She shrugged. The internet. He groaned. Yeah, obviously, but... Dodging another fight, Ji-hun facepalmed and sighed heavily. Giving you Wi-Fi was a massive mistake. I just wanted you to touch grass and experience the real world. She narrowed her eyes in suspicion. So teaching me was a glitch? He froze, stumbling awkwardly. I don't know, man. Plus, we're abusing the time distortion zone anyway. Skipping some classes won't kill us. Shin Young fired back instantly. It wastes our dual cultivation time, idiot. He clicked his tongue, dropping a reality check. Dude, stop being such a try-hard all the time. She just rolled her eyes. Whatever, it's your funeral. Living with this martial arts fanatic was wild. Ji-hun practically became her tech guru, teaching her gaming and basic internet survival. In this hyper-connected era, she treated a smartphone like a shiny rock, only knowing how to make voice calls without a single app installed. It gave Ji-hun a colossal migraine in this digital age, but honestly, she never knew how to have fun spending her entire life sweating blood in martial arts training. Suddenly, his phone buzzed like a crazy alarm, making him jump. A delivery notification flashed, drop secured at the front door. His eyes lit up instantly. Bingo. The Abyss auction loot. Hearing that cursed name, Shin Young whipped around with highly suspicious eyes. The Abyss market. He nodded, his eyes completely glued to the glowing screen. Secured a sketchy deal the other day. The epic loot finally dropped. Her vibe instantly turned deadly serious. Those black market goons are untrustworthy. You already know that. Yet instead of sparking another massive argument, Ji-hun owned up to it. I know, but I need those power-ups. Locking eyes with her, he dropped the heavy truth. And you do too. For a split second, tragic sorrow shadowed her gaze. I know. To survive this twisted reality, leveling up is our only brutal option. Deep down, his internal fire blazed. I must become an absolute monster, at least hitting Hwan Sung-gan's tier. Once I'm that overpowered, absolutely nobody will dare cross me. Moments later, epic skill books exploded from the package onto the floor, flashing legendary titles. Benton's Time Jump. Putep's Space Control blazing. Yang Fist Twin God Tai Chi, and more. Ji-hun laughed like a total maniac. The wait is finally over. He snatched up a magical staff, admiring its glorious stats. Then, he used the system command Observe. Holographic data erupted, revealing the replica Hermes staff's legendary stats. Reading that glowing screen, Ji-hun screamed internally with gamer hype. Holy jackpot, top-tier Abyss gear hits different quadruple damage. Plus 200 mana Regan time to infinitely spam skills. These skills are totally broken. Having them earlier would have obliterated that cult, but it's just a replica. The original artifact must be insanely godly. Standing by, Shin Young couldn't hide her absolute awe. That staff is ferocious. I can feel devastating magic radiating from its core. Jihan nodded wildly. Obviously, it's from the legendary Abyss Market. Glancing at the scattered skill books, he bragged, and these are top tier too. Shin Young rubbed her chin, analyzing them. Twin God Tai Chi. That one is the most lethal. He pointed forward, totally pumped. Bingo. Now time to absorb the loot. Instantly, blinding aura erupted from his body. Skill absorption. System bells chimed violently. Learned Twin. God Tai Chi space control and time jump. Suddenly, a crazy system prompt flashed. Combine human soul art and Twin God Tai Chi accept. Reading that data, Jihan instantly froze like solid rock. He gasped loudly. Holy crap! Shin Young blinked, super confused. What happened? He panicked, blurting out. The system wants to fuse human soul art with Twin God Tai Chi. She completely short-circuited. Wait, what? Fusing two totally different martial arts? But this situation was completely unprecedented. Doubt chewed at her mind. Could this actually work? Jihan just shook his head. Who knows? But it sounded like an epic idea. His clueless vibe only made Shin Jung sweat harder. Catching her nervous stare, Jihan glanced at the system window. Why are you stressing out so much? Zero hesitation. Let us just test it out. Seeing his reckless rush, she panicked. Hey, slow down. In a single heartbeat, a blinding light swallowed Jihan. Whole system data flooded his vision. Skill acquired. Soul-burning dual God Taiji. The download finished. He flashed a cocky grin. See piece of cake. But Shin Jung was still biting her nails. Was this a buff or a curse? Shaking off the dread, she proposed. Let us just train. Yell if anything breaks. He nodded. Deal. Yet a nagging thought echoed in his mind, though he had no clue if it even mattered. Afternoon rolled in. The savage roar of an orc shattered the silence. The beast charged Jihan, but he stood there barehanded. He stretched out both arms. Boom. Two clashing auras erupted instantly, then in a split second. He blocked their strike without even blinking. The execution was flawless. Even Jihan was stunned for a second. Not bad at all. Dual-wielding absolute chaos. Must be the core perk of Dual God Taiji, controlling two opposing forces simultaneously. And the best part, Jihan's leveling speed just broke the sound barrier. His bare hand clamped down on the orc blade. The beast snarled desperately, tugging at its weapon. Bored with the struggle, Jihan suddenly let go. The monsters went flying backward like ragdolls. With the tides turning in a heartbeat, he channeled his entire mana pool into his palms. Time to blast them into oblivion. Dual God. Taiji. Taiji palm. Flash. The beasts were roasted into crispy charcoal. The system window popped up. Jihan whistled in awe. This was on a whole different level from dual casting. He stared down at his own hands. Two blinding lights pulsed with raw power. A second later, he threw caution to the wind. Smashing both hands together, he tilted his head back, soaking in the magical frequency vibrating through the air. The energy hit critical mass. Jihan unleashed the shockwave with a roaring battle cry, Taiji 5 Elements Palm. K-boom. A catastrophic explosion ripped the earth apart. Staring at his own masterpiece of destruction, he busted out laughing like a maniac. Holy crap. Ha ha ha. That was way too overpowered. Even Jihan was spooked by his own broken stats. A massive flood of mana just kept rushing back. That internal energy manual promised permanent buffs, but this speed, it was utterly insane. Way beyond his wildest theories. A dark realization suddenly hit him like a truck. Those abyss monsters, they probably mastered this exact busted skill a billion years ago. Could he ever close that insane gap while he was drowning in his own existential dread? Shin Jung snapped him back to reality. That technique is totally insane. Is it actually stronger than the soul-burning art? Jihan spun around with a painfully smug smirk. Hate to break your heart, but yeah, it is definitely way more overpowered. Instead of getting salty, she just nodded calmly. I already knew about the dual god Taiji. It really is a legendary tier above the soul-burning art. Jihan felt a sudden pang of guilt. Such a massive bummer. He really wanted to let Shin Jung learn it too, but grinding for that manual drop was an absolute nightmare. Suddenly a galaxy brain idea sparked in his head. There was a loophole. He threw out a sneaky question. What if I just taught you directly? Her eyes went wide with pure shock. Wait, you can actually teach me? Jihan grinned like a total show-off. Obviously, you already know my gamer ability is basically an infinite cheat code. Zero hesitation. Shin Jung clenched her fists, her aura blazing with sheer determination. Then teach me right now. I need to get stronger. Ding a system prompt, crash the moment. Party member Shin Jung requests to learn a new skill. Do you wish to train her? Jihan nodded like a boss and smashed the accept button. Yes, the very next second. System alert training skill acquired. But instead of celebrating, his face turned deadly serious. Shinjung tilted her head. What is wrong? Jihan quickly shook his head. Nothing, just unlocked a new skill, but that only fueled her burning curiosity. A new skill? What kind of skill? He spilled the beans without thinking. It is called training. Let us check the description. To ensure species survival, all creatures must pass on their... Wait, what? Reading the sketchy system text, Jihan started sweating bullets. What the heck is up with this cursed description? Watching him completely panic, Shinjung dropped a totally casual suggestion. Let us just test it out. Once left with 0 options, he surrendered to his fate. Exactly 1 month had passed since Jihan first activated the training skill on her. Well, that was just in the real world. Inside the hyperbolic training dimension, they had been grinding for over 100 straight days. Taking a rare breather, Jihan stretched his arms, soaking in the absolute euphoria. Man, this time, Space Room is top-tier loot. Total glitch in the Matrix? Honestly, immortality is such a cheat code in the Abyss. The buffs are just way too broken. And the best part. Thanks to Jihan's epic tutoring, Shinjung finally unlocked the soul-burning dual god Taiji. Since then, she perfectly mastered the yin-yang shadow shift, plus she wields both black fire and blue ice in perfect harmony. Insane magic resistance combined with blinding speed. Her melee combat absolutely crushes mine. And get this, Shinjung never even possessed magical talent. But thanks to Jihan transferring it, that phenomenal power is entirely hers. Sure, her shadow form prevents self-buffing. However, she can completely strip away enemy buffs, man. That is just ridiculously overpowered. What makes him truly burst with pride, she literally mastered a massive arsenal of deadly attacks and flashy movement skills. Bro, the hacker life is truly glorious. Those crazy cultists grew stronger too. Duho is now entirely enslaved to serve him. Turns out her influence stretches way beyond just basic magical contracts. His absolute game-breaking hacker abilities directly lock Duho down. She cannot escape Jihan unless she somehow overpowers the world's innate will. Therefore, Duho can actually learn brand new skills just by consuming skill books. And since she generously showered those cultists with rare Abyss skill books and forbidden knowledge, those maniacs are now causing absolute chaos everywhere. These terrifying thoughts wildly danced through Jihan's mind. Honestly, those freaks might actually be way stronger than him right now. Clenching his fist tight, fierce determination ignited. Danger was lurking. Sure, she's entirely his slave. But to keep command, he must constantly level up, otherwise his own minions might brutally rebel. Lost in deep thought, a sudden vicious smack slammed into his skull. Nursing a massive bump, Jihan cried out in pure agony. Ouch. Annoyed by his total lack of focus, the teacher sharply scolded him. Jihan, do not think good grades let you daydream. Completely embarrassed, he stuttered nervously. Yes, I am so sorry. An incredibly strict aura radiated from the man. Knock it off, understood. Your current grades are fine, but laziness causes a rapid downfall. Jihan let out a long, heavy sigh and obediently replied, Yes. Understood, sir. The teacher dropped the issue, continuing the boring lecture. Now, let us flip to the next page. Outwardly obedient. He immediately stared out the window, diving back into deep thought. Exactly. This is something I refuse to ever regret later. I'm strictly here just to experience a normal student life. I am literally learning absolutely nothing useful. To put it politely, this place is completely worthless. After venting his teenage frustrations, Jihan caught a brutally blunt reality check from Sunin. Then why not just freaking drop out? Hearing his friend's incredibly casual remark, he instantly fired back. That is way too easy to say. He was literally crushing monsters to level up while chatting. Is it not just a massive waste of time? You're not even close with those random classmates anyway. Jihan, currently grinding his telekinesis mastery, totally agreed. Oh, definitely true. Suddenly his eyes locked onto the Heavenly Will Successor status board, level 102. He was absolutely mind-blown. Wait, since when did you get so insanely overpowered? Grabbing Sunin's full attention. Yeah. He confidently revealed his secret methods without hiding a single thing. It is honestly no big deal. I just chugged some epic potions. Those magical flasks that grant permanent mana boosts, you know them, right? Exactly like that, my family hoards legendary divine elixirs exclusively for chosen successors. That crazy information only made Jihan completely baffled. Then why did you never use them before? He just helplessly shrugged back. Bro, you literally have to hit a specific level milestone first. But it is nowhere near as utterly broken as your abilities. There are strict limits and massive restrictions. Yet that was still enough to make Jihan mentally weep with pure jealousy. That is still basically hacking. How did you violently skyrocket to level 102? Your boy over here has been brutally grinding his life away. This whiny attitude only infuriated Sun and further. What the actual hell? Then unleashing his ultimate judgmental fury, I have been training like an absolute beast since childhood. Meanwhile, you joined the game a year ago and totally shattered the server. Now terrified, he dropped the complaints. Ah, entirely correct, sir. My deepest apologies. After a tense silence, taking a deep breath to suppress his surging rage, Sun suddenly shattered the awkward atmosphere. Hey, Jihan sitting so suspiciously quiet all this time completely sparked his curiosity. You are just floating around instead of hunting monsters. Does your experience points literally grind themselves now? He just shrugged. Explaining. Heck no. I might look completely lazy, but I am seriously grinding here. Just testing the waters, but this telekinesis skill is leveling up insanely fast. Refusing to waste another precious second, Sun turned around deeply impressed. Even within the treacherous abyss, telekinesis is considered a truly god-tier ability. It is simple, yet utterly instinctual. Furthermore, greater power unlocks endless tactical tricks. Oh, absolutely right. That epic abyss loot, how is it? Jihan's eyes totally lit up at the mention of his favorite gear. Sure, the staff was absolutely cracked, but his other skills were straight up overpowered. Sun smirked, dropping some heavy truth. Come to think of it, even the top-tier Chinese players call your yin-yang twin gods technique an absolute divine art. Wait, seriously? Jihan blinked, utterly shell-shocked. Sun nodded instantly. Trailing behind him, Jihan could not help but chuckle. Man, those abyss players must be sweating bullets over me. Who knows what crazy stunt they will pull next? Sun shot him a deadly serious glare. Watch your back, kid. In this messed up world, trust is a rare luxury. Hitting the final dungeon gate, Jihan suddenly stopped. Wait, is this the boss room already? Is this genuinely a level 150 zone? It felt like a total cakewalk. Sun halted, rolling his eyes hard. That is because you are ridiculously busted idiot. Do you have any idea how high your stats are compared to your level, you absolute monster? Completely called out, Jihan could only mumble, fair point. Shrugging off the wild logic, the reckless duo casually strolled straight into the terrifying boss's lair. But the second they laid eyes on Dragoniac, the cocky grins melted right off their faces. Okay, yikes. This is definitely a level 150 nightmare, bro. There is a literal massive dragon over there. Sun snapped, his face completely pale with pure disbelief. Dude, this is insane. Did you not literally buy this spawn point yourself? He asked, completely flabbergasted by the massive beast. Yeah, but this is my first time test driving it. Jihan's painfully punchable, carefree attitude made Sun question his life choices. Then how did you set it up? Jihan frantically muttered his excuses. Well, you see, I bought some sketchy dungeon tips from the Abyss Market. They called this place a literal snake den. How was I supposed to know? Suddenly, a terrifying detail clicked. He snapped his head back. Wait, do dragons count as oversized snakes? Sun shrugged carelessly. Close enough. Staring down the absolute unit of a monster, Jihan gulped hard. So, what is the game plan? Jihan stayed silent, slowly touching down onto the rocky ground. In a flash, he whipped out his glorious Hermes staff, grinning like an absolute madman. Stand back. I am soloing this overgrown lizard. Sun smirked in pure amusement. Knock yourself out, kid. Gripping his beloved Hermes staff tightly, Jihan steadily floated toward the sleeping, mountain-sized monstrosity. Eyeing the snoring beast, he whispered sharply, System. Observe. Instantly, holographic stats for the mighty Dragoniac flared up. Reading the god-tier numbers, Jihan cursed out loud. Holy crap, this is no joke. Its raw stats are busted, but this thing spams magic too. Clenching his weapon, Jihan quickly calculated his options. Should I send a golem now? I need to hog all those sweet experience points. With his insane game plan locked in, Jihan roared, Let us have a magic duel. Fly violent gales instantly ripped through the cavern, blasting him into the sky. The ground violently shook as relentless system alarms blared, signaling his ultimate prep skills activating. Cast acceleration casting speed boosted by 2,000% for 3 minutes. Physical enhancement raw strength multiplied by 500% for 3 minutes. Buff after glorious buff stacked up, flooding Jihan's veins with absolutely intoxicating, unstoppable power. His eyes practically burst with fiery determination. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he blasted forward, but then in that agonizingly tense, drawn-out fraction of a second, the sleeping Dragoniac snapped its massive reptilian eyes wide open, Blazing lethal orbs spawned instantly aggressively, spinning into an impenetrable magical fortress. Feeling their utterly destructive raw energy radiating outward, Jihan gaped in pure shock. What the heck is that? Locking onto the intruder, the deadly orb shot blinding lightning. Jihan screamed desperately, barrel rolling out of the way. Suddenly an orb supercharged itself, blasting a colossal devastating laser beam straight at him. It was absolute chaos. Relentless waves of elemental fury aggressively bombarded him from every possible angle. The sheer explosive impact sent Jihan violently flying backward, completely shattering his heavily fortified mana shield, tumbling wildly through the air. He violently gritted his teeth. Okay, big guy, you got some skills. Instantly regaining his midair balance, Jihan flawlessly weaved through the chaotic onslaught with insane agility, putting enough distance between them. He clutched the Hermes staff and roared, unleashing devastating lightning. Lightning strike. Brilliant electrical arrows violently tore through the fabric of space, soaring mercilessly straight for Dragoniac's massive skull, but right before impact. The epic attack completely shattered against an insanely thick, impenetrable magic barrier. Witnessing this absolute wall of defense, Jihan's jaw practically dropped in shock. It cast defensive shields too. Squinting harder, he spotted a fully materialized magic seal hovering above. Before he could even process the incoming danger, a terrifying crushing force violently slammed down on his entire body. Did it seriously prep a spell while I was dodging? Jihan was pinned flat against the stone floor, completely paralyzed. This insane weight? Wait, no way. Realizing the deadly truth, he aggressively roared his signature move, Yin-Yang Twin Gods. A magnificent godlike aura violently erupted from his core. Overwhelming explosive energy completely flooded the entire cavern. Breaking free from the gravitational hold, Jihan pushed off the ground, rocketing away from the danger zone in a split second. Zero time to breathe. Savage lightning bolts violently bombarded the exact spot he just abandoned. Sprinting for his life, Jihan cursed in bitter jealousy. Are you kidding me? It knows gravity magic. I could not even afford that pay-to-win spell. This boss is actually playing super sweaty, letting 3 auto-turret orbs attack me while it charges the heavy artillery. Figuring out the boss's cheap strategy, Jihan aggressively gripped the Hermes staff, his brain rapidly plotting a counterattack. Find then time to completely switch up the meta. I only need 2 seconds to rush this guy. While running for my literal life, I already prepped a nasty little surprise. Flashing a rebellious smirk, he instantly chained his epic skill, Up Magic Smash. In an explosive, blinding flash of pure magical destruction, Dragoniac's impenetrable shield totally vaporized into thin air. Even those ridiculously annoying lightning orbs violently shattered under the sheer crushing pressure. With those highly annoying obstacles wiped clean off the map, Jihan wasted 0 time charging aggressively straight at the monstrous dragon. Looks like it is a bare-knuckle brawl now, you overgrown lizard. Across the battlefield, Dragoniac suddenly cranked its massive jaws wide open. A terrifying, superheated core of blazing energy aggressively gathered, screaming pure, unfiltered danger. Sensing pure absolute danger approaching, cold sweat immediately dripped down his face. A literal dragon's breath. Without hesitating, he forcefully tore through space itself. Teleport. The very millisecond that apocalyptic blazing inferno violently erupted from its jaws, Jihan instantly materialized right behind the giant beast in a single, flawless blink. Seizing that tiny split-second window, he violently unleashed his ultimate combo, Spiral Mana Bomb. With absolutely zero hesitation, Jihan swung his legendary Hermes staff with all his might, smashing the monstrous boss like a massive, glorious baseball home run. Sensing massive danger, the beast snapped its head back. In a total flash, it vanished right before my attack hit, leaving dead silence. Jihan completely freaked out. Where the heck did it go? But before he could even blink, a wicked lightning strike crashed down like a lethal tidal wave. Refusing to get fried into absolute bacon, he roared. Teleport dodging that insane pressure, Jihan tracked the leftover magic aura and instantly fired off his next sick move. But suddenly, a creepy chill ran down his spine, making his eyes snap wide like a razor blade pressing against his neck. He looked up and gasped. How in the world did it get up there? Realizing its cover was completely blown. Dragoniac warped right into his face. This absolute roller coaster of chaos had our boy completely stunned. Are you kidding me? This freak has teleportation too. Sun and casually chilling on the sidelines smirked at Jihan's panic. So, need a hand there, little bro. He totally snapped back. I can solo this trash by myself. He spun back to the monster, glaring intensely at the glowing staff in its claws. This is not just a mage, it is a total powerhouse. I have never fought a wizard at this insane level before. Perfect target practice. He muttered his ultimate incantation, time. Acceleration, acceleration, acceleration. In a total flash, a bunch of lethal energy orbs summoned by Dragoniac filled the sky. Jihan gripped his weapon, raising it high, and roared like absolute thunder. Maximum level time acceleration. At that exact second, the wicked orbs violently vibrated before launching forward like a devastating lightning storm. The moment that crazy lightning swarmed him, Jihan spammed teleport again, his shadow blasting right through the air. Radiating total savage energy, Jihan rapidly chanted his next deadly combo. Freeze, amplify, detonate, pure magic, amplify. He channeled all his raging mana into his staff. In a spectacular final moment, he forged an absolutely busted weapon, explosive ice lance, following his ruthless command. The spear blasted forward with zero hesitation. It ripped straight into Dragoniac with absolutely ridiculous power. The brutal collision triggered an epic shockwave, completely shaking reality. From deep inside the massive ice block, a creepy white mist slowly rolled out carrying a seriously bone-chilling frost. Heavy fog choked the battlefield, plunging everything into a super suffocating silence. Suddenly, a dope system window popped up. You earned 1,830,000,000 experience points. Jihan blankly stared at the blinking, massive numbers. His mouth twitched. Still not enough to level up. Inside the thick fog, he suddenly dashed forward like a total maniac, gripping his staff super tight. Sunin suddenly strutted over, totally hyped up. Wow, you absolute beast. That time acceleration trick was completely broken. Smirking, Jihan rubbed his chin. Well, duh, my skills obviously got to level up sometime. Sunin laughed out loud. Fair enough, did we get any sick loot? Let me check. Amidst the foggy dirt, a massive sparkling horn lay there, curved like some demonic weapon. Low-grade dragon horn, a dope magical material for crafting epic gear, and a freaking skill book, Auto Magic Guard, summons an orb for automatic basic attacks. Restriction, 5 elements. Mages only. His eyes literally bugged out of his head. He let out a massively shocked gasp. Holy crap, son, incuriously jogged over. Is that top-tier loot, bro? Jihan grinned. Oh yeah, it is the exact same overpowered spell that Dragon just spammed. Sunin looked totally lost. Wait, what do you mean by that? Jihan pointed. Those insane floating magic orbs, son. And busted into a huge excited grin. Oh, you mean those things? Yeah, that spell is absolutely legendary. Jihan snatched up the dragon horn, holding it like it was made of solid diamonds. Here, take the epic loot, dude. Sunin snatched it completely baffled. What the heck is this weird thing? It kind of looks like a dragon horn, right? Jihan gave him a super confident nod. You totally nailed it, bro. Meanwhile, Sunin went strangely quiet. Absolutely buzzing with adrenaline, Jihan kept talking. This insane training is actually paying off big time. What do you think? Sunin casually tossed the massive horn over his shoulder. He smirked back. Beating up low-level trash mobs gets me absolutely nowhere. Next time, let me solo the main boss. That sounds like an actual challenge. Hearing his crazy ego, Jihan gave him a massive side-eye. A super cocky smirk formed on his lips. Still, if you want to get completely wrecked, go for it. Son. And suddenly changed the subject. By the way, what is the deal with your new skills? Jihan blinked. You mean my training? Sunin nodded. Yeah, Shincheng recently unlocked some seriously busted combat skills. Sunin hesitated, looking a little bit stressed out. I really need to think about my own build. But my grandpa is totally old school and super strict. Jihan just shrugged. Oh, really? Then he grinned, completely brushing it off. Anyway, let us ditch this awful place. The two rebels bounced from the battlefield, stepping right into a brand new zone. Out of nowhere. He yelled out in pure shock, Sejon. She flashed a gorgeous smile and cheered. Did you get some epic farming done? He instantly shouted back. Oh, absolutely. Wait, what are you even doing here? Sejon suddenly wondered. I brought some massive news for you. Jihan immediately whipped his head around. For me, wait a second. Where is she? Her tone was completely deadpan. The kid entered a barrier zone for some hardcore training. He saw right through the absolute bullshit. You totally just kicked her out, right? Sun, completely silent until now, finally spoke up. So what is this news? Catching his dead serious glare, Sejon chuckled softly. Oh, it is honestly no big deal. Nothing major. Inside the room, glasses of chilled orange juice were already set out. Jihan grabbed one, took a sip, and asked, So, spit it out. She spun around. You are technically affiliated with our martial clan, right? He instantly fired back. Yeah, so what? Sejon explained with a heavy sigh. Look, I know you did not start out as a disciple, But lately, the clan feels we have failed to make you feel like real family. Jihan caught her drift perfectly. You mean you guys could not protect me? Sejong nodded. Yeah, pretty much. She broke down the details. Because of that, the clan wants to shred your freelancer contract. They want to draft a totally new deal. His eyes widened in sheer suspicion. A new contract. What kind of deal are we talking about? Sejong smoothly replied, an official alliance, since you already have your own cult under total control. Jihan absorbed the intel extremely fast. Whatever works for me. A freelancer is basically just a glorified mercenary anyway. She instantly shot back. Not a mercenary, more like a brand new family member. Sun crossed his arms and spoke up. Did Grandpa actually make this call? Sejong shook her head. His vote was just one piece of the puzzle. We just held a massive clan meeting. His voice dripped with sudden rage. Without me, she answered bluntly. Nope. She absolutely could not hold back her blazing frustration anymore. I know dropping this in front of Jihan is super awkward. She aggressively pointed at Sun, screaming. But if anyone breathes wrong on Jihan, you completely lose your mind. Is sacrificing the whole clan for one kid acceptable? Jihan helplessly agreed with the absolute chaos. Yeah, you guys definitely should not be having this dramatic showdown right here. Sejong looked incredibly guilty. My bad, Jihan. He awkwardly accepted the apology, even though he completely agreed with her brutal logic. But a second later, he dropped the snark. No, I am the one who is sorry. If not for me, you two would not be having this ridiculous screaming match. Besides, you guys have constantly had my back through all the crazy stuff. Hearing those words, she smiled completely satisfied. Look who's acting all grown up. He felt super awkward. I have been through some really wild stuff. Jihan quickly derailed the topic. So how exactly does this epic alliance work? Sejong explained without missing a single beat. An alliance is a superficial bond, right? You could say it comes with heavier strings attached. Basically, it is a hardcore two-way street. A mutually beneficial deal. Jihan pinpointed the exact thing bugging his mind. That is not what I mean. We do not just scribble some signatures and call it a day, right? She dug into her pockets and whipped out a mystical scroll. Obviously not. That is exactly why I brought this magical contract. His thoughts completely derailed. Huh. Does she have an infinite inventory stash stuffed inside her pants? Sejong gleefully unrolled it. It uses magical biometrics so you can read it. Touch it. His eyes narrowed, instantly triggering his observation skill. The contract's legendary stats flashed. Rank, mythical. A magical pact forging an unbreakable bond. It establishes a supreme high-stakes treaty between epic factions. The connection is absolutely terrifying because it runs on literal divine energy. Reading the text, Jihan mentally freaked out. Divine energy. This is some top-tier overpowered loot. In that very moment, his eyes sparked with intense realization. He had just spotted a massive loophole. There's a whole clause here about defensive backup. Are you absolutely sure about this part? Even though that cult is totally under my thumb, I have zero intention of dragging them into an all-out bloodbath. Sejong guaranteed with total confidence. You are already stupidly overpowered, kiddo, so it is perfectly fine. We did not miss a single detail. He let out a massive sigh of relief. All right, if you are really that confident. She threw in one final deadly serious warning. Did you triple-check every single word? There is absolutely no backing out. Once you sign, Jihan meticulously scanned the glowing text one last time. Defensive support, item trading, mutual cooperation. Oh, crap. Honestly, it just felt like a basic freelance gig. He casually brushed it off. Just slapping a fancy official label on our squad? Way better this way. After overthinking it, he smirked. Bring it on. He boldly sliced his own thumb. The crimson drop hit the mystical contract. Boom. It instantly erupted into blazing magical flames. System alert spam. You left Heaven's Will Guild? Alliance formed with Heaven's Will. Friendly units are now hidden from your minimap. Jihan spaced out completely. Who knew guild alliances came with such insanely overpowered hidden perks? Ping new alert. By forging this clan alliance, the gamer is now officially recognized as an independent faction territory. Management mode unlocked. Wait territory. What his jaw dropped, literally drooling. Sunil tossed a towel, yelling out, "Hey, wake up, bro." You brain-dead Jihan finally snapped out of his trance. Huh. Seeing his buddy short-circuiting, he raised an eyebrow. Dude, you good, Jihan played it cool. Nah, the contract is totally fine. Your boy just leveled up with a sick new skill. He immediately zoned out again. Wait, so, territory management is basically a real-time strategy game update. Sitting on his bed, Jihan was completely lost in his own gamer brain. Staring at the floating holographic screen, he muttered, "How the heck do I even use this?" His eyes sparkled with rebellious curiosity. Does this trigger some crazy hidden function? Without hesitating, his finger slammed the glowing green button. Flash glowing text popped up. Build mode. Activated. You can currently construct 2 types of structures. To unlock more buildings, please acquire new formulas and blueprints. Jihan tilted his head, his teenage gamer mind already doing the hardcore math. Oh, so it works exactly like a crafting survival game. I need blueprints. Wait, what can I actually build right now? He skimmed the menu right as another flashy system window dramatically exploded onto his screen. 2 clear options glowed brightly. Option 1, magic dispersion circle. Option 2, multi-purpose defensive barrier circle. A brilliant, utterly chaotic idea flashed through Jihan's mind. Hell yeah. The magic I blindly grinded acts as the blueprints barely containing his hype, he instantly smashed the craft button. What about crafting and repairing, though? Suddenly a fresh holographic data stream materialized, crafting mode selected. You currently have 2 available structures to forge. Want to build a bigger empire? Upload new mystical formulas now. Blueprints required. Jihan smirked and quickly tapped another glowing system icon. A new cascade of digital text dropped. Repair sequence initiated. Current structure durability stands at 87%. Consuming mana for repairs. A blinding god-tier magical aura violently erupted, completely swallowing his body. The progress bar skyrocketed. Durability hits 88%. Durability hits 89%. Jihan's jaw hit the floor, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Whoa, it literally works like a cheat code. He glanced down at the remaining commands, his strategic gears turning. Thank God repairing is insanely easy. If this system demanded actual raw materials, I'd be screwed. Now what about these attack and move commands? Ding, a crisp chime echoed as floating text materialized in thin air. Select nearby hostile targets. Your squads will obliterate the chosen enemy. Jihan raised an eyebrow, scoffing with teenage skepticism. This is literally just a mobile game interface. This power is absolutely terrifying. Pure panic flashed through his mind. If I click this, what happens? Will a massive golem army just spawn and wreck the enemy auto battle style? He quickly focused on the floating hologram, frantically tapping to cancel the assault. Let's check the move option instead. In a split second, double notifications pinged Select Tactical Deployment Zone. Your troops will instantly warp to the designated coordinates. You may issue further strategic commands to your legion. It finally clicked in his brain, but he wasn't about to risk a massive war yet. Oh, so moving just means deploying units. Yeah, definitely canceling that for now. Still, he crossed his arms, falling into deep gamer contemplation. Finally, a confident smirk crept onto his face as he boldly declared, "Hell yeah, this is exactly the play." He violently shot up from his bed, wild ambitions racing through his mind. I can totally exploit this to upgrade my own crib. Even though he had absolutely zero clue how to actually operate it, yet he kept chanting to himself like a crazy mantra. Base building. Base building is the ultimate priority. Jihan aggressively marched straight over to his computer desk. It desperately needs blueprints right. A wicked grin spread across his face. He already knew the cheat code. The only logical place to dive right now is the Sun Abyss. The legendary dark web marketplace vividly flashed before Jihan's hungry eyes. He aggressively smashed the keyboard-firing keywords into the magical search engine. Let us see what we have here. A massive wave of search results instantly flooded the holographic interface. His eyes totally lit up as he scrolled through the epic loot. Whoa, they literally sell every magical formula under the sun here. But what your boy really needs are the hardcore architectural blueprints. Base building stuff? Only I should probably filter down this insane search scope. Suddenly, a wild realization struck Jihan like lightning. His voice practically shook with absolute gamer hype. Blueprints for magical machinery, hidden right here on the Mystic forums. A wild forum post suddenly caught his eye. The title read, "Selling mech blueprints for mechanized golems and automated factories. Got a ton of rare recipes here. Just click my username to raid my shop." He let out a breathless gasp and instantly smashed that click button. The screen exploded with legendary loot, exactly what our boy Jihan desperately needed. His eyes practically sparked with literal stars. A wicked, rebellious smirk crept across his face. Who knew the dark web of gaming had this? I am clearing out the entire stock. But when the delivery drone actually dropped, the payload sweat dropped. Did I go too crazy? He stared at the mountain of skill books breaking into a massive sweat. Standing before his epic loot, he sighed hard. 4 billion won bought me this. Now I only have 1 billion left to my name. With zero hesitation, he slammed his hand onto the first book. Time to grind. But the sheer volume of data was completely overwhelming. Acquired mana potion recipe, acquired mana factory blueprint, Acquired physical enhancement. Elixir. Acquired elixir facility. Blueprint. Just like that, Jihan completely lost himself in the absolute grind surrounded by a glorious symphony of system level-up chimes. Moments later, his intense gaze shifted back to the remaining stash. These were the absolute endgame blueprints, recipes for god-tier items and automated mass production facilities, and in that very moment, Jihan froze completely, his gamer instinct, screaming that something was about to go down. He aggressively thrust his hand toward the heavens and roared, "Illusion barrier," instantly. A holographic miniature world warped into reality right out of thin air. His eyes drowned in the mesmerizing glow of pure magic. A chaotic grin plastered his face. Territory management mode activated. Jihan forcefully tapped the build icon. A chilling neon blue shockwave pulsed outward while his eyes burned with absolute, unstoppable arrogance. Boom, let us go. He locked his eyes onto the floating hologram and declared, "First order of absolute business." He aggressively smashed the option glowing with the words, "Automated 49 Golem Factory." Yes, this one. Epic system prompts flooded his vision. Constructing automated golem factory. Resources verified. Please select the deployment coordinates for your new facility. A single anime-style sweat drop slid down his completely confused face, but he hesitantly tapped the glowing coordinates anyway. The interface exploded into a sick three-dimensional blueprint, revealing his house and the vast underground layers. His jaw practically dropped. Wait, am I building an underground evil lair? He nervously poked the screen again. Suddenly, deep beneath the earth, a massive golem hologram rendered into reality, surrounded by a terrifying web of heavy robotic arms and gears. A sharp system alarm shattered the silence, popping up 2 epic alerts. Active golems detected. Deploy golems for massive factory construction. Jihan was getting hit with mind-blowing twists, back to back. Who knew I had this broken feature? He violently smashed the yes button. Glitchy system text scrolled rapidly across his vision. Commencing automated golem factory construction. Estimated time until absolute domination, 1 hour 45 minutes and 45 seconds. Instantly, his cocky smirk vanished into pure panic as earth-shattering rumbles echoed violently from the outside world. Down below, an absolute army of golems erupted from the dirt. They moved with terrifying mechanical precision, casually tossing and carrying colossal steel beams on their massive shoulders. Witnessing this epic chaos, he gasped in absolute shock. Oh, so that is how the magic works. His eyes practically glued to the raging monitors as he muttered, "Just under 2 hours for a whole factory. That is insanely broken." A brief flash of sheer disbelief struck his brain. Building an entire underground fortress in that time. This game system is completely hacked. He stared deeply at the flashing system prompt. Alert infused personal mana to drastically accelerate the construction sequence. He muttered to himself, completely dumbfounded, "Look, I know my gamer abilities are absolutely unhinged, but this is way too convenient. How crazy does this mana boost actually get?" The AI system relentlessly pushed another glowing prompt. Warning, do you wish to drain personal mana to overdrive the factory construction? Jihan was seriously losing his temper. Bro, these endless pop-ups are aggressively true to the sweaty gamer experience. He viciously slammed the yes button without a second thought. At that exact microsecond, an overwhelming torrent of neon blue aura violently exploded around his entire body. The terrifying magical energy aggressively channeled straight into the mechanical giants. Going full try-hard mode, he aggressively accessed his inventory, equipping magic rings, snapping on epic necklaces, wielding a monstrous 2-meter battle staff. Jihan stood at the absolute center of this magical hurricane, ready for an epic boss fight. And then, his eyes flared with main character determination, but suddenly a deadpan system alert crashed the party. Construction sequence utterly complete. You may now mass-produce golems. Automated golem factory. Base production timer exactly 1 hour. Item description. Legendary automated factory forged through the supreme blueprints of Han Jihan. The gamer system successfully fused with his master crafting skills to permanently automate production, fully upgradable. Staring blankly at the screen, the fully geared boy literally turned into a solid stone statue. His brain completely short-circuited trying to process this madness as he screamed. What the actual heck, our boy Jihan quickly analyzed his terrifying new reality. Fact 1. This completely broken automated factory could be leveled up, demanding insane resources and ultra-rare blueprints. Fact 2. Slamming upgrades into this bad boy would drastically shatter the production speed limits. And after some massive brainpower testing, he realized he could literally mutate the golem variants. Fact 3. He could spawn an entire mechanical empire. His current territory maxed out at 6 legendary factories. To conquer more territory, he just had to unleash his metal army to expand the borders. Gripping the blazing holographic tablet like a true raid boss, Jahan smirked. Time to check off the absolute grind list. He aggressively pressed the master command icon. A wildly chaotic genius sparked across his face as he commanded spawn automated factories in the remaining 4 slots. The absolute second those words dropped. Heavy system text burned across his vision. Constructing multiple automated golem factories, his eyes narrowed with ultimate sweaty gamer focus. Screaming with pure, unhinged joy, deploy a massive resource facility in the final coordinate. The master console instantly flashed a terrifying red warning. Constructing ultimate resource generation facility, mere seconds later, an epic wall of stats forcefully materialized. Supreme resource facility generation speed 50 units per hour. Item description an elite compound permanently fused with a master crafting ability of the legend, Han Jihan. Massively boosted by the gamer system. The facility scales infinitely with his absolute crafting level, fully upgradable. A greedy thought echoed in his brain. Man, I am going to need infinite resources to fuel my unstoppable golem army. Jihan's mind was racing at absolute light speed. At this completely broken rate, his unstoppable mechanical legion was aggressively multiplying by the minute. Suddenly, a massive cascade of golden system data violently crashed onto the screen, initiating supreme territory management for player Han Jihan. You now rule over conquered subordinate zones. Only high-level strategic master commands can be deployed to these vassal lands. Do you wish to survey your absolute empire? Yes. Completely, totally bewildered by the absolute chaos, our dude smashed that confirmation button anyway. Bam. The system instantly flooded his brain with pure, unadulterated power stats. The Yan Sect, a direct affiliate, Han Jihan's legendary power member, stats incoming. 1,285 facilities, 1 ultimate base, 12 minor structures, potion factories, magic integration labs, training yards, and a freaking mana center. Treasure workshops, hardcore martial arts dojos, wild alchemy labs, and a massive alchemy complex. Total capital. 182 billion special skills directly linked to Han Jihan paying a 10% tribute to him, status totally unable to issue commands. They were deeply dissatisfied with Han Jihan just waiting on standby. He was absolutely mind-blown. Staring wide-eyed at the sect's insane digits, he thought, how are they this filthy rich, 180 billion plus 12 massive buildings, yet they still bowed to him? Honestly, they would probably outscale his power soon enough. He could not hide his burning, rebellious curiosity. What about the sick command feature, instantly glowing text materialized? Option 1, attack. Option 2, internal management. Option 3, adjust tribute rates. Jihan gasped in sheer awe. A freaking attack function. Are you kidding me? His fingers swiped the screen with fierce intensity. What is this madness? He muttered. The system flashed fresh data for internal ops. Choice 1, resource production. Choice 2, force development and reinforcement. Choice 3, epic item crafting. That instantly made him pause his chaotic thoughts. With a cool smirk, he whispered, skip it. His voice sounded dangerously calm. No need to sweat when I have an inhuman army. So what now? Crossing his arms like a badass villain. He decided, in any real-time strategy game, ruthless expansion and greedy resource harvesting are the ultimate keys to dominating everything. Jihan lounged before the glowing screen, a cocky, rebellious smirk curving his lips. He smashed the new command. Seconds later, a heavy, catastrophic rumbling echoed golems with blazing crimson eyes marched out their massive, terrifying bodies, moving in perfect, nightmarish sync. Guarding the crib, these colossal golems formed a terrifying, majestic, defensive ring. Jihan whispered softly. His intense gaze calculated the chaos. Gotta expand at least 1 kilometer out to deploy these beasts. He tapped the system node, shouting out, now. The interface violently glitched and evolved. He burst into maniacal laughter, eyes sparkling like a teenage menace, discovering a wild cheat code. Oh, hell yes. At this rate, I will effortlessly spawn 1 million giant golems. Suddenly from outside, Shin Yung busted in beads of sweat dripping down her cheeks. Panting in absolute panic, she screamed, Jihan, what the heck is happening? His jaw hit the floor, face flushing violently red. Why is she dressed like that? He panicked internally. Stuttering, he forced a goofy grin. Chill out. She snapped back instantly. Did something explode? Wiping her sweat. Shin Young frantically explained, I felt a monstrous wave of magical energy. Playing it cool, he replied, just doing some minor house renovations, totally normal stuff. Shin Young looked utterly baffled. House renovations. Sighing heavily with her hands on her hips, she scolded, give a heads up next time. Scared me to death. Jihan glanced away awkwardly, muttering, my bad. I just unexpectedly awakened this crazy ability, but you are all sweaty. Why not go shower? I have something wild to tell you, Shin Young gently replied. All right then. Jihan immediately sank into deep, edgy contemplation. A glaring problem emerged. A single expansion only yielded 3 new facilities, unless he could wildly upgrade the expansion itself to boost his total building capacity. Having 5 golem workshops relying on a solitary resource node was disastrous. Based on his insane consumption rates, 1 puny resource point was absolutely not enough. Frustrated, Jihan spat out fiercely. Damn, this is way too much grinding. He checked and found a stable ratio of 2 to 1. If Jihan slapped down 2 extra resource nodes in the new zone, plus another golem factory, he would hit 6 factories and 3 resource points. Now he could churn out infinite golems. Meanwhile, elsewhere stood Shin-sun in the absolute core disciple of the Heavenly Reason sect. Ahead of him, a grotesquely bloated monster stood there continuously mumbling bizarre, unsettling sounds. Triangle, circle, square. The vile creature violently launched into the air, aiming a deadly strike right at Sun, who was merely a badass high schooler. In that exact second, he pivoted, leaving behind a blazing trail of light. He unleashed a killer move, Heavenly Intent Void, spinning horizontally, his arm delivered a brutal, lightning-fast strike. It mercilessly severed the beast's giant arm. This combat prowess was already considered a formidable threat within the abyss. He violently stomped the shattered earth, using the massive recoil to launch himself skyward, spinning flawlessly like a lethal, unyielding arrow. Down below, the grotesque monster tilted its head, watching Sunin's tiny, yet blindingly radiant silhouette against the pitch-black sky. Next, brutal combo. Heavenly Intent. Thunderstrike. Simultaneously, a devastating pillar of azure lightning blasted down from his legs, annihilating the monster. The beast's massive corpse slammed into the dirt, utterly defeated. Its jaws gaped wide open, shrieking broken, glitchy sounds. Triangle, square, circle. There are 5 epic tiers, Phantom Demon Spirit. Demigod. He originally sat at the demon tier, but had just wildly broken through to spirit gigantic boulders ripped violently from the earth, ruthlessly impaling the beast's corpse. He gracefully backflipped as a blinding emerald aura violently erupted within his palm. It rapidly condensed into a swirling energy vortex sun, enchained another deadly technique. Heavenly Intent Lightning Slash. The overwhelming surge of sheer power blasted the monster directly. The trash mob was instantly pinned midair above the abyss, but the beatdown did not end there. Overwhelming demonic aura erupted from his palm, slicing the beast clean in half sun, and muttered with chilling calmness, "Have a nice trip to the afterlife." Suddenly a familiar voice echoed through the area. "Slashing monsters like it is a walk in the park now, huh?" He glanced back to see Sejon strolling up. She smirked. "In a bit of a rush, are we?" For the record, the Heavenly Will sect currently has only 2 spirit tier masters. Reaching that level at his age is a legendary flex. He simply replied, "Not at all." He coolly turned to leave, but her voice cut through the silence. "You know, almost nobody in your tier can even keep up with you anymore, right? Stop acting so desperate. It is not like you can actually die while you are here in South Korea anyway." His brow twitched in pure annoyance. "Just because I'm immortal does not mean my actual problems are solved okay. That is exactly what pisses me off." She shot back instantly. "So what you want to hit? Demigod status." "Even Grandpa has not pulled that off yet," he interrupted. "I know that. But the Dan Shi sect has." His eyes burned with an unshakable, stubborn resolve. "I have to reach the demigod realm at the very least. That is if I want to survive down in the abyss. I know I can make it happen." Realizing this edgy punk was completely stubborn, Sejon just sighed in defeat. "Fine. But is that not being a little too arrogant?" He stood his ground, radiating absolute confidence. "I cannot die here. Remember? That means I can literally do whatever it takes." Hearing his crazy logic, she completely lost her cool and snapped. "You absolute lunatic." Sunin just turned his back and walked away, but he tossed a casual reply over his shoulder. "Just let me be. Grandpa's probably getting a kick out of this anyway." Unable to hold back her raging frustration, Seijin screamed at the top of her lungs. "Hey, you psycho. Does Jihan even know what kind of reckless stunt you are pulling?" Instantly, he snapped his head back, his eyes flashing with a terrifying chill. He growled in a dangerously low pitch, "Do not ever tell him." "Understood." A single drop of cold sweat rolled down her temple. It caught the dim glow of the empty courtyard. She muttered under her breath, totally fed up. Crazy bastard. You two act like a secretly married couple or something. After chewing on that thought for a second, Sejun scratched her head and suddenly threw out a teasing jab. Seriously, are you guys secretly dating behind my back? Sun-in flinched violently, turning away with an embarrassed scowl, leaving her stunned. We are not seeing that defensive reaction. Sejun could not resist poking the bear further. Bro, take a good look in the mirror before you deny it so hard. He stayed dead silent. With a flash of light, a mystical gourd materialized in his palm. He aimed it at the monster's remains, sucking the demonic energy right inside next. He sealed the artifact and stated flatly, I am always completely objective about myself. Sejun scoffed hard, totally not buying his edgy teen act. Yeah, right. Stop speaking nonsense. Changing the subject, he asked. So why did you actually come looking for me? Her tone shifted to business. Someone from the Dan Shi sect dropped by for you. His eyes narrowed at the name. The Dan Shi sect. What do they want? She crossed her arms. They want to borrow you. He blinked, genuinely caught off guard. Miseyon nodded without missing a beat. Yeah, by name. They specifically requested the legendary heir of the Heavenly Will sect. He fell into deep thought. Something massive must be going down. She nodded. Definitely. So what is your move? Grandpa said it is entirely your call. After a moment of calculation, he smirked. I will take the job. Sejun raised an eyebrow. She had totally predicted this exact rebel response. I knew it. Sun-in flashed a greedy, half-joking grin. Naturally, I fully expect them to pay out a massive fat reward for this. She furrowed her brow and let out an exhausted big sister sigh. If you are dead set on this, I will not stand in your way. With that. Sejun waved her hand and turned away. Her voice drifted back softly. Whatever. I'm out of here. He watched her go, chuckling lightly. I will head over once I clean up this mess. Before vanishing into the shadows, Sejun threw back one final warning. Do not push your limits. He gave a subtle, confident smirk, acknowledging her words, once she completely disappeared. Sun-in stared down at his trembling hand and muttered, It is now or never. Meanwhile, the scene completely changes. Welcome to the ultimate safe zone where you can feast on Jihan's legendary home, cooking a masterfully crafted Korean meal made by the system player himself. Thanks to its crazy nutritional value, your health points are fully restored to max. But wait, Jihan's insane system abilities grant even more broken buffs. Plus 20% to your fatigue points for a whole week, plus 10 to every single base stat for 7 days at this exact moment. Shin Young casually picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks. Is it not about time we make our final move? Jihan looked up from his bowl, completely confused. Huh? What on earth are you talking about? Did you say we should start raiding the neighboring guilds? She calmly brushed off the ridiculous assumption with a chill tone. I mean, if you want to start a guild war, I will not stop you. But no, that is not what I meant at all. She slammed her chopsticks down, her eyes narrowed with hidden meaning. I meant wiping out those filthy lower-level creeps haunting our turf. It finally clicked in his brain. Oh, those trash mobs, Shin Young's words echoed loudly. Flashbacks hit him hard. Right, that totally makes sense now. Leave those creeps alone and they mutate into full-blown demons. His mind raced for a badass strategy. Demons are a massive pain. Slimes run on pure instinct, but awakened demons actually scheme. Shin Young nodded, totally agreeing. Yeah, it happens more than you think. Jihan suddenly gasped. Crap! I completely blanked on that. She pointed her spoon like a weapon dead serious. I am no boss, but aren't you running a whole guild now? You gotta step up and lead. Jihan groaned, totally exhausted by the thought. Spot on. Guild management is a total nightmare. He vented all his frustration to Shin Young. I'm keeping my crew strictly non-human, she countered sharply. You still need a reliable right-hand man. He nodded slowly. You hit the bullseye, Jihan agreed. Like you just preached, I totally spaced on the cleanup duty. An arrogant face flashed in his mind. A guild manager, maybe Shin Young. Should I summon that brat? He violently shook his head. Hard pass, forget I asked. Flying solo is fine, I just collect the loot. He whined. Finding loyal recruits is impossible. Shin Young chewed thoughtfully. Exactly. Most Abyss Dwellers are ancient bloodlines. Newbies crashing the party like you're super rare. His jaw dropped. For real, Shin Young crunched the numbers in her head. Yeah, maybe 25% tops. Jihan face-palmed hard. Dude, that is not a small chunk at all. How are you literally a walking wiki? She smirked proudly. My martial master drilled underworld politics into my skull. Reality suddenly smacked him. Man, I am painfully clueless about this hidden world. That is my biggest flaw. Shin Young drops some hardcore facts. Plus Abyss factions are totally unhinged. Running a squad of monsters is actually genius. Way less drama than handling toxic humans. Jihan smirked like a rebel. Trust me, I am 0% interested in playing boss. The mere thought gave him hives. Barking orders. Super cringe. Even in RPGs, I always played the lone wolf assassin class. He chuckled at his own antisocial logic. Playing politics is pure garbage. Still, I gotta learn the ropes somehow. Shin Young chimed in with absolute confidence. Oh, the Abyss will teach you real fast. She locked eyes with him. Focus on wiping out your local trash first. Jihan cracked his knuckles. Hell yeah. Time to take out the garbage. Horrific memories of mutated freaks flash by. Ignore the spawn, and they evolve into absolute nightmares. Shin Young calls them filth, but martial clans call them scrub grunts. But a mutated grunt lethal normal scrubs just give humans bad vibes. But an awakened demon craves human blood, and worse, they mutate into colossal titans. If one reaches Demon Lord status, absolute apocalyptic disaster, snapping back to reality. Jihan slammed his bowl down, fire in his eyes. We raid the dungeon today. She gave a fierce nod. Bet. Send in your golem squad. He immediately shot her down. No way. My hands are itching for a real brawl. Next up. Both warriors shot up. She smirked wickedly. Craving real bloodshed. Hit the private instance. A bloody outdoor vacation sounds dope. He grinned. Shin Young grabbed her gear. I'm tagging along for the carnage. His adrenaline spiked. Epic. Let us roll right now. Without missing a beat, they stormed out to the backyard. Giant alpha golems patrolled the turf. He cracked his neck, hyped for pure chaos. Let us crash this party. Suddenly, she blocked him. Hold up. He blinked. What gives wash your damn dishes first? Or the house will stink. Jihan let out a totally defeated groan. Yeah, fair point. Chores first, slaughter later. The Phantom Realm mirrors our reality flawlessly. It is a perfect copy until magic twists it. Inside this untouched phantom zone, the vile filth monsters thrive. Check this out. Toxic black sludge slithered across the barren concrete when two anomalies collided. They shrieked like banshees, violently ripping each other apart. The demonic tar merged viciously, trying to devour the other. Their razor-sharp fangs sank deep. The flesh stretched and snapped like cursed bubblegum. Suddenly, one grotesque blob spun around, radiating pure hostility, watching this absolute horror show. Jihan violently shuddered. Man, that is pure nightmare fuel every single time Shin Young perched flawlessly on the roof, feeling his absolute disgust. Watching scrubs mutate is super gross, huh? He gagged slightly. Understatement of the year? She nodded sagely. Nobody blames you. They are literally born from toxic human emotions, the most sick and twisted thoughts manifested. Right then. Jihan fell dead silent before extending his arm. Dazzling magical aura violently erupted from his palm. You are dead right. Sunjung narrowed her eyes, totally confused. Wait Silent casting, the main character, smirked casually, tracing a glowing circle mid-air. I leveled up big time? Silent casting is a breeze now, well, at least for dual spells. She watched him in absolute awe. Silent casting, she whispered softly. That means you evolved from a basic wizard to a full-blown sorcerer. You leveled up insanely fast. He grinned with rebellious cockiness. Gotta be this ridiculously strong to wreck that crazy mask cult, right? Bamraw energy blasted from his palms, ripping right through those filthy freaks. Their bodies instantly turned to Swiss cheese, melting into a smoking puddle of black sludge. Out of the nasty goo, a blindingly bright crystal popped out. Jihan blinked in surprise, casually using telekinesis to snatch the loot. Not this junk again. It was a literal trash crystal forged purely from toxic negative vibes. He groaned inwardly. Every single trash mob drops one of these. I hoped they would be epic magic stones, but they are totally useless. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Sunjung's head. I heard hardcore alchemists use those for crafting. He casually tossed the rock into his spatial ring. Alchemy. That is way above my pay grade. Jihan scratched his head, completely clueless. Guess I will Google it later. Suddenly, more creepy sludge monsters spawned. He clicked his tongue in pure annoyance. Man, I skipped chores for 1 second and these bugs start multiplying. Seeing the massive swarm, Sunjung rolled her eyes. See, that is why you gotta take out the trash daily. He let out a cocky laugh, cracking his knuckles. All right, let us get this party started. High above golden morning sunlight pierced through the city's crystal clear sky. After a brutally long grind, Jihan let out a massive, exhausted sigh. Scrubbing this zone took way longer than expected. He stared at the sky, groaning loudly. The worst part is not being able to fast forward in these basic illusion dungeons. What a massive waste of time. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Something was totally bugging him. Less than 30 guilds in all of South Korea can actually manipulate time zones. Is that a flex or just pathetic? Sunjung chimed in, dropping some harsh truth. That is practically nothing. Think about it. South Korea has around 500,000 Abyss members, and honestly, rogue players are super rare. Everyone is tied to some massive faction or another. There have got to be tens of thousands of active guilds. Jihan nodded, the math finally clicking. Way more than I imagined. She kept her voice dead serious. Still, that total population is suspiciously low. That is because Gaia flat out bans the Abyss population from growing any larger. Jihan scrunched his face, totally lost. Wait, a ban? What does that mean? Sunjung crossed her arms, diving into the crazy details. Look at the raw stats. Only 1% of normal civilians are ever allowed to awaken into the Abyss break that limit and hell breaks loose. Jihan frowned. What kind of hell? Her expression turned dead serious, delivering a chilling warning. If we break that 1% threshold, random awakeners just start dying. Jihan's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, seriously. She let out a heavy sigh, breaking it down. I told you before, right? We can literally use our crazy magic in the real world, but if our powers mess with reality too much, Gaia steps in to crush us. Jihan rubbed his chin, recalling some dark rumors. I've heard whispers about that. People call it the ultimate cursed luck, right? She nodded grimly. Exactly. A terrifying wave of pure bad luck that can effortlessly wipe out our absolute strongest fighters. Like enemies suddenly getting massive, completely unfair buffs the second we cross that 1% line. Bizarre, deadly glitches just start spawning everywhere. They call it the Great Purge of Gaia. Jihan processed the crazy lore, drop eyes narrowing. Hold up. Is that percentage based on a single country's population? Sunjung nodded slowly. Spot on. A cocky smirk returned to his face. So basically, massive countries automatically get a sick tactical advantage, right? She shrugged, half agreeing. Technically, yes. But inside the Abyss, your passport means absolutely nothing. Every guild acts like its own ruthless empire. He stroked his chin eyes, gleaming with chaotic interest. Oh, now that is wild, she quickly cut back in. That is exactly why the mask cult is super exclusive. Jihan snapped his fingers. Oh, right. Do they not have over 1 million crazy cultists? She nodded sharply. Exactly. They could force a massive army into the Abyss. It is their quickest path to ultimate power, but they hold back. He nodded, completely sensing the massive conspiracy. Yeah, they totally don't. Leaning in closer, she dropped the real truth. Let us look at the insane math. Over 1 million brainwashed followers outside, but only 4,000 elite members inside the Abyss. A flex or a fail, you decide. But they refuse to awaken tens of thousands at once just to avoid triggering that insane Abyss death penalty. Right? Jihan frowned, his brain going into overdrive. Man, talk about a massive tactical headache. She leaned back, giving the final piece of the puzzle. They literally have no choice but to play by the rules, unless of course you are ridiculously overpowered like the Harem King. At that name, Jihan's eyes lit up instantly. Wait, the Harem King. You mean the absolute beast who covered my back last time? Seeing his hyped reaction, she smirked. Exactly. That dude is so insanely broken he literally ignores Gaia's absolute rules. That is why they call him a transcendent. Jihan repeated it, total awe dripping from his voice. A literal transcendent. Shindong calmly spilled the tea on the street rumors. Supposedly those top-tier elites totally ignore our petty drama. I heard they never intervene in trivial matters, though nobody knows exactly why. Jihan scratched his head in pure confusion. That red dude is seriously hiding some dark secrets. She smirked, adding, just like how you have absolutely zero clue why he protects you. Jihan nodded in total agreement. Facts. Suddenly, the system alarm blared loudly. Pure bloodlust detected. He froze in shock. Hostile intent. Almost immediately. Lethal darts sliced through the air straight at them. Jihan instantly triggered his mana shield. The projectile slammed against it, clattering harmlessly onto the cold ground. His face turned dead serious as he loudly commanded, activate the tracking ring. A glowing red halo materialized above his head. She quickly waved it off. Yeah, skip the extra steps, bro. Shindong stepped up, her eyes locking onto the shadows. The freak is literally right in front of us. A menacing dark shadow flickered into existence. Jihan flinched at the terrifying sight, nervously admitting, okay, totally my bad. What a massive waste of my mana. Standing before them was an Ironator, a nightmarish demon with a twisted humanoid form. Jihan shuddered as absolute panic hit him. Hold the phone, is that actually a freaking demon? She just shrugged without skipping a single beat. A demon? It is not like Soul spawns these monsters every single day. He tilted his head, completely lost. Wait, seriously, why is that exactly? She dropped the tactical knowledge. Seoul is the most insanely populated zone around here, am I right? So all the absolute hardcore Abyss heavyweights hang out right here in Seoul, instantly crushing any demon before it even catches a breath. Hearing that terrifying logic, a freezing chill ran straight down Jihan's spine. Oh right. Cold sweat violently dripped down his pale face. He totally panicked. Does that have anything to do with our massive problem? Shindong suddenly connected the dots and gasped out loud. Oh wow, she brutally pointed out. Exactly. This massive mess is just because you are so lazy, Jihan awkwardly rubbed his neck. My bad, dude. Meanwhile, the hulking Ironator aggressively stomped toward them. Acidic drool spilled from its grotesque jaws. Human tasty. Iron tasty. Watching this total nightmare unfold, his face turned ghostly pale. Guess we absolutely cannot just ignore this freak, huh? She stayed ice cold under pressure. Looks like a fresh spawn. Let us wreck it immediately. Shindong broke it down for him. If we let demons farm intelligence, they become an absolute massive pain in the neck. They get way more twisted and crafty than humans. Jihan swallowed hard, suddenly terrified. Wait like massive civilian casualties. She nodded grimly to explain further. That plus, they coordinate brutal group attacks, build monster nests, and launch totally savage, chaotic warfare. Boom! An invisible force grabbed the Ironator, crushing its massive body like a soda can. The beast snarled as its bones violently compressed. From a distance, Jihan commanded the unseen giant hand, his eyes blazing with absolute resolve. I am not letting that nightmare happen. With a savage flick of his wrist, Jihan violently clenched his fist. The demon's hulking body instantly imploded, turning into nothing but pitch-black scorched ash. He stared at the carnage, totally grossed out. Man-demons really leave the nastiest messes. Shindong chimed in from behind. So what is your master plan now? Demon parts are literally top-tier crafting materials. Without skipping a beat, Jihan sparked a magical flame. Maybe, but this is way too disgusting to keep. Just burn it to crispy ashes. Suddenly, the magical halo above his head flashed violently. Huh. She quickly noticed it. What the heck is going on? Jihan looked completely helpless, remembering her previous brutal lecture. Remember when I said we should clean up regularly? Shindong deadpanned. Yeah. He choked on his own words. But do you not think this is totally overkill? Since when do demons spawn like insane rabbits? How many are there? Standing on the main street, Jihan looked around in pure disbelief. We just blasted 4 of them. Her voice dropped into a deadly serious tone. From what I know, demons literally cannot respawn this incredibly fast. But before she could even finish her sentence, a deafening, earth-shattering roar ripped through the air. Out of absolutely nowhere, a colossal, grotesquely mutated shadow crashed down right in front of them. Jihan lost his absolute mind at the terrifying sight. Were you just about to say that literally anything can happen in the abyss? That gigantic monstrosity was a wall golem manifesting with an incredibly freakish and bizarre structure. They both completely froze in absolute shock. Seeing this nightmare for the first time, Jihan screamed his lungs out. Holy crap, what is that absolute unit? The demonic golem stomped forward, creating a massive shockwave that literally made the entire street violently earthquake. Seeing that sheer destruction, Jihan's face totally melted into pure panic. What the heck is this fresh hell? He analyzed its clunky movements internally, judging the freak. Is this giant purely just for intimidation? It literally deals 0 damage but makes insane amounts of noise. The exact moment he dramatically spun around, heavily armed dark shadows started creeping closer. He aggressively tossed his phone straight up into the air. Instantly, a monstrous guy and a creepy chick completely boxed our duo in. He completely paled at the brutal ambush. Wait, is this totally my fault too? She let out a super exhausted sigh. Just deal with it, bro. She clicked her tongue with pure ice-cold swagger, her hands gripping her lethal weapons incredibly tight. Tish, whatever, man, let us just wreck them. He glared fiercely up at the massive golem, totally deciding to wipe the floor with these freaks before talking any more trash. Meanwhile, Shindong squared up flawlessly against the terrifying spider demon, smirking dangerously. Bet. Let us go. With absolutely 0 hesitation, she explosively launched into the air, delivering a devastating punch that ignited a blinding, savage aura. The epic impact triggered a massive shockwave, completely engulfing the entire battlefield in incredibly thick, suffocating smoke. On the other side, Jihan forcefully channeled raw magic into his glowing hands, violently shaking the massive golem to its literal core. 1 second later, its incredibly colossal body catastrophically fractured and loudly collapsed. He was totally stunned by its pathetic weakness directly contradicting its absolutely massive, intimidating size. Bro, that was way too weak, he silently judged. Right then, he sharply sensed a blazing light brutally approaching from behind. Without absolutely zero warning, the two-horned demon mercilessly blasted a scorching crimson inferno straight at Jihan. He instantly flashed his magical barrier, gripping his golden staff with pure explosive confidence as he loudly roared. "You are way too weak, dude." Instantly, a devastating magic beam totally obliterated the two-horned demon, brutally slicing its monstrous body perfectly in half. The pathetic freak crashed down, its corpse instantly charred into crispy black ash. Beside them, Shindung ruthlessly smashed the dropped phone, completely shattering it into tiny, useless pieces. With pure cold disrespect, she violently tossed the shattered junk right onto the spider demon's mangled corpse. "Jahan, chuck those demon carcasses straight into your inventory," she commanded with absolute teenage bossiness. "Not to craft dumb gear with them. We need to investigate this freaky mess," she quickly clarified. "Obviously, we got to figure out what the heck is actually happening." Jihan smirked. Soon they hit the rooftop balcony. He was busy stacking magical bricks when Shindung's sudden question interrupted him. "What you crafting now?" "Just wait." Jihan grinned confidently, staring at the totally bizarre materials. She tilted her head. "Seriously, what is that?" Crossing her arms from above her totally rebellious vibe, shifted into something dead serious. "I've completely heard about that weird junk. It literally cannot hold a single drop of mana properly." "Exactly why the Abyss ignores it," Jihan countered smoothly with a rebel grin. "But honestly, every single trash item has a totally epic secret use." Bam! A blinding flash exploded from his hands. "Time to craft this!" he yelled confidently. The chaotic light shaped into a massive, wicked-looking radar pillar. "I completely bought out a ton of crazy blueprints," he proudly explained. "This bad boy gives me insane long-range scanning," he bragged. Shindung stared up, totally starstruck. "A freaking magic radar." "You're a genius," Jahan puffed out his chest. "Hey, it's just basic math. Activating full scan target every single scrub and demon within 10 kilometers, he declared playfully. Instantly, the holographic screen exploded with thousands of glowing red dots. Jihan's cocky smirk vanished, his face draining of color. "Oh crap. Dude, what's wrong?" Shindung asked. Sweating bullets, he stuttered. "The entire freaking zone is swarming." Calming his racing heart, he quickly adjusted the crazy system, filtering out the low-level trash, scanning for pure demons only. Within just 1 kilometer, hands on her hips, Shindung's voice dropped to a dead-cold whisper. 89 actual demons. Jihan's head spun like crazy. "But we literally just wiped this zone clean. How are there still so many?" Staring intensely. The chaotic absurdity finally hit her. "This is way too sketchy. Maybe the demon population was already exploding," she murmured softly. "But this is just ridiculously absurd." Leaning against the railing, she analyzed the math. Statistically, for every 1,000 humans, it takes a whole freaking year just to spawn one demon. Countless filthy low-level sludge monsters must spawn and violently devour each other to evolve. That entire brutal process should totally take 12 whole months. Catching on to her brilliant logic, Jahan's eyes widened. So in a massive megacity like Seoul with 10 million people, we should only see about 10,000 demons spawned annually. Shindung shot him a savage side-eye. "Yeah, only if the assigned hunter is a total slacker like you?" Jihan. Blushing, he defended himself. "Hey, they can easily spawn in blind spots, or from random negligent humans." Pausing abruptly, his teen detective instincts flared up. "But seriously, multiplying this shockingly fast, it is completely unnatural, right?" She nodded grimly. "Absolutely." Dropping the funny act, Jihan commanded. "Territory override, hunt down all trash mobs and demons." Down in the courtyard, an entire army of savage alpha golems roared, charging out like absolute beasts. Propping one sneaker coolly against the railing, he surveyed his epic domain. "Based on my hardcore contract with the Heaven's Will faction, my turf covers a 2-kilometer radius from this house. I'm legally bound to keep these streets totally spotless." Checking the wild battlefield below, Shindung scanned the chaotic urban war zone. "Your stone meatheads can probably smash this wave." Hearing that, Jihan furrowed his brows, thinking deeply. "Wait, if demons are basically raw crafting materials, I should totally grind them to buy overpowered new skills." This sudden rebellious logic totally caught her off guard. Honestly, that is a brilliantly wicked idea. But the terrifying reality bugged his mind. The glitch here is the endless swarm of scrub monsters. That is exactly why the demons are multiplying like crazy. Making a bold choice, Jihan cracked his knuckles. I'm crashing the Heaven's Will faction myself to see what's happening. Suddenly, an awkward realization hit Shindung. Cool. I desperately need to go train. Her confident aura wavered for a microsecond. I still cannot fully control my ultimate powers yet. Catching her brief vulnerability, Jihan's lone wolf resolve solidified completely. He was doing this solo. Moments later, Jihan launched himself into the sky like an absolute boss to scout. Staring down at the repulsive, writhing seas of black sludge, his spine shivered. What the literal heck? It looks like a cursed garbage dump. The streets had transformed into a totally barbaric, chaotic war zone. Mutated wicked tree beasts were brutally clashing against the foul black slimes. Without warning, the savage tree swallowed the slime, whole crushing it inside a terrifying gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. Witnessing nature's horrifying street fight made Jihan's teenage stomach churn violently. Shaking off the extreme nausea, he forced himself to fly faster, groaning loudly. There were definitely not this many yesterday. His sharp mind raced, piecing together a totally crazy suspicion. Is it just some freak coincidence they swarm exactly when I start cleaning? Mid-flight, his super-enhanced vision locked onto a weirdly familiar silhouette dominating the chaos below. Striking a totally badass pose with fiery orange hair, stood a guy beside a glowing azure Kirin. That intensely serious face, the Heaven's Will faction's legendary demon dancer, Gumi Eunghan. Staring blankly at the martial artist, Jihan slammed the brakes mid-air. Wait, isn't that my boring physics teacher? That ridiculously tall posture, chaotic orange hair, and signature nerdy black glasses, it hit him like lightning. That powerhouse was his actual physics teacher, Gumi Eunghan. This dude literally taught me physics during my freshman year, and he's secretly a high-ranking enforcer for the Heaven's Will faction. Rumor had it he only played teacher to secretly bodyguard Sun. Suddenly, the teacher aggressively swiped his hand. A massive hurricane blast erupted forward with just that single devastating swipe. The entire horde of filthy black monsters was violently sucked into an epic, sky-piercing tornado, not missing a single beat. His majestic azure, Kirin charged like an absolute tank. It mercilessly ripped through the monstrous crowd. A split second later, it unleashed a blinding, hellish crimson fire breath, incinerating the chaotic battlefield. The once terrifying slime horde instantly vaporized into tiny, pathetic black charcoal marbles, raining down onto the scorched concrete. Mr. Eunghan didn't even break a sweat, casually annihilating the remaining monstrous waves. The atmosphere literally warped as mystical glowing talismans stormed the sky. Hovering safely nearby, Jihan silently clasped his hands, secretly weaving his own magical chant. Boom. A blinding diamond-shaped energy matrix materialized before him. Ancient talismans orbited his body like satellites, gliding backwards through the air his brilliant teen mind calculated. A spatial barrier. Locking down this chaotic zone with a magical barrier is absolutely the smartest, most epic play. Wait a second, why isn't the mighty Heaven's Will faction deploying their non-human forces? The Heavenly Will sect isn't top tier, but they're still absurdly overpowered compared to average guilds. Jihan calculated his next move landed smoothly and smirked. Subteach. Instantly his mind triggered a 6th skill, auto-combat barrier. Neon green orbs manifested pulsing with raw energy. That toxic aura instantly vaporized the incoming filth. Myunghan approached. Long time no see, kid. Jihan grinned. Yeah, it's been a minute. What's the massive drama is Sun in around? The older guy tensed up. He's totally swamped right now. This mess came out of nowhere. Jihan blinked, surprised. Your elite sect is clueless. Myunghan rubbed his exhausted temples, sighing heavily. We're investigating, but it's pure chaos. Jihan instantly smirked, pitching an idea. Need a hero? The senior stared, totally baffled. You help us, Jihan smoothly explained his grand master plan. I built a literal golem army, Myunghan nodded, actually impressed. Let's pitch this to the leader. Jihan snapped his fingers, canceling his glowing orbs. Shield deactivated. He gave a lazy bow. Catch you later. Teach then. Jihan kicked the heavy wooden doors open. Inside, total pandemonium hit him like a truck. Cultivators were scrambling everywhere like headless chickens. He scanned the absolute madhouse. Everyone's freaking out over some low-level mobs. Suddenly, a familiar voice called his name. It was Sijon? She looked dead inside, rocking massive panda bags under her eyes. You here to rubberneck the apocalypse, kid? Her grim vibe instantly killed his chill mood. Hey, are you surviving? Jihan quickly dumped the intel on her. Oh yeah, the outside world is totally glitching out. Sijin blinked, completely clueless. How's your turf holding up? He scratched his head. My golems are patrolling the block. Patrolling. She looked absolutely stunned. Then it hilariously clicked in his teen brain. Oh right, boomer martial artists don't know my modern tricks, he smugly explained. Basically, they roam my hood and aggressively smash any monster stupid enough to trespass. Sejun unleashed an exhausted sigh. Damn, since when did alchemy become this ridiculously overpowered? We seriously need to recruit some nerds. Jihan dropped the attitude, asking seriously, what's the actual crisis here? Without missing a beat, she gestured inside. Let's talk privately, I actually need your brain power anyway. Following Sejun deep inside the atmosphere suddenly shifted into something super heavy. Jihan looked around suspiciously. Am I tripping, or is this place way bigger than before? She smirked. You've just never been VIP enough to enter. His teen rebellion spiked into instant caution. Oh, really? How bad is this disaster if you're suddenly inviting me? Pushing the heavy doors, her face grew deadly serious. So bad that it's strictly classified. Beyond the threshold. A massive jaw-dropping pocket dimension unfolded majestic mountains and rivers, radiated pure epic tranquility. Jihan stared totally mind-blown. Holy crap, Sejun coldly explained. This is an isolated zone. Ancient thousand-year-old power isolates it from everything, so even transcendent freaks can't spy on us. His eyes sparked with wild ambition. Spot on. Only a few of these exist in Korea. I'm definitely hacking one together later. Sejun's gaze turned razor sharp. Dream all you want. But right now, focus on surviving our current nightmare. The tension in the air skyrocketed. She dropped the devastating bomb. Right now, garbage tier mobs are swarming all of Korea, and terrifying demonic beasts are invading with them. You knew right, Jihan nodded, matching her intensity. I've literally seen Seoul turning into a war zone, hence my visit. Pausing slightly. The terrifying scale finally hit him. Wait, you're saying this isn't just Seoul, but the entire nation? She nodded grimly. Yeah, the whole country is crawling with these bugs. Magic and dark arts are clashing everywhere. Sejun glared with a chilling, half-mocking warning. Even inside this fortress, elite espers could still be snooping. Cold sweat suddenly dripped down Jihan's face. For real. Absolutely insane. Her voice dropped completely deadpan. We are investigating the core issue. Jihan scoffed internally. Not even Heaven's Will sect knows suddenly Sejun's shady motives clicked. So this super serious mission, you want me to scrub the entire country clean. Then what the heck is it? She leaned in. Listen up, kid. Sejun pointed a finger upwards. I just need you to track down Sunin. Cut to somewhere else. A scene dripping with pure supernatural chaos. A massive Bagua matrix blazed, the yin-yang core erupted with blinding white light. Standing right across from it, an absolute menace of a guy. Fandui stared into the abyss eyes, razor sharp. Gotta hand it to the Martial King. He smirked. Shielding a cursed kingdom is not easy, but as a surviving dragon god, he pulls it off. Meanwhile, restless spirits wailed in agony. Save us, it burns, just kill us. Watching them writhe, his psychotic smirk only grew wider. Mangled and broken, they kept screeching, kill me, I will never forgive them. Why must I die? I will devour you all. The sheer agony was unbearable. Fandai chanted violently, shaking his bell, rise up, you vengeful souls. Rise, spirits bound by hate. The bell's sinister chime melted the screaming wraiths they burned against the glowing seal. He shook the bell harder, his voice booming like thunder. In the name of the underworld, Lord, arise and wreak absolute havoc. Fandui threw his hands up, roaring with the fury of a hurricane. Unleash your pure hatred. The seal erupted in blood-red flames that swallowed the howling spirits into a bottomless pit. Fandai watched his face twisting into pure maniacal satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Let the underworld rule the earth. Meanwhile, Jihan took to the skies, still sweating over that loser. Sunin. Flashback to just a few minutes ago. Back when he was shooting the breeze with Sejun, the Dan clan sent Sunin an invite, promising him a crazy fat paycheck. Jihan blinked, totally thrown off. Wait, Sunin. Why that guy? He is the Heaven's Will heir, but he is not exactly god-tier strong. She looked just as confused. Well, it is a total mess, but there is a legit reason. Jihan crossed his arms. Oh, so you cannot just spill the beans? Sejun sighed calmly. It is an open secret, but I cannot go snitching on their private drama. Go dig yourself. Giving up, he decided to just ask for the basic intel. Anyway, if the Dan clan invited him, he is not technically missing, right? Or did he vanish there? She rubbed her temples. Problem is even they have zero clue, Jihan groaned. So what now? They could search for him, but the whole country is flipped upside down. Jihan paused. Short on manpower. They slapped together a search party, but honestly, they are totally half-assing it right now. But we need Sunin back here immediately. Things are getting sketchy. Snap back to reality. Jihan touched down. He kicked the green gate open. No sign of Shindung inside. Where the heck did he wander off to? Jihan whipped out his map. Glaring at the screen, he muttered. He probably went out to grind monsters. I could have just sent the golems. Why do it himself? Oh, he must be grinding his black fire avatar. Tapping the screen, he cooked up a plan. Since the minimap is booted up, let us track Sun In 2. 1 second later, a tiny glowing blue dot pinged right on his screen. Scrolling through the grid, Jihan frowned. What on earth is he doing all the way in Gyeongju? He locked onto the exact coordinates, Seokram. Seeing that cursed spot, his paranoia spiked heavily. It makes absolutely zero sense. Then a light bulb moment, Jihan knew exactly who to drag into this. Heaven's will claims ignorance? Fine, I will force some answers out of them. Landing at the temple, he smirked. Glowing white runes hovered in the air like a sick, magical firewall. He poked the barrier. Keeps the low-level trash out? He smirked. Suddenly a robotic voice buzzed in his ear. Greetings. Looks like I snagged a VIP today. Heavy wooden doors creaked open on their own. Step right in. Jihan strutted down the hall into a crazy, trippy illusion space. A gorgeous woman sat waiting for him. It was the Heaven and Earth Guild admin herself. Holding up okay, kid? She smirked. Jihan flashed a cocky grin. Never better, obviously. The admin chuckled. We observe everything from the outside, you know. But we are not mind readers. Jihan cut the crap thinking of his trashed front yard. Shouldn't your crew clean up my neighborhood? The admin raised a dramatic eyebrow. She took a slow drag of her cigarette, exhaling a heavy sigh. Look, we just deal in secrets and data. Throwing punches really is not our guild's vibe. Wiping out those goons is a total nightmare. Jihan suddenly smirked, remembering a little promise they made. I will hook you up with some muscle, he offered slyly. Remember that juicy intel you handed over last time? The admin blinked, totally caught off guard. Time to pay off my tab, he declared. Sounds like a sweet deal, right? She tilted her head, confused. Wait, you're actually paying off a debt. How exactly? Jihan leaned in with a devilish grin. You know I have a killer army, right? I will loan you my squad for some fresh intel. Hearing this bold trade, her voice dropped an octave. Ah, those giant golems patrolling your turf. Do you not need them? Her eyes widened as the pieces finally clicked. Oh, damn. Now I get it. She locked eyes with him, figuring out his insane game. Let me guess. You are mass-producing those things, are you not? The main character system has wicked crafting skills. You are totally abusing that power. Jihan just flashed a knowing, arrogant smirk. No comment whatsoever. Inside, he was sweating. Damn, she is sharp. But she was an info broker. She does not know the full specs, though. Jihan broke the silence. I will spot you 30 units. The admin's jaw practically hit the floor. Seriously, 30 golems is an insane amount of firepower. Do we have a deal? Jihan pushed. She hesitated, tapping her desk. You're taking a massive loss here, kid. Depending on the intel. She went totally silent, calculating. Finally, she looked up with a sharp grin. Deal accepted. Jihan laughed. Who knows? Maybe this intel is actually worth millions. She leaned back, puffing her smoke. A favor is a favor. I owe you. So, what is the big question? Boom. Trap sprung. Jihan went dead serious. I need the scoop on Seokwaram over in Gyeongju. Shin Sun In is there. The admin abruptly pulled the blinds shut. The atmosphere instantly turned ice cold. Give me a second, she ordered. Meanwhile, a holographic model popped up right in front of Jihan. Classic gamer interface. The territory management window. He typed the command. Send 30 units to the guild. Route 50 more to the Heaven's Will sect. Wait, crap. How do you even transfer admin rights for these goons? Exactly right. The almighty trade window. I'll just trade the rights to her when she gets back. Right on cue. The admin reappeared from the shadows. She took a drag, eyeing him seriously. The Danby sect is definitely poking around Seokwaram. They need specific elemental cores, and to get them they absolutely need Sun In's overpowered abilities. That is their target. Adding to the suspense, she dropped her voice. But that is just my professional theory. Ripping secrets from the Danby sect is practically suicide. Jihan's expression turned stone cold. Your theories are usually spot on. He rubbed his chin, piecing the puzzle together. Jihan asked again, but wait, what exactly is Sun In's crazy ability anyway? She blinked. You seriously do not know? That is basic underworld knowledge? Jihan sighed helplessly. They literally told me to figure it out myself. The admin sighed, finally explaining. It is not highly classified intel. Everyone inside the sects already knows. Everyone knows he is the golden boy of the Heaven's Will sect, but the terrifying truth, he is the absolute master of the legendary sword army. And with that bombshell, he totally freaked out, shouting, Holy nuts. She ignored him, explaining that whoever holds that legendary divine blade unlocks an insane exclusive power. Jihan leaned in, totally hooked. What kind of power, he asked. Without missing a beat, she continued. Her voice stayed deadpan. That dude literally cannot die anywhere in South Korea. And unless he actually wants to, absolutely nobody can drag his butt to another country. Hearing this absolutely wild lore for the first time, Major Goosebumps covered his arms. He shivered. Wait, what? Are you saying he is straight up immortal? Oh my gosh. Feeling like he was tripping, Jihan frowned and asked, Immortal? Seriously? The admin's voice dropped to a freezing chill. I did not say simply immortal. He is completely indestructible. She locked eyes with him. To be exact, did you know even so-called immortals turn to absolute dust if their very soul gets smashed into pieces? She finally hit the core issue. But Shin Sun-in is built totally different. He cannot fade away, he cannot be crushed, or be wiped from existence. His very being is locked to eternity. The Sword Army literally guarantees it. Listening to this cold sweat drenched Jihan's face in pure, unadulterated shock. It was unbelievably insane. Right then she casually lit a cigarette and spoke up. If your brain is melting right now, I am not surprised. Your knowledge base is painfully sketchy and warped. Not wanting to completely crush his ego, she added a quick save. However, it would be super smart to upgrade your brain if you actually want to survive battling in this crazy world. Jihan fired back instantly. Yeah, I will lock that down in my memory. But suddenly remembering something, the admin dropped a random question. By the way, my radar shows 30 massive golems marching straight toward this zone. Are those your pets? He smirked, confirming the flex. Yep. I'm trading them to you to pay for that sick intel drop. She propped her chin on her hand, pretending to think hard. So how exactly should we run this little transaction? Instantly, Jihan swiped a glowing system window right into the admin's face. Like this. The trade prompt flashed. In this brutal game, even basic hustling ran through the almighty system. After ditching that place, his mind drifted back to Shin Young's words. Got it. I will just chill at home. You're totally overpowered even without me anyway. Snapping back to reality, he sighed to himself. Look, I know I'm a beast now, but her giving zero craps about my safety kind of stings. Jihan kept moving, tracking his next waypoint. Almost there already. Suddenly his eyes locked onto something incredibly weird, looming dead ahead. He slammed the brakes, staring in pure disbelief. A floating island. An actual massive chunk of land just defying gravity, high up in the sky. Freaking out internally, his gamer brain started cooking. Usually when you spawn a barrier, an illusion zone, just copy-paste the real world unless someone completely hacks the code. But a freaking sky island here? That is wild. Plus, to generate glitchy, unnatural stuff like this, you absolutely need a massive, specialized dimension completely built around it. If so, I should have felt my danger sensors going off, but I literally sense 0 mana. That meant this entire space was hooked into a highly specialized god-tier barrier. After chewing on the tactical data for a hot second, he locked in his conclusion. Yeah, there is definitely some heavy danger up there. Instantly, blinding blue aura exploded from his body, radiating violently into the air. He fired up his battle spells, ready to throw hands. Suddenly, Jihan spotted creepy dark shadows phasing into view, floating right around the island. They were the celestial guards here, Shinjiya. Seeing that massive mob swarming the island, he mocked them internally. Trash mobs. Wait, why do they look like mermaids? Let's scan for their highest level boss. After running the numbers, he hesitated, sweating a bit. Max level is hitting around 91. Plus they have an insane army. Fighting them head-on will be absolute hell. He was frozen calculating his odds when a Shinjiya suddenly dashed right at him. She invaded his personal space, her eyes glowing with intense, piercing suspicion. Your aura is actually no joke. What kind of crazy business dragged you all the way from the capital to our turf? Hearing this, Jihan totally cringed. Man, why is her dialogue so painfully retro? But he decided to just cut the fluff and drop the facts. Look, I heard my buddy who runs with the Dan clan is crashing around here. She leaned in even closer, making him sweat and lose his cool. He stuttered awkwardly. That crazy dude Shin Sun-in, he from the Heavenly Will sect. You probably know him. Hearing that, she just silently analyzed Jihan's soul. A long, tense moment passed. She finally backed off, declaring sharply, "You are not lying." Realizing her trick, he smirked and called her out. "Are you like a walking, breathing polygraph machine or something?" The guard confirmed it, then dropped a harsh reality check. Exactly. But if you think we will grant you VIP access just because you told the truth, you are dead wrong. Heavy silence hung in the air. He suddenly burst out laughing, scratching his head like a clueless newbie. Hey, I'm still a total noob wandering through this crazy abyss, so I had zero clue. So basically this entire zone is your gang's turf, right? The guard nodded with deadly serious energy. Correct. To dumb it down for a clueless outsider like yourself. She proudly dropped the heavy lore of this domain. We are the Gumseong-silla, one of the ultimate top 10 guilds of South Korea. Hearing that legendary title, Jihan gasped in genuine shock. Gumseong-silla. His gamer brain immediately went into hyperdrive analyzing the insane lore. I have literally zero clue what Gumseong means, but Silla, like the ancient Three Kingdoms era Silla. But why are they all rocking mermaid skins and random soldier classes? What is this messy build? Then again, thinking about the Cloud Rain King, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, probably coded his own epic role-playing zone too. After scanning him for an uncomfortably long time, the guard finally judged him. You are an incredibly bizarre anomaly. Saying that, she stepped way too close to Jihan once again. Her intense, unblinking stare practically burned through his soul, making his face explode into a flustered, bright red blush. Her next words totally snapped his attention back. On the outside, you cast flashy Western-style magic, but your core aesthetic screams native to the Korean peninsula. Suddenly, a massive revelation hit her like a truck. She gasped loudly. That is it! You must be that legendary glitch everyone calls the gamer. After dropping that bomb, she turned away sighing with heavy disappointment. Boom! Her next words stopped Jihan dead in his tracks. The Dan faction ordered total lockdown. Jihan's mind raced, piecing the sketchy puzzle together. I freaking knew it. They kidnapped Sunin and are playing dumb with a heavenly faction. Bottom line, these absolute creeps were hiding something massive. Jia shot him down. Our pact with the Dan faction means zero trespassing. You need their direct permission to enter. Meanwhile, Jihan was already plotting his next rebellious move. Look, I could totally smash my way through. But they haven't crossed the line yet. Why start a war? Suddenly, Jia called out, breaking the absolute silence. You can enter. Jihan blinked, completely stunned. Wait, what? Even Jia looked shocked. The Dan faction actually approved your entry. This is a massive first, even for us. Oh, really? Jihan smirked, but his guard went up. Did those Dan faction jerks read his mind? Of course they did. But wait, what if Sunin was just bait for a deadly trap? A heavy creak snapped him out of his paranoid spiral. The massive doors groaned open, revealing an endlessly deep, eerie green abyss. Well, step inside, Jia urged. Jihan froze his sharp eyes, scanning the shadowy entrance like a hawk. Whatever, let's roll. Thanks, he muttered, stepping into the void. Meanwhile, deep in a monster-infested forest, Bora and Jonin were wreaking absolute havoc. Bora groaned, wiping sweat. These ugly creeps just keep coming. Hey, John, and any word from the brass? Did they catch that punk yet? Negative. Target unconfirmed. Suddenly, an ear-shattering, monstrous roar ripped through the forest, nearly popping Bora's eardrums. Bora smirked, crossing her arms like a total badass. Looks like the big boss finally showed up. Target acquired. Bora let out an overly dramatic sigh. Yeah, guess I'm playing the muscle again. Meanwhile, the massive beast made its move. The beast launched into the sky, using pure gravity to supercharge its killer dropkick, boom. Its massive paw slammed right into Bora. But shockingly, she caught that devastating strike with just one bare hand. Pathetic. Know your place, you low-level scrub. Bora scoffed, utterly unimpressed. In a single explosive heartbeat, she obliterated the monstrous beast. Just one hit. Tossing the carcass aside, she yawned. Clean up aisle 5. John in. Purify the whole zone. Jonin snapped right into action. A swirling black hole manifested violently, sucking the mangled monster corpses into the void. Looting complete. Suddenly blinding divine light erupted from Jonin's entire body. Brilliant holy threads wove together, blanketing the cursed soil, a massive glowing magic circle locked onto the earth. Commencing full purification. Vile black sludge oozed out only to be instantly vaporized by righteous flames. Purification 100% complete. Bora was already itching for the next fight. Sweet, who's next? Orders are to hold position. Bora absolutely lost her mind. Hold position. Are you kidding me? Do they have any idea how insanely busy I am? Jonin completely ignored her tantrum. Reconfirming the official command. Complete opposites. Order confirmed, awaiting instructions. Bora groaned. What a bunch of absolute clowns. You know what, screw this, let's bail, Jonin. We seriously need a break. Let's go crush some insanely good pastries, deal. There's a killer cafe spot near Boguksa Temple. Figuring a quick breather wouldn't hurt, the icy Jonin finally caved. She nodded, meanwhile, deep inside a pitch-black abyss. A glowing spirit floated through the darkness, guiding Jihan's perilous underground raid. So freaky. The system says I'm inside the ancient Silla underground city, but these endless tunnels were getting seriously boring until suddenly, Jihan slammed the brakes. A massive crossroad. 4 different paths stretched into the endless darkness. Pick your poison. Zero traps, just endless mazes. Are you trying to troll me? A crazy rebellious idea sparked. Jihan turned back with a wicked grin. Hey, Ram! The spirit flinched. Yes, smash a totally new path for me. For Ram, breaking rules was a breeze. You got it, boss. She casually pointed at the solid cave wall. Boom. The unbreakable ancient rock shattered like cheap glass. Time to speedrun this joint. Walking right through the freshly blasted hole, Jihan smirked confidently. My mana pool is literally infinite. Let's just bulldozer our way in. But stepping deeper, pure nightmare fuel hit them hard, an absolute mountain of demonic beasts cannibalizing each other. Insane numbers aside, there was an overwhelmingly sinister aura mixed in. A razor-toothed beast got skewered like a massive bloody shish kebab. It dangled helplessly ready to be devoured. But before it could take a bite, an even bigger, nastier monster swallowed them both whole. Absolute, utter chaos. Monsters ripping each other to absolute shreds. Pure starving madness. Jihan's face completely drains of color. What in the literal hell is this freak show? Then a massive realization hits him. Hold up, I've totally seen this nightmare before. Oh snap, it all makes sense? It's a goo poison cauldron, a legendary goo trap. The sickest way to brew lethal toxins, you trap creepy crawlies in a single pit, centipedes, toxic toads, slithering snakes. Lethal scorpions. They clash in a brutal deathmatch, devouring each other whole. The final survivor absorbs every single toxin, crowning itself the ultimate venomous king. Pure venom mutating into chaotic magical power, insanely deadly. Did the Dan clan seriously breed a toxic monster? Mosh pit here. The realization sends shivers down his spine. No solid proof yet, though. He desperately needs intel on what twisted game this cult is actually playing. Is this shady clan the reason these mob creeps keep spawning in endless waves like a glitched video game? Jihan aggressively yanks out his Hermes staff. He is totally clueless about this messy situation. Ugh. He absolutely loathes this kind of blind guesswork. Lightning enhancement. Pure mana exorcism. Time to fuse these 4 epic spells into one ultimate attack. He unleashes raw hell upon the mob, seeking lightning of absolute destruction. But a massive plot twist hits Jihan. Even after getting completely barbecued by lighting, these freaks are still grinning. Worse yet, a whole sneaky swarm of gremlins aggressively dive bombs him straight from his blind spot. With god-tier reflexes, his hand dives into his inventory. Boom. He wildly chucks out a barrage of tiny spheres. Giant earth golems slam into the ground, standing tall behind him. Feeling cocky again, Jihan smirks. Trash those mini demons for me. Now he casually strolls toward the main mutant mob, letting his stone boys handle the leftovers. The real beatdown is brewing. Time to barbecue some demons? Round 1 starts. Right now. Step 1 for Jihan. Instantly. Gap close the enemy. Flash. Step. Boom. He teleports directly above the alpha monster, instantly materializing the Hermes staff in his grip. Using raw gravity to supercharge his momentum, the magical staff brutally dive bombs the beast's skull. A spectacular, messy explosion, he smoothly backflips away, locking onto his next target. But wait. The giant bug aggressively pukes a massive toxic tsunami right at him. Quick reflex is needed. He recklessly chucks his legendary staff, slicing cleanly through the nasty venomous wave. Bullseye. The staff ruthlessly impales the monstrous bug's ugly head. Absolutely zero time to block, easy kill secured. The loyal weapon magnetically snaps right back into Jihan's palm. Honestly, this feels like a totally casual weekend hunting trip. Fusing spells takes way too much time anyway. For these pathetic trash mobs, just smacking them around with raw physical damage is overkill. And then, he dramatically pivots to face the final boss of the mob. Alright, just this nasty snake thing left. Hey idiot, where do you think you're going? Jihan fiercely taunts the fleeing coward. Time to pack this chump up with a devastating lightning spear straight to the underworld, Thunderstrike. The utterly fried ugly serpent dramatically faceplants right into the murky water. Slain demons usually leave behind corpses. Then they dissolve into epic loot and sweet X points. But right now Jihan scratches his head in pure confusion. Wait, isn't that how gaming reality works? Why is the loot drop rate acting so completely unhinged? Did my overpowered system glitch this entire zone into a permanent monster farming dungeon? Pathetic trash mobs never drop loot. Usually you need to smash at least a mid-tier demon for items. Muttering to himself, he instantly flexes his awesome psychic powers, telekinesis. Magnetically scooping up every single piece of dropped loot. Boom. A rare grade serpent magic orb. Crafting material: an orb from a snake that failed to evolve into a dragon, and a rare grade venom essence. Material: highly concentrated lethal acid, plus rare liquid metal that easily shapeshifts. Honestly, this haul totally sucks for his current build, just a bunch of garbage crafting materials I can't even equip. Guess I'll haul this magic orb home and experiment later. Still, the absolute chaos of this situation is totally frying Jihan's brain. At this slow motion pace, I'll be stuck farming until next year. I don't even know what glitchy portal these creeps are spawning from. Time for a massive tactical pivot. I definitely need to unleash my grand crafting skill. The very earth violently quakes as his system interface explodes with blinding neon light. Creation. A monstrous mechanical factory violently materializes out of thin air. It's so insanely massive, its metal roof nearly scrapes the absolute top of the cavern. Without skipping a single beat, Jihan aggressively shouts the startup command. Commence full operation right freaking now. Boom. Hundreds of flying golems launch out from the colossal factory. He instantly barks out their brutal combat orders. Scan the entire minimap for me. If you spot even a single imp violently smash its face in, the stone army locks onto their targets, flooding into the dark cave like a swarm of angry bees. Sure, these rockbots aren't exactly boss level strong. Sitting at a pathetic level 30 with totally garbage-based stats? Plus their only active skill is literally just poking things with a dumb rock stick. But hey, that's completely overkill for these weak trash mobs. Jihan watches his little army swarm crossing his arms with cocky pride. Their durable bodies forged from the cavern's raw earth. Magic crystals. Exactly 4,571 pieces fueling them. Perfecto. More than enough to reveal the whole map. He praises his own tactical genius. Man, my power is straight up broken. Total hacker vibes. He whipped out a massive screen to monitor his golem squad. All right, grab the popcorn time to live stream this absolute maze. Jihan smirked to himself. Nothing beats a live feed directly from my flying eye golems. His confidence was off the charts. Letting these minions do the heavy lifting saved him from useless running around. Meanwhile, his mechanical army officially kicked off their underground dungeon raid. Filthy, low-level mobs stood zero chance against their brutal, rapid-fire stabs. After wiping the floor with them, the squad instantly moved on, scouting the area with ruthless, machine-like efficiency. They boasted a solid 4-meter strike radius if a grunt breathed it got poked, but he purposely programmed them to avoid the monkeys. It was 1 hour later. The golem search party still had not hit the jackpot. However, Jihan noticed a seriously messed up glitch. Are these monsters respawning from the ground like smoke? No wonder this dump is absolutely crawling with them. But seriously, this place is ridiculously massive. The cavern was wider than a whole fleet of buses. Jihan scratched his head, calculating the insane odds of his current situation. It is suffocatingly huge. He had completely lost Sunil's signal down here. I swear there has to be some heavy-duty magic barrier jamming his tracker. Right on cue, a scout golem detected a blinding glow at the tunnel's end. What flashed across his screen next completely blew his teenage mind. A sprawling underground empire. Massive buildings and bizarre structures intertwined in the deep shadows. Jihan gasped in pure shock. A whole freaking city! Even traveling in a straight line, it was a solid 40 kilometers away. Looks like the enemy headquarters. But before he could squint at the details, his screen aggressively flatlined. His gamer brain booted up. Something or someone had just instantly one-shotted an eye golem that almost never happened. Jihan narrowed his eyes, thoroughly confused. My bots aren't exactly squishy noobs. With a rebellious smirk, he slammed the command to deploy the rest of the swarm. Let's send the whole squad and see what happens. Roll out my mechanical babies. Hundreds of golems blitzed forward at his absolute command. They flooded out of the cave entrance, tracing the exact doom-bound path of the first scout. Waiting for them was a perfectly terrifying formation of dark silhouettes. Before Jihan could even process the cinematic ambush, a deadly arrow violently impaled one of his frontline units. A split second later, the rest of the squad met the exact same devastating fate. Amazingly, they were not completely trashed, but the brutal volley had pinned them dangerously close together, drastically nerfing their mobility. Watching the chaos unfold on screen, Jihan scoffed. Are they actually using arrows? Suddenly, a vital lore drop hit his brain. Wait, those formation tactics look exactly like the Hwarang Guild. His elite golem army was getting turned into Swiss cheese. Jihan yelled out in pure gamer rage. What the heck, they're firing arrows like aimbot snipers. You want to play dirty with a master hacker? The damage numbers flashing across his screen were absolutely catastrophic. I just lost a freaking 1,000 golems, I have 3,000 left, but tossing them in is just a total suicide mission. So this is the very heart of the cave, huh? It was clearly their ultimate defensive choke point. His tactical mind spun into overdrive. Sunil is definitely trapped in there. I'm dead certain my flying eyes are solidly level 30. If they can one-shot my units, the enemy's at least level 60. What the hell is my play here? After a dramatically tense pause, Jihan summoned the legendary staff of Hermes' time for a radically rebellious new strategy. Standing before his thousands of remaining rock-solid minions, he roared an epic command. Golems form up and merge. The final command slipped from his lips with cool authority. Create. And then boom. A violently blinding light erupted as the tightly packed minions forcefully compressed into one. When the dust cleared, an absolutely colossal Titan golem stood tall, born from the glorious fusion of thousands. He smirked, bursting with cocky teenage pride at his masterpiece. Done and dusted. My mega golem is online and ready for chaos. It only cost me 3,121 magic crystals. My crafting stats are literally hacked, so getting a discount is just my basic flex. Without missing a beat, Jihan summoned a gnome. Let's roll out gnome. The elemental loyally hovered right behind him. Thus the epic raid reignited. The giant golem's earth-shattering footsteps led the charge. Jihan and gnome stuck tightly to its massive back, using it as an indestructible moving shield. Together, man and monster plunged deeper into the terrifying abyss. Meanwhile, the sinister puppet master was hosting a very unwilling guest. Fascinating. Oh, truly fascinating. In the dim distance, a battered silhouette collapsed through the heavy smoke. It was Sunil. His arm had been absolutely obliterated in combat. The puppet master grinned, dripping with psychotic curiosity. What a miracle so profound I just have to dissect you. Thanks to you and the Yaman clan, my grand design suffered a tiny annoying delay. You see, I was perfectly scheduled to unearth the ancient horror sealed beneath the ruins of Silla's Gyeongju city, but I never in my wildest nightmares expected the clan to hand that legendary seal directly to a brat like you. Ignoring the villain's psychotic rambling, Sunil's flesh violently regenerated in a brilliant burst of power. He glared up with freezing teenage defiance. Oh yeah, is that so? Giving up already. Cracking his knuckles, he prepared for absolute carnage, but the puppeteer wouldn't shut up. No, don't be stupid. Look, stepping aside makes this way easier for you, but as a truth seeker, shattering this seal is child's play. It is literally just a matter of time. By my math, it shatters in exactly 22 hours, 11 minutes, and 31 seconds. Of course, if you back off now, the seal drops instantly, channeling his aura sun. In reached out to summon his legendary weapon. In a flash, the altar sword materialized. This instantly grabbed the yapping puppeteer's full attention. Jackpot! You brought the altar sword. I've been dying to dissect that thing. His nerd rant was shut down by Sunin's icy glare. Shut it. He noticed the killer intent, but barely cared. My bad for yapping too much. It is just the curse of a researcher. What is the slang an extrovert, though I prefer genuine genius? He kept rambling as the blade stopped inches from his face. A massive explosion erupted from Sunin's devastating strike. However, as the smoke cleared, the legendary blade was completely jammed in his energy shield. Ah, the altar sword. Even I don't know exactly how this cheat item works, but I know the specs. As long as the Korean lineage survives, its power is absolute. Infinite teleportation across the peninsula with god-slaying damage. It is honestly totally broken. But newsflash, buddy, we are outside the peninsula right now. This is my domain. Sunin's patience finally snapped. You are really starting to piss me off. The puppeteer just smirked. Objectively speaking, you are the actual problem here. An immortal guy who respawns wherever he wants. So, speaking of your hacks, there's one thing I'm dying to know. Even immortal, how do you handle the seal's recoil? Sunin gripped his sword, a terrifying jade aura exploding from his core. Across the battlefield, the nerd was still psychologically dissecting his opponent. The glitch with seals is the constant crushing pressure. Linking it to humans means agonizing pain like being ripped apart daily. Seriously, how do you not go insane from that? Sunin tightened his grip eyes, radiating pure malice. He practically growled, "None of your damn business." The villain sighed, muttering, "I honestly wonder why you have to be so insanely edgy." Then, Sunin blitzed toward the waiting puppeteer, kicking off a brutally endless clash. Another massive shockwave violently shook the wasteland. The tremors even reached Jahan's underground dungeon run, making him pause and look around. He smirked, guessing. "I'm feeling some crazy energy spikes from up there. Sunin, you wild dog." Boy and Golem finally spotted light ahead. "Hope this is the shortcut back to the main route." Jian cheered. "Jackpot, found it." The colossal golem stepped into a massive underground complex. And right on cue, swarms of shadowy figures materialized near the fortified ruins. They instantly snapped into perfect military formation. Jihan squinted at the shadows taking their true forms. Level 99 guards. Warung warriors, they do not look human or demon. All level 99. Not bad. His cocky thoughts were cut short by an incoming attack, but those arrows were basically paper against Jihan's barriers and his golem's tank stats. He laughed out loud at the zero difficulty gameplay. Exactly as I calculated. I dumped all the premium magic stones into this beast's defense and size. Even level 99 mobs cannot scratch him. These whoring scrubs are mosquito bites, but usually there is a mid-boss or some yapping elite around, right? Jihan commanded his titan, "Wreck them, buddy." He smirked as the beast morphed its arms into weapons. They had zero chance against this raid boss golem. The Hwarang forces were mercilessly crushed into dust. Barely lifting a finger, Jihan just played the cheerleader. Nice. Yaji? Tear it all down. Time to crash this party. He smirked, a wild idea forming as he raised his 6-foot staff high. Bring it on. God of Destruction. A blazing crimson fireball roared over Jihan's head, ready to wipe this place clean with the ultimate annihilation spell. The puppeteer watched in eerie silence, studying every twitch. Then his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Impossible. How is this happening? Before him stood Sunin. Clothes shredded, his left eye brutally mangled. Yet he dragged his battered body up through the thick, choking dust. But then, a miracle. The mangled eye began regenerating at terrifying speed. Fascinating. The villain sneered. Your mana is surging and your physical limits are shattering. No mortal grows this monstrously fast in mere moments. Is this the hidden art of the divine sword? Sunin's brow twitched with fiery rage. Why don't you come find out for yourself? The puppeteer sighed, mocking a look of sheer disappointment. What a tragic waste. If we weren't on a tight schedule, I would have loved to dissect you alive. Such a shame I have to hold back. Hearing that Sunin vanished, moving like a flash of lethal lightning, his legendary blade slammed into the barrier, erupting in a catastrophic shockwave. The puppeteer didn't even flinch. If you breach this shield, I would be dead already. But you cannot. Like I said, this domain is my absolute territory. You lack the power to crack my absolute defense. Why keep throwing away your life? Sunin gritted his teeth through the agony. If I keep smashing it, it will shatter eventually. Huh? The villain chuckled, bathing in the chaos. I admire your blind faith. How thrilling. But you only have 20 hours, 75 minutes, and 32 seconds left. Even as we stand here chatting, the sealing curse is crushing your very soul, tearing you apart from the inside out. Yet your willpower refuses to snap. Absolutely breathtaking. I haven't had this much fun in ages. Sick of the villain's endless monologuing, Sunin finally snapped. Shut your mouth. His movements became an unpredictable blur. A ferocious storm of razor-sharp sword strikes rained down upon the mystical barrier like pure devastation. Boom. A massive explosion tore through the hall. Thick smoke swallowed the battlefield instantly. The brutal shockwave blasted Sunin backward, sending him skidding across the floor. He thought that final strike did the job, but the puppeteer's chilling voice echoed out freezing Sunin's blood. Let us test your threshold for pure agony. In a flash, thousands of deadly projectiles materialized, hovering around the villain, locking their murderous aim right onto our hero. The puppeteer's tone turned ice cold. Last time I merely broke your pathetic limbs. Today I will completely pulverize your entire body. I know you are already dying of pain, but maybe a little more torture will finally make you surrender. Sunin instantly dropped into a defensive stance. His eyes locked onto the terrifying floating arsenal, calculating the lethal threat before him. The puppeteer raised a dramatic hand. Now! Annihilate him! Sunin's brow furrowed deep. He bit his lip, ready to risk it all. But suddenly, bam. The sidewall violently exploded inward, showering massive boulders everywhere and completely wrecking the villain's ambush. As the thick, choking smoke slowly cleared out, a massive alpha golem casually poked its giant head through the rubble. Sunin's face lit up with wild relief. There you are, little bro. I've been looking everywhere. Then Jihan swaggered out from the chaotic ruins. He gave a cheeky wink. Didn't miss the party, did I? The puppeteer's smug face totally dropped. The gamer. How on earth did you infiltrate this place? Sunin stared utterly dumbfounded. Dude, what the heck are you even doing here? Jihan smirked with peak rebellious energy. You just gotta keep the bad guys on their toes, right? He laughed, totally pumped. I tracked you bumped into a giant fortress and literally flattened the whole damn thing. This tower is all that's left. Sunin gasped, mind blown. You did freaking what? Jihan casually glanced over at the puppeteer. So is this creep the final boss? He instantly activated his system skill. Observe, the glowing blue status window popped up. Class Puppeteer, Level 0. Age 12. Skills included artificial ego, astral body and spatial bending. Scanning deeper, Jihan's jaw dropped. Holy crap. 800 intelligence stats. That is way higher than the top bosses. I'm barely pushing 700. And what the heck is a 50% magic nullification? He did some quick gamer math. Wait, does that cut his 800 in half? So his real threat level is around 400. The puppeteer suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Ah, the legendary observe skill, a truly broken gamer ability. He clapped slowly. I am genuinely impressed you can read my stats. Natural-born talents are always so fascinating. Jihan rolled his eyes. This guy yaps way too much. He immediately yelled his command. Smash him to bits. Golem. The massive alpha. Golem lunged like a freight train. Its colossal fist punched right through the deadly weapon barrier. Boom. Another massive shockwave ripped through the room. But as the dust settled, Jihan gasped in pure shock. The villain was not just standing there without a scratch. He had completely nullified the golem's heavy physical attack. Jihan started sweating. I thought his stats were nerfed to 400. The puppeteer adjusted his glasses, totally unfazed. The gamer? Despite having an overpowered system, I heard you were playing wizard lately. Why don't you use your brain for once? Take it as friendly advice from your elders. Hearing that smug tone, something finally clicked in Jihan's gamer mind. Oh, I get it now. You didn't block that because of high wizard stats, did you? The villain smiled gently. Ah, what a sharp deduction. Allow me to educate you. This glowing aura around me, it is a spatial distortion field, not some basic magic shield. It warps literal reality, bending physical, magical, and mental attacks. I doubt your little system screen can process a skill this complex. Quite fascinating, isn't it? I believe kids your age would say, holy crap. Jihan's eye twitched violently as he muttered, are you kidding me right now? He was getting seriously pissed off. This boomer will not shut up. And what the heck is his actual deal? Whatever, let's just break his face. Jihan pointed dramatically. Golem hit him with a mega combo. The giant beast unleashed a devastating flurry of brutal strikes, but the puppeteer stood his ground, equally terrifying. Deadly projectiles rained down. He quickly cast a guardian shield. Metal clashed with deafening roars as he desperately analyzed the situation. Jihan grinned, hatching a crazy plan. Did that creep say his shield was twisted space and pure mana? Game on, raising his staff, he chained his skills. Mana, intervene, amplify, nullify, spatial fusion. 6 spells merged into one above him. A massive sphere of absolute destructive energy materialized. Manivoid Zone, Jihan roared. Instantly, blinding magical light erupted, completely swallowing the entire battlefield. He chanted again. Spell nullification. The energy hit its absolute limit, yet the puppet master's deadly weapons did not even flinch. Backlash hit hard. Falling helplessly, he panicked and summoned his sun scroll. With a wild mid-air spin, he landed flawlessly on it. Before he could blink, a blinding white slash tore through the air. In a split second, his alpha golem was sliced cleanly in half. Jihan freaked out. Holy crap. That golem had insane magic resistance and god-tier physical defense, sliced like butter, wait that jerk. Hyungjin pierced my mega shield too. Same attack pattern. Glaring at the puppet master, Jihan furiously cursed out loud. Where the hell did this freak come from? Seeing his panic, the villain mocked him. Kids these days have zero patience. Wouldn't it be much wiser to shut up and listen? Knowledge is absolute power, my young friend. Jihan gritted his teeth. Friend my foot? The puppet master chuckled, continuing. Just take some senior advice. I seriously love energetic little brats like you. Who knows? Maybe you will actually entertain me. That is why I am sparing you. Just stand aside and stop ruining my vibe. Suddenly he pitched a deal. Oh, right, behave, and I will actually teach you a cool trick. That golem-killing move, space rending. Other grand wizards might try, but trust me, nobody masters spatial dimensions, quite like I do. Did you know that space is actually... Jihan's head pounded from the villain's annoying lecture. Does this boomer ever shut up? He analyzed the threat, space-piercing attacks, so he can totally warp reality. Creating an illusion barrier also bends space, right? They seemed exactly the same in theory. But this psycho's technique was on a completely different godlike level. The space around him was warped, yet they could still see and hear each other perfectly. It was like a two-way radio using both light and sound. Jihan gripped his staff tight. Yet my attacks did absolutely nothing. Fine, let us do this. Destruction laser. A catastrophic energy beam blasted forward. Let us see you block a literal laser beam. The puppet master's absolute shield was violently slashed wide open. Thinking he finally won, Jihan got a nasty shock. The villain stood completely unharmed, brushing off the ultimate strike like mere dust. The villain smirked. Good instincts, rookie. Experimentation is always a fun little hobby. Light-based attacks were a smart choice. You exploited our visual connection, but a true genius would have thought it through a bit more. Did you really think I left a fatal flaw? Pure dread consumed Jihan? The villain kept bragging on. My selective space tunneling only allows what I permit to pass through this warped reality. Anything exceeding basic light or sound gets instantly rejected to break this ultimate defense. You need a totally different strategy. Plus, your little nullification zone is completely useless here for quite a few obvious reasons. Jihan could only curse inwardly. What an overpowered cheat code. Suddenly, Sunin leaped up from behind. Chill out, little bro. Jihan snapped back. I'm totally chilling right now. Who the heck is this? He asked bluntly. An enemy. Hearing this garbage reply, Jihan sighed. Wow, thanks, Captain Obvious. Got any actual intel for me? Sunin shrugged hopelessly. Nope. He just popped out of nowhere. Jihan glared. Then what are you doing? The senior hesitated. I will explain later. The puppet master sighed at them. So tragic. The rookie refuses my lesson. I am genuinely hurt. Jihan's eyes narrowed, calculating his next move. The villain's voice turned icy cold. Maybe I should attack this time. Jihan desperately roared his command. Awaken. The sliced halves of his alpha golem forcefully smashed back together, seizing the momentum. Strike, the golem charged, unleashing a furious barrage. Jihan smirked inwardly. Golems fight until their crystal cores shatter. This will blind him long enough. He yelled at Sunin. Hey, hold on tight to me, he chanted. Before his bro could even process the chaos, Jihan grabbed Sunin and rocketed into the sky. Hearing his friend scream like a total wimp, Jihan just laughed. Tactical retreat, baby. In a flash. The puppet master's twisted spatial barrier faded into the distance. Slumping against a cold wall, Sunin gasped heavily for air. Dude, do you realize you are totally insane? Is your brain completely broken? Jihan snapped back. Screw you, man, is that how you treat your savior? But his bro stayed stubborn. Nobody asked for your help. I came because I felt like it, got it. Closing his eyes, Jihan scoffed. The Dan Guild sent me to save your sorry butt. You know what's lurking in here? Those guild bastards definitely screwed up and used me as live bait. Sunin glared back, totally unconvinced. Then you shouldn't have come. Why the hell did you crawl in here? Jihan's temper flared again. Screw you. If my best bro's in mortal danger, of course I'm crashing the party. Are we even friends? Let me ask you something. If you heard I was dying out there, would you just sit still? That hit home. Sunin flinched, the harsh truth finally sinking in. Frowning, he quickly turned his face away. We are built completely different, just so you know. Jihan cursed under his breath. Then a sudden realization struck him. Oh, right. You survived all this because of that insane ability? Sunin whipped his head around. Who the hell told you that? Jihan smirked calmly. Word travels fast, bro. I heard you were practically unkillable. Not just immortal, but completely untouchable. Sunin let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Are you really planning to survive in this nightmare world? Staring at his best friend, Jihan chuckled. I'm already waist deep in it, aren't I? I even struck a massive deal with the Abyss, a son, and looked terrified. Holy crap, now I'm actually worried for you, bro. Jihan slapped his friend's shoulder hard. Smack. I possess a divine innate ability. Save your pity for the weaklings. But while flexing, Jihan stealthily activated his supreme observation skill to scan his buddy. The glowing system interface flashed instantly. Successor of the Heavenly Willgate, level 135, Shin Sunin. Jihan's jaw dropped. What the actual hell? How are you leveling like a total hacker? Sunin smirked like a villain. You already know the cheat code, why even ask? Jihan blanked out completely. Wait, what? Pushed to the limit. Sunin finally confessed. I grinded video games all day, what the hell else? It suddenly clicked, but Jihan felt bad. But you're not like me. Slashing monsters will not boost your stats, and without a party you get 0 shared experience. Unbothered by the brutal disadvantage. Sunin shrugged coldly. I have my own methods. It's basically like running a bot program. Hearing this epic cheat code, Jihan's eyes sparkled. What the hell are you talking about? Seeing his friend's gossipy face, Sunin instantly shut him down. That is all you need to know. You talk way too much. What are you, my naggy wife? Jihan shrank back in mock terror. Damn, that is way too much drama. When did you get so insanely sassy? After catching their breath for a moment, reality suddenly struck Jihan. Hold up. That is totally missing the point. He quickly leaned in. Seriously, bro, what are you actually doing down here? Sunin's expression went deadly serious, his voice dropping to freezing temperatures. Training and maintaining the eternal seal. A massive wave of confusion crashed over Jihan. Maintaining the seal, Jihan blurted out. Grinding levels makes total sense, but what the actual hell is this seal business? Sunin stared right through him. Do you even know where we are right now? This is Gyeongju City. Jihan blinked, totally lost in the sauce. What the heck is a Gyeongju? Sunin facepalmed at his bro's absolute stupidity. Holy crap. Have you never opened a history book in your entire pathetic life? Wait, you actually have insane college entrance scores. Does the name Silla of Gyeongju trigger a single brain cell for you? Muttering the ancient title under his breath. Silla of Gyeongju. Boom. The truth finally struck Jihan like lightning. Ah, you mean the legendary Silla Kingdom. Deep down, everything clicked. No wonder those crazy mermaid monsters called themselves the Gyeongju Silla faction. Wait, so it is Gyeongju Silla, not Silla Gyeongju, close enough, whatever. Jihan's blood pumped with gamer excitement. So this is the actual historical site, not just some random monster farming zone. Sunin gave a heavy nod. Yeah, even though the Abyss generated this twisted clone. Jihan slowly revealed a crucial piece of intel. I actually clashed with a squad of demonic mermaids called the Shinjiki on my way down. They claimed they were guarding Gyeongju Silla. He rubbed his chin. So, they are acting as the frontline defense. Sunin shook his head. Exactly the opposite. Their divine mission is to obliterate anyone trying to breach Gyeongju. Remember when I told you the Japanese Abyss got completely wiped out during the Great War? During that bloody conflict, the Japanese Abyss plotted to erase Korea from the map entirely. It was their ultimate doomsday protocol. Jihan whipped his head around, scanning the terrifying spatial dimension. Are you telling me some kind of apocalyptic nuclear weapon is buried right under our feet? Sunin smirked darkly. Bingo genius. Suspicion crawled under Jihan's skin. But bro, isn't the security absolute trash for a literal doomsday weapon? Us breaking in is one thing. But how the hell did that android freak slip past them? And what the heck are those ancient Gyeongju guardians even doing out there? Sunin threw his hands up in sheer frustration. That is the million-dollar question, man. Are you trying to fry my brain? I've been locked in here 24/7, but obviously a massive conspiracy is unfolding right now. Jihan's brain felt like it was melting from the insane plot twists. Is someone pulling the strings from the shadows? Sunin chuckled darkly. Spot on. 10 points to Gryffindor for the epic deduction. Jihan meticulously pieced the chaotic puzzle together in his mind. Think about it. The Dan Guild sent me straight into this meat grinder. They practically hand-fed me classified intel. And those crazy Gyeongju guardians let me pass through instantly. That confirms it. They absolutely know what kind of nightmare is brewing down here. Listening to his best bro crack the code, Sunin furrowed his brow, letting out a heavy dramatic sigh. Jihan's eyes burned with intense curiosity. So, what terrifying artifact is actually buried here? Sunin calmly dropped the ultimate chilling bombshell. The legendary divine statue of Amaterasu Omikami. Hearing that name, our boy totally freaked. Amaterasu bro, I read Naruto before he could finish his nerd rant. Sunin clamped a hand over his mouth. Jihan flashed a sly, totally shameless grin. Just kidding, man. He spoke up. That name isn't a game. Isn't she the legendary sun goddess from Japan's creation myth? Sun. In nodded. You nailed it. Jihan pressed on. So a goddess has a relic, but how does that erase Korea's sun? In warned him. It holds her divine aura like a spiritual nuke. Do not mess with it. Rumor is it tried to self-destruct. Literally a dying star going supernova. This massive lore drop froze our boy completely. His goofy face turned dead serious. Sunin continued. It was sealed for a century, draining your energy inside. Even nerfed to 0.1% of its primal power, it could instantly wipe out a top 10 guild. Jihan's brain totally short-circuited. Damn, that is broken, he warned his bro. The Abyss is crawling with 1,000-year-old monsters, even if they lack your raw tier. But imagine a born freak collecting unique skills and grinding for 10 centuries. He instantly replied. An absolute raid boss, Sunin smirked. Spot on, brother. Pure dread suddenly gripped Jihan's chest. Wait, how crazy is the Harem King? I heard that dude could solo 3 of the 9 gates of the strongest global guilds. Wait, does that make him a cosmic menace? He deflated like a pop balloon, sighing dramatically. Is that why you are hiding here? Sunin nodded. Yeah, I need this zone to level up. Jihan's eyes widened. This place must have specific conditions for his growth. Remembering the divine Amaterasu relic detail, he made a wild guess. He's absorbing the goddess aura to slowly delete her. Maybe camping here is part of that process. Jihan blurted out the theory. You're here leeching the divine aura sun, In flinched. Well, technically, yes. But also no, that vague answer made Jihan facepalm. Damn cryptics. He sighed, looking awkward. It is just super complicated. Thinking about the street mobs, Jihan looked confused. Why are demons spawning endlessly? Sunin repeated himself. I told you they spawn because I am draining Amaterasu's aura. He rubbed his chin, suspecting a trap. Is this connected to the outside chaos? He looked shocked. What outside chaos? Jihan quickly summarized everything. Listen up, bro. He spit out the whole crazy story. After listening intently, Sunin pondered deeply. That is highly suspicious. Finding an ally, his eyes shined. Right, the clan sending me down here is mad sketchy. Both fell silent, racing thoughts bouncing around their heads like a wild pinball game. Jihan suggested a plan. Let us pause that drama. First, we scrap that android. Sunin agreed instantly. True, I have no clue how he infiltrated, but we must crush his scheme. Connecting the dots, our boy formed a theory. Logically, he must have triggered the demon invasion outside. While everyone was distracted fixing that mess, he snuck right in. Thoughts his buddy looked extremely satisfied. Smart boy. Thinking of the puppet master, Jihan continued, meaning we have to drop him. Maybe that is why the clan deployed me. They are probably understaffed anyway. So what is the strategy, bro? How many skills does he rock? Know your enemy to secure the win? Instantly, his magical scepter was fully restored. Done. Meanwhile, Sunin readied his blazing sword. Done. Jihan was seriously impressed. His bro's sword was completely overpowered. It granted immortality and free teleportation across Korea. The catch, brutal restrictions made it tough to use. But he could spam it here, draining the Amaterasu seal. Immortality was passive, but teleporting guzzled insane mana. Strategy change time. He shouted with hype, All right, let us go, bro. Eyeing his heavily armed buddy, Jihan smirked, planning to buff Sunin to the absolute limit. I will boost all his stats by 50%. Plus, since that trash boss is stuck in place, we are playing dirty. His hand slammed the earth, screaming the command. Create, create, create. I can transmute earth into pure metal. Using the nullification gem, endless metallic spheres instantly formed. Then Jihan commanded his alpha golem to transform its massive arms, fused together shifting shape. In a flash, a heavy modern machine gun materialized. Aiming the barrels right at the target, the golem quickly loaded those metal chunks as ammo. Jihan's voice rang out totally decisive. Fire. The golem instantly unleashed hell. Booming explosions shook the very air. He smirked inward. Rule 1 of combat: silence the enemy's magic first. Operation Sandbag was a go. A relentless rain of bullets hammered the puppet master's barrier. He tilted his head, watching the onslaught with genuine amusement. Well, well. Now that is new. The spherical projectiles slammed into the shield, spiderwebbing it with tiny, jagged cracks. The puppet master could not help but applaud. Such creative use of abilities. Are you sure this kid is not from the abyss? If only we could have a nice open chat. Those magic orbs actually neutralize spells. It sounds completely crazy, but casting anything is virtually impossible while those spheres litter the ground. He had to admit it. With my current mana, launching an offensive spell outward is incredibly tough. The gamer cooked up one seriously brilliant tactic. But even spell nullification cannot lay a finger on this twisted, warped spatial barrier. That being said, the brat might overpower it with brute force magic, but he poses absolutely zero real threat to me. Curious, the puppet master mocked, so how exactly do you plan to hit me? Mid-sentence, the metal barrage abruptly stopped. He glanced up, completely stunned and slightly rattled. Looming right before the puppet master was a colossal, heavy-duty warhead hurtling down to absolutely crush him flat. It slammed into the barrier with a deafening boom. Though blocked, the massive shell did not just drop. Instead, it changed tactics, vibrating violently against the shield. The puppet master squinted, totally clueless about this trick. But right at that second, another gigantic warhead came screaming through the air straight at him. Just like the first, it smashed into the barrier and locked in place. Now both colossal shells vibrated in perfect sync, unleashing a brand new devastating frequency. Watching this chaos unfold, panic finally flickered in his eyes. Wait, this is spatial magic. The puppet master realized the insane plan. Shattering a warped space with another warped space, he is using anti-magic to break my spells, completely sealing off any chance of a counterattack. And striking the moment the nullification ends, it is a clever little tactic, but still not enough. He took one more close look and completely froze in terror. Could it actually be pure rage and absolute disgust boiled over? The puppet master roared, "You absolute moron, trying to crush me with pure brute strength, and you dare call yourself a legitimate mage." Outside the dome sun, in watched the relentless barrage of giant bullets, sweating bullets himself. "Are you sure this crazy plan will actually work?" Jihan smirked. Why would it not? I packed magic stones right inside those massive Earth spheres. And mixed in some hardcore spatial severing magic, so since his space is completely twisted, anything trapped inside gets completely pulverized. Sure, he might have a shot if he uses a special spell to resist the spatial pressure, or flexes some monstrous power. But otherwise, it will crush everything to dust, man, or beast, Jihan boasted with pure swagger. The guy has level 400 mana. Mine is over 700. If skills fail, I'm going full brute force. A wild idea sparked in his mind. He literally said it was a space warping barrier. Right. So I will counter with the exact same magic. I do not care how fancy your spells are. If I warp space just like you, the guy with the bigger stats wins. Your biggest mistake was locking yourself in a cage just to get absolutely wrecked. Obviously, hot-headed Sunin could never pull off something this calculated. Sunin glared at his giggling best friend and snapped, "Hey, quit hyping yourself up." Moments later, exactly as Jihan predicted, massive cracks spiderwebbed across the enemy barrier. Sunin still looked totally stressed. Bro's doing this not super dangerous. He signaled the golem to hold fire and shrugged. Sure hope so. But hey, that should have wiped him out. Let us pray he respawned at base. Right then, the fractured barrier let out an ominous, crunching shriek. In a split second, it shattered into a million glowing shards, tearing open a freakish black hole right in the center. Born from the collapsing inner space, it roared like a beast, violently sucking everything nearby into its dark abyss. Sunin frantically stabbed his swords deep into the dirt to anchor himself. "What the hell is that?" Jihan instantly threw up a massive protective shield around them both. He replied with deadpan grit, "A black hole." Sunin could not believe his ears. Come again. Thinking his buddy was clueless, Jihan yelled over the noise. "A black hole. It drops when you completely obliterate space and its dimensions. It is literally a cosmic vacuum." Sunin scowled. "I know what it is, you idiot." But seeing one pop up in my face is a little distracting. Jihan was equally freaked out. Holy crap. How did a black hole even spawn here? Jihan paused, second-guessing his own crazy power. Did I hit him too hard? But he quickly shook his head instantly, shutting that theory down. Impossible. Sure, the space collapsed and exploded, but spawning a black hole. Suddenly, the puppet master's chilling voice echoed through the chaos. "That is because I control the black hole." His shadowy silhouette materialized right in the dead center of that terrifying warped space. The puppet master sneered with chilling arrogance. Did I forget to mention on this entire planet, masters of spatial magic like me can be counted on one hand. A black hole is merely another form of space. Even with your power, you lack the knowledge to tame it. Jihan flinched in absolute horror. What do you? You can actually control it. He stared at the spatial collapse he had fought so hard to trigger. His epic master plan was totally useless. He muttered in sheer panic. What the hell is this? Is this some absolute anti-destruction cheat code? The black hole hummed menacingly. Jihan whispered, "Hey, dude." Sunin jumped completely startled. What now? We are totally screwed. No way we beat that freak like this. Sunin frowned hard. Got a crazy plan, bro. Listen up. Forget my backup power for now. We gotta spam every single cheat code we have. Sunin tilted his head. You want to party up? Sunin grimaced in frustration. Yeah, we are officially out of options. Staring at the abyss, Jihan's eyes suddenly lit up. System create party. A shiny system screen popped up. Party invite sent. Jihan grinned like a maniac. Skill transfer. Sunin totally freaked out. Wait, what the heck are you teaching me? A glowing holographic panel flashed right in his face. A bold prompt appeared. Transfer skill to party member Sun, and hesitated, totally clueless. The true dragon. Jihan aggressively nudged him. I will explain the lore later. Just smash the freaking accept button right now. Grumbling loudly, Sun, and blindly reached out and tapped to confirm. What kind of stunt are you pulling? Punk Jihan screamed out his ultimate move. Supreme Yin-Yang Twin God Soul. Hearing that absurd name, Sunin's eyes almost bulged out of his skull. Wait, what? Before he could even complain, a blinding explosion of pure energy absolutely swallowed the entire area. Jihan pumped his fists in the air. His aura was practically on fire. He roared like an absolute madman. Skill transfer complete. Supreme Twin. God Soul. Sun stood paralyzed, sweating bullets, totally lost. Boom. Radiant light utterly consumed his body. Ding, a wild system alert dropped, fusing Heavenly Will Divine Art with the Supreme Twin. God Soul. Sun violently convulsed, swirling black and white energy ripped through his chest, violently shattering all his human limits. The system chimed again, but the robotic voice felt chillingly demonic. Skill acquired. Heavenly Yin-Yang Soul Reversal Art. Warning, forcing brutal energy circulation. The heavenly yin-yang reversal. Art has initiated complete bodily reconstruction. Alert fainting will result in instant death. Sun. In shook uncontrollably, his muscles literally ripped apart. His face twisted in pure agony as raw power destroyed his insides. He crashed to the dirt drenched in blood. His trembling fingers clawed the earth, dragging brutal crimson trails. Snap his bones shattered audibly. Sizzling steam rose from his broken, lifeless body. Suddenly his eyes flickered open. A blinding emerald flash erupted. The legendary jade sword materialized, projecting a glitchy, holographic text, Blade Resonance activated. Emergency regeneration protocol. The divine blade's power is surging. Energy absorption engaged. A shadowy figure twitched inside the massive smoke cloud. Pitch blackness consumed his mind. Nothing but sheer, agonizing hell remained. Jihan stood totally frozen. Pure terror and guilt gripped his heart. He gasped for air, panicking. Cold sweat drenched his pale, panicked face. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Deep in the rubble, Sun-In blinked. Blood dripped over his shaking pupils. Jihan completely lost his chill. His voice cracked like a scared teenager. "Dude, are you dead?" What the hell just happened? Ghostly white vapor hissed from his fractured flesh. Crimson dripped, matching his heavy, ragged breathing. Sun-In violently gritted his teeth. Shaking off the unimaginable pain, a majestic glowing aura wrapped around his beaten body, even though blood soaked the frozen earth. He dragged his shattered legs forward. Each step carried the weight of a broken soul. No freaking way I die here. Covered in dirt and gore. He closed his eyes. Submit to me. You are my power now. He ruthlessly gripped the hilt. A terrifying surge of wild energy exploded through his fingertips. This power is mine. A devastating shockwave of light blasted everything away. His mind roared with absolute authority. Bow down to me. Dead silence fell over the massive crater. The thick, swirling fog slowly dissipated. Through the intense steam and scorching earth, a towering silhouette finally emerged, panting heavily. Stepping out of the shadows, he radiated an absolutely monstrous, terrifying aura. His knuckles were white on the sword. Suddenly his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Standing right across from him, Jihan's heart totally skipped a beat. The dude was entirely speechless. He fumbled his words, fidgeting nervously like a caught kid. His brain was absolutely short-circuiting. Jihan nervously side-eyed his friend, sweating buckets. He sneaked a peek at Sun-In, then instantly looked away. Gulp. This is bad. Whack. A brutal fist slammed right onto his skull. Jihan shrieked in pain. His face drained of all color. His eyes bulged like cartoon saucers. Have you completely lost your freaking mind? Sun-In glared daggers, radiating intense rage. Don't you dare ask me if I'm okay. You almost murdered me with that glitchy skill. Jihan laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. My bad, bro. Total miscalculation. But before he could even exhale, Sun-In viciously pinched his cheeks. He stretched his face like rubber. Just because I have a healing factor doesn't mean it doesn't hurt like hell. I will literally end you. You backstabbing fake, bro. Jihan whimpered, his face squished sideways. He mumbled pathetic apologies through squished lips. Yes, sir. Jihan bowed his head like an obedient junior. He rubbed his stinging cheek, pouting. I really messed up. I'm so incredibly sorry. The comedic rage finally started to fizzle out, leaving behind just sheer exhaustion and total defeat. Sun-In sighed heavily. Whatever. Just forget it, idiot. Jihan gently patted his shoulder, switching to concern. So, are your stats totally busted now? Taken aback by the sudden shift, Sun-In checked his brand new system window. Yin-Yang, Soul Recovery. This skill is insanely overpowered. Sun-In shoved him back with a furious shout. Back the hell up, man. Get your hands off me. And toss me some freaking clothes. You want me fighting buck naked? I know you hoard everything in that magic inventory of yours. He glared down at his new threads, his face twisted in pure disgust. What is up with this ancient martial arts get-up? Jihan just smirked with gamer pride. That is custom-crafted pro-tier gear. Forged it just for you and Shiyan. Sun-In sighed. Dude, do you literally just hoard absolute trash? Meanwhile, across the ash-choked ruins, the puppeteer stood like a statue inside a pitch-black void. Hey, ugly, why so quiet over there? The villain's voice echoed back low and chilling, like he was narrating his own twisted bedtime story. Fascinating. Your miraculous transformation is quite the spectacle. I do love these little surprises, though while maintaining this black hole, I cannot interact with the outside world. Meanwhile, Jihan's brows locked together in deep thought. He's totally plotting some serious garbage. The puppeteer continued with terrifying calmness. This is truly entertaining. You literally mashed his heavenly spirit arts with another technique, all using your little gamer ability. Normally, such warped energy would instantly tear a human body to bloody shreds. A sinister realization hit the villain. Ah, I see it now. You exploited the immortal sword to forcefully jam those techniques together. Fusing those powers was strictly impossible without your system cheating. But that blade definitely played its part. Sunin stared at his own hands, absolutely mind-blown. This energy is freaking insane. I am practically borderline demigod tier in just 5 levels. How did I level up this fast? Okay, the overpowered gear totally helps. Never thought he could pull off a glitch like this. His innate ability is just absolutely busted. Jihan watched his bro sweating bullets. His mind was racing a mile a minute. Man, that scared the absolute crap out of me. Is he actually okay? Damn it. This was way messier than Shiyan's upgrade. Probably because I stupidly slammed 3 entire skill trees together. The heavenly will, the human soul arts, plus that random skill I just looted, all crammed into one single mega skill. I knew these hardcore abilities were a massive gamble. I really should have calculated the drop rates on this disaster. Jihan shuddered at the near-death memory. If that sword did not have that literal immortality cheat code, Sunin would be a total goner right now, and it would be all my fault. This is not just some virtual reality raid anymore, this is real life. If I do not play this perfectly, suddenly Sunin's cocky voice snapped him back. Yo, I am totally solid, man. He smirked, throwing his bro a bone. If you are feeling that guilty, help me wreck that creepy boomer over there. A massive wave of relief washed over Jihan. You are so on, bro. Sunin locked eyes with the puppeteer. That emo void is fading fast. What is the play here? Jihan ran the tactical data. The spatial distortion is completely down. It is open season on this guy. Jihan gripped his massive 2-meter staff, a wild grin spreading. I will take the backline support role, go smash his face in. Sunin scoffed at the textbook setup. Jihan fired back. You got a better strategy, Mr. Brains? Sunin just hefted his blazing sword, brimming with pure hype. All right, let us go absolutely all out. Jihan matched his chaotic energy. Bet full power, let us roll. Boom Sunin vanished in an explosive shockwave. Jihan clutched his staff, instantly triggering a hardcore buff. Time acceleration. Activate. He tracked his bro's glitch-like speed. Perfect. Time to spam some heavy magic? The puppeteer watched the teenage chaos unfold, scoffing arrogantly. Seeing Sunin clocking in at 30 times normal speed, he judged them coldly. These modern brats have zero patience. Who just mindless rushes a boss without checking their mechanics first? Without missing a beat, he casted teleportation. The villain's body glitched out in a flash of wicked light. In a split second, he warped high into the sky, dodging the deadly blitz. Floating up there, he mentally cursed himself. I only stacked 7 measly magic shields on this vessel. If I knew these kids were this psychotic, I would have buffed up way more idiotic. He started chanting a massive raid boss spell. Mage domain. Area control. Brace. Magic amplification. Dropping a mage. Domain instantly gives a caster crazy field advantage. Rule number 1. It completely cancels enemy fast travel. The moment the villain set his trap, Sunin crashed in like an absolute meteor. Smash. He hit the barrier head-on exactly as the villain smugly planned. The teen was totally gridlocked by the area of effect zone. The boss was safely out of melee range. The puppeteer sneered. Tough luck, kid. Amplified magical fury instantly swarmed Sunin from all sides. But wait, the attack did exactly 0 damage. The villain's jaw dropped. Oh, you can use flight magic. A meathead brawler like you. Looking closer, the villain realized the truth. No. This is that blasted gamer system's doing. He burst into a sinister laugh. His aura darkened as he summoned a literal storm of lightning orbs. In a flash, an apocalyptic barrage of thunder blasted downward. Sunin gripped his blazing sword. His own aura flaring up, totally ready to tank the hit. Handling a solo boss fight is way too annoying, the villain grumbled. I need to delete one of them first. Floating further out of range, he calculated his next move. A master mage can warp anywhere depending on their mana pool. So now, he rolled back his sleeves, revealing glowing, corrupted magic crests. He began chanting a cursed death spell. Fear, fear, fear. A truly horrific name echoed. Dark energy instantly swallowed the entire zone. Sunin's brain completely short-circuited as the overwhelming darkness hit him hard. He grabbed his head. His mind was spinning into absolute chaos. Would his best bro actually blame him? Did that guy even consider him a true friend anymore? Look at this mess. If he dies because of me, Could my sanity even survive that massive guilt trip? He is my closest bro. Wait, is Jihan still alive? Hearing his name snapped, Sunin back to reality. One quick glance confirmed his bro was perfectly fine. A huge wave of relief washed over him. He looked completely unharmed. Sunin finally gathered his scattered wits and smirked. Oh, right. That crazy dude literally has the overpowered gamer's mind skill. But that momentary joy vanished instantly. His own dark inner voice started whispering violently. You really think that saves him? You dragged Jihan into this total death trap and thought it was a genius plan. You will survive, but he will perish? Sunin's expression twisted into pure furious panic. Shut up. I will never let Jihan die. He fiercely confronted the twisted shadow trying to break his spirit. I have leveled up. He gripped his legendary swords incredibly tight. Sunin declared with absolute savage certainty, as long as I survive, my power will explode. In this messed up world, there are deeply forbidden and entirely wrong paths to take. One wrong step means death-crippling pain or pure madness, but conquer that hell and you achieve absolute god-tier power. That was exactly the hardcore grind Sunin had endured. He locked himself in a savage training zone to unlock his blade's true potential. Through countless agonizing revivals, he chased one single desperate goal. His eyes blazed with unstoppable blazing resolve. I absolutely refuse to let Jihan die, never. The shadowy voice paused for a heavy second, dripping with dark skepticism. Are you absolutely certain, Sunin? He scoffed with pure teen rebellion. Asking such trash proves you are pathetically weak. Now get lost. Shockingly, the shadow just laughed back with twisted joy. Yeah, that is exactly who I am. Suddenly, the hostile inner demon shifted into rock-solid support. For the bro who always had my back, stay strong, protect him. Do not let our best friend die. The mental walls instantly shattered, merging their souls into one. You do not even have to tell me twice. Sunin gripped his dual blades with a furious new stance. His mind finally achieved absolute clarity. An unbelievably epic surge of power completely overwhelmed his veins, way stronger than before. He silently absorbed this ridiculous power spike. Moments later, a cocky smile crossed his face. I ground so hard for this, and now it just clicks. Demigod, I literally just hit the demigod tier. Conquering my own inner trauma totally paid off. His instincts practically screamed the truth. By crushing his mental limits, his physical and magical stats completely synchronized. He had unlocked the demigod rank earlier, but only now did he truly master this god-tier synchronization. In a total blur, Sunin unleashed a devastating slash right at the boss, secret heavenly sword, art divine sky cleaver before the puppet master could even blink. His entire body was instantly sliced completely in half. The villain was literally left speechless. Jihan, watching from the sidelines, completely dropped his jaw in pure shock. Releasing a dramatic heavy sigh, the puppet master admitted, Okay, that was honestly impressive. You actually unlocked the divine mind realm, a god-tier level meant only for the absolute elite. With the annoying domain barrier totally shattered, Sunin dashed forward like pure lightning. Time to wrap up this trash mob. The villain scoffed with an arrogant smirk. Such a bummer, I really wanted to mess around with you brats a bit longer. But hey, I stalled perfectly, so who even cares anymore? Sunin ruthlessly launched his dual blades straight at the target. Just shut your trap and die already. The puppet master was brutally split right down the middle. Just before exploding, he unleashed a highly toxic, mocking laugh. Catch you later, losers. A massive cinematic explosion ripped through the sky, blasting epic fire and devastating shockwaves everywhere. Sunin backflipped perfectly out of the blast zone, landing with absolute swagger. Mission accomplished. Jihan was losing his mind with hype, staring at his bro like a total fanboy, bro that was freaking legendary. He turned around and flashed a brilliant, triumphant smirk, honestly feeling super hyped inside. Yeah, you never ever change, do you? As the battlefield cleared, absolute silence finally returned to the chaotic zone. Jihan immediately sprinted straight toward his best friend. But suddenly, Sunin suddenly caught a ridiculously familiar voice. Ganging up on a totally defenseless guy, isn't that a bit of a massive overkill, boys? He flinched violently and whipped his head around. Floating right there in the empty air was the literally sliced in half upper torso of the puppet master. He dramatically smirked, total surprise. Honestly, mind-blowing, I guess. Brawling in this shattered state is basically impossible now. If I had wasted my energy fighting you properly, my grand master plan would have completely failed. But Jihan, absolutely sick of this dude's endless villain monologuing, savagely cut him off. You literally talk way too freaking much. Unbothered, the villain just casually smiled. Oh, Do not be such a massive killjoy, you punks have zero clue about being buried inside a lab. Grinding research nonstop for absolute years changes a guy. Seriously drop the sweaty try-hard defensive stances. This pathetic meat suit is completely wrecked anyway. I literally have 0 HP left for another round. I cannot even shatter the main seal anymore. Sun-in glared with absolute pure ice. So freaking what? Do not even try to tell me we are just going to casually hang out and chat now. The puppet master barely flinched. He just fired back with a wicked smirk. Why the hell not? His voice dripped with pure mockery. Got somewhere better to be, Jihan? Yeah, I did not think so. And you, Sun-in? Aren't you dying for a massive power-up? Sure, you unlocked that flashy divine mind technique, but there are still monsters way out of your league. Don't you want a spot in the 1,000 just to sleep safely at night? Hearing this, Jihan's jaw dropped. The 1,000, the puppet master acted super shocked. Wow. You seriously don't know. Guess you are just a clueless rookie in this brutal world. Carve this into your brain. The 1,000 literally means the top 1,000 strongest freaks alive. That is why they own the title. It is a sick little phonetic pun. His eyes shifted to Sun-in's legendary blade, using it to drive the point home. Just like that dance sword. Jihan could not hold back his burning curiosity. Wait, are you one of them? The puppet master busted out laughing. Is it that freaking obvious? Yep. I am proudly part of the 1,000. His chaotic energy suddenly cooled down. They call me the Lord of Twisted Space, though honestly Truth Seeker sounds way more badass. But whatever. Haters completely ignore my totally valid rebranding request. Talk about a toxic workplace. Jihan just stood there silently absorbing the insane flex. Internally his mind raced. Lord of Twisted Space. He would investigate that mess later. The puppet master waved his hand. Enough of my tragic backstory. Shoot your questions. Floor is totally yours. Jihan went straight for the throat. While we are casually chatting, those trash mobs keep spawning. Are you the Grand Architect? He shrugged honestly. Only half right, kid. I definitely stirred the pot, but I cannot steal all the glory. I'm dropping this lore because you losers cannot stop it anyway. Plus, this extremely exclusive intel is a solid gift. Jihan scowled hard. What is your actual endgame here? The puppet master gracefully dodged the bullet. Sadly, that gets into classified spoiler territory. My lips are totally glued shut on that. Basically, I'm not the final boss running this entire circus. Sun-in and Jihan completely froze in their tracks. His mind spiraled in overdrive. That meant another absolute monster from the 1,000 was pulling the demon strings. How deep did this nightmare go? It meant this chaotic bloodbath was not just about shattering Amaterasu's sacred seal. The sudden ambush of endless demonic swarms, combined with breaking the ancient ward at Silicon-shi, it was all part of one insane master plan. What the hell are they actually hunting? The puppet master exhaled deeply before dropping a massive bomb. Exactly. You guys gave me a ridiculously entertaining show today. As a tip, I will reveal our true target. He leaned in with a wicked smirk. Did you know finding the legendary divine tree requires a very bizarre method? A cold sweat dripped down Jihan's face. He hesitantly tried to connect the dots. Are you saying? The puppet master began reciting ancient lore, the divine sword, the divine bell, and the divine mirror. Hwanung's legendary 3 heavenly treasures straight from the gods. Myths say he descended under the divine tree with his elemental squad, wielding these exact 3 artifacts. Look, it happened thousands of years ago, so I will not pretend to have a VIP front row seat. But honestly, do not most epic legends in this crazy world turn out totally real? Sure, mortals exaggerate the hype, but the core truth remains. The absolute key here is the divine tree, one of the mighty world trees serving as the ultimate cosmic pillar bridging heaven straight to the Korean peninsula. The brutal truth finally slapped Jihan in the face. You psychopaths wrecked everything just to locate the divine tree. The villain tossed aside his mask, grinning sharply. Nailed it. Did you know unlocking the hidden path to that tree requires all 3 treasures? Because that sneaky tree constantly shifts through a quantum dimension, Jihan rapidly crunched the mental numbers. Oh, right, hold up. Is not that ultra-classified, top-secret intel? Wait, he is literally a top-tier 1,000 member, of course he knows. The puppet master suddenly threw a curveball. But here is the massive glitch in the system. Glaring hungrily at Sun-in's glowing weapon, he smirked. The divine dance sword only bonds with Hwanung's direct bloodline. Brute force literally cannot steal that shiny toy. The divine bell is locked up by the Dan clan, and those stubborn boomers will never hand it over willingly. And finally, the desperately missing divine mirror. That absolute powerhouse could not have just vanished into thin air. It is deeply tied to our nation's founding myth, but its exact location, total mystery. Not a single soul knows. Nobody knows, so we desperately need a brand new game plan. Forget the traditional 3 treasures route. We just need to hijack the divine tree's spatial coordinates. And blast our own path open makes a hell of a lot more sense, right? Sun-in scoffed, seriously triggered. You think that garbage will actually work? The Dan clan bled themselves dry, searching for that sacred maple. The puppet master sneered. Obviously, I know those Korean peninsula locals worship that divine maple like some ultimate holy relic. But I can achieve what those absolute losers cannot. Jihan narrowed his eyes. Something felt incredibly off. This absolute creep kept bragging about being a supreme spatial grandmaster, meaning he actually controls the divine tree's pocket dimension. But how the heck? The freak interrupted his train of thought. I am in a phenomenal mood, so here is a juicy secret. That divine maple is a world tree, yeah. Jihan glared, utterly confused. So what? The puppet bird Asgard possesses a legendary world tree called Yggdrasil, correct? It is heavily guarded, sure, but that does not mean we could not swipe a tiny piece of it. You see these world trees? They naturally resonate with each other. Reality hit Jihan like a freight train. His face darkened. Meaning you psycho-villains possess an Yggdrasil fragment to track the maple. The puppet master totally applauded. Bingo C. I have generously spilled so much epic tea today. Are we not besties now? So allow me one little question in return. Jihan, can your busted gamer ability actually fuse totally different powers together? Jihan deadpanned. Yep. His creepy, half-melted face showed absolutely zero emotion, yet his voice practically vibrated with total shock. Wow, absolutely mind-blowing. That is unbelievably rare even among top-tier, natural-born freaks. Before the trash mob could blink, Jihan swung his badass staff down, delivering a devastating smash. The puppet's mangled body instantly shattered into pathetic, trembling dust. So hot-headed we shall meet again. Jihan calmly retrieved his epic weapon, eyes completely locked on the dust. He crouched down, examining the creepy leftovers. Guess I should loot these for wild research later. Glancing at his edgy bro, Jihan frowned. What is wrong, dude? Sunin groaned truthfully. Honestly, a hell of a lot. One guy summoning an entire demon army and another hunting the divine maple tree. So there are 3 total, he wondered. Just how totally overpowered is this heavenly rank anyway? Sunin quickly explained. Most are totally tied to crazy 9-gate syndicates. Think absolute monster level like our terrifying teacher, Hwan Sung-gon. Jihan instantly freaked out. The infamous Hwan Sung-gon. Holy crap. Meaning that Solo Beast could literally wipe out an entire top 10 Korean martial clan. What the actual heck? Wait a sec, Jihan realized something super important. You look way more jacked now. In a brutal solo duel against Sung-gon, who actually wins? Sunin paused, hesitating slightly. Man, without actually throwing down it is super tough to say. He then dropped some wild power scaling logic. Remember that sick clan hierarchy I explained before? I'm pretty sure I just awakened into the demigod tier. But honestly, even among demigods, the insane power gap is real. It is like comparing an absolute level, 1 noob, to a maxed out level, 100. I am probably chilling around level 10, though it is super tricky to measure since my sick martial arts mastery completely changes the whole game. Jihan looked totally shocked. So teacher Sung-gon hit that insane heavenly rank ages ago. His brutal battle experience and sick mastery are just way superior, right? Is that your point? Sunin totally agreed. Bingo. Recalling their chaotic past battles, he deeply pondered. Levels are just basic numbers, man. Some absolutely broken abilities completely defy normal scaling. Same goes for this totally crazy situation. Sunin just casually nodded. Yeah, whatever, dude. That is totally a future problem anyway. Let the Dan clan sweat over it, not us. They care way more about saving the Korean peninsula than my totally chaotic sect ever will. Jihan snickered playfully. So we can just slack off and chill forever, his bro playfully snapped back. What the heck kind of lazy logic is that? Get totally lost. Seeing his totally edgy bro catch on, he dropped a wild theory. What if that utter creep comes crawling back? I bet that was just a pathetic decoy. His real body is absolutely hiding somewhere else. Jihan's mind spun with absolute paranoia. But how the heck does he pilot that creepy puppet from so insanely far away? We are totally stuck inside a crazy monster zone. Maybe his absolutely busted spatial magic makes it super easy. Staring at his own hands, a wild idea sparked in his mind. This meant he could totally pull this off later. With his totally broken skill set, he could dominate any path he chose. It was honestly just a matter of time. Sunil completely ignored his flexing and dropped a reality check. We need to contact the clan right now. Gotta see if they even know what kind of mess is going down before dragging you down here. He didn't even finish his sentence before a chilling voice cut in from the shadows. That won't be necessary. The boys practically jumped out of their skins. Whipping around in panic, Jihan and Sunil locked eyes with Bora and Yeonin. Their blind panic quickly morphed into absolute disbelief. Sunil immediately snapped, "What the heck are you two playing at?" Bora simply smirked. "Heard about an intruder, so I came to bag him." Didn't expect the gamer to do our dirty work. I only tossed him down here as bait to buy us some time. Their heart rates had barely stabilized, but Jihan and Sunil felt their jaws hit the freaking floor all over again. Jihan cursed internally. What the actual heck, she totally knew about that killer cyborg and just used me as a meat shield. Glancing around the room with a smirk, Bora dropped another bombshell. This place is extremely special. Nobody enters without our absolute permission. Even if someone totally trashes all the guards, Scylla still will not open its doors. At least that is exactly how it was designed based on my intel. If some freak actually managed to breach this place, they would have to be heavenly tier at minimum. I still can't believe a total noob like you actually crushed such an absolute monster. Hearing this absolute disrespect, Sunil's blood boiled instantly. What if Jihan actually died? Are you freaking kidding me right now? Seeing his best bro totally lose it, Jihan desperately tried to hold him back. Whoa, chill out, man. But Sunil only raged even harder. Let me go. Bora and Yeonin stood totally speechless. Jihan clung desperately to Sunil, silently terrified, yet impressed, frantically trying to cool him down. Dude, I am not dead. I barely even have a single scratch on me. Holy crap, you are strong, man. Just smile, be happy. Raging won't fix anything, boss. Watching this chaotic teen drama unfold, Bora deadpanned. Are all hormonal teenagers this intensely unhinged and sensitive? Sunil was about to drop more savage curses when Jihan quickly slapped a hand over his mouth. Jihan's voice turned chilling. He is mad because I was bait, and honestly, I'm not thrilled either. Bora tilted her head unimpressed. So what? Jihan shot back flawlessly. So some fat compensation would be nice. She burst into loud laughter. I knew you would say that. You're sharp, I like that kind of guy. Cutting through the useless small talk, he went straight for the absolute kill. So what is my loot? Bora smirked confidently. I actually brought a little something special just for you. Honestly, this is not your reward for crushing the intruder, but hush money for using you as live bait. Yeonin stepped up smoothly, pulling out an ancient-looking book. Jihan felt his eyes practically bug out of his skull. Is that... Bora spoke with dark elegance. The Dark Arts Manual. I know a freak like you can master it instantly. Jihan repeated the words, his curiosity totally ignited. The Dark Arts Manual. Bora quickly clarified the details. Exactly right. You have been researching this stuff lately, right? You already know it serves as the root of alchemy magic. Jihan nodded quietly, obviously, seeing his totally relaxed vibe. She tossed in a wicked twist. But it's not purely just alchemy, kid. It also contains forbidden dark magic, a little thing called absolute necromancy. Master this and you could probably weave souls together. Jihan tilted his head, totally lost. What kind of insane spell is inside? Bora tapped her chin playfully. What was it called again? Yeonin answered with a deadpan tone. Soul calling. That is it. Jihan felt his brain short-circuit completely. What the heck does soul calling actually do? She smirked darkly. Soul calling lets you command spirits and drag the dead back to the mortal realm. You can even forge zombies without needing an actual soul. Though in that case you only get brainless low-level meat shields with zero thoughts. Bora held the ancient book up to her eyes, absolutely dripping with theatrical drama. This loot is impossibly rare, kid. It is definitely not your basic everyday summoning garbage. It was ripped straight from the Necronomicon itself. Jihan felt his jaw practically hit the floor as he gasped. The Necronomicon. Is that not straight out of Lovecraft's horror books? I totally thought that was just pure fiction. She elaborated with a smirk. Gather enough mental energy, and a soul is literally born. If so, creating something out of absolute nothingness using hypnotic energy is totally possible. His mind instantly flashed to a certain someone. So this is exactly like the company right on cue. Bora casually name-dropped them. We have been teaming up with the company on a few dark projects lately. Gaming is totally his domain, remember? Help us build this ultimate game. Jihan blinked, completely lost in the sauce. A game? She chuckled darkly. Bingo. Your absolute favorite kind of game. You have not been gaming much lately though, huh? Startled by the call-out, he panicked internally. A video game. How does that connect to harvesting energy with a Necronomicon weight? Could it actually be? Mind utterly blown by his own theory, Jihan screamed. The Cthulhu warlord Bora totally smirked at his freak-out. So you actually know it? Sunil asked, totally confused. Hey, what the heck is a Cthulhu warlord? Jihan instantly geeked out. Lovecraft wrote about this insane evil god named Cthulhu. The lore is absolutely legendary. Somebody actually made a crazy game about it. That is the Cthulhu warlord. It is super viral, now even got a PC port. Sunil finally got the picture. Makes sense. Staring at Bora's book, Jihan deduced, wait, they made the Necronomicon. This loot is top tier. His gamer brain spun fast. A brand new spell book. Is this a crazy new magic crafting system? Bora sighed. I brought it as an apology for the mess, plus it is highly cursed. Honestly, nobody can safely wield this garbage except you. Sunil panicked. Wait, what is the catch? She deadpanned her warning. It devours. It literally rots. Your brain Lovecraftian relics are bad enough, but this game-spawn version is pure, unfiltered nightmare fuel. Freaking out, Jihan whispered to his bro, "Oh snap, I totally get what Big T meant." Sunil frowned, get what he gulped. So there is this brutal debuff in the Cthulhu game. Watching his friend flinch, Jihan dropped the bomb. The player's sanity just drains until they go completely psycho. Sunil's face instantly drained of all color. Looking at his furious scowl, Jihan waved his hands in pure panic. Chill, dude. Chill, my mental stats are completely maxed out. It is literally the most hardcore rule in the entire Cthulhu franchise. Absolute madness. After seeing too many messed up horrors players just drown in insanity until their brains practically melt. But Jihan possessed the ultimate cheat. Gamers mind screw the rules right. Overpowered loot belongs to the ultimate hacker. Snatching the book from Bora. He grinned. Thanks a million. Boom. The second he touched it, a blinding epic holy light exploded everywhere. The system flashed. Would you like to learn the Necronomicon summoning skill? Smash that yes button. Eerie neon magic surged violently from his palms. Double system alerts popped up. Warning, your mind is sinking into pure madness. Followed by, sanity stabilized Jihan completely, spaced out his brain doing violent cartwheels inside his skull. Sunil yelled out, "Yo, you dying on me." Jihan snapped back to reality. Nah, perfectly fine. That was a massive trip. Staring at his best friend with bugged-out eyes, Jihan screamed, "Dude, I can literally revive the dead now. No cheap reincarnation trash. Absolute straight-up resurrection." Everyone's jaws basically hit the floor in shock. Sunil cursed loudly. Holy crap. Bora was equally paralyzed. Even the stoic elites were shook. Cheater detected. Their intense glaring actually terrified him. Sure, Sunil flipping out was normal, but why were the overpowered bosses gaping like fish? Jihan scratched his head explaining the catch. There's a 30-minute cooldown timer after death, plus their head and torso gotta be physically attached, though. And if their soul gets utterly nuked, the spell is basically useless. It practically glues the soul straight back into the corpse. That 30-minute limit hits because souls just yeet themselves into the afterlife. Plus dodging death completely wrecks your stats for a bit. Bora's eyes literally sparkle like dangerous stars as she clapped sick, absolutely cracked. Hey gamer, wanna ditch your crew and join my guild? She fiercely grabbed Jihan's arm, ready to kidnap him. We will pay you infinite gold. A healer who cheats death. That is impossibly rare. Alert massive game-breaking exploit detected. The gamer Han Jihan aggressive recruitment phase initiated. Sunil completely freaked out, desperately tackling his best bro back. Shivering with absolute terror and defeat, he wailed, "Let the man go, you crazy lady." Stop trying to forcefully adopt him. Flash forward back to boring reality. Jihan's totally chill living room loaded into view. Slumping hard into his sofa, he chugged some water and sighed like a champion. Home sweet home Sunil crossed his arms, smirking. So, how are you pulling off this prophecy stunt? Jihan whipped out his smartphone. Watch and learn Scrub. He violently scrolled through the web scheming hard. An app for the abyss? Modern problems require modern digital solutions, he muttered wildly. Tarot cards, occult books. The screen instantly flooded with a million prime shipping options for mystical gear. Jihan scanned the loot table, smirking like a total villain. Let us just buy the most obnoxiously expensive one. Sunil waited awkwardly in silence before snapping at his bro. What the heck are you even doing? He smirked lazily. Just buying some magical books and tarot cards online? Sunil blinked twice, then nodded in absolute defeat. Of course. You can literally buy superpowers on the internet now. After intensely browsing the shop, his eyes locked onto a legendary tier book. Jihan pumped his fist. Bingo. This tarot guidebook is totally classified as an actual magic spellbook. Once it delivers, I can insta-learn the skill, and then boom. Future vision unlocked. Sunil was disgusted. You dirty hacker, go play single player, you absolute cheat. Jihan cackled like a devious troll. Keep crying, you salty grinder. Sunil scoffed aggressively. So what? That gimmick will not boost my combat stats. I still gotta grind until my eyes bleed. I might be a literal demigod now, but my leveling journey is endless. Jihan tilted his head, totally confused. Wait is demigod tier enough to rank among the heavenly elites? Sunil frowned, calculating his stats. Almost there, but my combat experience is severely underleveled. A specific legendary boss crossed Jihan's mind. Wait, what about your grandpa's power level? Sunil flinched. Wait, my grandpa. Wait, what? Your old man is a total freak of nature. He definitely belongs in the 10,000 heavens, but he isn't a demigod. Yet right now, he could still wipe the floor with me. Jihan was totally baffled. But why? The two bros kept chatting. Sunin broke it down. His internal energy is leagues above mine. Hearing this insane flex, Jihan raised an eyebrow and shot back. Internal energy. Don't martial artists use ki while mages strictly sling mana? Sunin immediately fired back. If my grandpa was a video game boss, he would be a one-punch nightmare. Jihan leaned in his gamer brain, completely hooked. So where do demigods fit into this? Sunin answered smoothly. Demigods have exclusive broken abilities. Obviously, I will eventually surpass him. Once my internal energy hits even half of his, I will absolutely crush the old man. Jihan recalled his buddy's epic clash with the puppet master. He silently pieced it together. So he is overpowered because of absolute skills that divine will must be one of them. A pure demigod exclusive. Jihan spaced out completely. It made total sense. I literally hacked everything using my gamer ability. Suddenly, lightning struck his brain. His eyes went wide as a massive realization hit him. Wait a freaking minute. Catching his best buddy's dramatic panic, Sunin smirked. I might know the answer. You desperately need enlightenment. Jihan instantly flinched. What the heck is enlightenment, son? In clicked his tongue. It is ridiculously hard to explain. Imagine your body unlocking a brand new hidden sense. It is like fusing all my mastered knowledge together to birth an ultimate new skill. Jihan stared blankly, utterly clueless, and totally lost. Are you speaking in riddles? Sunin flashed a grin. Honestly, you might never figure it out. Jihan got dead serious, laying down the harsh truth. To level up my spirit summoning, I desperately need this enlightenment. Rubbing his chin, Sunin pondered deeply before squinting. Come again. You hit a wall while grinding levels. Enlightenment isn't some cheap trick. Otherwise, my faction would be swarming with demigods. Even my grandpa would be one by now. Jihan visibly deflated. Yeah, fair point, but I have got to do something. A storm of chaotic questions flooded his mind. Hold up. Does this mean god-tier legends exist? Hwang Sungan is actually in the 10,000 heavens. And this absolute unit could solo one of Korea's top 10 factions, even though rumor says he lost half his power during that brutal ambush while healing Old Man A. But seriously, what is the point of reaching the heavens? Even up there, the power scaling is a total bloodbath. Top 100 versus top 999 is a completely astronomical gap. The more Jihan overthought it, the more his teenage angst flared up. Is this grind even worth it? Suddenly, a sharp knock shattered his thoughts, making him jump. Jihan swung the door open, coming face to face with a futuristic delivery bot. He silently marveled, insanely fast. Snagging his loot, Jihan flexed the 2 items he just bought. Sunin leaned in, completely nosy. Learning it now you pick Jihan remained chill. Obviously, but first let us check these sweet item stats. Observe Item 1, a common grade tarot reading manual and fortune interpretation guide, and Item 2, special grade, silver tarot cards. A unique magical artifact for both fortune telling and casting epic summons, boosts mana by 10 grants of 5% foresight. Buff scanning the stats. Jihan scoffed with pure teenage rebellion. These effects are absolute garbage, but my gamer skills are already literal cheat codes, so who cares? Sunin grew super impatient. Well, what kind of skill is it? Jihan deadpanned, extremely boring and utterly tasteless. Whatever, nothing to lose. He slapped his hand onto the book. Instantly, a blinding cinematic surge of light erupted. System data flooded in tarot reading is an infamous divination tool used in dark rituals since ancient times. Triggering foresight is entirely luck-based pure random chance. Reading this, Jihan gasped, his blank stare violently shifting into blazing teenage fury. He raged so hard he cursed out loud. What kind of trash description is this? Screw this system? Pure luck. What kind of cosmic joke is that? Sounds like a literal pyramid scheme. Sunin quickly patted his bro's back. Hey man, that skill is actually god tier. Seriously. Jihan blinked, totally stunned. How do you think people actually see the future? I never even bothered thinking about it. Sunin stroked his chin, going into full sensei mode. Alright, let me drop some lore on you. Imagine Sirius Bot's future A. He takes drastic action because he wants to rewrite destiny. But then Seer B also predicts that exact same future A. He thinks future A looks pretty solid. However, B lurks deep in the abyss, fully aware of the chaos about to unfold. There are countless shadowy figures dying to destroy future A. Jihan listened but remained a total noob. Helpless confusion was plastered all over his edgy teen face. Sun sighed and pushed further. Too mind-bending, right? It essentially means two epic factions are warring over absolute destiny. One side demands it happens, while the other wants to brutally rewrite it. Some psychotic players even want to twist the future into their own sick nightmares. True prophets are insanely rare in the abyss, but they definitely exist. Jihan groaned. What an absolute headache. His buddy nodded in agreement. Exactly. An entire syndicate of lunatics trying to snap the wheel of fate to their will. Total insanity keeping the dramatic lore flowing. Sun dropped the final bombshell. That is why the abyss calls it the Prophecy Wars. The craziest part about Foresight is that one seer can block or warp another seer's vision, completely ignoring his buddy's chill vibe. Jihan aggressively questioned him. You talk like you are completely off the hook. Does your legendary faction seriously have 0 prophets? Sun shook his head. Nope. You can count the nation's seers on one hand. You know the guildmaster of heaven and earth, right? She's exactly one of those freaks. The admin's imposing aura instantly flashed in his mind. Jihan gasped in pure shock. No way. Connecting all these insane puzzle pieces, Sun delivered his final verdict. Therefore, your pathetic new skill is absolutely clutch, even if it relies on dumb luck. Having it is a massive tactical advantage. At least you unlocked this crucial intel. Even right this second, a ruthless prophecy war is tearing up the abyss. Usually it is just the 9 Gates elites clashing their absolute foresight. Jihan squinted, his teen rebellion spiking. And you seriously think a random scrub like me playing fortune teller is a good idea? Shockingly, he answered with an absolute dead serious yes. Sun smirked, no matter what. More intel is always better. He rubbed his chin, pondering deeply before finally hesitating. Makes sense? Glimpses into the freaking future, huh? Totally. Even piecing together fragments of destiny gives us a ridiculously massive, totally unfair advantage. Plus, leveling up this skill guarantees crazy accuracy. He snatched the tarot deck off the table. Jihan made his choice. Let me test this out. He focused his mind. To activate the skill, just visualize the ultimate question. Then he chanted the command. Reveal the truth, tarot. The deck glowed intensely, and one single fateful card slowly floated upward. Pure magic. Jihan grabbed and flipped it. The magician. Seeing his buddy frozen in absolute silence, Sun got insanely curious. What does that mean? He hesitated. Based on the sacred skill book, the magician signifies either a pathetically slow start or incredibly tedious progress. Sun just blinked. Vague as hell. What exactly did you ask it? Jihan replied. I asked if I had any real shot at finding the divine mirror. Sun followed up. And you got a card predicting slow burn progress? He frowned. That guarantees you will eventually find something. The real question is how. He looked completely unsure. I doubt this skill can give me anything specifically useful yet. Sun nodded, totally agreeing. You are right. Jihan thought this is way too abstract. Please do not be a stupid waste of cash. He desperately wondered there must be a badass way to exploit this. Suddenly an epic idea struck Jihan. Oh yeah, the process of elimination. Sun flinched beside him. Come on, hurry up and pull another fortune. Are there any solid clues hiding up in the north? Reveal the truth to me, tarot. The deck instantly shuffled itself. It flared with blinding light before rejecting a single card. Sun simply could not contain his burning curiosity. What is it now? Jihan glared at the card. The Tower. An absolutely cursed, terrible omen. He tilted his head, peeking over. Really? He sounded completely defeated. Yeah, which proves it is definitely not up north. Sun looked totally baffled. Your process of elimination means... Jihan flashed an incredibly devious, wicked smirk. Exactly, I will interrogate all 4 directions. His bro instantly cursed him. Sounds incredibly stupid, man. But he totally disagreed. Who cares? It force grinds my fortune-telling level anyway. That means crazy accuracy later, bro. Sun just sighed, completely helpless against him. What a chaotic teenage mindset. Jihan laughed maniacally, absolutely pumped. Brutal grinding is basically my true calling now. Come on, let us spam at nothing to lose. Constantly drawing cards, he intensely observed, exploiting every learned skill. Despite the trash talk, Sun patiently watched the grind. The tarot method remained unchanged. Chant the command trigger, the glow extract 1 card. After an agonizingly long time, the glorious system chime finally rang out. Tarot Reader leveled up to 3. Feeling utterly refreshed, Jihan slammed the deck down. He grinned. Brutal grinding finally pays off. Sweet our target point straight to 7 o'clock. Sun-In looked horrified. Holy crap, sounds like a scam cult. Jihan teased back that is just how the skill works, man. Exhaling deeply, he leaned back. We literally spent over half an hour with 0 divine mirror clues. Spamming this cost us absolutely nothing. Sun-In quickly warned him. But even hitting the right direction gives 0 distance scaling. Jihan stared intensely at the tarot deck. Guess we will just exploit it again to navigate. He chuckled softly. My ultimate mission is infiltrating that cursed cave. Now that this is handled, I must report back to my grandpa. Then I will tag along with you. My clan desperately wants to uncover that divine mirror anyway. Having said his piece, Sun-In quickly ditched Jihan's place. All right, catch you later, little bro? The second his buddy vanished, the atmosphere turned deafeningly silent. Sitting completely alone in the living room, Jihan furiously scrolled his phone, plotting silently. I blew through a massive fortune instantly. I seriously need to fence some loot. Time to dump all these useless leftover magic stones. Right then, the front door violently swung open from the outside. Shindong stepped inside looking utterly shocked to see him. You are back, Jihan replied softly. Yeah, I returned. Where did you go? She asked gently. Patrolling. Your golem squad is crushing the grunts, but other zones are still swarming. Every single guild and soul is absolutely overwhelmed right now. Stretching her shoulders, Shindong interrogated further. So did you successfully rescue Sun-In yet? Jihan acted totally nonchalant. Of course, and I even uncovered the sinister origin of this goblin outbreak. Her eyes shot wide open in absolute shock. What the hell happened? Jihan's voice dropped into a serious, steady tone. Well, it goes like this. He dumped the entire epic saga on Shindong. Meanwhile, over the phone, an exhausted Sun-In groaned. Stop stalling, I'm dead tired. Jihan instantly agreed. Got it, bro. Fearing his friend would overthink, he threw in a final reassurance. Call me tomorrow. Jihan killed the call, staring blankly at his screen. The dude was absolutely fried. I mean, dying and respawning back-to-back will totally wreck you. Honestly, it is a miracle he hasn't lost his mind. He closed his eyes, processing the utter chaos. We seriously messed up this time. Suddenly, Shindong's voice shattered his thoughts, making him jump. Even wielding the god-tier power of the hacker, his teenage brain desperately needed a quick reboot. Consider it mental training. Shoving his phone away, he came clean. Honestly, I'm not sure. It is too blurry. My stats only let me peek at its level, but man, that level is way out of our league. Hey, do you even know what divine mental arts are? Shindong gave a firm nod. Yeah, that crazy spirit transformation technique, it is literally a branch of those exact arts. Jihan's eyes went wide, his brain short-circuiting like a blown fuse. Are you freaking kidding me? Recalling her own insane battle forms, she broke it down. It morphs the physical body into pure, unadulterated energy. Does that sound normal to you? Caught off guard, Jihan just let out a nervous chuckle. Spot on, Shindong pushed forward. But mastering divine arts is borderline impossible. And get this spirit transformation that is literally the lowest tier garbage. Jihan's jaw dropped in absolute horror. No freaking way. His mind spiraled into absolute chaos thinking. That god tier skill is just a noob spell. It is like slaying an elite boss only to be told it was the weakest grunt. Staring out the window. Shindong's voice snapped him back. So you are really going after the divine mirror, Jihan muttered. Yeah. She did not beat around the bush, but why her intense glare made him freeze up completely. Seeing him glitch out, she lost all patience and went off. I'm asking why you're obsessing over this thing. Did someone beg you? Are you getting epic loot for this? Or what you want to play hero and save the world? Bombarded by her questions, Jihan just stood there totally dumbfounded and speechless. Flashing back to his past reckless stunts, she laid it out. Honestly, I have been dying to tell you this for a while now. You keep poking your nose into everyone's drama, even when you get absolutely zero rewards for it. Jihan scratched his head, struggling to defend himself. I mean, it is not like I actually have another choice, right? Shindong scoffed in pure disbelief. Why not? He offered a weak, rebellious smirk. Come on, when your squad is in deep trouble, you cannot just walk away, right? That hit a nerve. She paused for a beat, then boldly declared, Fine, then I'm coming with you. Now it was Jihan's turn to look totally mind-blown. Wait, why? She did not overcomplicate it, simply shrugging like a total badass. Same exact reason as yours. His eyes bugged out a messy mix of touching relief and pure panic. You mean? But a crazy calculating glint flashed in her eyes. I have leveled up a lot now, right? But honestly, it feels completely rigged. Jihan flinched, his gamer senses tingling. Wait, what is? Shindong broke down the meta like a pro. Basically, Sun-Il relies on his clan's martial arts, while you just absorb whatever combat skills you find. and you literally fuse them with the Heavenly Will style, right? Even a legendary Grandmaster couldn't pull off a cheat code like that. Grandmaster. That legendary title reserved for the ultimate masters of magic and combat, basically the Grandmasters of the battlefield. She paused, throwing him a dangerously probing look. But your insanely broken cheat abilities let you do it like a walk in the park, right? Jihan rubbed his neck honestly. Well, yeah, but the problem is that idiot Sunil almost got himself permanently deleted trying it. Shindong did not blink. I want to do it too. Instant panic washed over Jihan. Hold up. She doubled down with crazy eyes. I want to fuse my skills too. Terrified, Jihan screamed out. No way I know exactly what you're plotting. He couldn't believe his own ears. Seeing his epic freakout, Shindong pouted. What is so unbelievable about that? You're overreacting. I am telling you, it is instant death. Sunil only survived because of his broken immortality. Buff. Without that, his health points would be 0 right now. She flared up right back at him. I already know that, Jihan shouted back. You are not planning a literal suicide mission, are you crazy, girl? Shindong shot back brutally. No, Jihan. Do you have any idea how unbelievably dense you are, sometimes defeated? He practically wanted to cry. Hey, why are we suddenly dealing emotional damage with personal attacks? Without missing a beat, she laid out the facts. You literally just unlocked a resurrection spell. You completely bypassed the skill tree to master healing magic without even trying. So what exactly is the issue here? An endless line of loading dots flashed through Jihan's brain. His eyes bugged out so hard they nearly popped off his face. What the actual hell? Staring at her best friend's utterly brain-dead expression, Shindong was momentarily stunned into total silence. Deciding there was no turning back now, she took a deep breath and dropped the ultimate crazy plan. Just spam your soul spirit buff to keep me alive. If I accidentally die, just resurrect me and spam heals. Jihan shivered in pure terror. What a psycho, absolutely unhinged strategy. His brain was doing absolute cartwheels. I always knew this girl had a twisted gamer mindset. But literally demanding we fuse skills just to power level, his internal screaming was cut short as Shindong tried to reassure him. If you are worried about the pain debuff, do not sweat it. Once the spirit transformation kicks in, I can entirely nullify the pain. Jihan was anything but chill about this. Yeah, but the catch is you will experience literal agony before the transformation even finishes loading. She tilted her head confused. Wait, you cannot glitch your training buff with the spirit transfer skill? Jihan completely froze in his tracks. His gamer brain went into overdrive. Oh snap, she was totally right. Bet, let us test that out, he declared. But we have one massive problem. Shin-young tilted her head, which is dropping the act. Jihan sighed. I am completely broke on Heaven's Will manuals. 0 drops in my inventory right now. I need to farm some fresh martial arts first. The Twin God Taiji and True God Taiji Fist were a matching set, which is why that fusion was absolute child's play back then. I need premium loot. We are talking top-tier martial arts minimum Twin God level. He scratched his chin. Maybe something insane like the Fire Spirit Divine Rune or Heaven's Will Mind Refining. Shin-young instantly caught his drift. Makes sense. You desperately need a software update. She smirked, flashing a confident thumbs up. Leave the heavy lifting to me. Jihan blinked, totally stunned. Wait, how exactly? Shin-young broke it down with a wicked grin. I will just hit up my sex elders. It might not be our signature move, but they are hoarding a ridiculously overpowered manual. His eyes lit up like a loot box. Whoa, seriously? She nodded firmly. Absolutely. Once you download it into your brain, you can just share the file with me, right? The real question is if your hardware can survive the process, Jihan. Hearing that buzzkill reality check his hype totally deflated. Oh, right. No kidding. There is 0 guarantee I will not short-circuit and end up with corrupted mana just like that loser's son-in. His mind flashed back. A glaring red error message had popped up when he tried to equip the Unite spellbook. He swallowed hard. Would the system troll him again? I really need to run some tests. Shin-young chimed in. Let us secure the manuals first and we can stress over the glitching later. Jihan nodded, totally on board. Deal. That is a solid game plan. Sun-in is not crashing our party until tomorrow, so we have time to grind. Meanwhile, beneath an impossibly endless crystal-clear skyline, 5 ancient aura-pulsing skill books sat perfectly lined on the sun-baked dirt. Jihan scanned the legendary loot, whistling low. A full legendary combo set, huh? Standing right across from him, Shin-young gave a solid knowing nod. Bingo. They are all raw combat skills like the Thunder Art 3000 Strikes and the Heavenly Melody of the Storm. These babies only unleash their true broken stats when you absorb their raw energy and reprogram it straight into your sword techniques. Just like how you had to dual wield the Spirit Fire Art alongside the Spirit Fire Fist. But honestly, your skill tree right now is a total chaotic mess. Super wide, but zero depth. You're basically a walking junk drawer of random surfer drops. You desperately need to buff your base stats first. Getting roasted by our massive info dump, a huge sweat drop formed on his head as he stuttered. Look, I'm just speedrunning the copycat build right now. Literally the only legit thing in my loadout is the human soul twin god Taiji. Real talk, I have zero actual hand-to-hand combat experience. That jerk Sun-In only became a massive boss because he mashed his own fighting style with the Heaven's Will Spirit art. But since Jihan could not even comprehend the source code behind the Heaven's Will Spirit art, he was stuck in this totally pathetic noob tier slump. Right then, Shin-Young pointed a finger at the 36 Spirit Fire Strike manual and dropped a hint. If you want to level up from scrub to god tier, you need moves that actually sync with your mana output. That is exactly why we went on a massive shopping spree for these cheat codes. She crossed her arms, radiating absolute confidence. This stack is the ultimate complete edition of the Human Soul Sex melee combat tree. If you use your broken hacker abilities to brute force install these into your system, you will be completely untouchable in the server. In that split second, Jihan whipped around and totally cut her off. Hold your horses, I was already planning to download the Taiji strike. Mashing that together with the twin god Taiji would be insanely optimal for my build. She rolled her eyes, throwing down a quick reality check. Just absorb as many skills as you physically can while the window is open. You literally have the most overpowered hacker cheat skill in existence, right? He rubbed his chin, his gamer brain buffering. Equip another random skill, huh? He slammed his palm onto the ancient manual, his eyes burning with absolute chaotic resolve. Screw it. We hack to win. The second those words dropped, a blinding neon aura exploded. Digital data streams violently erupted, twisting together into a blazing, glitchy vortex of pure power, merging the Taiji strike with the 36 Spirit Fire protocol. System alert. You have successfully acquired the Taiji Human Soul Strike protocol. Now initiating fusion with the Heaven's Will Fist and the Taiji Human Soul Strike. Boom, you have unlocked the Heaven's Will, Taiji Human Soul Annihilation Strike, as the massive gigabytes of ancient combat data slammed directly into his frontal lobe. Jihan's eyes snapped open, completely shell-shocked by the system overload. Watching his dramatic reboot, Shin-Young leaned in with a curious smirk. So how is the new patch update feeling? He stared at his trembling, power-surging hands, muttering in pure disbelief. This is way too freaking broken. His mind was an absolute hurricane of hype and terror. I literally just mashed 3 ultra-rare skills into one macro. She nodded, slowly hitting him with the ultimate boss-level question. But can your firewall actually prevent a fatal core meltdown? I mean, mixing a sword class with a brawler class cannot trigger a massive Qui deviation. Right. After a tense, dramatic pause to let his cooling fans calm down, Jihan locked his eyes back onto the remaining loot pile. All right, bet. Time to unlock the god tier skill tree. I'm dumping every single code into the blender and going full unhinged chaotic neutral. Without missing a single beat, he slammed both hands down like a total madman. His internal mana gauge violently exploded outwards. Massive cascading walls of green code hijacked his vision, fusing the 3000 Thunder Strikes, the Absolute Zero Protocol, the Human Soul Twin God Matrix, and the Heaven's Will Protocol system. Warning critical system failure and blackout will guarantee a fatal core meltdown. Proceed anyway. Staring at that terrifying glowing red death flag, Jihan's blood ran completely cold. There is the troll mechanic. A fatal core meltdown. The devs did not explicitly say my character gets deleted, but honestly, even if I absolutely fry my circuits... Daddy's going all in? I literally have a hacked, glitch-immune gamer avatar. Bring on the final boss, you cowards. As long as this does not force a spawn point wipe, I am solo carrying this entire freaking server. The second his finger smashed, except a massive energy shockwave exploded, Jihan gritted his teeth against the absolute system overload. Searing pressure ripped through his veins like a freak thunderstorm. A choked scream escaped his lips. Damn it all. Wrapping his arms tight, he fought desperately to stay on his feet. At least his skin was not peeling off like Sun-In, but this pain was straight up hellish. How did that dude survive? Suddenly a sweet mechanical voice echoed. Acquired Heavenly Will Tai Chi art, he exhaled a massive breath of relief. In a flash, Explosive new vitality surged through his core yin and yang, perfectly synchronized in a single epic heartbeat. Two rival forces now bowed completely to Jihan's absolute control. Better yet, stacking his intelligence stats with this divine technique multiplied his power to straight-up broken levels. While he was busy hyping up his own insane hacks, Xinjiang wandered over. Did it work? Jihan smirked with pure swagger. Heck yeah. It is totally overpowered. Her face scrunched up with heavy doubt, but it looked ridiculously painful. Does not extreme agony mean something went seriously wrong? Spilling the tea? He admitted. Yeah, the system literally gave me a lethal deviation warning. She nodded slowly. Knew it was sketchy. Honestly, you would be totally dead without that busted gamer ability of yours. However, seeing the massive power spike, Xinjiang immediately begged. Come on, buff me. Hit me with that upgrade. Jihan. He casually replied. Chill out, gotta wash off this grime first. With a flick, he summoned his loyal water spirit, spotting her master. The tiny spirit cheered. Long time no see, Master Wait. Why do you smell so good? Jihan just chuckled, dodging the question. Wash me up, please. She nodded like an absolute angel. Yes. Glowing magical water swirled from her tiny hands, washing away the dirt and leftover chaotic energy. After a flawless, deep clean. Nymph proudly reported, all done. He nodded. Thanks, kiddo. Before vanishing, she totally winked. Call me whenever you want my super fresh and sparkly master. Fully refreshed, Jihan turned to Xinjiang. All right, here comes the buff. Getting her nod, he slammed his hand onto her head. A blazing flash of epic light erupted. Honestly, getting power leveled usually risks lethal deviation. But thanks to spirit transfer, she completely dodged the backlash and leveled up safely. Jihan was actually shocked. She did not suffer like Sunin, but hey, a massive win is a win. Right now, hunting down that legendary divine mirror was way too sketchy. He definitely needed time to adjust. They decided to wait for Sunin to carry them. Wait, scratch that, to team up for the raid. Meanwhile, Xinjiang went full solo grind in the time room. Bored out of his mind, Jihan casually mass-produced alpha golems and magic stones. He unleashed his golem army to completely wipe out monster zones. Plus, being broke is lame, so he hit the Abyss auction to farm millions of dollars. While furiously scrolling for massive loot, the doorbell suddenly started screaming. Spotting his best bro? Jihan got hyped. Yo, finally. What did your grandpa say? Sunin cut straight to the chase. He told me to raid the Divine Mirror with you. Always digging for intel, Jihan asked, any updates on those annoying mob guilds? Sunin sighed like a completely burnt out gamer. We are trying to wipe them out, but our hands are completely tied. Those demonic freaks are literally spawning everywhere. The Dan Y Guild is dropping in soon. They are plotting some insane massive event called the Great Purge of the Korean Peninsula. Jihan blinked, totally clueless. What does that mean? Sunin just shrugged his shoulders. Beats me, bro. I know they are overpowered, but no clue just how completely busted they actually are. They are probably planning to spam the divine rattle. Jihan got curious. Why is a rattle so terrifying? Seeing his total confusion, Sunin explained the mechanics. Basically, it is a ridiculous magic item that drops the most broken buffs ever. It guarantees a ×10 critical hit rate. Hearing those absolutely legendary stats, Jihan realized the truth. No wonder it is a literal national treasure. Mid-gossip and epic detail clicked in his brain. Oh yeah, Xinjiang is partying up with us. Sunin was totally shocked. For real, 2 fighters and 1 carry. Wait, my bad. 2 fighters and 1 mage. We literally lack a healer. That completely triggered his gaming ego. Jihan snapped back, flexing his utility. Yo, idiot, I am right here. Sunin got ridiculously hyped, fearing nobody. Destiny calls man who in this entire server dares mess with us. Skipping the boring chatter, he turned to his buddy and pitched the idea. Take a breather to warm up. I will grab Xinjiang, then we wreck them. Sunin nodded totally down. A spatial portal materialized right on cue and he kicked it wide open. Stepping right inside, Jihan immediately dropped his usual chaotic invitation, yo, let's smash. But instead of a normal greeting, his eyes met a massive violent shockwave tearing the whole place apart. Seconds later, the dust settled. A pair of slender legs gracefully touched down. Xinjiang, glowing in her spirit shift state, instantly turned to Jihan. Is Sun in here too? She asked, her eyes sparking with genuine curiosity as she spotted his arrival. He shrugged smugly. Why else would I be here? Then he checked on her grind. So, did you actually level up? Clenching her fist, Xinjiang declared with fierce confidence. Amazing. Honestly, I feel strong enough to crush the masked cult leader right now. That bold claim made Jihan sweat buckets. A bit cocky, huh? Even I need my cheat codes to beat that freak. Meanwhile, those masked cultists kept recruiting clueless sheep, though their overall threat level had seemingly dropped. But honestly, their raw power was skyrocketing. I could feel the absolute ocean of mana they kept offering up. Refusing to waste another second, Jihan waved it off. We will handle that later. Time to move. She gave a firm nod. Okay, let's roll. Suddenly, while tearing through the sky, Sunin hollered over the rushing wind. Hey, bro. Jihan flinched, totally caught off guard. What now? This raid kicked off so randomly that his buddy was still dizzy, struggling to process the sheer chaos. Shouldn't we draft a battle plan first? Are we seriously just flying in blind and aggressive like this? Jihan just smirked his signature arrogant grin. Not quite. I will read my tarot cards while we fly. Simple. Sunin choked on air, his face dropping in utterly defeated disbelief. Yeah, super reliable. He groaned. Meanwhile, Shinjung had stayed totally quiet, just watching the mess unfold. The craziest part, they were all rocking custom martial arts gear crafted personally by Jihan, basically broken hacker armor. Those threads insanely boosted their raw stat skill levels and defensive plating. It literally nullified attacks and aggressively tanked damage over a certain threshold. He felt unbelievably proud of his handiwork. Look at these god tier stats. Normally you would need to hit level 50 just to buff stamina and strength like this. Plus the mana and health regeneration were absolutely busted. Any weak hit below the damage cap completely wiped out. Jihan flexed his ego to the max. The invincible hacker strikes again. Just gotta trust in your own genius, right? Suddenly he slammed the brakes. Good thing you brought it up. It is tarot time. Both teammates halted midair instantly. Sunin guessed the real reason right away. Because we already left Seoul. Jihan nodded firmly. Nailed it. He then pulled out his item box, channeling his sheer willpower directly into it. Are we near the target? He declared loudly. Draw the tarot? A single card floated upward. Seeing the dark imagery, he muttered curses. The death card. Reality hit him like a truck. They were hopelessly lost. He took the wrong freaking path. Sunin absolutely lost his mind, screaming, "Damn it, you are seriously useless right now." Glancing at Shinjung, who stood crossing her arms with terrifying annoyance, Jihan sweat nervously. Yo, chill out, guys. Just bear with me a bit longer. After forcefully resetting the group's chaotic mood, he pointed forward, shouting enthusiastically. All right, let's keep moving. Internally, he silently calculated his next move. Just keep drawing cards while flying. The squad remained completely silent after that. They simply tore through the roaring wind, leaving a glowing silver trail blazing across the open sky. As they advanced, Sunin suddenly broke the silence. I think we finally hit the jackpot. Jihan totally agreed. No kidding. Looping into view was a massive island radiating a bizarre blood-curdling aura that gave them chills. On the Phantom Barrier's western edge sat a wasteland called Jock Island. Jihan swapped to the real world, relying on GPS to track it down. Having a satellite-linked smartphone was insanely clutch. Still, witnessing this eerie landscape made his blood run cold. What the hell is this nightmare? Just looking at it makes me want to puke out my soul. Yet the situation quickly baffled Jihan even more. Wait, why couldn't spatial search magic find this place, but my dumb luck, did you kidding me? Suddenly, Sunin spoke up, wiping the smirk off his face. No way you literally hacked the whole server, nobody can match your glitches. After a tense pause, he surprisingly agreed with Jihan's suspicion. But yeah, this feels totally unnatural. Hearing that, Jihan frowned. What do you mean by that? Glaring at Jock Island in the distance, Sunin pointed out the massive red flag. We can clearly see it, but I cannot sense a single drop of energy. That intel made Jihan freeze. Placing a hand to his chest, he focused his senses and finally realized the terrifying truth. Whoa, you are right. Jihan felt absolutely zero presence. It was like staring at a massive ghost illusion. Higher tier skills usually cranked up your sensitivity, awakening a brand new sixth sense called aura perception, an elite ability designed to track hidden mana or spiritual energy. But that freaky island radiates absolute nothingness. Piecing together the lore he gathered so far, Sunin dropped a wild theory. Either it is a giant mirage, or they somehow completely suppressed the island's energy emission. Connecting the dots, Jihan double-checked his logic. You mean they rigged it so basic radar magic cannot ping it? Sunin nodded grimly. Exactly. However, a dark thought lingered. Jihan was still totally confused by the plot hole. Then why did they fail to block my overpowered foresight skill? He stroked his chin with a smirk. There has to be a counter-strategy. But here's the real kicker. Is your foresight actually outclassing the entire Dangui clan? Piecing it together made Jihan nod. Sunil was dropping pure facts. I am just a tarot rookie. How could I track down a target that even the absolute masters completely missed? Something felt seriously off. Sensing the silence, Sunil pressed him. What is the play? Caught off guard. Jihan blinked. The what? Seeing his total confusion, Shin Young broke it down. Do we bail out now and let the clan clean up this absolute mess? We cannot rush this. He waved them off, needing a second. Jihan's brain was immediately flooded with chaotic flashbacks, thinking back to that insane robot encounter. That thing was no joke. Who knows what monstrous power its creator holds? Honestly, if that tin can had not burned half its mana, Sun Il and I would be totally toast. Sure, they're packing serious magic now. But against a freak like that, we would still get completely wrecked. The power gap in this realm is just way too massive. Still chickening out and dumping the problem feels super lame. While Jihan spiraled in his thoughts, Sun Il shattered the silence. Let us ditch. He flinched, utterly confused. But why? No sugarcoating. He dropped the brutal truth. This is deadly, Jihan. It is not a video game, you will actually die. Those heavy words hit him like a truck, forcing him to remember absolute nightmares. In that 10-second, another voice snapped him back to reality. Sun Il is speaking straight facts. Shin Young chimed in with deadly seriousness. If the loot was worth the risk, maybe. But this, absolutely not worth it, right? Deep down in his core, Jihan had to admit defeat. His squad was entirely right. We do not even know what powers the enemy is hiding. Charging in blind is pure suicide. Defeated by pure logic. Jihan finally threw in the towel. Fine. Let us ghost this place and tip off the clan. He exhaled a massive breath, feeling the heavy burden instantly vanish. That is much better. Seeing his stubborn friend finally listen, Sun Il relaxed his tense shoulders. Smart move? But tragically, that brilliant choice came seconds too late. A sinister, unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed out. Well, well, well. Look what the cat dragged in. My scouts warned me about uninvited guests. What kind of terrible host would I be to let you scurry away? Welcome the main character, the sword master, and the mystery girl. Jihan froze in absolute terror. Telepathy. The phantom voice did not stop there, dripping with wicked arrogance. I am Lord Changchun. You are way too valuable to destroy Little Gamer. You get to live, but your soul belongs to me forever. Hearing that terrifying title, Jihan felt a chill down his spine. Lord Changchun. That name rings a giant alarm bell before his brain could click, Sun Il barked out. That is, Changchun, a monster from the elite faction. His shout ripped through the dead silence. In a split-second, reality literally warped around them. The system interface exploded with blaring red warnings. You have entered an instant dungeon. Welcome to the Red Sand Hell. Taking in the absolute nightmare unfolding before his eyes, Jihan was left completely speechless. Show yourself after a suffocating moment of pure silence. He whipped his head around, desperately needing answers. Hey, you said he is part of the legendary 10 Heavenly Monarchs' son. Il nodded grimly. We are totally screwed. Looking at this death trap, it is practically game over. Jihan felt his stomach drop as sheer panic hijacked his brain. Wait, are those not the demonic gods from the ancient mythos? His best friend confirmed his worst nightmare. Exactly. He is a top 10 powerhouse from the Forbidden Island, a titan of the Nine Gates. The color completely drained from his face. Holy crap. Utter disbelief hijacked his mind. This is unbelievably bad. Why is a final boss from the Nine Gates setting traps in the beginner zone? Oh my god, we just stepped on a massive landmine, and what on earth is a Red Sand Hell anyway in that exact second of pure chaos? Changchun erupted into a maniacal villain laugh. Ha ha ha. Looks like I hit the absolute jackpot. His wicked voice dripped with sick fascination and endless greed. You are the little freak who can craft magical artifacts, right? I'm practically shaking with excitement to slap a slave collar on you. You will forge legendary treasures for me until the end of time. Jihan scowled violently, pure rebellious rage, bubbling up his throat. What kind of medieval garbage is this? Have you never heard of basic human rights, you absolute boomer? But the psycho villain could not care less. Human rights? Ha ha ha. It has been centuries since anyone dared utter those pathetic words in the abyss. You are trapped in my absolute domain now. Not even a grandmaster of spatial magic could teleport out. Even the legendary mortals would cry tears of blood trying to survive this. Do you honestly think a bunch of low-level scrubs stand a chance? Ice-cold sweat poured down Jihan's face like a waterfall. Damn it, I am flying completely blind against a literal god-tier boss I never expected to walk right into a guaranteed death trap. Why did the cards not warn me? My prophecy level is seriously garbage. Amidst the suffocating, heart-pounding tension, Changchun unleashed his overwhelming aura, launching a devastating assault right at the squad. First order of business, breaking your pathetic little legs. The terrifying shockwave forced them to furiously blast into the sky. Wait, can this psycho actually bend sand to his absolute will? Tragically, the terrifying speed of his expanding sandstorm was matching them, pace for pace. Did you insects honestly think you could outrun me? Panicking hard, the trio blasted their thrusters to the max, desperately praying to escape the raging sand vortex. Bam! His skull violently smashed into something completely invisible. An unbreakable barrier sealed the sky, leaving him clutching a massive bump on his head. Furious, Jihan screamed into the void. Hey, is this messed up zone just a tiny box? His blazing mind scrambled for an exit strategy. Looks like an endless desert. But it is just a cheap mirage. Time to kick some sand, sun, and backpedaled, frantically panic dripping from his voice. Dude, what the heck is the plan here? Jihan swallowed his rising terror. Every muscle screamed as he scrambled. Damn it all. Just hold out a little longer, guys. I am cooking up something epic. No questions asked. Shin Young just gave a firm badass nod. Got it. In that split second, a savage, blinding light ignited deep within her eyes. Her spirit flared. She launched at Changchun like a supersonic missile tearing through the wind. Sunin gritted his teeth and charged too, but not without tossing a snarky threat at our boy. Screw this. You better remember this, man. When we get back alive, I'm going to absolutely wreck you. Together, Shin Young and Sunin unleashed their auras. Terrifying magic power erupted from their bodies, facing down the massive sandstorm without a single step back, charging straight into the devastating wave of sand. Meanwhile, Jihan was not just chilling. He whipped out his trusty 2-meter staff and roared, "Cognitive acceleration, depth of time, dimension." This was a time-bending spell way more overpowered than his usual tricks. It cranked his personal time flow to a staggering 15 times faster than everyone else. Amidst the chaotic storm tearing at his mind, Jihan's internal supercomputer went into absolute overdrive, untangling his racing thoughts. Come on, think. Think, man. How do I flip this script? Seeing his buddy just standing there? Frozen. Sunin totally lost his chill. Oh great. Now the nerd decides to brainstorm. Hurry up, you idiot. In total contrast to his freaking out, Shin Young stayed completely ice cold. Do not worry. He will figure something out. With 0 seconds left to argue, she instantly locked in their battle formation. I will take the left side. Sunin nodded, catching her drift. Then I'm on right side duty, rolls locked and loaded. Sunin channeled explosive aura into his legs, launching a massive aerial assault. His fist pumped with crazy power, unleashing his ultimate technique. Rage Fist. Every single strike slammed down like a meteor, sending shockwaves ripping through the area. Amidst his explosive bombardment, he threw a quick glance at Shin Young. She was dead focused, freezing the chaos ahead with pure willpower, divine mind art, bone-chilling spirit, fire-watching massive rocks crack and shatter the sandstorm sun. In was absolutely mind-blown. A crazy thought hit him like a truck. Wait, did Jihan literally hack Shin Young's stats? But even if he did he hack a ridiculously overpowered skill? Meanwhile, after intense buffering, Jihan snapped back as a genius idea lit up. I've got a strategy instantly. The system alarms blared like crazy. New skill generated through special conditions. Battle mind initiated for enemy recon. It was the ultimate hardcore gamer instinct, capable of finding the winning strategy for any boss. Weakness analysis activated. Reading enemy traits and drafting the perfect attack plan. Seeing the data pop up, Jihan grinned with absolute hype. Heck yes, hacked a new skill right on time. Let us see if it matches my calculations. Meanwhile, Sunin dodged over to Shin Young, totally confused. What the heck is that? Before he could finish, Jihan suddenly screamed, making him jump out of his skin. Battle. Thinking his buddy was just trolling in a death trap, Sunin cursed under his breath. Does this punk know we are literally about to die? He whipped his head around, ready to roast him. Hey, are you kidding me? But his jaw dropped. Jihan had ripped open a massive dimensional rift right behind his back. Pulling out an insane stash of gear he had been hoarding, Jihan pumped his fist. Time for a massive mana crystal fire sale. He decided to blow his entire life savings of mana crystals. Fear was completely off the table. If they did not die here, Lord Changshan would just turn them into slaves anyway. Might as well go all in with absolutely everything he had. So he started chanting like a madman. Craft, craft, craft. The sheer absurdity left both Sunin and Shin Young frozen in pure shock. A ridiculously long artifact materialized out of the dimensional gate, right on Jihan's command. A system window for the special-grade hexagonal mind destruction pillar violently popped up. Artifact granted a 600% boost to mental destruction. Despite the rushed crafting, the firepower multiplies when injected with 300% more magic power, and amplifies mental skill effects by 600%. The Jihan standing there now had zero fear replaced entirely by an absolutely psychotic thrill. Did they seriously think this was it? Taking a deep breath. He roared so loud it shook the entire damn battlefield slacker's mental transcendence. Supernatural shift. This transcendent skill was a rare drop the Jihan looted from the abyss. It temporarily granted insane psychic powers like telepathy, teleportation, and psychokinesis. But that was not all. It let him use telepathy to literally hack into his enemy's brainwaves. Basically a full-on brainwashing ability. One of the most busted mental spells you could ever find in the abyss. He never had the chance to drop this ultimate nuke before, but now he had the perfect playground. Mixing his own mana, Jihan dumped every single magic crystal into the reactor. With every ounce of his soul, Jihan screamed out. Drop-dead loser epic sound waves blasted straight down, triggering a massive shockwave that slammed directly into Changchun. Ah! The mental vibrations drilled so deep the boss was completely paralyzed. Jihan's face instantly lit up with a wicked grin. Oh, that is the good stuff. One hint from Battlemind and I am absolutely destroying him. If the enemy manipulates space, trying to fight them in space is just plain dumb, striking their hidden weakness. Now that is the true essence of strategy. If the enemy builds a magic labyrinth, then I'm going to completely nuke the brain controlling it. Why not send a few more clones my way? He hollered at his crew. Yo, get over here and shut your eyes, you scrubs! Sunil instantly snapped back at the ridiculous order. Holy nuts, no clue what crazy stunt you're pulling, but fine, Yu Young chimed in with zero hesitation. Bet. Without wasting a single second, the duo marched straight into Jihan's twisted illusion zone. With his squad assembled, he unleashed the incantation. Activating the legendary Necronomicon, his mind flooded with its dark reality-bending, arcane secrets. Right after that, Jihan's voice violently echoed, Summon Hound of Tyndalos. A chaotic certainty hijacked his brain. This madness would corrupt the mind of anyone who witnessed it, friend or foe alike. This Hound of Tyndalos was an absolutely god-tier summon. The second the beast materialized, it lunged forward without a single command. Its massive jaws snapped, literally devouring a chunk of space itself. But suddenly, an invisible barrier slammed it shut, spotting the clash. Jihan smirked. Target locked. The Lord of Changchun was hiding right there in the void. The arrogant lord himself wiped away a cold sweat. He hissed through violently gritted teeth, You dare attack me, you filthy, worthless insect. His glare dropped to his trembling hand, barely holding back the hound's razor fangs. I will grind you into dust. In a flash, the horrific beast shattered into thousands of pieces, scattering into the whistling wind. Jihan's sonic wave attack left Changchun brutally dizzy. Boiling with pure rage, he cursed, You damn the gamer. Conversely, our boy was absolutely hyped. His trap worked. I totally called it. Mental attacks are super effective. All right, squad eyes open. On cue, Yu Young, and Sunil instantly snapped back into combat mode, regaining their battle stance. Unable to hide his burning curiosity, Sunil instantly grilled Jihan. What the hell was that, bro? What even is a Hound of Tyndalos? Yu Young quickly jumped in demanding answers, too. Seeing his crew totally dumbfounded by the cosmic horror, Jihan casually explained the situation. I made you close your eyes because this magic literally nukes the brain of anyone who looks at it. As he spoke, he dashed toward the still staggering Changchun. It is insanely overpowered for smacking enemies. Honestly, that spell was less like a summon and more like manifesting a completely fictional mind-breaking entity into reality. This guy claimed to be a big shot of the Nine Clouds, but to Jihan he honestly felt way easier to beat than that crazy cyborg wizard. The proof was right there. Changchun ate just one hit from Jihan and immediately lost his absolute damn mind in frenzy. Humiliated beyond all reason, Changchun roared in a blazing fury, You beast, you animal! Unfazed, Jihan whipped out a magic crystal. Still, you cannot underestimate the Nine Clouds lightly. The moment he crushed the hexagonal crystal, its energy was instantly drained. A vicious sonic shockwave exploded outward from the center. Jihan was now fully committed to burning through all his mana. Meanwhile, Changchun's mental defenses violently shook. He stumbled, letting out agonizing, ear-piercing shrieks, watching the absolute chaos unfold. Jihan grinned like a total madman. Hell yeah, it worked. He shouted the order, Get him, boys. Instantly. Sunil blasted forward like a rocket toward their enemy as his buddy charged. Jihan totally dropped a cheeky gamer joke, I choose you, my ultimate warrior. Seeing the enemy charging straight ahead, Changchun abruptly stood and roared. Instantly, violent sand vortexes erupted around him. They furiously merged into an impossibly massive, rock-solid defensive barrier. Sun Il's line of sight was completely blocked by the storm. Halting in midair, he took a deep breath to stabilize his raging pulse. His physical body grew completely still. His divine senses rapidly expanded across the chaotic battlefield, reaching all the way back to Jihan's squad. Seconds later, he locked his gaze onto the enemy and inhaled sharply. Then he dove headfirst into the violently roaring sand vortex without a single ounce of hesitation, wasting absolutely zero time. Sun Il ignited his divine martial arts, Great Fist Strike. Tens of thousands of palm strikes rained down. The speed was so insane it only left terrifying afterimages. Explosive shockwaves echoed endlessly, a symphony of pure destruction that never rested for a second. Divine Arts was a transcendent martial-style master spent entire lifetimes refining it to perfect unity. Currently, Sun Il possessed 3 ultimate skills: the Heaven Cleaver, an unblockable spatial slash, the Thunder Strike, a kick to crush armies, and finally the equally overpowered Great Fist Strike. While the first 2 skills were pure damage, the final one was absolute defense. It was practically impenetrable even against the most legendary of grandmasters. Sun Il mercilessly pummeled the swirling sandstorms. Every single strike slammed directly into the storm's core. Under the devastating impacts, the barrier quickly shattered, brutally exposing Changchun's hidden figure. Seizing that split-second opening, he channeled all his power. He unleashed a monstrous blow, strong enough to rip the enemy's body right in half. Just the explosive feedback on his fists fueled his adrenaline. A direct hit, I totally felt that connect. The surrounding sandstorm slowly began to dissolve away. Golden dust trickled down like rain, revealing a massive crater in the battlefield. However, watching those flashy robes silently hit the ground with nobody inside, a wave of deep unease hit Sun Il. This isn't over yet. Meanwhile, Jihan curiously shouted, "Yo, you finish him off." Hearing the question, he glanced back and replied, "Honestly, dude, I am not totally sure he is dead." Jihan blinked in absolute surprise. "For real?" He nodded, shouting back his explanation. "Yeah, we are still trapped inside this damn red sand array." That terrible premonition instantly became reality. A sinister shadow slowly rose from the dust. Jihan frantically screamed, "He is back! Look at that bastard!" The Lord of Changchun was looking incredibly banged up now. Furious, he spat out every single word. "I was careless this time, but you will not get a second chance." Right after speaking, he literally evaporated into thin air, leaving only a fading vortex behind. Jihan grabbed his head and shrieked, "Son of a bitch, he bailed on us." Damn it, I should have known he wasn't dead when no experience point notification popped up. Witnessing this gamer rage, Sun Il was completely speechless. What the hell? This absolute addict was only worried about farming levels. Shin Yung finally broke her silence. Good thing that coward ran. We actually beat the Full Moon Lord, taking down a Golden Turtle member. That is a massive flex right there. But Jihan was literally ugly crying. What a waste. I could have farmed a mountain of experience points off that guy. Sun Il was completely speechless. Stop whining like a baby, bro. Chasing him off is a total win. Ignoring the crybaby, he completely switched gears. Now we can finally storm that island for clues. We are tracking down the Divine Mirror. Right, Jihan instantly flipped his mood. Heck yeah. But looking at Jock Island radiating heavy dark energy, he hesitated. The real question was, do we actually risk our necks right now? After a quick think, Jihan finally made his move. He drew a card. Reverse Temperance. Seeing his bro drop that sour face, Sun In demanded answers. Jihan sighed heavily. It means chaos waste and zero efficiency. Not the absolute worst, but definitely trash tier. Sun In groaned at the mess. Trash tier. That is way too vague. Jihan was totally stuck now too. So what is your grand master plan then? After stressing out, Sun In dropped his truth bomb. Safe as play is selling the intel to the Dan clan and bailing. They will absolutely pay a fortune for this. Jihan practically had a light bulb moment. Genius. He glanced at his other teammate. What about you, Shin Yung? She just shrugged it off. I will follow your lead. That left him totally dumbfounded. Seriously, no opinion at all. Boss lady. Shin Yung just shook her head bluntly. Jihan surrendered to her savage brevity. Only one option left. Time to dip. Without another thought, he dialed the number. A familiar voice answered instantly, making Sun In panic. Hello, Jihan replied cheerfully. It is me, Sejun. Reading the room instantly, she dropped a massive bombshell. I already know everything. You cuties are hunting the Divine Mirror right. Sun In was completely losing his mind. Why are you snitching to my clan, you absolute psycho? Hearing that Sejong screamed so loud she nearly busted their eardrums. Wait, for real, you found it? Sun-in flailed around like a madman. Hang up the phone. Jihan was utterly confused. Was Heavenly Will faction off limits? Meanwhile, tired of her junior yapping, Sejong snapped fiercely. Tell Sun-in to shut his trap. Where are you brats right now? Jihan stuttered in absolute terror. Did I mess up bad? But her tone suddenly flipped to totally sweet. No way. Why would my baby think that? You did amazing, sweetie. You are my lucky little charm. Meanwhile, Sun-in was violently raging. Do you have brains or garbage in that head? My whole clan will mobilize for this. Do you have any idea how insanely valuable that mirror is? Even our boss would teleport here instantly. Jihan flinched. Oh, seriously? But Sejong just purred back. Ignore that idiot. Just tell sister where you are. I will pamper you from A to Z. Jihan completely surrendered to the chaos. Oh, my tragic life, Jihan had 0 escape routes left. The call was already made. So he just spilled the truth. We are at Jock Island right now. Then he casually dropped the battle report. We crashed into some dude named Full Moon Lord from the Golden Turtle. Hearing that cursed name, Sejong completely freaked out. Say what? What the absolute heck? Are you crazy kids still breathing? Talk to me, what exactly happened? He hastily reassured her. Do not worry. We chased his sorry butt away. Honestly, we wanted to destroy him, but the coward slipped out. Still totally paranoid, she kept interrogating him. Any fatal injuries? Oh, wait, my baby has healing powers, Jihan nodded along. We are all perfectly fine. Okay then. Since you know I am hanging up now, Sejong tried to scream back, but the line went dead. Hey. Sun-in was literally vibrating with pure rage. You absolute clown. Jihan just rolled his eyes hard. What will your clan end the world with? One mirror. Sun-in fired back like a machine gun. It is lethal. You utter moron, listen closely. Not everyone in my faction plays nice. If we just toss this to the Dan clan for cold hard cash, we would stay perfectly safe. Shin Yun casually backed him up. Sun-in actually has a solid point. Jihan finally felt the crushing weight of reality. Yeah, makes sense, but then she dropped a super cryptic line, even though I totally disagree. Playing it safe leads to epic disasters. Here in the Abyss, you will inevitably get wiped out without real power and backing. Sun-in let out a massive defeated sigh. Whatever, we have to wait here anyway. All thanks to this absolute idiot getting roasted so hard, Jihan awkwardly shrunk back. My bad, bro. But his bro totally rejected it. Sorry, my foot 1 second later. He quickly flipped the script. Dude, are we seriously just standing here like absolute NPCs while we wait? The Heavenly Will cult takes forever anyway. Suddenly an eerie voice sliced through the silence, grabbing Jihan's attention. Teleportation isn't exactly common. Seeing him completely zone out, Sun-in raised an eyebrow. Yo, what's got you spooked? He pointed at the grotesque, squirming sludge taking over Jock Island. That freakish thing right there. Is it getting bigger, guys? Shinjung took one look and nodded. Spot on, Jihan. It is literally swelling up. His face instantly went dead pale. So what is the game plan? Sun-in was dripping in cold sweat. The panic was getting painfully real. Bro, didn't you pack a sealing spell? Caught off guard, he totally choked. No. I haven't actually learned it yet. Facing that clueless response, he could only curse his luck. Son of a... What the heck do we do now? But before Jihan could spit it out, a sickening noise erupted. Suddenly, a massive wave of demonic aura exploded. It was thicker and colder than death itself. Twisted by some insane gravity, the pitch-black shadows merged into a colossal pillar. It shot upwards, ready to devour the entire freaking sky. Seeing the absolute nightmare rushing straight at them, Jihan screamed at the top of his lungs. Time to... Bail, run for your lives. System alerts started spamming their vision. Monster zone initiated. You have been dragged into a deadly combat instance. The system voice sent shivers down his spine. What the heck? A true dragon descent. They were completely outmatched in speed, instantly swallowed alive by the suffocating abyss. Who knows how much time had passed? Shinjung finally cracked her eyes open as the teleport sickness faded. Absolute terrifying pitch-black darkness surrounded her. She could not see a single thing. So she squeezed her eyes shut and expanded her senses. A mystical, ghostly glow pulsed from her body, rippling out like sonar through the endless void. Giant tree canopies slowly materialized in her mind, painted in stark black and white. Scanning the mental landscape, she frowned in pure confusion. Am I trapped in some creepy forest? I know that sludge dragged me into an illusionary rift, but where the heck am I? Minus the creeping darkness, it is just a bunch of regular trees. Why create such a basic trap? As some rogue wood element user pulling the strings without missing a beat, she kicked off a thick branch, launching herself high into the air to scout before her stretched an endless horizon, but it was literally just an ocean of leaves. Right now. She could map out 20 kilometers with her mind. Thanks to her brutal new martial arts training and her mother's inherited power, Xinzheng had unlocked sensory skills that completely crushed the Human Soul Clan's secret techniques. But looking at this impossible landscape, her brain was doing mental gymnastics trying to make it make sense. This is way too weird. Is it just trees, or are there monsters hiding here? Spawning living creatures in an illusion isn't impossible, but the sheer scale of this place is absolutely insane. The more she analyzed it, the more a terrifying impossible theory formed in her head. This place felt as massively vast as planet Earth itself. A cold drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. No freaking way. Historically, the absolute biggest illusionary subdimension on record capped out at 1,000 square kilometers. And that was freaking Asgard. The most legendary dimension on the planet, powered by the endless mana of mythical gods. But what her radar was picking up right now was easily equal to, if not bigger than, Asgard itself. Did the Golden Turtle Syndicate already breach this place? Are those scumbags sniffing around for the God-sealing tree and the divine mirror? Honestly, there are too many wildcards right now. First priority is to locate Jihan. Suddenly, a roaring inferno erupted from her very soul, swallowing her entire body. It blasted upwards into a colossal pillar of flames, acting as a blazing beacon in the dead silent forest. It was a total gamble, but Xinzheng had no choice. This flare would expose her to literally everyone, allies and enemies alike. Now all she could do was wait for the chaos to come to her. Meanwhile, in another sector of the pitch-black void, a neon green Dan's sword began to hum. It pulsed with a brilliant light, echoing with a bizarre magical frequency. Gripping the hilt tightly, Sunin felt his stomach tie itself into absolute knots. Was his crazy theory actually true? The legendary Dan sword. A divine relic that only the true heir and absolute guardian of Korea could ever wield its ancient seals were designed to shatter one by one, scaling with its master's leveling progress. And every time a lock broke, the wielder would experience an insane power surge, flooded with forbidden ancient knowledge, including the ultimate secrets of the three great treasures, piecing together the lore dropping into his brain. He finally put two and two together. It is reacting to the proximity of the divine mirror. This resonance is totally from the God-sealing tree, which means the legendary artifacts are actually here. His eyes track the intense spiritual energy leaking directly from the glowing blade. Bingo, the God-sealing tree was definitely right under their noses. This was the legendary divine capital, the ultimate hidden dimension that both the Heavenly Will cult and the Dan clan had been desperately hunting down. The literal source code of the three treasures' magic and the power core of the entire Korean peninsula. But looking around, he could not shake off this weird, creeping paranoia. Why is it so freaking dark in here? This kind of pitch-black darkness felt completely unnatural. Suddenly, Xinzheng's blazing pillar of fire tore through the sky, obliterating the suffocating darkness. The second he saw it, Sunin immediately recognized that signature aura, the sacred flames of the Human Soul Clan. Zero hesitation left in his mind. He locked onto the target and dashed straight towards the light. Meanwhile, completely blinded by the shadows, Jihan had to activate his epic superpower, the Light Tracer. And just like that, the darkness became his playground. He could navigate freely, completely unbothered, basically rocking built-in infrared vision. Honestly, it was a total hack that let him see straight through the abyss. Gliding through the air, Jihan suddenly slammed the brakes, staring dumbfounded at the landscape below. Holy crap. It is literally just an endless sea of obnoxious green mountains. Not taking any chances, he instantly summoned a glowing magical barrier to shield his entire body. Survival sphere activated, I blasted into the sky like an absolute rocket. This magic keeps me alive even in hellish, unlivable wastelands. No oxygen. It makes oxygen. Boiling hot. It shields me. It totally deletes freezing cold melting acid and deadly poison. And just like that, I reached the perfect height to witness the entire lush green peninsula below me. But honestly, my face just screamed pure unadulterated panic. Holy freaking massive, who in their right mind perfectly recreates the whole Korean peninsula inside an illusion barrier. Suddenly my eyes locked onto this towering gigantic tree nearby. What the actual heck? Right in the middle of this mystical cosmic space, this massive thing pops up. Suspicion hit me hard. Wait those wide branches. The realization finally struck me like lightning. It was the legendary divine maple tree. Hold up, this is insane. I was hunting for the magic mirror, so why is the divine maple crashing the party? Just then I caught a glaring signal from the blazing fire pillar summoned by Shinjung. I didn't rush in. Instead, I stared up at the eclipsed moon. The truth hit me. That divine mirror had been orbiting this supreme maple all along. I stayed dead silent, then blasted straight toward the inferno. That definitely had to be Shinjung's wild flames. Arriving at the front line, I saw her standing there with eyes tightly shut, her roaring fire aura finally simmering down a bit. Sun in, and I crashed the scene at the exact same time, sighing in massive relief before our feet even touched the ground. Heck yeah, thank goodness we are all alive. Yeah, totally lucky. Just thinking about that crazy mess made Sunin's face darken instantly. That literally gave me a freaking heart attack. I thought we stepped straight into a brutal death trap. I casually cut in, dude. I think we actually hit the jackpot. That cocky remark totally threw Shinjung off guard. Jackpot. What exactly do you know, tough guy? While she stood there looking mad confused, Sunin had already connected the dots. Bro, who the heck understands you when you talk like that? What freaking jackpot, you idiot? I bet he means the legendary divine maple realm? Shinjung's face went completely blank again. A divine maple realm. Catching her drift, the two dudes just exchanged a super knowing glance. Immediately, I stepped up to drop some epic lore knowledge. Oh, snap, my bad, I forgot to tell you about the massive tree. Once the reality hit her, her eyes literally sparked with wild excitement. No freaking way. So the mythical Dan Gunn's divine maple is actually real. And this crazy illusion world we are standing in was created by that exact same tree. And the absolute tragedy, the Heavenly Intent clan and the Dan family totally forgot how to unlock this epic realm ages ago. Hearing this, Sunin waved his hand smoothly. Spot on. If my genius guess is right, this epic place is definitely the divine capital. Now it was my turn to look totally shook. The divine capital. Wait, you mean? Not letting me finish that sentence, son. In crossed his arms and proudly stared into the endless cosmic void. Exactly, dude. The very first mighty city Huaneng established right after he climbed down that gigantic magic tree straight onto Earth. This space forged by the magic tree is the actual capital. I never imagined the hidden entrance was literally chilling on Gadok Island. But then I quickly tossed out a totally different theory. From what I gathered, the city's entrance just randomly glitches around. Gadok Island is probably nothing more than a temporary portal, bro. That brutal logic actually made total sense to him. Yeah, maybe you're right. But honestly, whatever the case is, something here feels completely messed up. Right in front of us, a massive, terrifying silhouette was literally blocking out the entire sky. Suddenly, Shinjung's sharp voice echoed out, nearly giving us both a heart attack. The reason is super simple. Lord Changchun is fiercely guarding the gateway. Wait, wasn't that Twisted Space Supreme Wizard guy also plotting some super shady garbage down in that creepy Scylla City cave? There is a massive chance one of those freaks is already here, while the other is setting up a totally brutal trap. Her dark theory made my brain finally click. Yeah, Shinjung is totally right, which means we have to hunt down whatever psycho turned this epic place so ridiculously dark and creepy. Right then, Sunin gripped his blade tightly, carefully plotting his next wild move, or maybe figuring out how to strike the mighty tree. Not too far away, some creepy shadow was glaring at our trio with pure toxic annoyance. What the heck is Lord Changchun even doing? I let that fool choose the portal location. I absolutely cannot stand these pathetic amateurs. The barrier of the divine maple is still standing tall. So freaking annoying. Turns out it was the Dark Apostle. Deciding to finally step up. I guess I will crush them myself. Across the stellar void, Hanjihan and his chaotic crew marched toward the tree, kicking off an absolutely epic quest. While I zoned out completely, Smack a Hand viciously chopped the back of my head. The brutal sneak attack made me whip around and scream. What the absolute heck is wrong with you? Sunin snapped back fiercely. I should be the one asking you that, bro. Your dramatic narration totally sucks. Shinjung nodded eagerly, chiming in. Yeah, totally. Super cringy. I was out here fighting a losing verbal battle against both of them. Dude, epic games need a narrator. Don't you guys know anything? Do you not realize how freaking weird and narcissistic that sounds? Meanwhile, Shinjung added, you seriously need to get used to this nonsense. Honestly, do not even bother resisting. Fighting it only makes it worse. Got it. Doing the exact opposite is the real power move here. Their intensely judging stares made me feel insanely attacked. Why are they looking at me like I'm a total freak? This is pure unadulterated discrimination. After our chaotic yelling match, Sunin helplessly sighed. All right, enough joking around, guys. This is not a freaking game anymore. Even though we are inside the Divine City, someone definitely beat us here. I will bet my sword they already know we crashed their party. She totally backed up his claim, aggressively pointing down at a bizarre, colorless forest. True. This entire world is incredibly warped. Look down there. There are actually animals roaming around. It was a frozen rabbit sitting completely motionless on the eerie ground. Xinjiang observed with extreme caution, a fake dimension with its own entire freaking ecosystem. I have never heard of anything this utterly insane. That piece of information hit me with an absolute wave of pure shock. What about Asgard? It is literally the legendary turf of Norse gods and crazy mythical beasts. Her eyes completely zoned out, getting lost in some super ancient memories. Even Asgard lacked its own ecosystem. Sure, they had trees, but that was just the world tree carrying them. His face screamed absolute smugness. Flexing much dude, Sunin just stared completely, utterly baffled. The weirdest flex ever, Jihan's ridiculous pride, left both him and Xinjiang totally speechless. Think about it. Almighty Norse gods could not even build an ecosystem, but somehow North Korea pulled it off. Mind blown, write whatever finding that divine maple tree will totally spell it out for us. Boom. Mood, ruined emergency alerts flashed everywhere. Lethal aura detected as pupils shrank. An ambush. Sunin and Xinjiang instantly flared their mana-drawing weapons to wreck these cowardly attackers. The dude went full tryhard. Armor equipped, defense magic on immortal regeneration, up adamantium body. Divine form, divine power. Transcendent dragon arts. Mental stimulation. Massive mana shield and spirit link. All activated. Jihan gripped his scepter high. Autocast triggered from pure danger. A massive green barrier burst forth, perfectly blocking the sneak attack. Energy clashed, exploding into thick gray smoke. They squinted through the dust. A creepy voice echoed, "The gamer." Spiritual fire brawler. Dan's sword inheritor. Sunin's mouth twitched hard. What the actual hell? Who the heck is this? The Apostle of Darkness finally stepped out of the shadows. I definitely did not invite you losers. Trespassing gets you punished. You know the drill, but their systems showed absolute zero data on him. Suddenly telepathy hit their brains. Hey guys, do not freak out. It is just my secure comms. This edgelord is called the Apostle of Darkness. Sunin exhaled. Having a mage as totally OP, Xinjiang mentally shared her strategy. Stall him, I will strike first. Comms off, Sunin instantly taunted him. You are the trespasser here, buddy. The Apostle coldly smirked. Oh, and why is that? The teen gently raised his gleaming blade. Because I am the true inheritor of the Dan sword. I hold total authority over this turf. He pointed his razor-sharp tip dead at the villain's face. Sunin's gaze was 30% serious, 70% absolute killer instinct as he commanded. Get lost. Faceless freak. His supreme bad boy energy had Jihan totally fangirling inside. Dang Sunin straight out of a movie demigod stats really boosted his ego, but the villain just unleashed a mocking, highly toxic laugh. The Apostle of Darkness cackled like an absolute maniac. So good. Absolutely hilarious. The boys instantly shut up, then the villain started spitting venomous facts. You have got the guts to say that your pathetic clan could not enter for centuries. Claiming it now is just painfully pathetic. What were you losers doing all that time? But Sunin did not back down one single inch. Still does not make it yours. It belongs to us. The villain snapped back. Wrong. Ever heard of finders? Keepers. Losers. Weepers. Boom! Something violently smashed against the barrier outside, sparking a massive explosion of swirling white smoke. The Apostle stood totally unfazed. I am utterly sick of you brats playing hero. I am no idiot. Gamer you live? The other two? Have a fun trip straight to the underworld. His ultimatum dropped. A suffocating god-tier aura engulfed them after watching silently. Xinjiang barked, "Drop the shield." Without hesitation, Jihan instantly shattered his own barrier. Boom! She erupted. A wildly savage blue aura exploded from her, totally dwarfing the previous shield. He stared at the raging blue inferno above his head. Okay, that looks incredibly dangerous. But whatever Xinjiang's blazing fireball offered absolute, totally impenetrable protection for the whole squad, that hardcore flex instantly brought back Jihan's hyper-adrenaline junkie smile. Perfect timing. Let us strike. Nothing to lose. System. Activate combat analysis. Show me his weak spots. Flash. The system fully exposed the Apostle's deeply hidden, completely ridiculous power stats right before his eyes. Magic resistance 80%, fire resistance 80%. Cold 80%, light 100%, dark 100%, lightning 80%, poison 80%, mind resistance 30%. Sweat drenched his face. Are you literally hacking? How is everything above 80%? I thought light magic would wreck a dark apostle, but he is immune. Wait. Everyone is totally weak to mental attacks. I will hold him off. Go find the divine maple sun and question the totally crazy plan. You want to hijack the tree's power. Bingo. Target confirmed. Sun In was completely hyped up while Jihan flashed a cocky smirk. Let's do this. Scatter, kids. His legendary staff suddenly erupted with absolute power, completely ignoring the chaotic magnetic fields tearing through the air. Mental overdrive. But the massive spiritual energy suddenly spiraled totally out of control. Jihan panicked. Whoa, wait. Dodge, hearing that Sun In instantly bolted into the sky. Got it. When he finally looked back, the squad had completely ghosted him. Meanwhile, Sindung silently launched a suicide charge right at the Dark Apostle. Jihan couldn't just stand around looking totally useless. He immediately summoned his ultimate elemental squad. Lam, Sylph, Salamander, Nymph. They manifested looking totally chill, just waiting for his command. Attack. The spirits blitzed the enemy, finally giving our boy a second to breathe. Sweet, that buys some precious time. But suddenly, his divine staff glitched out. The entire weapon started swelling up like a balloon. In mere seconds, the legendary weapon violently exploded into cosmic dust, leaving Jihan completely dumbfounded. Across the battlefield, the Dark Apostle was absolutely fuming. I let my guard down, and you insects dare attack me. Turns out that explosion was just a total flex. Jihan's face dropped in absolute horror. What the heck? How is he even attacking? Meanwhile, Nymph was already orchestrating a massive barrage of water arrows in the sky. Lam wasn't slacking either, summoning countless razor-sharp boulders, levitating wildly all around him. Without hesitating, their combined ultimate strikes homed in straight for the Dark Apostle's face. But the freak just stood there. Absolute darkness effortlessly devoured the elemental strikes. In a flash, the airspace was terrifyingly calm, like the attacks never even existed. Witnessing this total glitch in reality, Jihan completely freaked out. Gone. Hold up, did he just swallow my attacks? Losing his last shred of patience, the monster roared, "You pathetic brats!" A devastating force field instantly erupted, brutally crushing the nearby spirits into the dirt. Their agonizing screams literally froze Jihan in his tracks. It hurts. Right then, a familiar system ding echoed sharply in his mind. A super depressing string of system alerts popped up. Spirits have forcefully retreated, summoning locked until fully recovered. Jihan was internally screaming, "Damn it, what is the cheat code to beat this skill?" He instantly scanned the combat logs. Bingo, the boss's broken stats revealed everything. Evil Realm, a terrifying force field forged by a forbidden skill called Satan's Magic. Fusing dark magic, this nasty barrier absorbs and compresses absolutely any energy. Worse, it totally works on physical objects, too. It even warps gravity in space. Sweating bullets. Jihan freaked out. "Can he fire my attacks back?" The system replied. "Power is merely stored, not utilized." Finally, the insane mechanic clicked. Oh, so he is basically a walking black hole. Right on cue, the Dark Apostle launched another apocalyptic strike, crushed them all. The pitch-black void aggressively expanded, swallowing Jihan's blue aura whole. With doom literally inches away, our boy had 0 countermeasures ready. I am toast. If he shattered the Obelix chain, he is definitely immune to mental attacks. He is rocking max resistance, plus that broken evil realm. Suddenly. He gritted his teeth, a reckless, totally crazy smirk creeping up his face. Fine, let's get toxic. He immediately dropped to one knee, striking the most wildly provocative, meme-worthy pose imaginable. Iodine is good for your health. Completely baffled by this absolute cringe, the Dark Apostle sneered. Cheap mental tricks will not pierce my ultimate barrier, but mid-boast his demonic body suddenly glitched out. Wait, why can I not move? Capitalizing on his total confusion, blazing blue flames violently erupted, completely shattering the enemy's dark domain. Jihan's face instantly lit up like it was Christmas. Haha. That cringe taunt is literally my most broken cheat skill. Did you really think you could tank it, noob? Riding that massive wave of momentum, he absolutely refused to give the boss a single breathing second. Here choke on an entire truckload of toxic iodine. Armed with pure main character visuals, he shamelessly spammed an absolute barrage of ridiculous poses. The sheer cringe instantly paralyzed the Dark Apostle, sending horrible spasms straight through his demonic spine. Watching his absolute nonsense actually dominate a literal god, Jihan smirked. Too easy. The darkness is actually retreating. This massive opening gave Zindong the perfect blind spot to assassinate the Dark Apostle. Despite sweating buckets in this life or death nightmare, he totally paused to hype up Jihan's broken troll tactics. Absolute legend. I will admit your trolling is literally god-tier boom. The two opposing shockwaves violently smashed into each other. A total deadlock. In the backline, Jihan aggressively spammed his toxic iodine taunts, finally snapping the boss viciously, cursed him out. Jihan totally froze. Wait, my troll skill stopped working. Did he just cure himself? The Dark Apostle literally read his mind. Oh please, did you really think I was dumb enough not to just close my freaking eyes? Now it was Jihan's turn to mentally lag. Totally and utterly speechless, he internally screamed. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. How did he figure it out so fast? Even I did not know that was the weakness. Did I just totally nerf myself? Hey, so he is literally fighting me blindfolded now. This boss is built totally different. Way out of our league, ignoring the absolute chaos, the monster instantly charged up his next ultimate attack. Shadow Wave. From the dead forest below, ancient trees were violently ripped sideways by the sheer pressure. Dead leaves spiraled wildly into the bleeding sky. An overwhelming, suffocating aura boxed them in, making Shindong flinch inside his massive fireball. Alarm bells screamed in Jihan's head. One wrong move and it was game over. So, he whipped his staff around, summoning sparks of light. Amplify mana. Absolute defense. Domain expansion, I fused 4 spells into one. Now radiate. Spiritual Sorcerer Domain. A massive energy sphere blasted an intense magnetic pulse in response. Phase 1 complete. Jihan desperately pinged the system, but the endless void had swallowed it whole. Absolutely no trace left. He seriously didn't see that epic failure coming. Jihan's visible panic only fueled the Dark Apostle's massive ego. My shadows act like a black hole. They devour absolutely everything, and you will all be sucked into the abyss. But our boy Jihan wasn't about to rage quit just yet. His glowing staff pulsed with fresh power. Oh yeah, then how about this? Telekinesis. A blinding beam of light shot straight at the villain, but it violently smashed into an invisible barrier, triggering an absolutely ear-shattering shockwave. The enemy just grew even more insanely arrogant and wild. Ha ha! Did you little punks really think I came totally unprepared against anti-darkness attacks? Drop dead, you absolute morons. Commanded by the sinister Dark Apostle, a massive swarm of razor-sharp crystals locked directly onto Xingyang and Jihan. The deadly tips vibrated violently, acting like heat-seeking missiles, locking onto their prey. Suddenly, they all accelerated at hyperspeed. They slammed directly into the blazing fireball, but ended up getting completely stuck. Creeping pitch-black shadows spread from the brutal impact point, aggressively infecting the entire barrier. Xingyang finally realized how insanely doomed they were. Jihan, things are looking super sketchy right now. What's our play? Jihan scanned the chaotic battlefield ahead, responding through a quick telepathic link. Yeah, but this crazy defensive move is going to take a minute. They rapidly cooked up a hardcore battle strategy through their mental chat. Just do it, I'll violently stall this creep. Got it. Jihan had already completely analyzed the insane mechanics behind the Dark Apostle's shadowy technique. He read him like a comic book. The Spiritual Sorcerer Domain could block the evil realm, but it wasn't a true defensive barrier. It was tragically weak against this specific brand of dark magic. Plus, that freakish dark spell was actively devouring Xingyang's epic flames. If they didn't pull off a miracle really soon, she would be completely wiped out. Finding his deep inner zen. Glowing auras erupted from both of Jihan's shoulders. His right side flared with blazing yang energy, while his left surged with absolute yin power. Both epic forces channeled directly into his awesome staff. It projected a massive yin-yang symbol glowing with a neon purple hue. The mystical Tai Chi diagram expanded rapidly as raw power spiraled around it like a raging tornado. The Dark Apostle was boiling with absolute rage. He could only watch this kid flex his magical muscles. Damn it, that stupid sealing staff totally stopped me from one-shotting the brat. But whatever, he's basically trapped in my deadly web anyway. Right in the middle of his villainous gloating, something seriously freaked him out. Jihan was standing tall and totally unfazed right inside a magical array that was violently leveling up. Our boy was actually super hyped about this power surge. Awesome. This is more than enough to totally nuke that loser's stupid evil realm. Zero hesitation, Jihan instantly slammed his awesome staff down, unleashing the fully charged yin-yang seal, Tai Chi 5-element strike, H-SAR. Bursting from the energy sphere, it rocketed into the air at lightning speed, but then the overpowering darkness started to slowly swallow it whole. Shin Young's face instantly dropped in absolute disappointment. Did it fail? But Jihan just flashed a super cocky smirk. Nope, just watch the magic happen. Piercing through the pitch-black void-blinding streaks of neon purple light began to violently fracture the darkness. In a split second, an earth-shattering explosion detonated. The deafening shockwave practically ripped the sky apart. Seizing this totally chaotic opening, he sent an excited telepathic shout, "Let's absolutely wreck this guy." Shin Young simply replied, "Bet." She instantly channeled her massive aura, igniting her entire body in brilliant blue flames. Jihan dropped right into his epic combat stance, aggressively gripping his staff tightly. It is officially our turn to shine. The Dark Apostle stood there, completely shell-shocked after tanking that massive Tai Chi blast. His villainous brain scrambled desperately, trying to critically analyze what went wrong. My absolute evil realm is a flawless fusion of spatial magic, light sorcery, and pure dark arts. It fundamentally alters gravity, sucking everything into a black hole of eternal shadows, which means if it absorbs way too much raw energy, the darkness literally self-destructs. This twisted space is basically just a knockoff sorcerer domain. Even a tiny glitch is totally fatal, and that punk's telekinesis is a massive headache. It ignores all spatial rules, forcing me to burn crazy amounts of mana on defense. Has this edgy teenager been hiding his true power level this whole time? He's barely survived the abyss for a year? The Dark Apostle's murderous intent spiked off the charts. He aggressively stretched out his hands, raising them like a mad conductor. Shin Young's blazing red eyes locked onto him, her combat instincts screaming. The villain's hands were literally grabbing the pitch-black sky, reeling it in like a curtain. Behind the monstrous Dark Apostle, a bright blue sky eerily revealed itself, but his menacing voice dripped with pure, unfiltered killing intent. I was actually going to let you brats live, but I just changed my mind. The remaining sinister shadows violently sucked right into his arms. When the chaotic dust finally settled, the psycho's entire arms were completely stained in a terrifying pitch-black void. Refusing to let this arrogant freak power up, Shin Young dashed forward like a supercharged rocket. She unleashed a brutally charged explosive haymaker, but her deadly fist just phased right through his torso like hitting an absolute ghost. This seriously glitched her combat logic. Shin Young froze in total shock. There's zero physical impact. Meanwhile, the twisted Dark Apostle clamped down viciously on her trapped arm, literally devouring it. Both of you little punks are going straight to hell. Her beautiful face immediately distorted in pure, agonizing pain. She gritted her teeth desperately, trying to endure the torture. Just one single horrifying move, and he completely snapped my arm, but Shin Young absolutely refused to surrender. Using this insanely close range, she tried to detonate her ultimate raging flames, but a sickening shift from the Dark Apostle completely paralyzed her. He leaned in close, whispering a totally psychotic threat into her ear. Infinite black hole. It's going to suck you in and crush your bones to absolute dust. Sounds fun, right? Shin Young's free hand wildly flared up with raw energy, aiming for a desperate final strike. Get your filthy hands off me. Her core ignited with pure fire. 5 elements spirit burst, human soul explosive punch. She smashed the Dark Apostle right in the skull, but her eyes widened. Sickly white smoke hissed around her fist as his shattered head completely regenerated. Had enough fun yet? The freak retaliated, brutally crushing Shin Young's arm like twigs. Time to die, kid. But right then, Jihan crashed the party with a rescue strike. Supreme 5 Elements Field, a massive fireball detonated with an ear-shattering boom, grabbing the villain's attention. His deadly grip instantly loosened. The bone-crushing pressure on Shin Young's arm finally faded. She instantly knew this was her one golden ticket to escape. She blasted her aura and leaped backward, leaving the monster completely stunned. But that creep was not letting go, sending a cursed zone after her. Shin Young's body paralyzed instantly. Suddenly, a rock-solid hand grabbed onto her shoulder. It was none other than Jihan's clutch entrance totally caught Shin Young off guard. Jihan skipped the hero speech and pumped raw energy straight into her system. Divine Healing Principle. His fingers gripped her shoulder tight. A warm golden aura pulsed straight through her flesh, channeling intense healing magic. Human soul restoration. Instantly, her shattered arm moved perfectly again, making her sigh in massive relief. He quickly checked on her. You holding up okay? Shin Young answered honestly, though her glaring eyes stayed totally locked on the enemy. Yeah, thanks for the epic heal. But we have a major problem right now. This boss is way out of our league. Jihan grew anxious. Even mental magic totally failed. I checked his battle stats, but I am still clueless. It is too tough across from them. The Dark Apostle chuckled like a total psycho. I've got to hand it to you, kid, you really know how to play. Then he suddenly blasted forward with a twisted death threat. But where can you run? Seeing him charge, Jihan grabbed her shoulder and raised his staff high to activate his ultimate trick. Time Depth Awakening. Her eyes went wide, her face dripping with sweat as she braced for impact. They both held their breath, watching the Dark Apostle freeze completely in midair. Snapping back to reality, Xinzheng asked Dude, "What did you just do?" He quickly explained while tracking the enemy. Time acceleration magic. Time flows hundreds of times faster for us right now. No time to explain, we need to bail out of here. We do not have many choices, right? Our attacks are completely useless, but she definitely was not thrilled about running away. Running away solves absolutely nothing. Jihan instantly shot back, I know that, but maybe Sun Yi can pull off a miracle while we buy some time. He grabbed her shoulder tight. Take my hand. Finally, Xinzheng ditched her hesitation, putting total faith in his crazy plan. Okay. They both vanished instantly using his teleportation skill. Short-range blink in the blink of an eye. They materialized high above a dense, misty forest, but something made Jihan freeze in pure shock. What the heck? She immediately asked, what is wrong? They both stared back at the Dark Apostle in total confusion. He is not chasing us. Weird. How come he was charging right at us a second ago? His face grew deadly serious. I mean, he did not teleport after us. He is an elite mage, practically a genius. Why the heck did he stop chasing us? Xinzheng finally caught on to the glitch. That means his power has a major restriction, Jihan started analyzing. Exactly. When he enters his invincible state, he probably cannot move or use time acceleration like I do. He squeezed his eyes shut, processing the massive puzzle in his head. Then a cocky, rebellious smirk totally hijacked his face. Jihan had cracked the code and felt invincible. I know exactly how to wreck this guy. Back over there, the Dark Apostle was totally rattled by his cocky attitude. The punk figured it out. Guess I will not be catching him like this. In that case, I just need to unleash my full power and... His villainous monologue was rudely interrupted by a blinding pillar of light. He whipped his head around, cursing. Damn it. I let things drag on way too long from the dense forest. The divine maple tree radiated an epic mythical aura. The Dark Apostle's toxic hatred totally boiled over. That bastard Jihan, I will destroy him, even if it is the absolute last thing I ever do. He threw his hands high above his head, his face twisting into pitch black madness. His entire body then curled up into a terrifying shadowy sphere. Once I exterminate you annoying brats, I'm coming right back here. Just, you wait. Finally, the Dark Apostle completely vanished from the sky. Meanwhile, Jihan had already shifted his intense focus somewhere else entirely. Both he and Xinzheng had totally pinpointed the divine maple tree's exact location. Yo, Xinzheng, do you see that? Yeah, that is the divine maple tree, right? Did it actually reawaken? She calmly threw out her wild guess. It probably did. Otherwise, it would not be glowing with such insane aura. Meanwhile, Jihan just looked totally dumbfounded. Sun Yi definitely pulled off some crazy stunt. Do you think that thing can even help us? Xinzheng was deep into her nerd explanation before spotting something. From what I know, the divine maple is literally a world tree packed with absolute transcendent power. But I seriously have zero clue how it is going to save our skins. Seeing the Dark Apostle totally bail, she instantly screamed. Jihan. He is bolting, he yelled, totally freaking out. Right, neither expected it to end like this. Guess the divine maple's awakening made him chicken out. Yeah. Too easy. Jihan's gloomy vibe totally confused her. Isn't that a good thing? His face grew seriously dark. No way. Something about that guy gives me major creeps. Jihan's mind raced. He is way stronger than Lord Changcheon. He completely crushed us. Honestly, I'm wondering if we can even beat him. Shaking off the dread, he made a call. Let us check on Sunin first. Xinzheng instantly nodded. Yeah, let us move. They touched down by the divine maple, but the sight there made Jihan's jaw totally drop. Sunin was completely wrapped in massive roots, channeling crazy energy. Jihan froze dead in his tracks. A creepy sense of déjà vu hit his soul. I have seen this before. Hearing that he panicked, jumping out of his skin, Jihan stood paralyzed, his mind spinning. That dude always looks asleep. Who knows when his eyes are actually open? Xinzheng walked right up. You awake? Always have been. What are you doing with that thing? He calmly pulsed with aura, linking with the tree. Only I can as the dance sword's heir. Jihan blinked, super curious. You know what happened out there. Sunin replied bluntly. Nope. The divine maple is not that kind of tree. Jihan pushed back. Then what kind is it? Almost instantly, Jihan got the mega lore drop. It turns mental energy into pure life force. He was still totally stunned. Huh. Sunin looked slightly clueless. I do not know much about world trees, so I cannot really say. But it draws power from true Koreans. It merges their spirit and spits out pure life force like a tree turning carbon dioxide into oxygen. Jihan finally grasped the insane truth. So basically, it generates life force? Sunin's face lit up. Exactly. Mountains of it. His voice grew super hyped. An absolute ton of it. Jihan stared mind-blown, whispering a breathless, wow. The puzzle pieces violently slammed together in his head. Life force. Sounds vague, but the Abyss loves that stuff, like necromancers draining people to raise zombie hordes. Basically, this tree makes life energy. An endless buffet of it. That is the ultimate power of the divine maple. His eyes sparkled like stars, completely locked onto the massive tree. This thing is the ultimate weapon. That was Sunin's exact fear. If someone who knows their stuff grabs this tree, they will use it for absolute nightmares. Then, he finally hesitated. But I do not even know if anyone can actually control it. That made Jihan flinch. Wait, why not? Sunin replied coolly, you need all three treasures. That edgy apostle of darkness is definitely plotting to exploit it. Jihan was getting frustrated. Then what are you doing? Aren't you controlling it right now? Sunin explained clearly, I can only use it while I'm right here. Because I have the Dan sword. The second I bail, the tree goes back to sleep. Jihan held up 3 fingers, nodding. Oh, so you need all 3 treasures to keep it awake permanently. Otherwise, the owner literally has to sit here plugged into the tree forever, right? Sunin nodded. Bingo. Jihan instantly felt a colossal headache coming. What a high-maintenance tree. The 3 treasures, too. He squinted up at the glowing branches. I used its power to kick that dark, edgy loser out. But once I leave this dimension, turns back into illusions, meaning we cannot return. But that apostle, he totally can. Jihan asked nervously, like he just did? Sunin answered grimly. Yeah, just like today. The apostle and the lord of twisted space. If those 2 team up, they are definitely coming back. If they breach this place, my clan will hunt them, meaning another massive bloody disaster. Hearing that insane theory, Jihan totally freaked out. Holy crap, what's the game plan? Sunin's voice was casually light. Not entirely sure. Got 0 concrete ideas? First, we just wait for my clan elders to arrive and brainstorm. I just opened a portal for them? Jihan's mind was taking hit after hit. You opened it? The entrance constantly shifts. Without all 3 treasures, getting in is impossible. That Twisted Space Lord and Dark Apostle are seriously insane freaks, pulling off the literal impossible. My sect cannot pull that off, Jihan realized. But what about the Dan clan? Sun Yen's words echoed grimly. Chances are slim. We will just have to wait. Most geniuses belong to the 9 gates, but maybe the Dan clan hides a secret master. He stroked his chin gears, turning. We need the Dan clan. Jihan plotted. Spatial manipulation. The absolute peak magic sold in the Abyss. Yet controlling the Divine Realm's tree seemed impossible. Shinrung's sharp voice shattered his thoughts. Jihan whipped his head around. They are here. A massive, terrifying black hole ripped the clear blue sky apart. Boom Sun-Oh's elite strike force dropped in. Jihan gulped. Holy crap, that is an army. Panic spiked a sage on charge like an angry rhino, trapping him in a brutal headlock. Who gave you permission to play hero punk? Thank heavens for reflexes, he instantly triggered his mana shield against her killer grip. Jihan choked out furiously. Are you literally trying to murder me right now? Her face shadowed over. Her voice dropped to a demonic whisper. Jihan. She went full monster mode. Snake tongue, flicking eyes rolling back, she hissed, Who authorized this suicide mission? Frozen in pure terror, Jihan stammered. Chill, let me explain. She roared back. Do I look chill to you, you absolute idiot? I was worried sick you moron dragging Sunin into your crazy death wish stunts. A heavy silence dropped. Enough. Sun-Oh commanded, strolling calmly past the chaotic duo. Jihan shot the old man desperate puppy eyes. Save me. Sun-Oh just smirked. Nope. You deserve a beating, kid. Knock some sense into him. Sun-Oh then turned to Sunin. Well, can you control it? Sunin sighed honestly. Probably not Grandpa, because... Sun-Oh nodded, analyzing the grim reality. The Divine Realm remains unyielding. Without the 3 treasures, control is just a fantasy. Meanwhile, Seijin paused her beatdown to wave at Shinrung. Oh, hey. But Jihan's brain was buzzing. Jihan sparked a wild theory. Gramps, what if we do not need the treasures? Think about it. Ignoring that dark apostle. The spatial lord we fought did not just attack us for kicks. Suno's eyes narrowed. The kid made total sense. An unorthodox method exists, yes, but it would likely destroy the sacred tree. That is the real trap. Ah! Jihan gasped as Sejun finally released his mangled collar, over by the portal. Sunin, you are stationed here. I will negotiate with the Dan clan. Sunin smirked like a brat. Sure, go kiss and make up, Grandpa. Suno's veins popped. Make up in your dreams. He glared at Jihan. You go back with Sejong? You found our lost artifact. You earned a legendary reward. Jihan rubbed his neck awkwardly. Hey, I barely did anything. Take the reward, Suno barked. Sejong grinned like a psycho while Jihan's soul left his body. Gladly. She grabbed his neck. Cold sweat drenched him instantly. Let's roll. The Tranquil Forest witnessed their absolute clown show of a conversation. Total mood killer. Back at their cozy lockdown estate, a mysterious hand shoved the legendary Heavenly Will Tome right into Jihan's face. His eyes literally sparkled with hype, the supreme skill he craved, but honestly he already learned way too much stuff. Seeing his hesitation, Sejun glared like a demon boss. Beggars cannot be choosers, punk. Her sheer aura made him violently shudder. Ha 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 ha, what? He squeaked. She scoffed aggressively. It is written all over your stupid face. You have not changed. Still a total idiot. Taking massive emotional damage, Jihan fought back weakly. Hey, I am practically a genius. She ignored him entirely. Whatever, listen up. Why do you think the sect gave this to you? You can merge skills, right? Fuse this into your arsenal. Become an absolute monster. Jihan nodded, seeing her twisted logic. Makes total sense, he mumbled. She smirked deeper. It is our ultimate secret art. But wait, there is more. Jihan blinked, utterly blindsided. Wait more. Sejun grinned wickedly. Every single martial art and spell we own, it is yours. Just read and instantly level up, right? Cold sweat rained down his back. Theoretically, yes. She dropped the bomb casually. We have 40 hidden manuals. Buying them all would bankrupt a nation. You just scored 50 billion, one worth of power. Jihan's jaw literally hit the floor. Wait, 50 billion troops of martial arts and magic. Sejong played the tragic card flawlessly. Her sect had deep roots in the Korean peninsula. They only fell off because of a massive faction split, leaving them struggling in the dirt. Xinjiang finally broke her silence. Jihan, this upgrade is going to make you an absolute beast. But our boy was hesitant. Giving up a divine maple tree, that loot is way too rare. Was she really okay with just handing it over? She played it perfectly cool. We appreciate you, kid, but honestly, it is just a strategic flex. A strategic flex. Now, he was totally hooked. The catch came super quick. When you max out this martial art, we need you to tutor Sun Yen and the rest of our squad. Boom. The light bulb finally went off in his head. Oh, you just want to leech my guild strategy, huh? Sejong threw him a wicked wink. You nailed it. With the terms laid out, he was totally down. Say less. I will gladly take this epic buff. But Sun Yen already has that overpowered immortality sword, right? She brushed it off and shoved the martial arts tome into his chest. Just take it. What do you have to lose? Suddenly, a blinding flashbang system alert spammed his vision. You learned Heaven's Will Divine Art. Merging true. Tai Chi and Heaven's Will into one. Warning, severe risk of Chi deviation if you faint. Proceed. Jihan smashed that yes button without a second thought. Hell yeah. Show me the good stuff. Ding ding ding, the system was going absolutely crazy. Basic Heaven's Will detected initiating high-tier fusion protocol immediately. A massive surge of pressure crushed his chest. His heart hammered like a kick drum. Whoa, what the heck is this? His skin crawled with raw energy. In seconds, his body locked into a brutal mutation phase. The entire room got swallowed by a glowing neon blue aura. Then boom, Jihan snapped his eyes open. His pupils shrank to pinpricks. System update, yin-yang, heaven and earth. Art mastered completely. He stared at his hands totally mind-blown. Bulging veins pulsed with an insanely overflowing aura. He could barely process this epic glow-up. Holy crap, I feel invincible. But then sketchy whispers echoed behind his back. Oh wow, so leveling up means going totally naked. I definitely do not remember him being this shredded before. Not bad at all. His body transformation is seriously top tier. Panic instantly short-circuited his brain. Wait, why the heck am I completely naked right now? Oh my god, I lost my epic earrings. Sejong just face-palmed at his absolute zero IQ priorities. Are you kidding? Flashing two girls and you only care about loot. Holding back tears, Jihan furiously ripped open his equipment menu. Do you have any idea how insanely expensive those were? Swoosh a dimensional wardrobe portal instantly popped right open. Fully dressed, he finally scanned the room. Everything was completely distorted with weird inky black stains. The only clear pixels where Sejong and Shinjong Jihan turned pale and frantically checked his interface. What the heck is happening? He froze when a sudden voice dropped a massive bomb. Congratulations, kid. Your rebirth is officially complete. His brain completely short-circuited. Everything was spinning in a blurry mess. Rebirth. Rebirth. The absolute peak of human evolution. Usually that meant old monks grinding until they became literal gods, chugging elixirs for immortality. But in the abyss, we just call it becoming transcendent. Pushing way past the absolute limits of a mortal body, just like Sunin and Shinjong's overpowered stats. But rebirth. That is on a whole different cosmic scale. Even that overpowered freak Sunin has not hit this stage yet. The terrifying truth finally hit him. Wait a minute. So that crazy stunt back in the cave was not my actual rebirth. Sejong snapped him right back to reality. You catching on now? He nodded like a hyperactive bobblehead. Now she was completely dying to know how his new specs felt. So how is the new hardware Jihan vibrated with absolute hype? I feel like a freaking nuclear reactor. Hold up, let me check my stats. Oi! With a slick wrist flick, he summoned the system. Status window open. One look at his rebirthed stats had him internally screaming, Holy Mother of Stats, I knew my grind was crazy, but this is straight up hacking. All three main stats broke past 300 plus. 300 intelligence. My mana pool just jumped 50%. I have way more mana than that twisted dimensional robot lord now. Is this the true power of rebirth? But then something felt completely off. Wait, this is weird. Why are my wisdom and luck stats totally lagging behind like this? A blazing red skill panel flashed into his vision. Passive basic beast. Instincts level 1. 0% experience. Super muscular physical enhancement. Massive physical attack buff plus 15 multiplier to my pure strike power. Then it glitched out, swapping to a neon blue screen. Skill evolution, complete upgraded to advanced beast instincts. Another wave of system dings aggressively spammed his ringing ears. Intermediate beast power, passive skill level 1, 0 experience, super muscle reinforcement activated, physical attacks, boosted effects, plus 25% physical damage. Wait, there is more. Advanced beast power level 1, super muscle reinforcement grants 35% more damage, and transcendent beast power level 1, 0 experience. Absolute muscle reinforcement engaged physical damage scaling up. A massive 50% boost to physical attacks. His stats were skyrocketing. A smug, rebellious grin spread across his face. I'm basically Superman now. What else you got? Check it out. New insane skills unlocked. Transcendent reflexes active. His physical senses evolved beyond human limits. The effects. Plus 50% physical speed, transcendent recovery boosts health regeneration by 300%, plus transcendent resistance grants, iron body and 500 extra defense points. Bro just hit the ultimate jackpot. He finally scored troll-level healing and a tanky physique like a literal monster. Any attack hitting him now would feel like a mosquito biting steel. Seeing his epic narcissism, Sejun deadpanned. Hey Earth to loser, are you listening? But Jihan was floating on cloud 9. I cannot believe I'm actually this ridiculously overpowered. Normal guys grind for decades in the time chamber for this. This is insane. She flashed a frighteningly angelic smile. For real, that is totally sick. He finally dropped the act and got serious. Now I just need to smash their annoying spatial magic. Before he could flex, Sejun ordered coldly. Good job. Keep going. Jihan blinked, utterly confused. Wait, keep going with what? She slammed down another massive stack of martial arts manuals. All yours, little piggy. Time to eat. Outside the manor, his agonizingly grateful shout echoed loud and clear. Thanks a lot. Meanwhile, inside the room of space and time, his personal training ground, he just crammed hundreds of skills taking 30 grueling days, or 3 days in reality to master everything. Feeling the explosive aura in his hands, Jihan smirked. I'm almost at the finish line. A surge of absolute confidence and rebellious joy rushed through his veins. All thanks to my massive intelligence stat, I'm untouchable. But then a cold sweat broke out on his back. The stronger you get, the crazier the world seems. Being overpowered is sick, but my to-do list is massive. He was drowning in endless possibilities and honestly felt dead on his feet, but Jihan was never one to just roll over and quit. A second later, his fiery teen spirit reignited. No way am I slacking on my daily grind. Escaping that brain-numbing pure white void, he stepped back into his absurdly high-tech, pimped-out sanctuary. Seeing absolutely nothing but his own lonely shadow, Jihan raised an eyebrow and dramatically sighed. This crib needs way more life in it, he grumbled under his breath. Sun Yin is still stuck at the Divine City, and Shinyung is locked in virtual reality. I cannot expect them to master sorcery right now. So I drilled every martial art into them. That alone cranked their power levels through the absolute roof. Hilariously, we hit the exact same martial arts tier. Mastering physical control makes total sense since they grinded every single punch and kick. Snapping out of his thoughts, Jihan took a deep breath. All right, time to hustle first up. I need to build a legit sorcery domain. Time crawled by while this rebellious grinder worked nonstop, pouring his absolute soul into crafting mana stones every single day. He even halted golem production, skipping sleep and food. Thanks to the time chamber, Jihan hyper-focused on mana stones for days. By day 2 in the real world, the time cheat was useless, since he had to build directly onto the actual manor. Obviously, this base was inside his illusionary barrier, not reality. To work perfectly, it needed normal time flow. He commanded his alpha golems to dig deep and build sky high. After insane blood sweat and endless tweaking day, 8 arrived. A massive badass obelisk pierced the sky with an utterly dominating aura. The next day, Jihan hardcore fortified the magic circles inside. He stuffed the obelisk with insane spell rings and magical artifacts. It morphed into the ultimate sorcery domain, acting as a massive magical amplifier and power reactor. Finally, on day 10, Jihan's personal magic tower, his very own undisputed sorcery domain, was 100% complete. Exhausted but hyped out of his mind, Jihan finally stretched his aching muscles with a deeply satisfying groan. Completely done just as he spoke. The system started spamming him. Bomb Han Jihan's magic tower is complete and synced. Your intelligence stat has shattered the 1000 mark. Limit broken. The power of the gamer, Han Jihan, is multiplying exponentially. Watching the endless glitching notifications pop up, his jaw dropped. What the heck is this? Then a massive warning screen flashed. Alert, you have entered the terrifying state of energy inversion. Before his teen brain could even process the chaos, another chime rang. Bam, 100 damage taken. A second later. Jihan's amber eyes went wide with pure shock. Energy inversion. Why am I glitching when my magic is this insanely overpowered? He instantly triggered a combat skill, relying on his massive combat knowledge, because logically, in theory at least, combat solves everything. The system obeyed instantly. It blocked the damage warnings, calculating a cure for the energy backlash. 3 viable solutions popped up. 1, internal energy meditation. 2, spamming the soul recovery art. Or 3, just dumping mana like crazy. Jihan totally picked meditation first. He stepped up and summoned it, a portal to the time-space room. He rushed into the dimensional gap. Instantly sitting to meditate, he channeled all his magic, unleashing the yin-yang divine art at full throttle. Forcing his chaotic mind to chill, he took a deep breath. He regulated his breathing to stabilize his core. The destructive turbulence inside him completely evaporated. Then that familiar system ping chimed in, reincarnated body evolution initiated, triggering high-tier advancement. Another insane system alert. Are you kidding me? Suddenly a massive aura exploded from him. It practically tore through the fabric of space. Blinding light flooded the room. The system gleefully announced his success. High-tier evolution complete. Obviously, Jihan was still totally clueless. What the heck? My clothes did not even change. He barked a command. Status window. Boom. His stats materialized, flashing with terrifyingly high numbers. Even veteran gamer Jihan broke into a massive sweat. Holy crap. He read every single word in absolute disbelief. He totally freaked out. Did my species just change to higher human-based stats, up by 200 points, except for wisdom and luck? Wait, this is level 160 tier stuff. It feels like I am using cheat codes. Jihan could not even process this insane buff. How did I get so insanely overpowered? Are all wizards like this? Probably not. Is it because I mix martial arts, curses, and magic? Wizards craft magical gear for support. That is exactly why Jihan built this wizard tower. It pumps out endless mana and buffs spells. Plus, it sustains an impenetrable barrier. It blasts outside enemies and guards the base with a golem army. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Every top-tier wizard guild has a tower. I might be a late-game player. But now that I built it, being overpowered is completely normal. His panic instantly vanished into pure smugness. Jihan clutched his head, catching a severe case of main character syndrome, but honestly, he had the stats to back it up. Can I even control this absolute ocean of mana? Right now, I could totally obliterate the Lord of Twisted Space. Anyone who stands in my way is dead. He let out a gloriously evil villain laugh. Sadly, Shiyun was watching him. She gave him the ultimate judging glare. Jihan jumped out of his skin. He screamed in absolute sheer embarrassment. When the heck did you get here? She replied with brutal coldness. It was not me. It was you. It suddenly hit him. Shiyun had locked herself in this exact room. Wait. Oh, you were training in here. She shamelessly confirmed it. Exactly. Knowing he totally crashed her spot, Jihan frantically apologized. I am so sorry. I was in a rush and just opened a random portal. She completely ignored his excuse, cutting to the chase. I sensed a massive power surge. Did you level up instantly? His cocky aura returned. Yep. I just finished building the wizard tower. The synchronization is absolutely broken. Actually, he gave her the super fast forward summary. After Shiyun downloaded all that crazy info, she was just as shell-shocked as him, twice as strong as before. That is literally unbelievable. Jihan was so full of himself, he actually became calm. I know, right? Right now I could drop a nuke-level explosion. She fell into deep thought. Could Taiji martial arts hit that destruction level? If so, Han Jihan. Sharp and decisive, Kwon Shiyun asked the ultimate question. Can you do the spirit shift? Feeling the absolute mastery of his body. He smirked. Yes. Her eyes turned razor sharp as she commanded, do it. In a single heartbeat, Jihan's aura warped into an explosive cosmic storm. Wanting to check out his own epic transformation, Jihan ordered the room. Mirror. He admired his ultra-buffed reflection. His classic wide eyes grew even wider in pure shock. As an elite martial artist, Shiyun had every right to judge. It flows so naturally. I have never seen a wizard with martial arts supreme enough to spirit shift. That sparked a massive question in his head. Wait, no one in the Cheonbu Guild can do this. She hesitated, unable to give a straight answer. Maybe someone can, but my guild is just mid-tier in Korea. I have never clashed with absolute monsters like Cheonbu. That intel is strictly classified. Even legendary figures from the major martial alliances, I only know their names. No one actually knows their true strength. Right then, Jihan totally chimed in. Maybe the underground brokers already leaked our intel. Hearing this, Shindong simply shrugged. Probably, but that costs a massive fortune. He let out a deep sigh. Tell me about it. Then she paused, hesitating before dropping her next heavy sentence. Well, it is almost time. Jihan blinked, totally confused. Time for what? She just calmly emphasized the word. A break. Did I not mention this before? Taking a proper rest is completely crucial for your overall growth. Finally, the realization hit him. Ah, you mean that issue from back then? Shindong nodded without a single ounce of hesitation. Exactly. Now Jihan was sweating bullets. Wait, you actually monitor all of that stuff too. Her tone turned deadly serious. That is an absolute given. At this point, all he could do was silently marvel at her. She really is a total pro. Truly impressive work, Shindong. Completely ignoring Jihan and his shocked reaction, she lowered her voice. Her tone was absolute, leaving zero room for arguments. I will also be taking 3 full days off, and you should do the exact same. Hearing this, he lowered his head, thinking deeply before letting out a grunt. I guess so. A massive question mark practically materialized on her face while Jihan drifted completely into his own distant thoughts. Honestly, with my hardcore gamer spirit, I never need a rest. But if Shindong's taking a break and I am not, that just feels weird. So he finally decided to take a few days off. All right, fine. Let us take a few days off. Time slowly drifted by until Sunin finally returned from the city. You crazy punk, what the heck are you even doing? Tearing his eyes away from the glowing monitors, Jihan flashed a massive grin. Oh hey. What is up, little bro? This was not just a simple one-man gaming setup. The absolute madman actually used his shadow clone technique to completely hijack every single electronic device in the entire house. He was pushing his gaming experience to the absolute maximum limit. Jihan looked completely thrilled with his so-called vacation. At this exact moment, Sunin could only stand there, his jaw completely hitting the floor at this utterly ridiculous, indescribable sight. A heavy, totally depressing aura swallowed him whole, especially after realizing this obsessed gamer had absolutely zero intention of looking away from his screens. Finally unable to hold his temper back, he stormed forward with a totally defeated face. Are you seriously using high-level magic to split your consciousness just to play multiple games at once? Jihan flashed a dangerously arrogant smirk. You really are my best friend, catching on that fast. Pure, unfiltered excitement practically exploded within his gamer mind. What exactly does taking a break mean to me? Grinding video games, obviously I have been fighting so desperately to survive the abyss that I actually forgot to play games. Because of that, I missed tons of epic new releases. That is exactly why Jihan busted out the elite shadow clone, Summoning Magic. Sure, it sounds totally overpowered, but it is honestly pretty useless. Even though he multiplied into 3 separate bodies, they absolutely cannot think independently from one another. So he had to manually control every single body himself. It felt like commanding 6 different arms. A normal person would absolutely go insane trying to game in this chaotic state. Despite just messing around with his hobbies, Jihan found endless ways to abuse his elite battle skills. But he is a hardcore gamer. He fully activated speed thinking, completely buffing himself with the ultimate dual mind technique. Just thinking about his genius setup made his face light up. So now 3 identical dudes were aggressively gaming, making Sunin's massive headache throb even worse. You absolute menace, totally tearing the house apart. By the way, since when did you learn the shadow clone technique? He casually fired back with a grin. Madame Sijon gave it to me recently. She tossed in a bunch of epic spells too. A lot of them are totally overpowered. However, maintaining this chaotic gamer state was getting tricky, so he secretly decided to cancel the shadow clones for now. In the very next second, the other 2 copies waved goodbye and completely vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, he listened to his absolute best friend give a totally calm deadpan reaction. Sunin, who had barely regained his sanity, suddenly screamed like a raging dragon. I see. No, wait. You absolute lunatic, what on earth do you think you are messing around with? Jihan just casually scratched his head. Come on, I'm literally just relaxing. The very second his last word dropped, Sunin immediately snapped back to attention. Huh. In the next second, he could not help but ask, did Shindong tell you that Jihan just shrugged? Regular rest boost stats, so I'm taking a 1-week gaming vacation now. Sunin seriously wanted to knock his absolute idiot of a friend out cold. You actually call this total chaos, resting Jihan's twisted definition of that word was completely out of this world. Are you saying I am wrong? I have had 0 time to grind lately, so I'm seizing this epic opportunity. Since time is short, I split my consciousness into 3 separate parts. Throw in some shadow clones and boom, I am dominating 3 games at once. Sunin was so incredibly stunned, he just stuttered. Fine if you really consider that resting. Knowing they dragged this insane argument out long enough, Jihan smoothly changed the topic. But seriously, it was incredibly fun. Anyway, it has been a while. Did you finally finish handling the whole wind god tree situation, hearing this critical business? Sunin immediately dropped the jokes and shifted to a deadly serious tone. Yeah, I successfully secured a totally stable route, and I can actually keep it relatively under control now. Jihan cheered. Awesome, so we managed to secure the epic wind god tree. However, the mood shattered the second his buddy dropped the next heavy sentence. Yeah, but the catch is we have to split it with the Dan clan. 50%. Jihan's face immediately darkened like a storm cloud. That is a ridiculously huge cut. In total contrast, Sunin remained surprisingly chill. Well, the barrier magic came straight from them, plus they promised to guard it, so we are not exactly losing out. With business settled, the topic whipped right back to the gamer. Anyway, what about you? You feel like you got ridiculously overpowered. Jihan just smirked, throwing the question right back. Did you happen to look outside yet? Sunin gave a firm, heavy nod. Yeah, I saw it. That massive floating tower belongs to you now, right? Overflowing with absolute unstoppable confidence, Jihan smirked. Who else could pull off something that epic? Even the usually critical Sunin was completely forced to drop some respect. That is seriously terrifying. Sure, it cannot match my elite clan, but it is undeniably awesome. Jihan casually fired back. Your ancient family has tons of history. Obviously, you have better gear. Anyway, what is the massive emergency? Why did you speedrun here without dropping a call first? You literally just busted in without a single warning. Who would have guessed you were aggressively grinding video games all day? Seizing the golden opportunity. Jihan smirked. Want to run a quick match, bro? Let us relive our glorious gaming days? Seeing that his idiotic best friend was perfectly safe and sound, Sun firmly and absolutely rejected the offer. Now, man, I gotta bounce. I tweaked the divine tree a bit, but I still gotta guard this thing for a solid month. I could only play the cheerleader. Hey, you got this, babe. Out of nowhere, the dude completely flipped the script. Oh right, did you call the old lady Loliciano Mistream yet? I nodded honestly. Yep. Sunil dropped the sequel. You got a stake in the divine tree too. Better call her. Rumor says she is currently hunting for the legendary world tree. She is your master, right? We could totally use your share to help her out somehow. Hearing that, I was legit shook. Whoa, wait. For real, he shot back without missing a beat. Yeah, roughly 2%. Hearing that instantly triggered my inner loot goblin. Free loot is the best loot. We were bros, so Sunil had absolutely zero intention of hiding any juicy secrets. Play your cards right, and you can permanently buff your magic stats. My clan is also crafting a massive batch of elixirs from the divine tree. It literally condenses pure life force into a physical form. Super simple, totally idiot-proof. He finally dropped the official name for this epic item. We just call it apples. I will ship them to you regularly from now on. I started sweating bullets. Apples. That has to have some insanely deep hidden meaning, right? My gamer brain went totally wild. Like the literal forbidden fruit of good and evil son. Il just gave me a casual shrug. Hey, it is totally possible. Anyway, I gotta bounce. I did not stop him. Cool. Save your energy, bro. After my epic downtime officially wrapped up, I was totally shocked by the latest update. Wait, so you hung out with Shiyun all week? Shiyun slowly savored her gourmet meal and nodded. Yeah, I was more mind-blown than ever. Since when did you two become besties? Shrugging like it was no big secret, she smoothly confessed. Just a little while ago? But hey, Jihan, you literally just play video games all day. I gave her a straight nod. Yep, it is a long break. Super fun. She let out a long, dramatic sigh. You are so weird. That instantly sparked my rebellious teen rage. It is my hobby. You do not need to get it. Totally ignoring my gamer angst, she exhaled in pure satisfaction. Thanks for the food, Jihan. Legendary, as always. I could not help but flex a cheeky grin. Well, my cooking level has been skyrocketing lately. I should probably just cook for myself from now on. She calmly fired right back. Who cares? Whoever has the highest cooking stat belongs in the kitchen. At that exact second, my superhuman hearing randomly picked up a noise, completely cutting off my witty comeback. True, but wait. Shiyun totally missed the cue and volunteered. I will go do the dishes. I did not reject the offer. Sweet thanks. Time to greet our unexpected guest. That instantly grabbed her full attention. A guest right on cue, a rapid series of ding-dongs echoed through the house, perfectly syncing up with my calm explanation. Not exactly, but it definitely looks like someone is at our door. My tracking spell radar shows no aggro, so they are not hostile. She gave a small nod. Got it. Then came the classic video doorbell reveal. Who in the world is it? The face on the screen literally sent shockwaves through my system, because the dude standing outside was none other than Cho Yun-hwan. The insanely fast magic swordsman realized the mic was hot and cut straight to the chase. I got a message for you from Lolikiano Mistream, Han Jihan. Seeing Yun-hwan at my doorstep casually dropping my master's name instantly spiked my adrenaline as I cracked the door open. I carefully probed him with 2 cautious words. A message flashbacks of our very first hardcore encounter violently crashed through my mind. This was the exact same crazy bastard who attacked me last time. My gamer vision immediately scanned the title floating above his head. Speed Magic. Swordsman level 67. Special note. Total mercenary. Seeing the guy just spacing out in his own thoughts, completely ignoring my presence. I spoke up again. Mr. Cho, what message did my master send? Just that tiny detail was enough to make his eyes widen with pure, unfiltered curiosity. Wow, so the rumors are actually true. You can actually read other people's stats. I felt a major facepalm coming on. Dude, everyone does that now. Plus, there are endless spells to hide your info. Do you not have one? Yun-hwan replied with frustrating calmness. I specialize in pure combat, kid. I am no master wizard. I quickly dragged the conversation back on track. So what exactly brings you here? Finally, after all that dramatic stalling, he started digging through his pockets. I actually brought you a message directly from your master, Lolikiano Mistream. He pulled out an item that my gamer eyes recognized instantly, a memory orb. Even crazier Yun-hwan clearly had zero intention of explaining a single thing about it. Here you go. I politely accepted the orb with both hands. Thanks. Without missing a beat, I instantly fired up my system skill. Observe. Bingo. It was legitimately a memory orb from Lolikiano Mistream, currently locked in a sealed state and exclusively addressed to Han Jihan. Instead of opening it immediately, I looked at the dangerous mercenary. Thanks a ton. I assume delivery fees are calculated after the drop-off. Yun-hwan gave a slow, deliberate nod. Correct. But the receiver is not the one paying the bill. His next bombshell of a sentence completely threw me off guard. And my job here is not done yet. I stood there utterly paralyzed. Huh. Young-hwan's voice echoed with slow, annoying precision. Once you view this, you've got to give me a quest. It's what Lolena ordered. He paused. Also, just call me Young-hwan. I'm using your first name after all. Super casual. Zero filter. Jihan leaned right into that rebellious teenage energy. All right, cool, bro. The disrespect hit Young-hwan like a truck. Bro, Jihan just shrugged. You're older than me, right? Cold sweat literally dropped down Young-hwan's face. Okay. Whatever, man. Just watch it. Zero hesitation. Jihan literally swallowed the memory orb whole. In a flash, his vision froze completely. An apocalyptic winter crashed over his senses. Through the blizzard, Lolano appeared heavy steel chains bound her tight. Barely breathing, she choked out one devastating word. Help. The vision shattered. Jihan stood absolutely paralyzed. His brain raced into overdrive. I knew it. She needs a rescue. This Yanguan dude definitely knows her location. Let's check the stats, Jihan muttered, activating his signature skill. Observe. A massive holographic data window exploded before him. Way to debuff status. What the heck is a covenant curse? The system chimed in. Covenant forged by Lolino. Failure results in a lethal curse. Jihan's eyes widened. So Master didn't just give this guy a quest. She literally tied his life to her survival. The awkward silence dragged on until Yanguan finally cracked. So, Jihan cut right to the chase. I get the picture. My master got kidnapped and needs an extraction right. Yanguan nodded desperately. Exactly. And your quest is to let me guide you. This wasn't some basic dungeon run. Yanguan's voice dripped with pure panic. We are out of time every single second. Lino drains closer to death. We save her now, or she perishes. The puzzle pieces finally slammed together. Ah, I get it now. If Master kicks the bucket, this guy bites the dust, too. Enough small talk. Jihan glared hard. Where is she? Yanguan's face went completely deadpan, dropping a total bombshell. Hell, the ultimate prison for sinners. Eternal torment and absolute suffering. Jihan had heard the rumors. Heaven might be a myth, but hell was brutally real, and his master was trapped in its fiery depths. His nerves pulled tight like guitar strings. Seriously, how the heck did she end up there? Target acquired the gates of hell. Jihan quickly texted his crew a super vague excuse. Master call got a blast. No mention of demonic realms. Dragging newbies into an underworld death trap hard pass. They'd level up later, after soaring through the clouds. Yanguan pointed at a gloomy cave. Welcome to the entrance. Jihan landed. Mind totally blown. Jeju Island. In 30 minutes. Absolute speedster speeds. But just to be safe. Observe. The Hellgate's lore exploded into view, an endless cavern that no mortal had ever survived. Yep, definitely not a tourist trap. Yanguan dropped a massive lore bomb. Fun fact, legendary afterlife locations actually link straight to hell. Jihan smirked. Fascinating. Yanguan blinked, totally baffled. Wait, you didn't know basic underworld geography? Jihan rubbed his neck. Bro, I'm still figuring out this game's mechanics. Yanguan scoffed, radiating serious boomer energy. Study up, kid. Ignorance gets you killed. That snarky attitude instantly pissed Jihan off. Whatever master's life was on the clock, do we just walk right in? Yanguan nodded. Yeah, treat it like an illusion barrier. But heads up, Yanguan warned. The lobby area is safe. Hell isn't exactly what you'd expect. Jihan tilted his head. Meaning? Yanguan aggressively scratched his head. Man, I suck at explaining. Can't make a memory orb for it. He thought hard. Finally, a light bulb went off. You ever visited the Dragon Realm? As a certified dungeon diver, Jihan smirked. Obviously. The rapid-fire confirmation hyped Yanguan up. It's exactly like that. Jihan's jaw practically hit the floor. But the biggest plot twist was yet to come. They have houses. Streets. A literal demonic downtown area aside from the barren wasteland vibe, of course. Sweat drop materialized on Jihan's anime-style face. For real. Oh. Enough lore dumping. The clock was ticking. Yanguan charged forward. Less talking, more diving. Let's go. There is no time for this. They officially crossed the boundary between worlds, diving headfirst into the abyss. The system's ominous notification echoed, welcoming them to hell. Reaching a critical point, a blinding light violently erupted. Right before Jihan's eyes, a terrifying blood-red spiral portal ripped open the space. Tearing through the dungeon's spatial layers, Jihan smashed into the target zone. The system casually announced, you have entered the underworld. Warning lingering here over 168 hours triggers the 7 deadly sins or the 108 agonies debuff. But the real nightmare immediately slapped them in the face. A brutal system pop-up declared this a restricted airspace, instantly canceling all magical flight abilities. With literally zero time to brace themselves, both Jihan and the supposedly experienced Yanguan found themselves in a terrifying freefall through the endless sky. What the heck is this? Damn, it turns out even the veteran was completely blindsided by this insane twist. Something is seriously messed up. We were never supposed to drop in here. Still, Yanguan flexed his veteran experience, desperately trying to cast a levitation spell. Meanwhile, Jihan was internally freaking out. Wait, we seriously cannot fly. However, our main character's massive gamer brain instantly sparked a genius loophole. If flying is banned, what about gliding? Without a single second of hesitation, massive wings aggressively burst forth at his mental command. A massive paper glider materialized. His steady hand snatched his falling teammate right out of the air. Young Hwan was so incredibly stunned, he could only let out a pathetic squeak. "Are you still flying?" Jihan just flashed a cool smirk and calmly explained. "I am not flying. I am slowly descending like a parachute, bro." But right after flexing, his cool demeanor shattered as he panicked. Seriously, where the heck are we? What is actually happening? At that exact moment, the veteran finally snapped back to reality and frantically scanned the area. Relying on his massive knowledge base, Young Hwan instantly recognized their cursed drop zone. This is the River of Three Crossings. We were aiming for the river Styx, but we totally crash-landed on the opposite side. That iconic mythological name made Jihan flinch hard. Yo, I know this place, I literally read about it in the Along with the Gods webtoon. Is this actually it? The veteran nodded grimly. Yeah, the Sanzu River. But their brief moment of relief was absolutely destroyed in a heartbeat. Right then, a violent disturbance erupted, proving his warning that this place was crazy dangerous. A massive, terrifying army-like presence surged toward them. Even a distracted Jihan could spot that insane incoming threat. Look at those nasty water snakes. His webtoon memories aggressively flooded back. Meanwhile, Young Hwan was sweating bullets, looking more stressed out than ever before. He instantly shifted into full battle mode. Grab your weapon now. This cursed river is not a playground. And remember, we are still completely alive. If we die here, it is a one-way VIP ticket. Straight to hell. As if waiting for his dramatic last words, the monstrous water snakes violently erupted from the surface. Obviously, their primary targets were the two juicy human snacks floating right above them. Young Hwan turned completely pale with absolute terror. Oh man, I seriously refuse to die here. But luckily for him, his squadmate was literally a walking cheat code, mastering telekinesis. Jihan's insane mental power morphed into giant glowing fists that mercilessly smashed through the chaos, casually obliterating the massive snake swarm. What was supposed to be a terrifying boss fight ended in a flash. Young Hwan was absolutely paralyzed by the ridiculous 1-second slaughter he just witnessed. Not stopping there, Jihan casually evaluated the carnage with a deadpan gamer tone level 32 trash mobs. Then flashing the most punchable, arrogant capitalist smirk ever conceived, he brutally taunted his senior. "Didn't you confidently say this place was super dangerous?" Young Hwan instinctively muttered back, "Yeah, I guess no obstacle is too hard for your ridiculous hacks." Jihan and his reluctant travel buddy just kept riding the wind. Let us go. On a massive river wider than the ocean, the sudden obnoxious roar of a speedboat engine shattered the silence. Unsurprisingly, it was a magical boat forged by spells and driven by the gamer's telekinesis. By now, Young Hwan's face was completely numb to the nonsense. "Is there anything you cannot hack, dude? Anything you cannot?" Jihan smoothly replied without missing a beat. Plenty of things, I'm still figuring this out. However, getting serious? He threw out the real question. "Are you totally sure we are going the right way, bro?" The veteran nodded confidently. Absolutely, a tracking spell was already cast. The only problem was the massive travel time. Normally, poor souls have to swim across the Sanzu River, but this hacked speedboat is making it a breeze. Now Jihan completely understood the gimmick. So that is exactly why flying was banned. From his sharp peripheral vision, Jihan quickly spotted the miserable losers thrashing and screaming down below. "It is an absolute chaotic mess down there," Young Hwan replied, coolly, already used to the madness. "Exactly. This is the absolute rock bottom downstream of the river. This brutal VIP section is strictly reserved for wicked sinners." Our main character could not help but sigh in sheer disbelief. So they have to swim while getting wrecked by snakes. Holy crap. Staring at the dense sea of tormented souls literally covering the water, he suddenly cheered. "Hey, it looks like I spot dry land up ahead." The veteran exhaled a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness we skipped the grinding and saved time. After aggressively tearing through the waters, the speedboat finally delivered the two living crashers to their destination. As they swaggered off the boat, a level 11 ghost named Cho Su-pak literally dropped his jaw. What the heck is that even allowed in hell? Even a level 6 ghost gaped in total confusion, whispering a boat. But unlike those dumbfounded spirits, someone else rushed forward with aggressive confidence. "Yo, how much for this sweet ride?" Ignoring the ridiculous question, Jihan turned back to interrogate his veteran buddy. "What did you mean earlier about the downstream being for bad guys?" The veteran calmly dropped the lore. There's a deep reason it is called the River of Three Crossings. It is split into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Only the worst scum fall to the bottom, forced to suffer endless torture while crawling back to the top. His words totally scrambled my brain. Dude, we are literally already in hell. Why the heck do we need to go deeper? Instead of answering, Young Hwan just pointed into the distance. Look right there. It was brutally clear as silent figures stood suffering. Their souls were straight up evaporating into nothing. Unless you want to fade away, you have got to cross that river. Otherwise, you are trapped in hell forever. Skip the river 3 days post-funeral, and poof, you're gone. That punk Lee completely lost his chill, while Jihan just stood there mind blown. Wow, that is totally insane. And finally, after all that cinematic drama, the punk totally raged out throwing hands, but Yeonhwan literally one-kicked that trash mob into orbit. Bam. He acted tough, but reality just smacked him right in the face. Save me, I cannot swim. He did not even last 3 days. Lee became an instant snack for the demonic water snakes. That savage flex totally traumatized a peanut gallery. The crowd was shaking. These were not basic ghosts, were they yakshas or goblins? Yeonhwan literally gave zero cares. He just pushed forward, totally ignoring the haters. Let Us Roll Jihan took mental notes on the yaksha lore. Unlike their epic sprint earlier, now they had to hoof it on foot. Curiosity was totally eating him alive. He just asked Yeonhwan straight up, "Does everyone end up here after biting the dust? Even normal folks outside the abyss?" He actually dropped some truth. Only the villains, bro. That just made Jihan more confused. So where did the good guys go? His reply was delivered with ultimate deadpan sarcasm. Duh, they do not. Why would a good person drop into hell? The teenage interrogation continued without missing a single beat. Okay, so where do they actually go? Yeonhwan shrugged with zero emotion. Nobody freaking knows. But one thing is absolute. His voice dropped into a super dramatic cinematic whisper. Heaven literally does not exist. A ridiculously heavy silence suffocated them both. Then Jihan totally ruined the mood with a gamer question. Wait, can we fly from here? Plot twist, Yeonhwan actually agreed. Yeah, but hold your horses. He looked clueless. Why the holdup? Flexing his veteran underworld experience, he stayed super chill. Immigration is sending an agent. Boom. The second he spoke, an epic cinematic explosion rocked the earth. As the smoke cleared, a mysterious silhouette sparked an evil smirk. Boom floating stats, level 100 Grim Reaper in high. She was definitely built different. Radiating major boss energy, her first word totally killed the vibe. Hello Jihan was so laggy his jaw practically dropped to the floor. What the heck? Activating his gamer vision. Jihan scanned the boss stats. Grim Reaper, in high level 100. Not too shabby at all. But is that enough juice to run the underworld? Meanwhile, she started yapping off a massive rant. So many living mortals keep crashing the underworld lately. You scrubs cannot even imagine the administrative nightmare this causes. Good grief. Inhe's magical iPad book started flipping at hyperspeed. Within a single frame, she downloaded all their personal files. The newbie, the gamer Han Jihan, and you, the frequent flyer on round 3. Chun Yeonhwan, the speedster magic warrior. Scan complete. She flashed a horrifyingly bright customer service smile. Awesome, you both passed the vibe check. Yeonhwan sighed like a tired dad while Jihan's brain short-circuited. Pass what check? Skipping the tutorial, the Reaper dropped the actual bomb. Let us start with Mr. Han. Your entry fee is 100 EOP. That currency sounded like totally made-up gamer slang. EOP. He mumbled the words like an absolute zombie. 100. She nodded like a ruthless capitalist. Bingo. Meanwhile, Yeonhwan just waved his hand like a total edgelord, making things way more confusing. Realizing his bro left him hanging, Jihan raised his hand like a nerd in class. Total noob here. Can I get a tutorial? What the heck is EOP? And he kept her spooky professional customer service face locked in. Oops, my bad for skipping the lore. EOP is underworld crypto. You pay with your mortal achievements, like mana epic spells, fragments of your soul, or raw intelligence. That insane pay-to-win mechanic sent literal chills down Jihan's spine. He was utterly horrified. Wait, my mana or my actual soul? She nodded with brutal honesty. Exactly. Those are super rare drops in the human realm, right? Down here, we pawn those stats for hard cash. Jihan's poor brain was spinning like a crashed hard drive. What the actual heck? So if you want to be rich after game over, you gotta grind the abyss while alive. How many stats do basic NPCs even have? The literal paywall was so steep, he had to ask the ultimate taboo question. What if I just refuse to pay? The bright, cheery customer service facade instantly shattered into dust. I went full demonic boss mode. Well then, you are not a VIP guest anymore. You become the target of an epic Yaksha and Reaper manhunt. And trust me, boy, they are ridiculously bloodthirsty predators. Ha ha ha. That little horror movie trailer had Jihan sweating literal buckets of fear. Oh boy. Then she dropped the most sinister business-like question ever. So is my good sir ready to swipe his card? Like you had a choice anyway. Oh right. Innie skipped the boring small talk. Awesome. Hand it over, buddy. How are you paying? He hesitated. Magic. Power. She smirked at the other guy. You same deal? Suddenly, electric blue energy erupted between their hands. It instantly vanished up her sleeve like a magic trick. 0 goodbyes. Jihan watched totally stunned as she beamed. Thanks, enjoy your hellish vacation. Then it was his turn. A literal bone-chilling freeze hit his palm. Freaking ice cold. Cue the dramatic system pop-up Underworld Immigration demands an entry fee. Except Jihan totally slammed the yes button. Bam, a shockwave of energy blasted from their handshake. System warning. Intelligence permanently dropped by one panic absolutely vaporized his brain. Holy crap, you stole my brain cells. Mission accomplished for Inhai. Thanks for the sweet payment. Mr. Han have a totally killer time down here. Jihan went ghost pale, whispering fiercely to Young Hwan. Bro, isn't this an absolute scam? 4 times enduring this, the guy just sighed. Total Monopoly kid. Just deal with it. Jihan mentally circled that word. Monopoly. But the crazy ride was not over yet. And he surprisingly shoved a survival item into his hands. Here is your ultimate underworld travel guide. Oh, obviously do not need to say this, but dodge the deadly drama. Okay. He was practically falling over from the sheer shock. Is this really modern hell? She kept rattling on. Need cash, just register as a city mercenary. All the juicy info is in that book. Finally, this mind-blowing encounter wrapped up. Innie dropped into a dramatic 80-degree bow. Catch you later. Hope to serve you again. And just like her epic entrance, she vanished in the exact same blazing inferno explosion. Remembering their urgent mission, Jihan smirked at Young Hwan. No time for sightseeing, huh? Young Hwan just rolled his eyes. Nope. Let us ride. Hitting the flight zone, they absolutely ripped through the storming winds. Where to westward bound? Suddenly, a totally random thought struck his brain, so he fired away. Quick question. How many hells are actually down here? Young Hwan answered with absolute deadpan energy. No clue. Did not count, but literally tons. Jihan went dead silent, staring him down like a massive puzzle. That intense glare actually made Young Hwan aggressively twitch his eyebrows. What? Got a problem, dude? Why stare? Unfortunately, Jihan possessed a highly punchable mouth. Is this really your max flying speed? With 0 filter. Jihan instantly caught a deafening roar right to the face. What? Are you joking? Obviously I can fly way faster. Jihan just blinked, totally confused. Did I just poke the bear? Suddenly Young Hwan locked onto something terrifying. Wait. Ugh, this is exactly why I hate coming down here. Jihan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean, bro, skipping the boring monologue? He pointed straight at a massive, sinister black storm cloud. Right there. Jihan remained utterly clueless. What the heck is that A flock of birds? Young Hwan kept the dramatic suspense alive. They do not call this place hell for fun, kid. Out in these lawless wastelands, those nightmare freaks are absolutely everywhere. Finally, the agonizing suspense broke. Those grotesque, horrifying wraiths practically crash-landed right into his vision. Seeing thousands of those beasts swarming like a plague, he literally screamed his lungs out. What in the actual freak is this? Cold sweat dripped as his trusty cheat skill triggered. Observation mode. Level 45. Wraiths with pure evil traits flooded the screen. Born from shattered souls aggressively attacking outsiders and permanently starving for blood. Young Hwan instantly snapped into a hardcore battle stance. Damn it, these leeches never quit. They are tough, but Jihan the absolute cheat code king smirked fiercely. I will smash them. You just drive. The dude was absolutely mind blown. Skipping the boring tutorial, Jihan dramatically summoned his inventory. Those magic stones he hoarded forever. Time to unleash their epic power. Crushing them in his fist, he pumped in raw mana and roared. Create indestructible iron chains materialized in a split second. Before Young Hwan could even blink, Jihan barked the command. Freeze right there. The poor guy totally panicked, stuttering. Bro, what the heck are you doing? In a literal heartbeat, Young Hwan was mummified by an endless web of magical cables. Boom perfect tactical setup orchestrated by Jihan's genius brain. Done. Now he spun around aggressively triggering his mana zone. Before unleashing pure chaos, he warned his teammate, hang on for your life, bro. Then an epic rapid-fire barrage of skills exploded. Time acceleration. Ascension mode engaged, shattering the absolute laws of friction. That alone left the guy absolutely terrified. Hey, old man, what's your grand plan? Before he could even spit out that last word, Young Hwan's silhouette violently blurred right out of existence. Even while hauling dead weight along Jihan's explosive speed, completely rivaled a hypersonic missile, that massive red monster leading the pack and planning to devour them. Now it was just dropping its jaw in absolute raw terror. Giving that beast zero time to dodge, he wrapped himself in bedrock solid mana and violently pierced straight through the entire cloud zone. Fusing his ultimate skills with absolutely zero sweat, Jihan obliterated the red mob and boosted up to maximum missile velocity. Tearing through the savage wind currents for quite a distance, his razor-sharp instincts suddenly locked onto something lurking right down below. Turns out while Jihan was chilling like it was a Sunday stroll, the once gorgeous young Hwan had his handsome face absolutely wrecked by the insane G-force. Reality hit him like a truck and panic instantly set in. Yikes, was the wind pressure way too intense for him. Our boy Jihan isn't completely heartless, obviously. The very microsecond he noticed, he slammed the brakes and abruptly halted midair. Thank the heavens that clutch move saved his passenger from suffocating and officially becoming a permanent resident of the underworld. Pant pant. Seeing him gasp, Jihan ruthlessly dropped some highly punchable trash talk. Man, I never expected you to be so insanely weak. Withered up from just this little gravity, this successfully pissed young Hwan off flying at Mach 5 would kill anyone. Do you think everyone is using cheat codes like you? Hearing that outburst, Jihan awkwardly hesitated before firing back. Yeah, but still. Bro, you literally belong to the abyss. I thought you'd at least know how to warp at super speed, cue another violent splash of spit-take water to the face. Fast travel my foot. Suddenly, as if a light bulb flickered on, Jihan casually threw out a burning question. By the way, I've seriously been wondering this. If someone unloads a gun on you, do the bullets actually pierce you? Like without any magic shields, just your raw physical body, young Hwan's face instantly went ghost pale. Dude, stop speaking weird nonsense. But Jihan brutally cut him right off. Never mind, skip the answer. Just looking at your terrified face tells me everything. Thanks, buddy. Once upon a time, Jihan had a fragile meat suit just like that. But ever since his legendary bone reforging awakening, his body had literally morphed into an impenetrable sheet of bulletproof steel. While they were tumbling through the wild skies, his hyper-focus locked onto that severely bruised, desperate face. Unwilling to let his crazy teammate kick the bucket, Jihan instantly triggered his ultimate yin-yang heaven and earth technique. Forged directly from his divine will arts, this insanely overpowered upgraded skill fused with his soul burning technique. It was so ridiculously broken it could literally knit shattered bones right back together. With the healing done, Jihan casually fired up his radar observation skill. The next second, he was so completely mind-blown by the results that his pupils violently shrunk in absolute shock. Wait. Cold sweat aggressively dumped down his face while his chaotic thoughts danced the literal lambada in his brain. This dude is completely back to normal. Way too normal, actually. Even that unbreakable covenant curse has been completely wiped out. Was my healing skill really this insanely overpowered? Holy freaking crap. I am literally running the most busted, overpowered skill set in the entire server right now. Young Hwan felt a massive wave of surging vitality explosively vibrating through every single cell in his body. I heard rumors about your healing hacks, but Jihan honestly debated if this was sheer dumb luck or not. It seems that arrogant fool hasn't even noticed his deadly curse has been totally shattered. I better just keep my mouth tightly shut for now. He quickly slapped on a confident, arrogant smirk. Yep, I am just built completely different. But where to next? Now glowing with his newly restored pretty boy aura, he pointed ahead. This is the Aegon underworld pushing. Straight north from here will take us right into the Western Hell. Jihan's rebellious curiosity instantly flared up. What's so special about Western Hell? Young Hwan just flashed a mysterious, infuriating smirk, refusing to explain. You'll see soon enough. So packing his burning curiosity and his main quest in hand, he blasted forward at absolutely terrifying terminal velocity. Let's freaking go. After surviving that chaotic warp speed marathon, they finally slammed to a halt at the massive border gate dividing the realms. Staring at an ominous fortress wall that stretched into literal infinity, Jihan's jaw dropped as he cursed out loud. Holy freaking nuts. Breaking the silence, Young Hwan stepped up with a dramatic intro. The Western Hell is the absolute largest syndicate down here. Jihan was totally amazed. I had literally zero clue the underworld had massive mafia-like syndicates. The pretty boy just nodded wisely. Yeah. When souls kick the bucket, they drop into a hell shaped by their imagination. I guess most normies picture hell exactly like this. This sparked a million questions in Jihan's brain. Wait, why is that? Young Hwan played it totally cool, like dropping this lore was nothing. Because this place basically has a twisted version of absolutely everything. Honestly, it makes it the most premium hell to actually live in. Jihan slowly stepped forward, processing the crazy info. Makes sense. But before he could take another step, young Hwan suddenly yelled out, "Stop. Before we breach the gates, I need to warn you about something. The moment we cross that hell gate, this side's Grim Reaper will ambush us." As the massive view expanded, they spotted mindless ghouls shuffling around like brain-dead mummies. Young Hwan's voice echoed with serious tension. "Yeah, the locals here look pretty freaking bizarre." Slowly, the duo blended straight into the creepy horde, a sea of lost souls mindlessly swaying towards some unknown destination. Jihan's sharp mind raced as he watched the zombie wave. Those dead souls are literally fading out of existence. Is that just the standard underworld procedure? Flashing back to his wild encounter with Enhai, he connected the dots. Let me guess another freaking toll fee. The guy just nodded calmly. Spot on. Jihan aggressively sneered at this greedy underworld custom. This system is absolute hot garbage. He calmly consoled him. Endure it. We're in their territory now. Plus, once we're inside, we'll get a true taste of this hellish nightmare. Jihan completely froze in sheer panic. Meanwhile, young Hwan was so ridiculously used to this madness that he didn't even flinch. Just chill out, bro. It's just protocol dead souls usually rot here for thousands of years. But since we're basically just crashing the party, no need to sweat it. Oh, and spoiler alert, we're totally about to run into that greedy Grim Reaper again. Next stop, Demon City. Catch you on the flip side. At the final checkpoint, the guy literally glitched out of existence. Zero hesitation, Jihan charged straight into the unknown. Bam, teleported. But this dimension was totally unhell-like. Shaking off the dizziness, his eyes darted around like crazy. Wait, where the heck am I? Taking in the sweet, familiar glow of gaming rigs, he could hardly believe his eyes. Is this like an esports hell or something? His eyebrows shot straight up to the ceiling. How could this gamer paradise ever be called hell? A wicked grin crept onto his face. Maybe. The universe wants me to game. Well, who am I to refuse game on? Skipping the tutorial, our boy, Han Jahan, went full sweat mode. Take that, you stupid hedgehog. Drop dead, but just as epic victory was literally one click away, holy crap. The ultimate nightmare struck the cursed blue screen of death. What the heck? This glitching garbage was enough to make any gamer rage quit. I freaking knew it was a trap. This truly is the absolute worst kind of hell. Then, a super sweet voice chimed in from behind. Oh, did you figure it out? Still totally oblivious, Jihan unleashed his inner saltiness. Yeah, crashing. Right before the boss fight. That is pure psychological torture for gamers. But mid-rant, his brain finally rebooted. Wait a minute. Slowly turning right, he nearly had a heart attack. It was that crazy Grim Reaper, Enhai. But strangely, her floating name tag now read, Joy. A low-level demon, Jihan was sweating bullets as he questioned reality. Weren't you a Grim Reaper like 5 minutes ago? And what is up with that skimpy cosplay? Enhai just shrugged it off. I work for a subcontractor, so Jihan was absolutely flabbergasted. A subcontractor. The underworld outsources their tax collection. Flashing a terrifyingly bright corporate smile, she hit him with reality. All right. You know the drill, buddy? Hand over 100 karma. Realizing he could not escape this daylight robbery, he surrendered. So currency down here is karma, huh? The system interface violently popped up. Underworld immigration is collecting the entrance fee. Accept terms and conditions. He smashed the yes button. But tragically, the currency was his own brainpower. Intelligence permanently decreased by 1. The massive nerf brought him to literal tears. Damn it. 2 intelligence points gone in a single day. Meanwhile, Enhai bowed with sickening cheerfulness. Thank you, valued customer. I will log you out now. Standard protocol is giving living souls a quick VIP tour of hell. Thanks for your understanding. Jihan frantically threw his hand up. Wait before you vanish, can I ask a question? She flipped her hair with zero shame. Look, kid, I charge by the hour, got it. And thus the most expensive QA session of his life officially commenced. The consulting fee karma, obviously. 100 of it, to be exact. Knowing he was getting scammed, he had to ask, and how much time does that buy me? She fired back instantly. 100 karma for 1 hour. Leaning in with dangerous charm, Joy the part-time demon laid out the harsh truth. I know it is pricey, but my hands are tied here. Underworld corporate policy, you know. Her tone was totally uncompromising, hitting him right where it hurt. Rule is absolute. The word struck Jihan like a critical lightning spell. 100 just to enter, and another 100 just to talk. His gamer brain went into overdrive, calculating the heavy losses, but the mysteries of this dimension were just too crucial. He made his choice. Fine, hook me up with a 1-hour speed pass. Her predatory smile instantly returned. Thank you, my little cash cow. Being called a cash cow sent his soul spiraling into the absolute abyss. Did you just call me a cash cow? She blinked innocently. You must be hearing things. Bam. The system transaction processed in a flash, and his precious intelligence stat permanently dropped again. Salty tears of pure agony streamed down his face. -3 intellect points in one day. These guys are literal monsters. Meanwhile, securing the bag made her glow like a freaking angel. The clock is ticking. What do you want to know? Wiping his tears, Jihan switched into hardcore lore hunting mode. Seriously, how does this underworld system actually operate? Give me the beginner guide on why human souls spawn here after death. Even the demon girl looked genuinely impressed. You really are a curious little gamer, aren't you? Good boy. Jihan's sweat dropped at the weird praise. What the heck is that supposed to mean? But shifting into professional mode, she finally dropped the heavy lore. Hell is literally constructed from human imagination of the afterlife. Like, where do we go when it is game over? A designated server for the wicked, all those collective human theories manifested this massive dimension. You know how the human world has phantom spaces hidden inside illusion barriers. You get that this place was spawned from pure imagination, right? Since sentient life first walked this rock. Those thoughts piled up, that massive collective mental energy birthed hell itself. It feeds and grows alongside civilization. So the math is simple. More brain power out there means a way bigger underworld down here, right? Ultimately, the Abyss is our own custom-built nightmare, forged by humans or whatever alien geniuses exist out there. Bottom line, the classic fire and brimstone hell from old myths. It was never literally real. Seeing those system prompts flash by, Jihan mentally bookmarked every single word. Then Jihan questioned that vanishing trick at the River of Three Crossings. Why do stray souls just poof away? And he smirked slowly. Because a massive force rules this abyss. Does not it feel super familiar to you? It is basically like gravity, a core trait baked right into the underworld that totally short-circuited his brain. Wait, like gravity. He finally blurted it out loud, and you have no clue what causes it. She completely dodged it with a counter question. Sir, ever heard of a paradox? She shrugged with her trademark wicked grin. How could I possibly know what existed before I did? Jihan narrowed his sharp eyes, gears turning. So she is clueless about the pre-hell era. Hold up. If some ancient boss predated the underworld, they would definitely know the truth. But there is the ultimate paradox hell spawned the exact moment intelligent life did. To truly know its core, a mindless entity would have to predate logic itself. An impossible watcher analyzing the birth of damnation. Finding that, yeah, good luck. Not wanting to waste another second. Jihan aggressively swallowed that insane lore drop and pushed forward. All right, I will buy your twisted origin story for now. But what exactly is this gravity-like trait? Something flipped her switch, bringing out a bone-chilling grin. Excellent question. Hell's true nature is completely erasing the dead. Care to guess why? The reason bracing for some terrifying cosmic horror, he was totally blindsided. She cheerfully yelled it like a hype man, to feed and supercharge the abyss itself. It is all smoke and mirrors. A phantom zone totally divorced from reality. Unless you are a total noob, anyone in the abyss can craft one. Right. That is just the system granting us admin privileges. But hey, no fake reality lasts forever, you know. Leave it alone and it deletes itself into nothingness. So what makes this hellscape any different? His genius-level gamer brain went into absolute overdrive. Mind-blown, Jihan still sniped the perfect answer. It actively hunts for fuel to grow. And he clapped so hard the eerie echoes bounced everywhere. Jackpot. Dead on too bad I'm completely fresh out of gold stars for you. That instantly threw him back into a heavy doom spiral. So this massive garbage disposal eats dead souls just to stay online. Absolutely sickening. There really is no actual afterlife. He muttered, the crushing weight of reality hitting him. No sweet reincarnation either. But standing right in his personal space, she caught every word. Of course, reincarnation exists. But wait, that is not the underworld's job. Jihan was so totally shook he nearly dropped his jaw. What the heck? Annie suddenly froze, realizing her massive slip-up. Oops, that was definitely off the script. Damage done. She flashed a completely unapologetic smirk. Whatever, just consider that an exclusive VIP spoiler. This insane emotional roller coaster forced his system to lag for a second. Then a terrifying light bulb shattered the confusion. Hold up, same level, but her name completely changed. Same face, so definitely not a clone. Did not she claim she was just some low-tier subcontractor? If that is actually true, all the puzzle pieces slammed into one terrifying conclusion. She can literally hack her own system data that is insanely broken. Based on my current gamer stats, masking your status window already requires god-tier skills, but actively rewriting it, That is absolute nightmare fuel. Faking code is infinitely harder than hiding it. Is she a demon lord or just a rogue phantom? Absolutely no clue. But she is undeniably overpowered. Catching his massive brain lag, Inhai now operating as Joy barked out, "We only have 30 plus minutes left on the clock. The sands of time do not pause for your little existential crises." Dropping right back into NPC mode, she pressed him. "Any other burning questions, boss?" Jihan snapped out of his total panic mode and locked onto the main quest. Okay, so this place, vampires, dead souls to survive, then why do people suddenly get immunity by joining a local hellish guild? Playing the perfect wiki guide, she instantly dropped the lore. Right now, 192 factions rule this wasteland. Each operates as its own underworld nation, and the origin story is dead simple. No soul actually wants to get deleted. You catch my drift. Through the fog, Jihan connected the final dots. So these demon countries act as shields against the system's deletion phase. She kept her poker face, but cheered aggressively. Spot on. But my prize inventory is still empty. He instantly doubled down on the momentum. All right, so who are the server's top-ranking superpowers? This lore was her absolute favorite topic to flex. Scrub-tier nations spawn and crash daily, so skip those losers. Currently, 7 mega empires reign supreme, known as the 7 Great Hells. Just hearing the word assimilation made his gamer instincts scream. She ruthlessly confirmed his worst fear. Yep, a full-blown conquest war. He immediately threw up a hand, desperately hitting the pause button on her info dump. Hold up, timeout. First things first, why do these hellish kingdoms randomly spawn and glitch out of existence based on my centuries of hardcore grinding and survival? And he dropped the brutal truth instantly. They either get swallowed whole or completely wiped from existence forever. Normally, these basic hell zones just cannot handle the crushing weight of swallowing up all those dead souls. Only the absolute top-tier, insanely complex domains can actually survive Jihan's brain totally clicked, piecing the puzzle together. So these underworlds only exist because dead people stubbornly refuse to fade away. Naturally, our rebellious guy just had to dig way deeper. Spill the tea on this whole absorption thing. She let out a massive, dramatic sigh. Dude, you seriously did not know that dead souls absolutely devour each other. His eyes practically bugged out. Damn. Innie absolutely lost it, laughing until her eyes squeezed completely shut. Guess you have not seen enough hardcore survival games in your pathetic little life. Weaklings totally cannibalize each other to evolve into terrifying top-tier fiends. It is the ultimate cutthroat demonic job description. She dropped every single word with bone-chilling, dramatic flair. Honestly, human souls are exactly like those trash-tier goblins and brainless zombies. If I were in your shoes, I would instantly ditch the delusion that humans are somehow super special. Suddenly, Sungjin's massive shadow aggressively hijacked his entire thought process. Wait, human souls are literally no different from totally wicked demons. Depending on your totally twisted perspective, this is an incredibly massive, game-changing discovery. Without even letting Jihan drop another word, and he totally took charge and aggressively expanded on the crazy lore. Every single underworld boss desperately wants to devour rival lords for totally insane power-ups. And do you want to know why they are acting so absolutely unhinged? And he flashed a totally cocky, matter-of-fact smirk right at Jihan. Because when you finally hit max level, you get to temporarily rage quit this hellhole newsflash. Nobody actually likes rotting in the underworld. That is exactly why these totally chaotic kingdoms constantly try swallowing each other. Devouring dead souls and rival masterminds just to secure that epic stat boost, he stood there completely stunned, sweating literal buckets. Freaking wow. But suddenly his rebellious teenage brain caught a massive glitch in her logic, forcing him to blurt out his suspicions. Hold up, why even bother building an entire underworld kingdom? Why not just directly slaughter the dead? That totally blunt question completely stalled her sassy attitude for a hot second. Sure, devouring souls gives a sick temporary buff, but keeping them alive to slowly leech their life force, that is totally the ultimate long-term meta strategy. His radar instantly locked onto that totally twisted word, leech. Innie remained completely chill while explaining this ridiculously cruel endgame. If you cage them up and unleash some slow, totally agonizing torture, you can siphon enough raw mental energy to completely tank the underworld's crushing pressure. It honestly even skyrockets the entire kingdom's dark prosperity level. Basically, dead souls are just pathetic livestock farmed to keep the hell matrix running and absolutely stuffing the faces of those incredibly greedy underworld bosses. Now, Jihan was having a massive existential crisis. He totally blanked on what to even say, utterly stunned. Like, what kind of messed up hell is this? No real hell just has to be that way. So if they want to dodge deletion, the dead basically have to vomit up pure, agonizing energy while getting absolutely wrecked. honestly completely ignoring his massive, mind-blown, totally traumatized mental state right now. And he just sat opposite to him, dropping the brutal conclusion. This is exactly how hell infinitely expands. Jihan immediately fired back a totally logical question. Does this nightmare ever actually hit the end credits? Hearing his question, she totally validated it with a rock-solid, absolutely definitive tone. For dead people. Absolutely, literally never. A totally savage, intensely evil smirk flashed across her face before she dropped the ultimate bombshell. There is absolutely no exit glitch to escape this underworld. Unless completely wiped from the server, that horrifying logic forced him to aggressively swallow the heavy lump stuck in his throat. This is true hell. Jihan decisively pivoted the heavy conversation entirely. So where exactly am I right now? That question was a total layup for any. You are in the demon realm run by actual demons, famously known as the 72 epic fiends sealed within King Solomon's legendary Lemegeton grimoire. Have you ever heard that epic lore before? Those legendary keywords hit so incredibly hard that his teenage brain instantly rebooted and remembered the demons of Lemegeton. Yeah, they are absolutely infamous. She instantly hijacked his momentum, jumping right back into her dramatic lore dump. While mortal fan fiction wildly deviates from brutal reality, they actually scored some valid points. Officially, the final boss of this demonic territory is Baal the Absolute First Demon. The legendary Lemegeton myths totally claim that the ultra-brained King Solomon trapped 72 savage demons inside that cursed book. It is super mainstream, constantly name-dropped in hardcore gaming. Light novels and epic anime adaptations, the absolute first boss locked away the supreme ruler over the rest is Baal the ultimate demon lord. Meanwhile, the dramatic hourglass bled its final red grains after Inhai totally roasted his clueless questions. Looks like our trial run is out of time. When the 100 Karma hourly subscription officially expired, she flashed a wildly rebellious, playful wink. Catch you later, Demon VIP. Just like her Grim Reaper alt account, Inhai, or rather Joy's low-tier demon avatar, pulled a massive vanishing act like a cheap street magician at that exact highly dramatic millisecond. The very fabric of space totally glitched around Jihan, shattering with aggressively loud, bone-crunching sound effects before his brain could even begin to process the lag. The entire map aggressively loaded into a completely new zone, and strangely it looked ridiculously identical to the normal surface world. The system menu aggressively flashed his survival stats. You have officially spawned into the fifth hell, the demon realm. Meanwhile, Jihan frantically scanned the rendered background with absolute mind-bending confusion crashing over him. This totally clashed with the hardcore, nightmarish visuals he witnessed earlier at the River of the Dead. The ghosts rendering right now were either totally chilling and flirting openly, or casually strolling down a pristine, brick-paved sidewalk. Naturally, this ridiculously peaceful vibe completely short-circuited his teenage logic. Wait, what the heck? Did not she just explicitly claim everyone gets eternally tortured and wrecked in this zone? Aside from the massive red flag that they are all literal ghosts, this literally looks like a normal Tuesday. Suddenly right mid-thought, young Wan, who should have spawned way earlier due to his hardcore map knowledge, lagged out by several minutes. Seeing his teammate's totally wrecked expression, Jihan tossed him a concerned bro-tier check-in. Yo, young Wan. Bro, what the hell is absolutely wrong? His rebellious instincts flared instantly, muscle memory gripping the legendary origin sword, chilling at his hip. Thankfully, his teenage reflexes were just sharp enough to cancel the attack animation before making things catastrophically worse. Jihan did not waste a single second. Yo, chill out, bro. Just breathe in. Breathe out, Yangguan followed his lead. He finally stuttered out his words. Is that you? I totally thought I was still rotting in that damn hell. That single sentence told Jihan absolutely everything he needed to know. The hellscape he just escaped must have been pure trauma. Without a single second of hesitation, Jihan fully activated his skill, Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth technique. Thanks to the massively overpowered healing buff of his skill, his shattered mind was completely restored back to normal. Jihan immediately threw out a smirk. Feeling any better, Yangguan answered instantly, then jumped back in total shock. Yeah, my mind is completely clear now. Jihan finally sighed in absolute relief as he explained, I just hit you with a massive healing skill. It completely clears out any mental debuffs too. Seriously, bro, what kind of chaotic hell did you fall into? Just Jihan bringing it up was enough to make his massive trauma instantly flare up again. Ugh, do not even ask me about it. Just imagine absolute mind-breaking madness. Jihan just shrugged and accepted it. All right, if you say so. But saving Lolino was clearly the top priority as Jihan fired off his questions. So what is our game plan now? Where the heck is my master, and how do we rescue her? Time to talk. Yunguan suddenly snapped awake, remembering exactly why he got dragged into hell 4 times. Oh right. Under a bright blue sky mixed with gentle sunlight, they headed toward an entirely different country. He slowly spoke up. Let us talk while we walk. Jihan had absolutely no complaints about that. You got it? Yunguan carefully selected his next words. Yunguan immediately dropped an absolute bombshell of a reveal. Your master Lolino Mishim? She is one of the Heavenly Thousand. You knew that, right? Jihan practically jumped out of his skin in shock. Well, I definitely know now. Flashing back to his grumpy old chemistry teacher helped him chill. Wait, even that crazy old geezer Huan Sunggan is in the Heavenly Thousand. So it makes total sense for her to be one. But the real mind-blowing twist was still coming. The insane part is that she draws her raw power directly from hell and demons. Jihan's eyes widened in pure, unadulterated shock. Nobody ever bothered to tell me about that. Yunguan calmly continued his epic lecture. It is probably because your master kept it a secret from you. This is famous gossip inside the abyss. Out of the entire Heavenly Thousand, over half of them are total shut-ins. Nobody knows a single damn thing about them. But your master is a rogue freelancer who travels all over the place, so she is actually incredibly famous. At least from what I know. After absorbing that massive lore drop from Yunguan, Jihan let out a heavy sigh. Man, I really need to do my own research. But what does that have to do with this? After all that build-up, he finally dropped the brutal truth. Your master is famous for getting her wicked powers through demonic contracts, but this time, her latest contract completely blew up in her face. You catching on? Your master completely violated the absolute rules of her pact, so she got violently dragged straight down to hell. Jihan narrowed his eyes, piecing it together. Wait, she summoned demons during the Sungha incident, the 72 demons of Solomon. Both the names Bareth and Zagan that Lolino summoned suddenly echoed violently in his mind. Jihan completely froze as the crazy puzzle pieces slammed together. Oh, the 72 legendary demons. The sudden realization hit him like a freaking truck. So that is exactly why she went hunting for the legendary fruit of the world tree. Yunguan raised an eyebrow at that. Wait, you already knew about that? Jihan smirked back calmly. Duh, she is my master after all. But how the heck do you know about that? Yunguan answered with brutal honesty. Because she actually hired me. Your master paid hunters all over the damn world to find that fruit. Jihan clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. I could not reach her, so I was completely clueless. Massive guilt crashed over him. If I had known sooner, I would have found it for her. Completely ignoring Jihan's raging teen angst, Yunguan just continued the dark tale about Lolino. Your master probably tried to find the world tree's fruit to fix that twisted demonic contract of hers. Her crazy plan failed, so she got dragged straight down to hell. I do not know the gritty details beyond that. He suddenly groaned, clutching his painfully aching head. Why the hell did I let myself get dragged into this mess? Meanwhile, Jihan fell into deep, calculating silence. If this is a legendary demon pact, her soul should be eternally bound by the rules. I wonder how the system handles that. Here. Right on cue, Yunguan dropped another insane plot twist, but your master actually found a massive loophole in the contract. And she literally told me to bring you. Jihan was absolutely floored by the sheer audacity. Wait, a loophole. Yunguan kept his tone totally deadpan as he explained the crazy plan. I do not know the exact mechanics, but she dropped this epic line on me. When you cannot pay the price stated in the contract, you get dragged to hell to pay it off. That is how the ironclad agreement always works. And she said the ultimate cheat code was hidden in that exact sentence. Jihan's pupils dilated wildly as the crazy realization finally hit his brain. Yunguan paused for maximum dramatic effect before delivering the final punchline. There is absolutely no clause stating that you cannot just break out and escape after being dragged down there. The second that insane logic left Yunguan's mouth, Jihan let out a loud, baffled gasp. He could not help but point out the glaring issue. Bro, that is literally just cheating the system. His teen mind was spinning wildly. She literally wanted to get captured by hell, just to break out and completely cancel her debt. My master is completely unhinged and overpowered. Yunguan just shrugged it off like a pro. Yep, exactly. But demonic glitches like that happen all the time. Demons grant wishes based on twisted interpretations. The backlash can be utterly catastrophic depending on how you word it. Jihan instantly nodded in gamer agreement. So true. That is a classic RPG trope right there, like wishing for a literal mountain of gold. and getting crushed to death by giant gold bars, Yangguan calmly agreed with his gamer logic. The abyss is not our reality. There are no official judges and absolutely no strict laws out here in the wild. So bending the rules to fit your own twisted logic is totally fair game out here. But the contract was already sealed in blood. We had to tread carefully. That brutal reality sent Jihan's mental state straight into the abyss. Whoa, so this twisted place lets you get robbed completely blind? He nodded firmly. Exactly. So we need a flawless strategy. Jihan smirked. A master plan for a prison break. The moment those words dropped, Yonghwan's booming voice echoed back spot on. Welcome to one of the 7 hells of the underworld. It is an absolute fortress. Snatching a grand mage from the demonic lords is no joke. Jihan looked absolutely defeated. Man, this is insanely difficult. His brain was totally fried. Are we seriously pulling a prison break in the underworld? But the nightmare was just getting started. Just when he thought the difficulty level was maxed out, his buddy dropped another massive bomb. The survival timer started the second we stepped into this fiery pit. We have exactly 7 days to pull this off and escape with our lives. Out of options, Jihan desperately turned to Yonghwan. So what is the master plan, bro? The answer was absurdly simple. We need to make some serious cash. Sweat poured down Jihan's face like a broken faucet. Wait, are you messing with me? The underworld runs on a capitalist economy too. Stepping into a barren wasteland of howling winds and endless sand, his companion spoke with undeniable veteran wisdom. If the demonic pressure of hell spikes beyond a certain threshold, we can still tank it with sheer willpower. But the real nightmare kicks in if you get struck by a demonic curse that is guaranteed game over. That is exactly how these dark spirits are born. Jihan instantly locked onto the keyword, wait, a demonic curse. Yonghwan went full professor mode, the curse of the 7 deadly sins or the 108 tribulations. Those words triggered a massive flashback to the system's earlier warning. Oh snap, you mean that crazy penalty? Speak of the devil right in the middle of their lore, drop a perfect life specimen appeared. He pointed, and that hideous thing is the ultimate consequence. That ugly beast right there is the absolute power source of this underworld. Suddenly a neon system window popped up, gluttonous demonic. Snake level 89. It is a savage phantom forged from shattered souls. It has 0 memories of its past life and devours literally anything moving. Panic flashed in Jihan's eyes as he snapped his head toward Yonghwan. Dude, that sounds exactly like those terrifying red fiends. Can this guy even take down that monster? He looks way too underleveled for this boss. Fight. Unable to hold back, Jihan blurted out, Yo, Yonghwan, have you been grinding in hell a lot? The dude instantly shot back, hell no. What kind of decent human hangs out in the underworld all day? Hearing his excuse, Jihan burst into laughter and sighed heavily. Did you just call yourself a decent human being? The guy ground his teeth in pure rage. Yeah, I did. But jokes aside, they needed crucial intel right now. Jihan casually rephrased his burning question. So seriously, bro, how many times have you actually been here? Yonghwan spilled the absolute truth. 3 times total. Jihan's jaw dropped. Do not tell me you wrestled with these chaotic beasts every single time. His buddy shrugged with 0 hesitation. Nope. I usually just blast them with the power of pure faith. Jihan nearly choked on his own spit. Wait, are you expecting me to carry you through this fight? After watching Jihan obliterate every obstacle in their path, Yonghwan had basically crowned him the ultimate carry. Absolutely, because your combat stats are completely broken. Plus, your own master literally guided me down this exact route. But Jihan's gamer instinct screamed that there was a hidden catch. He immediately demanded answers. We slay monsters, farm some quick gold, and then what? Smooth and slick as a seasoned criminal. He shamelessly dropped the ultimate strategy. We bribe them. While Jihan stood there completely shell-shocked, Yonghwan laid out the brilliant heist. We slide some fat cash to the warden holding your master, then sneak right through the front door. We grab your master and sprint like our lives depend on it, because an epic boss fight is definitely waiting for us at the exit. Jihan's sharp eyes narrowed as his rebellious brain processed the dirty tactic. Bribery, huh? It was a brutal but hyper-realistic plan. These demons were highly intelligent, so of course they were hopelessly corrupt. An adrenaline rush of pure excitement surged through Jihan. All right, bet. Let us kick off this absolute bloodbath. Yonghwan stared at him totally confused. What exactly is your battle strategy? Before his companion could even blink, Jihan whipped out his legendary staff and summoned a colossal alpha golem. A blazing system window flashed, liquid mithril, golem level 150 deployed. Its strength and agility stats were locked at a monstrous 600, but its vitality completely shattered the scale at 1,000. Younghwan's jaw unhinged so far you could shove a whole watermelon in there. What the actual heck, you are using a cheat code? Jihan smirked with supreme arrogance. Just a little pet I crafted from scratch. I've upgraded its devastating specs a few times already. He casually pointed his staff at the enemy and shot a cheeky grin. Just sit back and enjoy the fireworks show. The battle had barely started, but Jihan went straight for an absolute overkill. Golem, activate the ultimate infrared death ray. Younghwan shrieked in pure terror. You did what? Without a single second of hesitation, the mithril beast obeyed its master. A blinding laser completely obliterated the gluttonous snake's ugly head into a million pieces. The insane clash of demonic magic triggered a massive shockwave that turned the monster's corpse into a blazing crater. Younghwan was absolutely paralyzed by the sheer destruction. Holy smokes, even Jihan stood there, totally stunned by his own insane firepower. Wait, infrared beams pack crazy heat. So why did it explode instead of melting? While I scratched my head, that gluttonous snake hit the dirt, hard spitting out some seriously nasty burnt barbecue smoke. Poof. It vanished into thin air, but waited. Left behind a shiny little parting gift, I just flicked my wrist, and boom. A ruby red gem zoomed right into my palm. Oh yeah, jackpot, baby. A spirit stone talk about an ultra-rare drop. The system window popped up flashing its super creepy origins, made from shattered souls, not even whole ones, just a stitched-up ghost puzzle. It was packed with raw spirit energy. Some even held past life memory fragments. I gulped hard remembering those nasty zombie drops. The sizes were totally random, like a totally scuffed gacha game. My old loot was absolute garbage. Then flashes of my epic brawl with Younghwan hit my brain. That fight completely shattered his worldview. He stuttered out, You were never this terrifying before. I smirked like an absolute boss. Hey, the world flips fast, right? Just grinding to stay ahead of the game. With everything coming this easy, my confidence was literally skyrocketing to the moon. So how many more of these scrubs do we need? Staring at that massive freak show below my gamer, Soul screamed, grind, grind, grind. Time ticked by. Suddenly our chill spot transformed into a total nightmare zone. Behold my masterpiece. The evil spirit. Bait pillar. It lures every nasty demon within a 50-kilometer radius. Younghwan looked like he had seen a ghost, sweating bullets and shaking like a leaf. Hey, that totally grabbed my attention, right? A whole ocean of freaks swarmed below bosses, way scarier than that stupid snake. Younghwan choked on his own spit, barely stammering out, Can you actually handle this mess? Since their tasty bait was still hovering safely up here, those bozos started eating each other like crazed zombies. But me. Not a single drop of sweat. Obviously. Easy wipeout. But man, something felt super off, leaving my buddy totally speechless. He finally gasped. What is weird? The fact you can obliterate them all, ignoring his panic. I was busy analyzing those horned spider freaks from before. Hot take, they pack way more punch than surface demons, but why are they acting like completely brain-dead NPCs? Younghwan instantly snapped into serious mentor mode. Dude, isn't that totally obvious? They lack zero brain power. Hell is just a massive garbage dump for dead losers, right? It totally lacks the spark of the living. Mash up dead souls all you want, it just makes a glitchy, unstable mess. I let out a massive dramatic sigh. So basically the surface level goons actually have decent brains. Science was not my buddy's strong suit, so he completely froze up. I just heard rumors from some guy. Then his voice dropped an octave as he glared below. Whatever it is, showtime, those creeps are about to spot us. Chill to those dumb monsters. Our shield looks like a giant floating disco ball. I patted his back. Dude, I told you to relax. Because here. The ultimate trap is set, skills loaded, bait dropped. I gripped my epic 2-meter staff time to take out the trash boys. Zero hesitation, I dumped my mana pool like a crazy whale, spamming the absolute most busted combat skill in my arsenal. Thunder God's Wrath. Boom, just seconds later. My ultimate lightning strike fizzled out, leaving behind a massive cloud of totally gnarly black ash. Those freaks were completely vaporized. While Younghwan was basically having a heart attack, I just shrugged like a boss. Man, this is way too much bribe money. Heard these hell zones have shops time to cop some totally sick exclusive merch. Sweating like a pig, my buddy choked out, Holy crap, dude, I just rolled my eyes at his major noob energy. You are so weak. He instantly exploded with massive rage. Who are you calling weak? You literally installed aimbot hacks. But honestly, for me this was just a basic tutorial stage. Scanning the smoking ruins, I scoffed. Total scrubs. Anything under level 100 is just free XP for this absolute legend. I flexed and smirked. Let's run a few more lobbies. He practically jumped out of his skin. More, I grinned like a total loot goblin. When the XP is this juicy, you gotta farm it dry, right? Young Hwan looked totally soul-crushed by my insane gamer logic. He muttered, I am teaming with a literal grind addict. Time totally skipped forward. 24 hours later, we hit Ban City, the absolute mega hub of the demon realm. We trekked across the savage hell desert to reach Bellio, our very first checkpoint. City number 68. Rumor had it this joint hit totally different from the boring capital. But with my epic tourist vision, I deadpanned. Man, this looks like an exact copy-paste. He instantly dropped the lore. Every Hell Nation shares the exact same asset pack, just totally different server sizes. I nodded slowly, oh mind blown. Wait, the Solomon lore dropped that sick Lamegin book. 72 legendary demons. Does that mean 72 boss cities? Young Hwan snapped his fingers, spot on kid. Then he switched to the real business. Thanks to your insane carry, we are absolutely swimming in loot. Let's roll, giving me total main character vibes. The game plan was seriously a total breeze. Just a few words and bam, the dude perfectly broke down the whole bribery operation. We needed a middleman. Jihan suddenly snapped to reality. Aha, the gears in his head started spinning like crazy. It made sense. Those guards weren't total idiots. They wouldn't just take dirty cash from any random nobody. Besides, Master made a blood pact with 72 demons, basically the absolute rulers of this hellish wasteland. If she escapes, those guards are total dead meat. They'd be on ultra-high alert. Jihan smirked, stepping right up. All right, let us roll. Cut to a totally different vibe. Definitely not your average modern city. Inside a massive, imposing fortress, heavy footsteps echo through the shadows. Well, look who it is. And he struts into the scene, totally rocking that sadistic prison warden energy. Flanked by some dead serious guards, her partner forcefully yanked open the massive iron gates. Boom. The heavy sound of their boots completely shattered the dead silence of the cell block. Reaching their absolute prime target, In-Hai flashed her signature absolutely chilling smile. A deadly little greeting. She finally broke the suffocating silence of that pitch-black void. Okay, then time is up. Without missing a single beat, her partner reached into the shadows and violently dragged out a trembling figure. It was Daya. Somehow she ended up a prisoner in this total nightmare. Seeing her dangle there like a broken puppet, Innie burst out laughing. Oh wow, she's totally out of it again. Her partner, a total pro at this sick game, didn't hesitate to gather pure, crackling energy. Wakey, wakey time for a seriously rough morning call. Just a tiny spark of that brutal power was enough to snap Daya awake into pure, screaming panic. Backed into a terrifying dead end, she desperately hugged her trembling knees. Please do not take me back there. Please, anywhere but there. Her usual cool girl vibe was completely shattered. Now she was just an empty shell drowning in pure absolute terror. I refused to go back. But Innie wasn't annoyed at all. She actually leaned in, dropping her voice to a sick, mocking whisper. Finally awake, sweetheart. Just chill out, relax, you're fine. You get a one-day vacation outside? Before the words even landed, Dai completely checked out, stuttering a single desperate thought. Run. Just run. But before she could even twitch a muscle to escape a devastating surge of lightning, brutally punished her fragile body. Innie might have played the sweet warden, but her venomous words left zero room for any rebellion. I literally told you escaping was against the rules, remember? Come on, let us get you some fresh sunshine, quick and easy. Her sickly sweet voice was straight up demonic torture echoing in Dai's mind. Any more of this and she would completely lose her sanity. Dragged brutally across the unforgiving stone floor, she thrashed around, sobbing her absolute heart out. Please spare me, I'm begging you. Too bad for her. Innie just let out a dramatic sigh, declaring with zero empathy, honey, you are currently residing in the absolute deepest pit of hell. Do the crime, do the time. We have got to squeeze a decade's worth of agony out of you in record time. Let us roll one day off to heal, followed by 10 agonizing days in the pitch black abyss. Sounds fun, right? That tiny taste of fake freedom. It was just the horrifying kickoff to an endless nightmare. Broken and totally terrified, Dai unleashed a soul-crushing scream. No. Flashback to the Neon City streets, Jihan kept his sharp eyes on Youngwon for a hot second before totally calling him out. Dude, you are seriously wound up tight. I already know you're battling some nasty curse right now. Could you seriously not find a single person to dispel it? Plot twist. The guy totally fired back with zero hesitation. I obviously know you broke my curse. Stop playing the fool. Even our brilliant main character was slightly thrown off, smirking to himself. Oh, so you figured it out, huh? Suddenly, Dahi's terrified face flashed right into Youngwon's desperate mind. She was in massive danger. Stop worrying about me. My friend is trapped in that absolute hellhole that instantly sparked a recent memory in Jihan's hyperactive brain. Oh wait, you mean that spunky chick with the short hair? That comment instantly triggered his buddy's protective mode. Hey, watch your mouth. She is literally older than you, kid. Listen, if we cannot save your mighty master, we definitely cannot save her either. Jihan instantly snapped to attention. I gotcha. He caught the sheer, desperate panic completely tightening the guy's face. He was grinding his teeth so hard ready to sprint into danger right this second. Jihan, always the sharpest guy in the room, totally read between the lines. His eyes gleamed with cheeky realization. Seems like she is way more than just a friend. Brushing off the juicy drama for now, they finally arrived at the sketchy rendezvous point. A glowing neon sign read, Akma Thames. Is this the spot? Youngwon gave a dead serious nod. This is the exact place. The duo swaggered straight into a joint that looked suspiciously like an ordinary diner, while Youngwon dropped the crucial intel. The underground broker is actually the owner here, instantly activating his eagle-eyed vision. Jihan immediately spotted something absolutely insane up ahead. A legendary trio was chilling there. The Minotaur Bontak at level 127, Demon Sarcerax at level 97, and Nagaraja Hikari Rocking, level 104, strolling right behind his buddy. Jihan could not help but let out a totally hyped, sarcastic chuckle. Go figure, actual demons hanging out in hell, right after that epic reveal. Catching his eye from the shadows, Jihan felt his mind completely derail. An absolutely shocking presence, yet somehow completely casual. Wait, huh? Cho In-hee. No matter how furiously Jihan rubbed his eyes, her uniform-clad figure was standing right in front of him. Is she freaking Nurse Joy from Pokemon? Did she use Shadow Clone Jutsu? Absolutely unbelievable, Jihan instantly tapped his senior Youngwon for a reality check. Hey, is that Cho In-hee? Cool as a cucumber, completely unfazed by the madness, his guide flatly replied. Yeah, that is her. She is literally everywhere in this hellscape. Honestly, I have zero clue what she actually is. Only the absolute top-tier VIPs of the underworld know her true identity. Hearing those heavy words, Jihan felt his initial suspicions were dead on. I totally knew something was sketchy last time. So she's not just some basic low-level demon. Despite his raging curiosity, he obediently fell into line behind Youngwon. Then the most bizarrely mundane conversation kicked off. Between him and Innie, 2 iced hell lattes, please. Yes, sir, what size regular? Coming right up. Jihan locked onto a highly suspicious yet familiar item gleaming in Youngwon's hand. Utterly baffled, the rebellious teen actually blurted out loud. A credit card. Without missing a beat, Youngwon patiently explained, Yeah, issued by the Demon Bank. I grabbed one recently. Jihan was left completely speechless. Man, you really hoard all the weirdest stuff. Playing the loyal underling, Jihan naturally grabbed the iced hell lattes and trailed right behind Youngwon. Their target, the empty tables surrounding a seated demon. Or rather, Youngwon marched straight to the exact booth claimed by the turtle demon. Mind if we join you? The demon did not look annoyed in the slightest, slowly sipping his drink. Make yourself at home. Obviously, this was no random encounter. Their immediate banter confirmed the demon was their underground broker. We actually have a prior reservation. Who under Lolly? Lolly. Yeah, I remember. And him just my buddy. Standing quietly as background decor, Jihan was practically sweating bullets at the ridiculous conversation. Calling his tough master Lolly sounds insanely creepy. The turtle demon's voice dropped, emphasizing every single word to secure their sketchy deal. You already know the drill. My only job is smuggling you inside, then I'm out. Got it. After all, the inner sanctum is guarded by hell souls. Youngwon nodded calmly. Yeah. Meanwhile, Jihan mentally flagged that terrifying new term, hell souls. The negotiation flowed flawlessly as the demon proposed, How about 5 in the morning tomorrow? Youngwon instantly agreed without a shred of hesitation. Done. Then Youngwon shot a highly suggestive glare at his newly rich sidekick. Cool time to collect my fee. Being street smart, Jihan instantly summoned his inventory. He tossed the turtle demon a blood-red soul stone. With the sharp gaze of a veteran treasure appraiser, the demon quickly reached a verdict. Extremely concentrated power. Then staring a hole straight through Jihan, he smirked. Did your little buddy craft this? Their dead silence was extremely telling. It totally cracked the demon up into a roaring belly laugh. Ha ha ha. Staying paranoid is extremely smart. Zero hesitation. No warning at all, He straight up devoured the massive bribe that took Jihan over 100 monster kills to farm. Well then, let us get this over with. Obviously, this shady transaction was fully sealed and delivered. Jihan quickly backed away from the zone. He urgently questioned Youngwon, who stayed completely professional the entire time. Is that old guy alright? Youngwon simply brushed it off like everyday business. He is totally fine. Nobody processes souls quite like demons do. Plus, that is not just currency down here, it is literally their food. This mind-blowing lore drop left the rookie stunned. Food. Youngwon happily broke down the gritty details. They do not eat for hunger, they consume to absorb raw, terrifying power. The horrifying truth finally clicked in Jihan's brain. Ah, so demons literally eat souls. His senior confidently confirmed it. Exactly. Even if they are not pure souls. But yeah, basically. Jihan's chaotic thoughts spiraled deeper into the brutal lore. Soul stones are literally crystallized fragments of shattered spirits. It was not a complete soul, just a lingering echo of power. But man, even a leftover scrap like this was a pure energy goldmine, packing enough juice for a massive power-up. For me, it was just a fancy mana potion. But for those creepy spectral demons, this stuff was like raw steroids, permanently boosting their base stats to insane levels. Hold up. What if it maxes out my mana capacity too? Gotta test this theory. Jihan's eyes sparkled with reckless curiosity as he instantly demanded, so I gotta wait until tomorrow. Getting a deadpan yes from Youngwon, our impatient hero was not having it. He smirked and demanded, how about you show me the way right now, old man? There's a specific spot I gotta check out. Exhausted from carrying this chaotic teen, Youngwon flinched. What now? Where to? I thought we were chilling at the hotel. Tragically, Youngwon's soul left his body at Jihan's next words. A magic bookstore. Hell's gotta have one, right? He hesitated, side-eyeing the kid. I mean, yeah, but rumor has it you can absorb literally any skill just by reading. You are not seriously planning to... riding a high of pure chaotic hype? Jihan flashed his signature cheeky grin. Bingo. I just want to see what dark magic hell offers. This terrifyingly nerdy thirst for knowledge somehow managed to crack Youngwon's defenses. He let out a deep, defeated sigh. After mentally calculating his life choices, the guy threw his hands up. Fine, whatever. Let us hit the road. And so our chaotic duo marched toward endless demonic knowledge. At last, they stopped dead in front of an absurdly blunt neon sign reading, The Demon Magic Bookstore. Staring at the massive, sprawling library jammed with cursed tomes, Jihan completely lost his mind in pure awe. Whoa! He immediately strutted down the aisles, harshly judging everything. Why the heck does the underworld sell engineering manuals? Youngwon shot him a look that screamed, are you stupid? Demons gotta build stuff too. Genius, you think these hellish cities just magically spawn from the sky. Even with dark magic, crafting microwaves is not exactly easy. Hearing this, Jihan blinked, totally mind-blown. That is brutally realistic riding the momentum. Youngwon gladly flexed his underworld street smarts on the clueless teen. Most dead souls here actually work 9 to 5 jobs. Bet you did not expect literal factories in the afterlife, huh? And the grind is brutal because, well, it is hell. Management thinks basic breaks count as premium employee welfare. It is all a massive scam to drain more energy. Jihan's sweat dropped hard. That is pure evil. But hey, this is literal hell we are talking about, so totally on brand. Strangely, this magic section is practically a ghost town. Are spells just out of style, or are these demons too dumb to learn? Youngwon finally snapped. What exactly are you buying, kid? We cannot waste our entire lives in this cursed aisle. Jihan brushed him off, his eyes glowing with system magic. Just checking the market value. Skill activated. Observe. The system instantly delivered. Necromancy Theory by Special Grade Master Aramat. Price tag 1,923 souls. He shoved it right back onto the dusty shelf, muttering like a grumpy critic. Basic theory books are useless for instant skill creation. Some might trigger it, but this trash, definitely not. He aggressively snatched another grim-looking tome from the display rack next door, and once again he spammed his favorite cheat code. System. Skill observe. Boom 12 Practical Necromancy Spells by Special Grade Grandmaster Momo. Price 120,000 souls. Status instant skill acquisition guaranteed. Jihan's eyes blew up to the size of saucers. Oh baby, the system practically guarantees a free skill from this. Wait, what is the exchange rate for 120,000 souls? Youngwon, minding his own business, got violently yanked back. Hey, the guy spun around instantly, suspicious. You buying that? Jihan aggressively waved his hands. Nah, just window shopping. Seriously though, how many souls do we actually have? This bad boy costs 120,000 souls, Youngwon, the local financial guru shrugged. We are sitting on roughly 5 million. Jihan's teen brain crashed, literal question marks popping over his head. 5 million? Youngwon sighed like a tired teacher. 1 soul roughly equals 1,001 down here. While the older guy stayed totally chill, our hero practically vibrated into a full-blown existential crisis. What times 1,000? Hold the phone, does that mean we have 5 billion won? And this raggedy book costs 120 million. Jihan forcefully rebooted his brain to analyze. Momo, one of the 172 demons that means a literal underworld lord, penned this. Suddenly 120 million won seemed like a total steal. Smelling danger, Yangwon quickly dropped a serious warning. Do not blow our entire budget, kid. Keep an emergency stash. Jihan just smirked in agreement. How much stash are we talking? Guessing from past horrors. Yangwon muttered. About 1 million souls. Jihan's eyes locked onto him like a predator. So I have 4 billion won to blow. But the poor guy was already spiraling into deep regret, completely frozen, unable to even nod or yell no to this absolute menace. But that was all Jihan needed. A wicked smirk crossed his face. Jackpot. He knew exactly what to do. After raiding the demonic bookstore for fresh skill books, he left Yangwon completely speechless with his new arsenal. Let us break down those sweet, sweet system specs. His legendary mana enhancement bracelet doubled total mana restricted to users under 150 capacity. Meanwhile, his legendary mana armor necklace provided a permanent full-time magical shield. The shield shatters if damage exceeds input, triggering a 24-hour cooldown before reactivation. The system mechanics were brilliantly simple and ridiculously overpowered. Mana amplifiers naturally have terrible scaling rates, since expanding magic circuits is way harder than buffing physical stats. Jihan nervously sweat-dropped at his own reality. The tragic irony, he could not even equip his own loot. His base mana was already too monstrous. If amplified, those legendary bracelets would instantly overload and shatter into dust. Only an item like his Hermes staff could handle his raw power. Honestly, that just proved that Cheonbu elites were still on a whole different level. In terms of raw magic, they were unquestionable monsters. Wait, do Hell Demon Lords even count as Cheonbu? Anyway, back to reality. Yangwon, currently glowing from all the buffs, was totally freaking out over his radiating aura. I feel like an absolute god right now. Jihan just rolled his eyes at the dramatic display. Stop acting like a total noob, man. Let us move, the clock is ticking. Yangwon blinked in curiosity. Seriously, what kind of crazy loot did you even buy? A greedy gamer-like grin spread across Jihan's face. Just some random trash loot, but I scored some insanely useful new spells. Demonic magic was proving to be an absolute game changer. They lacked raw explosive firepower, but their utility stats were totally off the charts. Take the memory wipe skill, for instance. Basic brainwashing was now a total breeze. He could even casually read minds by combining multiple magic types. With his observation skills, Jihan had unlocked the low-tier Divine Eye. It did not just scan basic data anymore, it literally hacked into his enemy's surface thoughts. He really wanted to strike a pose and scream, "Ta-da, pretty freaking epic, right?" Honestly, his old mind reading was super sketchy, but now he was practically a telepathic god. Though realistically speaking, if an enemy popped an info-blocking skill, he was totally blind. Still, unless they were rocking Cheonbu tier abilities, they had absolutely zero chance against his hacks. His power trip monologue was suddenly interrupted by Yangwon. So are we locked and loaded for this raid? Jihan snapped back to reality looking totally deadpan. Dude, I have zero time and even less cash left. Besides my emergency stash of 1 million souls, I am completely broke. Yangwon impatiently waved him forward. Then let us move out, chop chop. All right. After a ridiculously fast travel montage, the duo finally reached the desolate outskirts of Ban City, wasting absolutely no time. Yangwon ignited his elemental aura to fight off the biting frost. Fire spell activated. Not to be outdone, Jihan flexed his own broken system abilities. Environmental adaptation engaged. It was the ultimate cheat code for any terrain. No oxygen, it spawned breathable air, freezing temperatures, instant thermal heating. It even casually neutralized deadly toxic zones. It was basically absolute survival magic. Yangwon stared at him looking completely and utterly done. Is there literally any skill you cannot hack, bro? Jihan flashed a cocky, rebellious grin. I think I have hoarded every skill possible and my pay-to-win grind never stops. Shifting back to business, Jihan glared at the massive, ominous prison looming in the distance. Is that our target? Yangwon nodded grimly. That is the hellhole. Suddenly, Yangwon dropped flat onto the frozen dirt, tossing a harsh whisper back at Jihan. We hit the red zone. We crawl from here. Jihan dropped down but shot him a skeptical glare. Seriously, why the dramatic stealth mission? Yangwon sighed like he was teaching a toddler. The place is rigged with high-tier surveillance magic. Our only shot at the walls is cloaking up and slithering like snakes. Without missing a beat, Yonguan popped his stealth skill. Active camouflage engaged. Jihan's jaw literally dropped at the smooth transition. Whoa, okay, that was actually badass. Yonguan just shot him a smug look over his shoulder. You are up, wizard boy. Do not tell me you skipped the stealth tutorial. You would think an omnipotent cheat-level mage would have every basic skill covered, right? Nope. Jihan just deadpanned. Yeah, I do not have that. Yonguan practically short-circuited on the spot. Wait, what do you mean, no? How are we supposed to run a stealth raid now? My skill does not work on party members, but of course, Jihan was practically a walking cheat engine. If one path was blocked, he just hacked a new one. Chill out, man. I got this. I have something way better. Ignoring basic stealth magic, Jihan gripped his trusty Hermes staff. His mana surged as he triggered a totally broken combo. Supreme Silent Motionless Invisibility. In a flash of magical particles, Jihan literally vanished from existence. Yonguan just stared at the empty space brain, totally lagging. After a solid 10 seconds of stunned silence, he finally choked out. Okay, that is just completely unfair. Jihan's monstrous mana pool was absolutely no joke. Hold still, let me buff your aura too. Another brilliant flash of magical energy erupted. Now both of these overpowered raiders were totally synced with the environment. They hit the dirt slithering forward like elite shadow operatives. Wait, if you cast a total silencing spell, how are we still talking? And I can still see your ghostly outline, Jihan grinned, stepping back into his smug gamer persona. It is an exclusive party chat, obviously. Anyone outside our system party is completely deaf and blind to us. With that settled, the two casually bantered their way through a deadly high-stakes stealth infiltration. Damn, your class is so utterly broken. Mages are the ultimate pay-to-win class, bro. Whatever that means, Yonguan muttered. Against all odds, they successfully breached the perimeter of the impenetrable fortress. The area was swarming with elite Inhai Guild enforcers. Their terrifying patrols locked down every single inch of the compound, making absolutely sure not even a ghost could slip through their deadly net. Who would have thought a secret hatch right in this massive wall Yonguan found our ticket out? Hell yes. Jihan's brain was practically short-circuiting. Wait a sec. Shouldn't the Cho Inhai squad be enough to run this dump? So what is that freakish demon turtle doing here? Without missing a beat, he dropped the lore on us. It is the janitor hell spirits only push paper around. They totally suck at building or fixing anything. Or maybe they are just lazy as hell. Whatever. Let us double check everything and ghost this place. You'll remember my warning. The space inside is totally warped. It is going to look insanely different from the outside. It is a total blind drop, but once we are in, we hunt down room 666. The main quest suddenly clicked in his head. Wait a minute. Is that where my master's locked up? Yonguan nodded deadpan. Bingo. We gotta speedrun this. If the hell spirits catch us, it is an all-out brawl. Sneaking past is our best play. Jihan nodded. He was totally down. Cho Inhai, also known as the ultimate hell spirit. Even Yonguan had no clue what she actually was. All they knew, she was literally spamming everywhere across the underworld. She hustled every bizarre side gig imaginable, from hardcore security guards straight to dead-eyed cashier. She literally did it all, but these were not basic mob creeps. Every single clone was a terrifying level. 100. Nobody even knew her total clone count. And get this, she was not just stuck in the Demon King's basement. Cho In-hai was camping in other hells too. Jihan met her in the Korean underworld after crossing the legendary river. Anyway, Yonguan took point like a boss. I am going, and Jihan just shrugged. Solid. Letting him crawl ahead, Jihan finally trailed behind. My turn. System pop-ups exploded in his vision. You have entered an instant dungeon. Welcome to Siberian Hell. Dungeon debuffs nullified by environmental adaptation, but the real mindbender was happening right behind him. The crampy tunnel glitched out, morphing into a massive epic cavern. He was totally shook. What the heck is this? A one-shot success. Right beside him, Yonguan exhaled a massive sigh of relief. Phew. We actually nailed it again. Jihan just blinked. Bro, what are you even saying? Keeping it super brief? He smirked and dropped 2 words. Pure luck. That hit Jihan like a truck. A massive sweat drop appeared as he recalled the dude's ridiculous status window. Thinking back, this guy's luck stat was absolutely broken compared to his other specs. No freaking way. Seeing Jihan's disbelief, he flexed with a grin. I am super lucky. Wait, no. Not just lucky, the literal god of luck. Besides the necklace you tossed me, I've got my own secret charm. This baby saved my life countless times. Jihan practically yelled it out. Dude, your luck stat is straight up illegal. Hearing that, the guy's eyes snapped wide open. Oh snap, you can scan stats, so spill it. How busted is my luck stat right now? No more guessing games. Jihan straight up projected the glowing system data into the air. 302, base stat 102, but that ring gives plus 200. For the record, normal normies hover around 20 or 30. He nodded slowly. Yeah, this ring makes me lucky. But 302. A wild, degenerate idea struck him. Dude, we need to hit Vegas immediately. Meanwhile, Jihan's eyes flashed with a gamer's greed. A luck ring? I definitely need to farm one. Totally mind blown by that overpowered ring, Jihan could not hold back his awe. With stats like that, your luck absolutely stomps every living soul out there. I never realized maxing out luck was this insanely broken. His gamer brain immediately started spiraling out of control with epic possibilities. With max luck, it is essentially an auto-win hack. So unreal. Maybe I should dump some stat points into luck, or snatch some overpowered gear. Then Jihan dropped some veteran gamer wisdom. Honestly, your luck stat is totally overpowered, bro. Just like my minimap. But after surviving this chaotic dungeon run, Yongguan was completely speechless at the walking cheat code standing right in front of him. Dude, you literally have zero right to judge anybody's cheat skills, but Jihan just suddenly cheered out loud. Hell yeah. Target spotted. And then he hit his buddy with a cheeky smirk. Yeah, you were probably right about that. Without missing a single beat, Jihan instantly fired up a skill to speedrun this nightmare, telekinesis. But tragically, a brutal red system error popped up. You're in a strict no-fly zone. Luckily, the drop wasn't too crazy, so Yongguan stuck the landing perfectly. But then a cold sweat drenched him when the system flashed a brutal truth. Flight mode was completely locked. Honestly though, he really couldn't care less. Yeah, figured as much? But Jihan's jaw totally dropped. One glance at the minimap had him cursing out loud. Holy freaking peanuts. The target was exactly 261 kilometers away. His brain short-circuited at the thought of walking that whole way. So we're hiking through a frozen wasteland. But surprisingly, his buddy stayed completely chill. Looks like it. Jihan clicked his tongue in pure annoyance. With a heavy sigh, he just swallowed his complaints. Let's roll then. Out of nowhere, Yongguan whipped out his weapon and started chanting, "May the wind guide my steps." An insane surge of raw aura erupted around him in a violent, screen-shaking shockwave. Wielding his massive 2-meter staff, Yongguan didn't just cast one basic buff, he ruthlessly double-stacked time acceleration and physical enhancement for maximum overdrive. The second his boots hit the frozen ground, the setup was complete. Without skipping a beat, the dynamic duo blasted off side-by-side, charging straight into the dead frozen woods ahead. They ripped through the harsh terrain, ducking and weaving between creepy barren trees, totally stripped of their leaves. But honestly, this dead silence was seriously putting Yongguan on high alert. This is way too sketchy. Where are all the monsters? But Jihan totally disagreed. What's so weird about it? Flexing his hardcore gamer knowledge, he emphasized every single word. This is the Siberian underworld. The savage beasts here literally torture souls for fun. So don't expect a warm fuzzy welcome, bro. The exact second they burst out into an incredibly wide open clearing, Yongguan's nervous energy completely flipped into pure, rebellious hype. Heck yeah, we cleared the woods. But right at that heart-stopping cinematic moment, Jihan's pupils shrank in absolute shock. He slammed the brakes on his blazing momentum, skidding across the dirt as he frantically screamed out. Hold up. Trusting his hardcore gamer instincts, he instantly triggered his survival skill, Detection Circle. In a flash, the dude literally transformed into a walking, breathing human radar system. Incoming hostiles. Yongguan went totally pale. Yeah, no kidding. Jihan instantly barked out the ultimate battle command. Get ready. Despite the insanely bad odds, Yongguan flawlessly dropped into a fierce fighting stance. Born ready. What about you? A ridiculously cocky, adrenaline-fueled grin plastered across Jihan's face. Showtime. Without a second of hesitation, he flexed his magic, instantly summoning a massive swarm of pitch-black orbs and hurling them forward, because in the very next heartbeat, those orbs mutated into alpha golems completely pimped out with radar systems, just like their masters. With their glowing eyes scanning the zone, the mechanical squad perfectly synced up to loudly chant, "Enemy detected. Enemy detected. Initiating combat protocol." 6 of these absolute massive tanks immediately boxed the duo in forming an unbreakable, living metal fortress. Meanwhile, the rest of the mechanical squad locked into hyper-defensive stances, ready to explode into unstoppable war gods on a dime. In a split second, one golem brilliantly locked onto a target and blasted a high-powered, face-melting laser. Taking the cue, the rest of the metal squad ruthlessly spammed a chaotic, non-stop barrage of heavy artillery strikes. Squinting his razor-sharp gamer eyes, Jihan totally spotted the absolute devastation. Right in the brutal crosshairs, a level 75 Siberian Hell Snow Wraith looking terrifyingly like a human was literally vaporized into pathetic dust before it could even swing. But Jihan wasn't dumb enough to drop his guard. He crept closer and activated his skill. Basic Observe. Instantly, a glowing system panel popped up revealing a pathetic, low-tier Siberian underworld wraith that was barely level 11. The lore dropped immediately. It was a cursed spirit trapped in this frozen hell for so long that it degraded into total garbage tier. But thanks to the insane dungeon mana, its phantom body got a massive power spike. The system warned that these psycho freaks would blindly hunt down any outsiders, even local demons. But before Jihan could totally geek out over the crazy stats, Youngwon's voice completely cracked in fear. Yo, bro. Annoyed, Jihan snapped his head back. Now what? Youngwon was practically stuttering his jaw, practically hitting the frozen dirt in absolute spine-chilling horror. And what he pointed at left Jihan totally speechless. Seriously, what's there to freak out about? Let's just move. Making all this noise, Inhai definitely tracked us down. But the exact second those words left his lips, an earth-shattering rumble completely ripped through the air. Jihan's heart instantly slammed into his throat. What in the actual heck is that racket? This wasn't some pathetic low-tier grunt anymore. Stepping through the blizzard was a massive, nightmarish Yeti-class abomination, radiating pure, unadulterated boss energy. And right now, all the color totally drained from Youngwon's face. Bro, that thing is freaking gigantic. Even Jihan was completely frozen in awe, utterly hyped by the cinematic sheer scale of it, but that excitement crashed into raw terror when the system flashed its status, level 145 Siberian Underworld Snowfiend. Tachak. Hold the phone. That's a freaking name, boss. Panicking, Jihan whipped his head toward his buddy, hoping for some encyclopedia-level lore. Yo, did you seriously know absolute units like this existed down here? But all he got was a brutal deadpan rejection. Heck no, how would I know that it's not like I casually stroll through the demonic underworld for my daily cardio? But the boss wasn't going to just stand there and let them chat. Tachak unleashed a bone-chilling roar that violently shook the entire map, literally dealing sonic damage to their eardrums. Holy crap, the lungs on that guy! Cowering behind the wall of Alpha Golems, Youngwon was betting his entire life on the legendary gamer standing beside him. Smirking, Jihan issued a cold badass command. Light him up, boys. The mechanical titans didn't even hesitate for a second. Processing the brutal kill order, instantly they unleashed absolute hell. A devastating barrage of burning laser beams ruthlessly hammered into Tachak with zero mercy and explosive force. But as expected from a level 145 raid boss, the beast just tanked it. It didn't even flinch, its massive terrifying legs still radiating pure, unstoppable doom. That sheer display of broken defense threw Jihan into total disarray, while poor Youngwon was literally shaking in his boots from pure terror. This was leagues above those totally trash-tier mobs. As the incredibly thick battle smoke cleared, Tachak proudly emerged from the epic laser storm without a single scratch on its health bar, witnessing this absolute monster just shrug off heavy artillery. Jihan forced a cocky smile to hide his raging anxiety. So you can tank my superheated lasers, huh? But this epic gamer never went into a boss fight unready. He still had massive cheat tier tricks ready. Try blocking this big guy. Golem fusion. Watching the total madness unfold, Youngwon's brain completely melted down as he screamed heavily, questioning his entire reality. What in the actual glitch is that? And finally, the squad of compact alpha golems literally merged together. They triggered an ultimate mecha evolution, transforming into a colossal titan that made the terrifying raid boss look like a pathetic fun-sized dwarf. Zero hesitation, Jihan hoisted the Hermes staff high. Devour it, he commanded. The golem didn't mess around. It executed the master's bug-squashing order with absolute brutality. Victory seemed practically guaranteed. But plot twist. The unexpected mutation left Jihan completely speechless. Despite facing a monster 10 times its own weight, Tachak totally stood its ground. Honestly, Jihan was highly impressed. Whoa, flex much! That beast literally swatted the massive golem away like an annoying little fly. Next second, boom. Defying its super bulky frame, Tachak lunged forward faster than a literal lightning bolt. Rocking some insane battle IQ, it gathered raw magical energy and blasted the giant golem straight in the face. After totally reshaping the enemy's skull, it casually hopped onto the golem's massive shoulder. But wait. T'Chak totally froze up, giving the golem a free revenge shot. Watching from the sidelines, Jihan and Yonghwan both dropped their jaws, cause somehow T'Chak just tanked the ultimate hit, just brushing off the dust like a boss. But hold up, that wasn't just snow. Its mouth was blowing freezing air like a broken AC unit stuck on Max Jihan instantly did the math. Extreme cold resistance. Massive physical stats, time to bust out the cheat code. Observe skill, low tier activation. The system data popped up, 452 years old. A literal demon spawned straight from the Siberian hellscape. The warden and absolute boss of this icy underworld. The worst part. If you kill it, it just keeps respawning as long as this frozen hell exists. Since it's a local resident, its brain power is literally beast level, but those stats double the previous monster's power. Jihan was hyped. A level 145 named Boss Monster. But this boss wasn't even the main course. The golem wasn't about to rage quit yet, not when it had a secret transformation up its rocky sleeve. T'Chak was about to experience some bone-crushing reality. In Jihan's mind, this beast wasn't even close to top-tier status. 0 timeout allowed, the golem's dark mud instantly lunged out, tangling the boss in an inescapable, messy death hug. Without a single dramatic dying scream, T'Chak was totally swallowed up, absorbed completely down to the very last pixel of fur. Hey, boss monsters have egos too, so throwing a massive tantrum before getting fully digested, totally understandable. Meanwhile, Yonghwan watched the whole insane spectacle from the sidelines. The poor guy was literally shaking in his boots. That? He stammered. Jihan just patted his shoulder. Chill out, man. The show's over. Once the golem finally powered down the system, totally spammed Jihan's vision, level up notifications flooded the screen. His status window popped open. Boom level, 156, and those sweet stat points, sitting pretty at a massive 220. Right now, Jihan was grinning so hard he could outshine the sun. Yonghwan finally collected his scattered brain cells. Okay, now I get why your master summoned you here. Jihan raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Yonghwan's face was a meme of pure disbelief. Are you kidding me? You are insanely overpowered. You might actually be stronger than your master. But Jihan's cocky smirk faded. Actually, I highly doubt that. Flashbacks of his fierce master hit him like a truck. It felt like literally yesterday. But if his memory wasn't glitching, her level was way past 200. Guess we will find out when we see her, Jihan thought. But my mana pool. Definitely bigger than hers. To hit 1,400 mana naturally, you would need to be level 280 at least. Done wasting time in this freezer, Jihan recalled his golem into his inventory. All right, let's move out, he ordered. Meanwhile, over at the massive dungeon compound, the place looked totally dead from the outside. Creepily silent. But thanks to the massive earthquake Jihan's crew just caused, blaring red alert sirens suddenly shattered the silence. Inhi's entire squad froze in their tracks, dropping everything in a panic. Their eyes widened in sheer shock. An intruder alert. In this fortress? And it wasn't just one Inhi clone anymore. An entire cloned army marched in perfect, terrifying sync, straight toward the perimeter breach. Even the elite guards taking a rare coffee break outside were instantly mobilized for absolute war. But the original Inhi was totally spaced out. Mind and body completely disconnected, just drifting through this literal hellscape like a ghost. Cut back to the main stage, Jihan was suddenly sprinting like his pants were literally on fire. Pure panic mode activated. Plot twist. He finally found his master, but she was chained up suffering massive backlash from a demonic contract. Throwing logic out the window, Jihan went full desperate student mode. Master, snap out of it, he yelled. System alert, minus 10 HP from extreme frostbite. Jihan stumbled back, totally freaking out at the pop-up. What? Are you kidding? I literally have my environmental buff maxed out? Before he could rage quit against the system, a voice cut through the ice. Step aside, kid. It was Yonghwan, the legendary battle mage. He unleashed his absolute ultimate firepower attack. But reality check. The dungeon didn't care about his flashy moves. Seeing his 0 damage impact, the mage totally lost it. Are you freaking kidding me? The ice is gone, but those cursed chains didn't even scratch. Jihan took a deep breath, forcing himself to chill out. He aggressively cycled his absolute mana core. Going completely barehanded, he blasted raw chaotic lightning straight into the chain links. Right at the absolute climax, his master's eyes snapped open, but they were pitch black. Utter terrifying voids of darkness, Jihan's blood literally ran cold. He yanked his glowing hands away. That wasn't his badass master anymore. That was Baal, one of Solomon's 72 legendary demon kings, dripping with absolute arrogant malice. You dare touch what belongs to me, you pathetic little insect? Toxic midnight black aura poured from her mouth like pure demonic pollution. The demon king roared, "Which absolute fool dares lay hands on my property?" Jihan was completely paralyzed. The sudden boss-level vibe check totally short-circuited his brain. Ding ding. The sacred system chimes totally saved him. Red alerts flooded his interface. Massive mental attack detected. Gamer's mind. Activated demonic assault. Completely neutralized. Jihan froze. His brows locked tight. The terrifying realization hit him he had almost been wiped from existence just now. Yeah, but his buddy Yan Guan? Not so lucky. The guy was practically absorbing the agony, letting out an absolutely gut-wrenching, soul-crushing scream. Ah! And the nightmare did not just stop there. Yan Guan collapsed, slamming into the dirt like his own body was tearing itself apart from the inside out. Damn. Pure, unadulterated terror contorted his entire face. His eyes were totally glazed over. The dude had completely lost his grip on reality. Watching this absolute horror show, Jihan was paralyzed, completely unable to force a single word past his throat. Meanwhile, the demon ball just chilled there, dropping a casual flex. "You can actually withstand the sound of my royal voice." Not bad, kid. Hearing that arrogant tone, Jihan instantly snapped his head around his glare, sharp and extremely on edge. Cue the villain monologue and an incredibly obnoxious, dramatic laugh. Ha 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 ha. Aren't you that brat who has been making a little name for himself lately? Well then, let me guess. Did you crash my party just to steal my precious little treasure? Jihan finally found his edgy teen voice. Yeah, what if I am inwardly, he sighed. So much for the stealthy ninja rescue mission. But to the Demon King Baal, that rebellious teenage attitude was nothing more than a highly entertaining, pathetic comedy sketch. Ha 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 ha. Oh, the absolute arrogance. It has been centuries since a mere mortal dared to talk back to my royal highness. As expected, truly as expected. Lolino really trained her little disciple perfectly. This is going to be incredibly fun. You really are the entertaining brat. The rumors claim. If Jihan still could not read the room by now, his brain was officially just a useless decoration sitting on top of his neck. Damn it! Something twisted is happening inside Master's body. Who the hell is this creep? Zero hesitation, zero time to waste. He instantly sparked his signature system skill, Basic Divine Eye Boom. The system clearly revealed the demon ball possessing Lolino's status screen. Recognizing that legendary name matching the cursed city he just visited, Jihan broke into a massive, terrified, cold sweat. Oh crap. He was facing an absolute apex predator of the demonic underworld. One of the legendary supreme demons from the Lemmichton Grimoire. Baal's psycho laughter finally stopped. The demon let out a thunderous scoff, dropping an incredibly intense, undeniable absolute declaration. Lolino belongs to me now, and if any pathetic pest dares to touch my property, I will personally guarantee their most agonizing destruction. He did not give a single solitary damn about them. Baal slowly delivered the ultimate dramatic death sentence. You bugs escaping this place? Completely impossible. But hey, struggle with all your might. The exact second his arrogant threat ended. Master's eyes completely shut, but when they snapped open, those signature brilliant ruby irises proved the real Lolino was finally back in control. Jihan immediately sprinted over like a track star. Master Shi gasped in pure shock. A super emotional, totally dramatic master-student reunion instantly kicked off my precious disciple. That twisted villain grin was completely gone, replaced by a smile bright as the morning sun. I really did not expect you to show up. Jihan instantly focused, pouring massive amounts of raw mana into her metallic restraints. Hey, whenever you call your awesome student delivers, but man, this chain is incredibly tough. How the heck do I shatter this thing? Master? Naturally, the brilliant mage had a tactical solution, though she looked super worried. Use a cancellation spell mixed with pure mana. Can you handle that like a true rebellious prodigy? Jihan simply smirked with zero hesitation. Watch me. Gripping his epic 2-meter staff to drastically amplify his aura, Jihan rapidly initiated a massive chain of complex spellcasting. Cancellation Dispel, Supreme, Purification. The instant his dramatic chant finished, he fiercely shattered the demonic bindings. Boom against all crazy odds. Master Lolino was finally liberated, all thanks to her rebellious student doing 90% of the heavy lifting. However, she had been suspended several meters in the air. Luckily, Jihan's gamer reflexes kicked in instantly. He dramatically swiped his hand, activating his trusty telekinesis skill. He gently levitated his completely exhausted, magically drained master, safely landing her right down onto the solid flat earth. Even though this intense rescue sequence only lasted a couple of crazy minutes, it was more than enough to show Lelano just how legendary her student had become. Wow, since when did you get this insanely overpowered? Jihan just flashed a cocky, rebellious smirk, totally eating up the praise. Well, they always say, a legendary master creates a legendary student. After enduring days of pure agony tied to that demonic tree, Lelano finally stretched her completely stiff limbs out. Oh man, she literally felt like she had just respawned into a glorious second life. Hold totally still, master, he commanded with absolute zero hesitation. Jihan forcefully triggered the absolute most clutch skill for this dramatic moment, Supreme Yin-Yang, Spiritual Restoration Art. In an instant, brilliant, purifying holy light violently erupted from Lelano's entire body. And of course, Jihan immediately fired up his signature tracking system. Basic Divine Eye. A massive, glowing holographic status window popped up. Name, Lelano. Level 221, Golden Rank member of the Supreme Sorcerers Association. It confirmed what he already knew: his incredible master was born from an utterly legendary ancient magical bloodline. She became a legendary demon summoner, forging pacts with all 72 fiends of Solomon, a true champion of the underworld. Jihan scanned her like a living radar. His eyes locked onto her status window. He muttered to himself. The demonic pact was totally cracking. Since he was totally clueless, the system blasted a massive alert. Demonic contract fractured. Cause supreme. Tai Chi spirit healing. Cold sweat drenched his face. He finally grasped the absolute insanity of this skill. Wait, is this the ultimate curse breaker? While he stood completely frozen, her eyes blazed with wild excitement. Kid, what exactly did you just do? Jihan slowly waved his hands, totally playing it down. Now, I just used a basic healing spell. It just leveled up, but she could feel her soul shifting, making her go absolutely crazy. Whoa, demon packs are bound to the soul. This is totally overpowered. Her face flushed red with pure hype. She realized he was the ultimate game breaker. So he decided to test it out right then and there. Since we are already here, let us smash this thing entirely. He spammed the chant out loud, Supreme Tai Chi Healing, Supreme Tai Chi Healing. Instantly toxic black mist blasted out of her body. Using his ultra-convenient appraisal eyes, boom, the system confirmed the demonic pact was critically weakened, yet total disappointment washed over him. Wait, my skill cannot completely erase it. Suddenly she gasped out loud. Wow! She snatched his attention. What is wrong? Master pure unadulterated joy radiated from every single word she spoke. The contract terms had been completely factory reset. How is that even possible? Jihan scratched his cheek awkwardly. Hey, I just did what I could. She jumped back in utter disbelief. You hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, Yunhuan finally broke free from that terrifying magical assault. He shook off the daze, regaining his grip on reality. Hey, sorry to ruin your little reunion, but should we not get back to business? Only then did she remember the guy. She literally cursed. Good job, contract buddy. Then she blinked, totally dumbfounded. Wait, where did my curse go? Jihan awkwardly raised his hand. Yeah, I accidentally deleted it. Without a single ounce of anger, she immediately started praising him to the high heavens. Our boy is ridiculously strong. You're totally cracked. Sweat drop rolled down his face. Seriously, where does she even learn this modern slang? Between his pounding headache and their endless goofy banter, Yunhuan could not take it anymore. The veins on his forehead looked ready to explode. Could you two just shut up for 1 second? He finally snapped his voice, roaring with pure frustration. Is anybody even listening to me? Snapping back to boss mode, she definitely remembered their little deal. I know you want to save your friend, right? The contract broke, but whatever it is, fine. I will still help you out. I am not like that heartless witch, completely lost. Yunhuan stared blankly at his overpowered sidekick. The kid flashed a blinding grin and shot him a giant thumbs up. Having survived the abyss for so long, this chaotic vibe actually brought a rare smile to his face. With a super flashy spin, she took the lead. All right, first things first. We need to find where her stuff is. Right, let us go. But they barely took 2 steps forward because suddenly the ultimate menace, Inhai, blocked their path after that terrifying siren. The demon summoner just giggled, totally gloating over someone else's epic failure. He must be dying of embarrassment right now, but the very second she gloated, a sinister noise shattered the silence. Oh, seems we have some uninvited party crashers and a little runaway. This is huge. Spot on that sudden ultra-threatening voice crashed down on our heroes. All 3 of them instantly turned ghost white. Bone-chilling terror seeped right into their skin. Cold sweat erupted instantly. It dripped heavily down their chins. He stuttered badly. His trembling voice betrayed absolute panic. What the heck is this? Meanwhile, the villainess casually popped her hands on her hips. She watched their panic like it was cheap reality TV, but the nightmare was just beginning. Dozens of identical clones spawned everywhere. In the blink of an eye, our squad was completely trapped. Her shadow clones formed an impenetrable wall of flesh and magic. A massive grin stretched across her face, radiating pure toxic mockery. You foolish little guess. This is going to be tough for you. Intruders and runaways teaming up. So tragic, absolute tragedy. Her master's eyes widened with deep, terrifying caution. Jihan felt his entire body lock up. Staring death straight in the face, he totally kicked himself. Crap, I should have given my teacher a magic staff first. Meanwhile, the villainess, holding absolute superiority. She tossed out an arrogant deal like she was tossing breadcrumbs to peasants. Surrender right now and I will reduce your sentences. Deal. Jihan took a massive breath, steadying his violently racing heart. Even at death's door, our boy kept his signature politeness. Then he delivered a totally savage rejection. Sorry, crazy demon lady, I absolutely refuse to surrender. She did not even flinch, just gave a slow, chilling nod. Then you're totally doomed, kid. Without missing a beat, she barked the order. Capture them. Like a swarm of locusts, the clones launched forward. They blotted out the entire sky. Left with zero options, the trio slammed their backs together, a desperate final stand in a sea of pure darkness. Jihan tightly gripped his heavy staff and loudly roared. Instantly triggering all of his carefully prepared magic spells, a thin but brilliant glowing aura immediately coated his entire physical body. He desperately continued to mentally chant his ultimate command, extreme time acceleration magic. A massive shockwave of completely invisible energy violently exploded outwards. Every single one of Ini's charging clones suddenly froze dead right in midair. Fully seizing this absolute golden window of opportunity, Jihan quickly unleashed his next move. Twisted Dimensional Magic Shield. A terrifyingly pitch-black barrier circle suddenly erupted out of nowhere, completely swallowing all three of them inside right on the shield's surface. Highly complex and ancient magical runes began swirling wildly. This was the absolute magic art he developed after surviving that brutal battle with the Twisted Dimensional Lord. This insane space magic literally causes the fabric of space itself to melt and twist, violently forming an impenetrable defense against any deadly enemy attacks, the exact moment Ini actively slammed right into it. Her entire physical figure was violently and instantly swallowed whole by the barrier's deeply distorted surface. Then she was suddenly blasted entirely backward by a devastatingly unbelievable rebound force. This completely unexpected brutal impact shattered Ini's absolute control, sending her frantically staggering and crashing brutally right into one of her very own shadow clones. Witnessing that unbelievably epic counterattack, Lolino's jaw completely dropped in pure, stunned admiration. Whoa, this is seriously high-tier magic. How on earth did you manage to learn this? You have seriously grown up so much. Jihan absolutely refused to lower his guard for a second, even though his trick successfully bought them precious time. He remained deeply aware of their terrifyingly dangerous situation. By the way, we are literally trapped inside a prison. We cannot escape using blink or teleportation. What exactly should our next move be? She flashed a deeply mysterious smile, confidently pointing straight at the nervous official standing beside them. Do not even sweat it. You definitely know about this guy, right? Seeing himself suddenly targeted, he completely froze up in panic. Jihan raised a skeptical eyebrow, his entire face screaming pure unfiltered and deeply intense suspicion. He honestly had absolutely zero clue how to properly react. Uh-oh. The official's gut violently screamed that a terrible omen was rapidly approaching. A terrifyingly bone-chilling sensation crawled right down his sweaty spine, just exactly as he feared. Lolino hyped him up with wild excitement. His luck is ridiculously overpowered. Even if you walk straight into certain death, you will miraculously survive and walk back out. This insane answer completely blindsided Jihan. Wait, what the heck? You actually knew about this secret? To teach. The frantic official desperately felt that if he did not aggressively speak up right now, his miserable life would violently end in an extremely agonizing way. You crazy murderous witch. She tilted her head completely unbothered. What is it? Sweating absolute buckets, he frantically tried to backtrack and correct her. Wait, what I am only incredibly lucky in very specific rare cases. She aggressively crossed her arms intensely, glaring at the official with pure, undisguised, and absolute contempt. You are just a total freaking idiot, exactly as expected. That toxic remark violently ignited an explosive fire of pure rage inside him. Blue veins aggressively twitched on his forehead, completely ready to snap at that exact moment. Jihan got massive, terrifying goosebumps from the deadly oppressive atmosphere. Seeing these two acting so ridiculously clueless and confused, Lolino could not help but let out a massive sigh. She decided to drop the jokes and get totally serious. With such an insanely massive talent, you seriously choose to live like this. Listen very closely to me. This insane ability of luck is definitely not just simple luck. Jihan instantly revealed his aggressive thirst for knowledge. Wait, then what exactly is it? She slowly and dramatically pulled back the dark veil of mystery, the absolute power to drastically change a person's destiny. It is literally known as the terrifying ability to completely warp fate itself. Or you could accurately say, it holds the absolute god-tier power to completely control cause and effect. The official intensely felt the bone-chilling danger coming from hundreds of dead eyes staring outside the magic shield. Absolutely forced to violently interrupt, he loudly screamed out his warning, his shaky voice carrying total, raw panic. Hey guys, I seriously do not think we have the luxury to leisurely chat right now. That incredibly sharp and desperate warning finally snapped the two of them out of it. Their intense focus violently whipped right back to their deadly surroundings. Right now. They were heavily and completely caged in by a terrifyingly endless wall of killer clones. If it were not for this absolute magic shield holding up, they would have already been violently crushed into literal dust. The incredibly ominous sound of Innie's footsteps echoed as she approached. She even dropped a surprisingly sincere and totally creepy compliment. For an absolutely brainless kid, you are actually insanely good. It must be incredibly brutal and exhausting to control complex space magic like this, right? The gamer. Literally, the single most heavily blessed character on this entire planet. Following that toxic praise, she dramatically sighed, showing a totally fake, troubled look, yeah. This is actually pretty tough. I cannot directly interfere with the supreme will of a similar world. Jihan's hyperactive brain instantly latched onto that massively crucial clue hidden in her sentence. He aggressively and frantically cut her off. Wait a damn second. What exactly is the supreme will of a similar world? Inhai dramatically covered her mouth, but her eyes dangerously flashed with absolute wicked mischief, without a single shred of panic. Hoo-hoo. Oops, I slipped. Are you curious about the juicy part after that? It will cost you exactly 1,000, you silly boy. This highly deliberate toxic mocking ruthlessly pushed Jihan's intense frustration past the boiling point. He violently ground his teeth, intensely glaring daggers at the smug figure standing opposite of him. This totally unhinged soul is seriously getting on my nerves. She completely and casually brushed off his desperately burning and intense curiosity, instantly flipping straight back to a coldly indifferent and heartless attitude. What should I really do with you now? Even though we share the exact same origin, we developed in completely opposite directions. Right. I will absolutely go all out. The absolute second her threatening words ended, hundreds of deadly clones suddenly and simultaneously performed a bizarre series of twisted movements. It looked exactly like they were conducting some terrifyingly ancient and unholy dark ritual. A completely colossal and terrifying source of dark energy containing incredibly violent power started stitching all the killer clones together into one massive unified entity. The blindingly brilliant purple light violently reflected right onto Jihan's completely helpless and deeply exhausted face. I freaking knew it. Something totally insane, like this was bound to happen anyway. The official was the absolute first to completely lose his mind. What the heck are you planning to do now? Teach seriously? What are we supposed to do now? Jihan frantically tilted his head, seeking crucial guidance from Lolino. Teach, is there any miracle way to solve this? She rubbed her chin, locked in intensely deep thought. I honestly did not think these souls were this incredibly aggressive, but I guess it totally makes sense. I am actively brainstorming a solution. So do you have any epic tricks? At that exact second, Jihan's lips curled into a dangerously arrogant smirk. That helpless panic from earlier, a total act. He casually strolled forward. Of course I came prepared. You taught me yourself a true sorcerer always plans ahead. Right. I read their moves perfectly. Did you really think I would walk in blind? Jihan instantly summoned his inventory. He snatched out pitch-black gems no bigger than his thumb, then he roared his command. Commence absolute destruction. Those tiny stones erupted into colossal, sky-scraping black golems. Their massive feet slammed down, shaking the earth with an apocalyptic boom. The devastating shockwave ripped through the battlefield. Innie's clone army instantly lost their footing, collapsing to the ground, like helpless dominoes. Watching hundreds of enemies get flattened in a single strike, Younghwan actually shivered in disbelief. He glanced at Jihan nervously, stammering, "You seriously have more of those?" Jihan flashed a cocky thumbs up. "You bet I do." Loleno burst into proud, ringing laughter. "Ha ha ha. That is exactly my disciple." Jihan completely dropped any humble act. Obviously, he calmly waited for their next move. "My golems are absolute beasts. This defense is way too thick for Inai to crack, so what is your next move?" But instead of panicking, her lips twisted into a totally psychotic, sinister grin. The golem's gigantic foot crashed down again, triggering another massive earthquake. Dozens of Inai's clones were violently launched into the air like ragdolls. Several clones took lethal damage, arms shattered into pieces. Bodies grotesquely twisted and faces buried in the rubble. It looked like game over for Wave 1. But then impossible magic flared up. In a single heartbeat, every crushed Inai perfectly regenerated. A terrifying wave of dark energy exploded. Deadly black lightning crackled dangerously around every single clone. The swarm lunged at the golem's ankles in perfect sync. The unstoppable titan actually stumbled from the insane pressure, but then it violently swept its massive leg, blasting the entire clone army away with a single devastating kick. Jihan's creation skills were already beyond human limits. His custom golems totally outclassed anything those elite alchemists ever built. Their base defense stats were absolutely broken, so obviously those weak little attacks would never be enough to take his titans down. Slamming his open palms against the earth, golden light illuminated his fiercely determined face. He began chanting bizarre, ancient syllables. Craft, craft, craft. The ground beneath him started trembling violently. Using his magic barrier as ground zero, massive, hexagonal stone pillars suddenly erupted from the earth. As he frantically sped up his ancient chant, craft, craft, craft. The towering pillars skyrocketed faster and faster. Hey, do not forget to hit that subscribe button to catch every epic clash. That deafening rumble acted like a brutal wake-up call. Every single clone completely froze in their tracks. A chaotic storm of footsteps echoed out. The swarm suddenly pivoted, charging together toward one single point on the shifting battlefield. Are they finally backing off? Jihan wondered. But his brief moment of relief barely lasted a single second. His heart practically leaped into his throat. What the actual heck is that? All color drained from his face. Cold sweat instantly poured down his forehead. Thousands of clones violently fused together in the clearing. They piled up like a twisted nightmare, forming a towering spike of flesh. The horrific structure mutated, finally revealing Inhi's true, monstrous form. She was now 3 times the size of his titans. Her absolute shadow swallowed the battlefield. Next to her, Jihan's massive stone pillars literally looked like plastic toy blocks. Her arrogant voice echoed like thunder. "You seriously think you can outmuscle us? Okay, then let's crush them." Her very first step shattered the ground, exploding with an ear-piercing shockwave. Jihan's entire body shook uncontrollably. He locked up, watching this terrifying giant slowly approach. Holy crap, this is insane. Gulping down his fear, he desperately forced himself to focus. "Teacher, are you ready?" Loleno instantly replied, her tone ice-cold and professional. "I am ready." Jihan snapped his head toward Younghwan. "Big bro," Younghwan just gave a totally unfazed smirk. "You really think I need to prep for this? Bring it on." Seeing his crew locked in, Jihan took a deep, shaky breath. "All right, let's do this." He slammed his eyes shut for one critical second. When they snapped open, his pupils constricted like a predator's. Basic God eye activate. Spatial observation. His absolute mastery had evolved so intensely he could literally read the fabric of space itself. System details flashed before him. Hidden subspace of the inner dungeon detected. A secret pocket dimension buried within the dungeon. A demonic magical realm forged straight out of hell. Requirement? A unique key or raw power that completely eclipses hell itself. Or perhaps a third darker option. A true sorcerer never walks in blind. Jihan had packed a literal arsenal for this exact nightmare. He fiercely tightened his grip on his casting staff, pushing his magical core to the absolute limit. Spatial distortion. The very air shattered like brittle glass. A violent tremor ripped through the invisible barrier. Cracks aggressively spiderwebbed outward. Tearing open a pitch-black void, a spatial rift massive enough for their trio to dive through, pulling off this impossibly complex spell, Jihan held absolutely nothing back. He busted out a wicked, completely triumphant laugh. This epic hex barrier temporarily supercharges my mana reserves and spawns a divine shield. Sure, you probably expected me to use it to blast you into absolute oblivion, but nope. It is purely a cheat code to warp space and buy me some epic escape time. Let us bounce, teach. Loleno got totally hyped. She snatched Younghwan aggressively by the collar and yanked him forward. All right then, Jihan dropped into a low ready-to-leap stance. And next. He was about to... Suddenly, a massive, terrifying shadow swallowed everything. It completely blacked out the sky right above him. Wait, since when did she... Innie had already warped right over his hex block. Her colossal hand descended with crushing, overwhelming force. She barely tapped the magic shield, but the impact hit like a devastating blast. A deafening metallic screech shattered the air. Yet Jihan kept his cool, ready to counter. He instantly recalled his golems. The towering beast melted away in a flash, condensing down into sleek black orbs right in his palm. While Innie stood totally paralyzed by shock, Jihan dropped his absolute mic drop farewell. His tone dripped with cocky, rebellious swagger. Peace out, Innie, I seriously pray. I never have to see your ugly mug again. He spat out those words and dove straight into the spatial tear. The second he crossed the dimensional threshold, the freezing, suffocating darkness was violently shattered by a completely lifeless system prompt. Luck has successfully navigated your spatial jump. Jihan snapped his eyes open. They had actually warped into a totally bizarre, uncharted domain. An eerie, dead silent cityscape sprawled before them, with just a few random bystanders strolling around like nothing happened. He scanned the bizarre area, completely mind-blown. We actually made it here. But man, it is freaky how nobody even notices our epic entrance. Suddenly, a desperate, totally panicked scream ripped through the dead silence Dahai over on the far side. Yanwan desperately clutched Dahai by her shoulders. His whole vibe screamed pure panic. Meanwhile, the girl was trapped in some deep, hollow trance. Completely out of it, her eyes glazed over entirely. Looking like her very soul had been sucked dry, Yanwan kept an iron grip on her, violently shaking her back and forth, like a maniac Dahai snap out of it. Dahai watching this insane melodrama unfold, Jihan actually had a serious lightbulb moment. With this dude's insane luck stats, maybe I should seriously start dumping points into my own luck. Catching his weird muttering. Loleno whipped around, totally confused. What exactly do you mean by leveling up your luck stats? He spilled the beans with zero hesitation. I score bonus stat points whenever I level up. I can totally just dump them right into my luck attributes. She was absolutely unequivocally jaw-dropped. She tilted her head, giving him the most baffled look ever. That is when Jihan practically slapped his own forehead. Oh crap. I completely forgot to actually explain how my overpowered system works. But wait a second. We have way more epic quests to handle right now. The two of them chilled in the background, quietly watching Yanwan freak out over his knocked out friend. Alright, we crashed the prison where his buddy was trapped. So what is the next big brain move? Do we just rip open another spatial gate and bail, praying that dumb luck carries us through again? Jihan threw that out there, totally unable to hide his nervous sweat. Basically, we are rolling the dice. Lolino just flashed a chill, absolute boss smile. Bingo. Her insanely laid-back vibe made him seriously suspicious. Wait, did you totally foresee this crazy glitch happening? A sly little smirk tugged at the corner of her mouth, hiding some heavy, mysterious secrets. Yeah, honestly, I totally had zero hope you would actually show up in this hellhole. Jihan knit his brows, totally mind-boggled. Say what now? Loleno's voice dropped into a smooth, lazy drawl. Oh, give me a break. We literally just met a hot minute ago. Plus, we're not exactly tied down by some magical life contract. I seriously never expected you to dive headfirst into this absolute death trap just to save my skin. So, to be totally real with you, she flashed the most genuine, heart-stopping smile he had ever seen. You're honestly a really solid dude. It hits right in the feels. A massive wave of hardcore guilt suddenly crash-landed right into his chest. That heavy feeling only skyrocketed as he stared into Lolino's totally raw, filter-free smile that just screamed pure gratitude. I had absolutely zero clue Teach would be this psyched about my rescue mission. Honestly, before I blindly jumped in here, I never even considered this place would be a legendary tier death zone. I was just cocky enough to think I could easily respawn or escape. That is the whole freaking reason I showed up. Just doing my side quest, nothing incredibly heroic at all. The cringe of guilt was slowly eating Jihan alive under her blinding trust. He choked on his words, ready to drop the truth bomb that his main goal was not exactly some noble knight act. Hey, Teach, I was not actually planning to... But right before he could confess, a frantic, chaotic scream violently sliced through his sentence, Jihan. He snapped completely out of his angsty inner monologue. Yeonwan, looking like he was staring death straight in the eyes, came sprinting over with Dahai in his arms. Hurry up. Pop your healing skill, right? Freaking now. Jihan was still totally spaced out from his guilt trip, making his reflexes painfully laggy. Huh. Oh, all right. He slapped his palm under her forehead and chanted the epic phrase, Supreme Celestial Aura Recovery. A hazy neon yellow burst of pure magic flared right out of his hand, completely washing over Dahai's pale face. Literally a millisecond later, her eyes snapped completely wide open. That zombie-like glaze was instantly replaced by an absolute razor-sharp glare. Finding Yanwan hovering stupidly close to her face, she totally panicked and immediately dropped a harsh curse word. What the actual hell? Seeing her magically back to life and spitting pure venom, Yanwan just dumped a massive sigh of relief. He stared down at Dahai with eyes practically dripping with melodramatic affection. You finally came back to me. I am so insanely sorry I took this long. That ridiculously soft voice and sudden apology, totally critical. Hit her right in the heart. Dahai, who was desperately fighting to act, tough completely crumbled into an emotional wreck at his cheesy words. Heavy, totally uncool tears instantly pooled up in her eyes. She completely lost her emotional armor. She violently threw her arms straight around Yanwan's neck in a mega-dramatic hug, bawling her absolute eyes out. She sobbed loudly. You absolute idiot! Why the heck did it take you so freaking long? Jihan and Lolano stood nearby. Their faces burned bright red, completely mortified by the super cheesy, tear-soaked reunion happening right in front of them. The disgustingly sweet vibe of those two finding each other again was so thick and intense that absolutely no one dared to interrupt. Lolena was totally creeping, peeking through her spread fingers. She excitedly whispered like a massive gossip, I can tell they're super freaking close. Jihan just shot her a deadpan glare. He was completely speechless at his teammate's totally bizarre behavior. Teacher, what the heck are you doing with your hands over your face? Loleno did not even flinch. She kept her fake shy pose and seriously defended her creeping. I just feel like it is required to watch them this way. Jihan let out a massive, exhausted sigh at her hopeless antics. He pulled a spare staff straight from his inventory. Here, take this. Since you are totally broke and gearless right now, just use this for a bit. She grabbed it without an ounce of hesitation. Thanks a ton. Whatever we seriously need to bail. Lucky for us that psycho chick did not instantly chase us down. Following his mental command, a massive magic orb condensed in midair, pulsing with sick blue neon light. Loleno cautiously warned him, the creators of this prison totally have their limits. And those hellish souls are just the middle managers here. This whole joint is a twisted maze built by literally stacking dimensions. Unless some rebellious crashers like us break in, they absolutely have to follow the rules. Jihan smirked with pure cockiness. Hell yeah. The energy orb violently expanded. Its dominating power blanketed the entire freaking zone Dahlia is still clinging to. Yongun jolted up from the massive wave of glowing energy. She totally freaked out. What the heck is that? Jihan played it cool, dropping the mic, just an energy beam to shatter space. Jihan screamed at the top of his lungs, space break! The orb exploded in a blinding, devastating blue flash. Reality violently twisted, ripping apart like wet paper until a massive, pitch-black void ripped open. It expanded insanely fast. It got huge enough for all four of them to escape. Lolena was practically buzzing, screaming with wild hype, "Let us freaking go!" Jihan and Yongguan locked eyes and firmly nodded. Not a single word was needed. They sprinted straight toward the pitch-black portal. Yongguan and Dahye vanished into the void first, with Jihan and Lolena right on their heels. Thought it would be an easy win. Yeah, right. A chillingly familiar, super casual voice echoed out. Well, where's the fire kids? Jihan's entire body went rigid. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. He slowly, mechanically turned his head. Standing right there. Innie had ghosted in out of nowhere. She wore this sickeningly calm smirk, like their entire pathetic escape plan was just a joke she had already predicted. Jihan turned completely pale. His jaw locked up tight, extreme panic setting in. No freaking way. This is impossible. Zero time to think. Zero time to strategize. He went full throttle, grabbing Lolena with everything he had. Teacher. Get out of here. Realizing his crazy sacrifice, she panicked and pushed back. Wait, are you crazy? I'm not leaving you behind? But Jihan had already decided. He violently hurled her forward, launching her straight into the spatial tear. The second Loleno cleared the gap, the pitch-black void wildly warped and slammed shut, brutally cutting off his only escape route. Seeing his teammate survive, Jihan let out a shaky breath. All right, step one of the crazy plan handled. But now, I'm seriously screwed. Failing twice. Back to back, Innie's voice turned incredibly dark. This freaking sucks. A rat actually slipped away. Suddenly, Jihan's frozen body was released. He stuck the landing immediately facing her. Jihan sucked in a massive breath to steady his racing heart. You definitely do not look annoyed, you know that, right? Innie kept her infuriatingly chill vibe. The contract is still perfectly valid. I am still the boss here. It is just slightly irritating even though playing prison guard is not really my actual gig. His pupils blew wide open. He instantly fired up his basic magic eye. Total garbage, Jihan could only see her basic name, her job class, and a tiny sliver of lore. Absolutely useless junk for this do-or-die situation. His anxiety was spiking hard. Yeah, so what happens now? And he saw right through his little scan and just laughed. Haha, you need way more than a basic trick to scan me, Jihan bluntly admitted. Yeah, that is exactly what I expected. She waved it off calmly. Chill out, I will not attack. I do not do physical contracts. Huge question marks popped over his head. Physical contracts? What the hell is that? Reading his hilariously dumbstruck face, Inhai smirked. Bet you're dying to ask me stuff. Tell you what, let us play a little game. Jihan narrowed his eyes. What? She flashed a playful wink, pitching a shady business deal. 100,000 won for a single question. How about it? Inhai grinned, using her most teasing troll-like tone to demand 100 grand per answer. A deal, buddy? Her suspiciously friendly act put Jihan on extreme red alert. He nervously swallowed his fear. Is she messing with me, or is this a massive trap? He instantly triggered his super speed calculation, pushing his brain to its absolute limits. After a hyperscan, he found 0 red flags, not a single trap detected. Jihan gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. All right, fine. 100,000 it is. Inhai clapped with a massive, greedy grin. Oh, look at you playing it smart. She confidently took one step forward. With every single step, her whole fit morphed like crazy. It finally locked into this dark, badass gothic look, complete with razor-sharp demon wings. Inhai aggressively grabbed Jihan's hand, demanding 100,000 won. Flash. Their touch glowed blindingly bright. Boom, a system alert blasted in his brain, instantly docking 1 intelligence point. Before his spinning brain could even reboot, she started dumping the rules on him. Pay the shards. And boom, you become a literal god. Under underworld law, whoever pays up gets total VIP protection. Even Ban, that crazy invader dude, cannot break this absolute rule. His jaw totally dropped. And where Ban Xiao, that invading psycho Inhai, just cut off the shock, snapping him back to reality. All right, listen up. Ask me literally whatever. We are in public though, so keep it to just one question. Jihan instantly caught the weird vibe in her warning and his eyes darting around frantically. Public space. The mental gears in his teen brain started spinning out of total control. Okay, let us break this down. She and Ban are definitely linked, somehow. She might be the absolute boss of the underworld, but they are clearly not besties. Meaning, for any hell's literal soul, she's getting manipulated by Ban. So one single question will not cut it right now. Jihan made a crazy reckless choice. Time to sacrifice more precious stats, 500,000. Buy me 5 extra questions. Inhai smirked, taking the deal without a single second of hesitation. She grabbed his hand again. Oh, it is my absolute pleasure. Literal god. The system instantly flashed, locking in their insane transaction. He started doing the extreme math. Okay, 6 whole questions. Now, Jihan was not about to blow this massive chance. Inhai, spill the exact tea between you and Ban? She nodded like a proud teacher. Seriously, great question. Way to hit the bullseye, kid. I am basically the underworld itself. And Ban is some artificial god born on Earth, so basically I am his captive invaded slave. The second she dropped, that truth bomb reality literally cracked open beside her. A distant, super intimidating voice echoed straight out of the creepy void. That is not a total lie, but you are skipping major details. I try playing the nice guy, but twisting facts like that? Yeah, I cannot just let that slide. System alarms violently screamed inside his head. Massive threat detected. The spatial tear violently ripped wider. Some gross pitch-black slime monster slowly slithered out of the gap. Jihan totally froze his jaw, hitting the absolute floor in pure, unadulterated horror. Inhai casually dodged the creep's glaring eyes. The dude just coldly roasted her little victim act. Sure, I am the big bad invader here, but a literal slave. Come on, be real. First off, I never even held this entire world in the palm of my hand. How could you possibly be my slave when you are literally the entire freaking world? Jihan narrowed his eyes, getting hit with extreme deja vu. That terrifying voice, boom, and image flashbanged his brain. Ban, the literal demon lord, the monster, then totally shifted his creepy focus. Yo, kid the gamer. You look surprisingly chill. Got nerves of pure steel, huh? When exactly did you seduce the underworld to join your squad? Jihan basically short-circuited over the bizarre phrasing. What the heck? Seduce the underworld. The dude sounded genuinely curious. Honestly, a bit salty too. Never in my life have I seen the underworld act this ridiculously friendly, bending its own hardcore rules for you. Totally blows my mind, even as an individual. While representing the world's absolute will, stuff like this just never happens. Hearing that the absolute terrifying truth finally clicked for Jahan. Cold sweat totally drenched his spine. No. Hold up. Hold the phone. Do not just casually speedrun the plot like that. What does this crazy guy even mean? An individual carrying the world's will. Wait, is he actually talking about me? A chaotic storm of insane questions fried his teenage brain. He had zero choice but to activate his hyperspeed calculation skill again. Jihan went into intense overdrive, piecing every single clue together. The world's personal avatar. A broken innate talent, the universe's absolute chosen one. The Gaia theory logic, plus the underworld playing extreme favorites with me. Even Ban acting totally shocked because this was completely unprecedented. Boom. 2 seconds later, Jihan's eyes snapped open with killer focus. The chaotic puzzle pieces finally locked together. He muttered so basically tons of other overpowered prodigies exist out there, yet absolutely zero of them ever got VIP treatment. It sounds super weird when you logic it out like that. His muttering totally caught Ban off guard. Huh. Suddenly the guy just lost it, busting into unhinged, booming laughter. Ha 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 ha. Jihan cringed so hard, Ban's massive chest kept shaking. Honestly, kid, piecing all that madness together through pure logic, I gotta admit your brain is dangerously sharp. I genuinely like you. I just knew it. I knew I would totally vibe with you. You are officially the absolute first mortal catching my eye, since Lolino Jihan kept his guard cranked up to the extreme max. Yeah, hard pass on your psycho attention. Thanks, but no thanks. The boss monster just naturally roasted the rebellious teen. Heh. Why so ridiculously serious, kid? You literally earned the personal spotlight of Chemiston's big boss. I used to be a straight-up deity, but got tragically demoted to Demon King status. Honestly, you should be begging for my hype instantly. A freezing cold system prompt violently materialized right in Jihan's face. The terrifying text read out crystal clear. Boom, you have permanently unlocked a brand new title, The One Bell Watches. A title for catching his freaky eye. Even demons totally dig you. You attract freaks of nature. Demon skills get a massive buff. Jihan totally cringed. What the actual hell is this garbage title? A permanent buff just because that creep noticed me once? My magic expert title is literally trash compared to this. Even Baal was utterly mind-blown. You warped my gaze into your own power, freaking wild. Over 1,000 years alive, and you are a first. Swallowing the insane title drop, Jihan just totally chilled out. No duh, right? Back in the boomer days, video games literally did not exist. Neither did the internet, the Demon King actually nodded. Facts, kid. Earth got a major patch update, but I still remember the pre-human beta phase. Honestly, it is insanely entertaining. Suddenly his crimson eyes locked onto me, oozing absolute murder. But honestly, I freaking despise it. Ice slammed down Jihan's spine. That massive vibe switch carried crushing absolute zero power. He was staring straight into the abyss. But instantly, he bounced right back to his chill villain voice. Back to business. Small talk is officially over. You dragged a demon lord here, kid. Pay up. I do not do absolutely free house calls. Bam Jihan's body completely locked up. Toxic dark energy wrapped around him like invisible, suffocating steel chains. System completely freaked out. Critical red alert spammed his vision. Abnormal status skills totally locked down by catastrophic power. Jihan glared at the blinding holograms. He went dead pale. This was pure god-tier boss energy. My stats are totally useless. I'm literally paralyzed. A totally cursed smile. Warped across Baal's twisted, glitchy face. For a squishy human, you're barely decent. Did you actually think you could ditch me in literal hell without awakening? He slowly dragged his claws toward Jihan. Come here, newbie. You are officially my newest, cutest little toy. Jihan was a total ice statue. Cold sweat, dripping, crushing demonic gravity, absolutely wrecking him. Plot twist. A hyper-slender hand violently grabbed Baal's wrist out of nowhere, blocking his attack. Innie flexed her grip with total alpha energy. Hard pass, buddy. Not happening on my watch. My premium client literally paid in advance, and he still has 5 questions left. Dead awkward silence dropped instantly. An epic soundless turf war between 2 absolute monsters. Jihan just grabbed his mental popcorn. His breathing leveled out. A super cocky toxic mastermind smirk flashed across his face. Jackpot. Everything is going exactly according to my insanely big brain script. Baal tilted his creepy head, totally lagging. Say what? And I did not drop her brutal customer service smile. The VIP is still doing his Q&A. You know, the absolute hell rules. Pay the ultimate toll. Get the royal VIP treatment. Ha ha ha. You literally wrote that patch note yourself. Ring a bell. Ball looked ridiculously triggered. He growled like an absolute boomer. This little punk violently trespassed into my personal prison, but she 0% cared. She clapped right back with zero hesitation. Timeline technicalities are so not my problem, bro. Jihan mentally high-fived his own genius. IQ. Hell yeah. I data mined massive clues just from chatting her up. I completely banked on the fact that she and Belle have legendary beef. If I bought premium Q in A-time, she would literally be my personal meat shield until time ran out. My big brain prediction was totally flawless. Right this second, literal hell is my bodyguard. Belle's glitchy, faceless eyes exploded with nuclear red rage. He started rage quitting out loud, spewing the most toxic cancelable trash talk combo I have ever heard. And I did not even blink. She just dropped the most condescending fake nice warning. Whoa there. Watch that toxic mouth of yours. Hell got a massive management update since your glory days. There are 8 Demon Kings now, and Hades literally outranks you. Duh. He practically choked on his own rage, growling through tightly locked, jagged teeth. You totally hard-played me this round. Whipping around to face Gian Ball froze completely. He finally spotted the giant plot hole he completely missed. Well, looky here. The gamer. You totally read the freaking script. Didn't you seeing Jahan hit him with that smug, silent flex? Suddenly Bam burst into absolute psychotic laughter. You're actually a pretty hilarious kid. Way more entertaining than that bird lady, Loliano hehehe. Good, you totally cracked me up. I'll let you slide this time. Even Innie looked genuinely stunned. Whoa, didn't expect you to let him off that easy. Ban snapped his head away, clearly sick of looking at her. I'll deal with your punishment later. And you the gamer. We will definitely meet again. Ban aimed 2 fingers forward, carving an invisible rune. Instantly, brutal gray smoke blasted straight into Jahan's left collarbone. The agonizing burning pain made him grit his teeth hard. His whole body convulsed violently. Then the system's cold robotic voice echoed in his mind. You have been branded by Ban. Demonic magic effectiveness increased by 100. Ban's eyes are always watching you. Jahan's face instantly went pale. Consumed by absolute panic. What the hell is this? Ban completely ignored his suffering, laughing maniacally as he shouted a wicked farewell. Ha 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 ha! Catch you later, kid. Instantly, Ban's formless body began melting rapidly. In a flash, that psycho dissolved into a puddle of disgusting, sticky slime. Innie frowned, her eyes calculating. Ban, this complicates things. The gamer, you can ask your remaining questions whenever you want. You can leave now. Hearing that, Jihan finally snapped out of his total shock. She smiled sweetly, waving a casual goodbye. He reached out to stop her. Wait. Before he could even finish, the surrounding space violently warped and twisted. Innie's figure blurred, vanishing like a watery mirage. Then the scenery completely flipped. A massive desert with endless golden dunes surrounded him. He couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it. They literally don't care about me at all. Is it because I'm too weak? Jihan gritted his teeth. Pure rage flared up as the insult sank in. He clenched his fist tight, desperately trying to suppress his boiling fury. Those bastards. While Jihan was still seething, a soft figure suddenly tackled him from the side, pulling him into a massive hug. Liliana was so emotional, tears were totally streaming down her face. Han Jihan, are you okay? But seconds later, that overwhelming relief instantly morphed into pure rage. She shoved him back. Her eyes turned dead cold and wildly strict. You absolute idiot of a student! You are never allowed to pull a stunt like that. Do you even realize where we are? He tried desperately to save himself. Teacher, please don't use your aura. Don't. But she completely ignored him. Rotten kids who make their teachers worry deserve brutal punishment. Knowing he messed up, Jihan just braced for impact. Her hands looked cute, but her crushing strength definitely was not. While grabbing his collar to shake sense into him, Liliano suddenly spotted something. Her aura spiked wildly. What the hell is this? What is this? Ban's fresh demon mark on his collarbone was completely exposed. Jihan immediately faked absolute panic. He frantically pulled his shirt up to hide it. Whoa, what did that creep do to me? I haven't even hit my rebellious phase yet. Liliana was so infuriated her entire body trembled. Veins violently popped on her forehead. She clenched her jaw, looking ready to chew up whoever did this. Unmasked, murderous vengeance blazed in her eyes. Ban, you utter bastard! Seeing her about to go completely nuclear, Jihan frantically changed the subject to calm her down. Teacher, just chill out for a second. Your stuff. He pointed at Yunhwan and Daya standing nearby. They were holding a busted old broom and her iconic witch hat. Did you grab that? Guess we got super lucky, huh? But Liliana wasn't falling for the distraction at all. She aggressively locked onto the real issue. Nope, No, we are absolutely not talking about my gear right now. Defeated, Jihan jammed 2 fingers into his ears, looking totally fed up. Then what am I supposed to do now besides... It actually isn't a total disaster. The system says it amps up your demonic mana. She inhaled deeply, choking back her raging panic before dropping her voice to a dead serious whisper. Have you lost your damn mind, abused demonic arts, and your brain turns into a breeding ground for pure evil? But Jihan just stood there dripping with an arrogant, annoyingly chill vibe. Doesn't seem like a big deal to me. That careless shrug completely set Lolino off. It is the biggest deal, you idiot. Seeing his senior freak out over him that badly, he dropped the ultimate bombshell. I think I will be totally fine. I possess a passive skill called Gamer's Mind. Lolino froze completely, her brain short-circuiting for a second. Wait, what? Young Hwan's jaw literally hit the floor. Huh. Totally clueless, but wanting to fit in, Dahlia tilted her head. Then the sheer absurdity of Jihan's power finally clicked for her. Wait, seriously. My student is totally immune to mental damage. Unless his skill literally matches the world's will? Young Hwan panicked at that insane revelation. He suddenly screamed out loud. Did you just say absolute mental immunity? Dahlia blinked innocently. What exactly is this gamer's mind? Jihan desperately interrupted their rapidly escalating hype train. Whoa, hold up. Seriously, time out. Let us ditch this literal hellscape before geeking out. We are completely out of time. Lolino coughed awkwardly. Oh, right. I was just too shell-shocked. Young Hwan instantly snapped into combat mode. All right, let us go home. Normal space-tearing magic will not work to escape hell. We must breach the Hellgate. Jihan pondered intensely, which means that he finished that grim thought. We need to storm the Eastern Hellgate again. We have enough power. The squad was locked and loaded. Jihan enthusiastically thrust his staff skyward. What are we waiting for? Let us bounce. Surviving a brutal death-defying gauntlet, they finally breathed in that cozy, familiar air. Jihan felt his tense muscles melt, releasing the horrific stress of their epic journey. We are finally home. Escaping Hell's Gate back to reality, we parted ways with Young Hwan's crew. Loki crashed at my place, instantly dropping his jaw upon entering. Whoa, this place got a massive upgrade. Seeing his monster farming sanctuary praise, Jihan's chest swelled with immense gamer pride. The system works right. I picked up a few hardcore tricks. First off, my crib is now a literal overpowered wizard tower. My stats are massively buffed here, plus I rigged the perimeter with insane magical barriers. Better yet, if any trash mobs attack while I'm inside tower defense mode, instantly activates. Jihan's ultra creepy villain laugh gave Lolino massive goosebumps. She desperately cut in. Dear student, you look entirely unhinged, laughing alone like a psycho, snapping back to reality. He panicked. My bad. So sorry. Glancing around, she asked, Are you still living solo? Regaining his cool. He explained. I actually have a roommate now, but they seem to be logged out. She carefully verified. Then can I crash in the spare bedroom? Jihan nodded casually. For sure, pick any open room. She politely replied, Thanks a million. Once Lolino vanished, his expression shifted into a rare intense seriousness. I still have an insane grind ahead of me. I am pathetically weak. Compared to demon lords and the top-tier 9 Gates guilds, I am basically a firefly challenging the blazing sun. I must level up massively right now. That is my only shot at protecting myself and my entire guild. And to achieve that, I desperately need deeper lore. Jihan intensely analyzed his own broken stats and fatal flaws. Honestly, I have farmed tons of knowledge and mastered hundreds of active skills. I spam them perfectly now, but I need something exclusively overpowered and legendary. Ultimately, the gamer answer is simple. Grind levels, farm god-tier loot, and unlock supreme abilities. And if I max out my global influence, I have theory-crafted a strategy for this already. A razor-sharp calculating gleam flashed deep within his eyes. Now it is time to get incredibly sweaty at this game. Jihan learned a brutal lesson surviving hell. His peaceful life was just the calm before an apocalyptic storm. His cozy comfort stemmed entirely from his naive, low-level ignorance. Jihan totally lost control of his surging, chaotic hype. He instantly struck an outrageously dramatic, edgy anime protagonist pose. The meta has officially shifted. As a true gamer, I will show them peak. Hardcore grinding, max efficiency, speedrunning, straight-up Korean pro player style. Right as Jihan was lost in his ultimate cringe fantasy, a freshly changed Lolino walked out and witnessed the entire horrific spectacle. She awkwardly stepped back, cringing hard. So sorry to interrupt, I needed to discuss something crucial. But maybe another time? That sudden voice nearly gave him a literal heart attack. His face instantly erupted into a blinding, blood-boiling shade of embarrassed crimson. He frantically dropped his edgy pose. He tried playing it cool, but his smile was painfully stiff and visibly twitching. No, it is totally fine. Come right in, Teach. Jihan desperately deflected, trying to bury his catastrophic cringe. Do you want some buffs or snacks? I hoarded some loot in my inventory. Got cola, soda, even orange juice. Lolino graciously played along, accepting his pathetic evasion. Hit me with that orange juice, he replied with forced casualness. Gotcha. Jihan smoothly flexed his mana to telekinetically pour the juice into a glass, kicking off the actual conversation. By the way, Teach, Lolino glanced up with slight suspicion. What is it? He voiced his nagging curiosity. Where did that Grizz guy respawn? She spaced out in thought for a second before answering. He is performing a massive ritual. He has a sacred duty to the forest he protects and draws his mana from. He is technically my absolute alpha vanguard, but our party dynamics are incredibly complicated. Hearing this, everything finally clicked. That was exactly why she had ventured completely alone. Loliano's voice remained perfectly flat, dropping lore like it was nothing. Plus, she would be dragged straight down to hell even with him standing right there. The guy could not legally interfere, and begging for an underworld rescue mission was totally out of the question. After all, he was a literal god. The ultimate catch divine beings absolutely could not pull off any unnatural miracles. Crashing the underworld as a living soul, that was the ultimate taboo. But Jihan kept his snarky thoughts locked tight inside his head. How ridiculously hypocritical to magically spawn a massive tree downtown, yet suddenly play strictly by the rules. Whatever guess celestial beings have their own twisted logic. Suddenly a massive blush erupted across Loliano's cheeks, hesitating like a nervous teenager. Completely missing the absolute romantic tension, our clueless hero just asked her straight up. So Teach, what exactly did you want to talk about? But before he could ruin the vibe, Loliano gathered her courage and cut him right off. Honestly, I just really wanted to say, thank you. The unexpected gratitude hit Jihan like a critical strike, leaving him totally stunned. He awkwardly scratched his cheek, his face practically burning up. Well, this is incredibly embarrassing. He stammered out, completely losing his cool factor. She flashed a wildly genuine, burden-lifting smile. You were seriously amazing to me. You do not find this kind of pure kindness in the abyss or anywhere else. Her heavy sincerity instantly triggered his massive guilt trip. His confident aura crashed completely as he muttered, Yeah, I am really not that heroic. I just look out for my own crew. It is not like I'm running some global charity mission. Loliano burst out laughing at his dramatic denial. Sweetly teasing, she replied, Those charity workers are saints, but you are definitely destined for something epic. Yeah, definitely you. However, her playful banter could not erase the crushing emotional weight anchoring Jihan down. He stared blankly at the floor, questioning his own corrupted soul. Maybe my busted gamer mind passive makes me totally fearless. For normal people, stepping up and saving the day means making real terrifying sacrifices. Real sacrifice brings devastating loss. An ordinary person would sense the absolute terror of the situation, but my messed up brain just overrides everything. My mind stays absolutely cold and calculated. I do not feel the paralyzing dread, so I just jump in because the damage stats are mathematically survivable. Loliano instantly caught on to his wildly suspicious silence and that brooding, overly dramatic expression. She gently placed her empty glass down on the floor. So I want to properly thank you with a very special reward. She slowly closed the distance, sending Jihan into a total panic as he instinctively leaned way back. She tenderly cupped his cheek. The sudden electrifying warmth of her soft palm sent his teenage brain into absolute overdrive. His entire body froze like a glitched character. Teach, I do not know what you are plotting, but please, absolutely not. Thanks, but I would seriously prefer cold hard cash over whatever highly dangerous romantic trap this is. The agonizing gap between them vanished as her lips curved into a wicked teasing laugh. Haha, I totally knew you would say something that utterly stupid, but this is exactly what I'm giving you. Right at that critical heart-stopping second, the door blasted violently open. Xinjiang stormed in, completely obliterating the heavy romantic tension. Jihan, you are finally back. How was your hardcore trip to hell? She completely froze at the scandalous scene. The duo whipped their heads around in pure shock. Xinjiang instantly turned tomato red, violently slamming the door shut. So sorry. Please go right back to your highly questionable business, Jihan screamed in utter desperation, frantically trying to defend his absolutely shattered innocence. Hey, wait a minute. It is not what it looks like, I swear. The only one chilling through this chaotic disaster was Loliano, who coolly pulled her hand away to scold him. I am so incredibly disappointed my only student is this much of an amateur. I was not even planning anything crazy. Jihan panicked, violently, face burning like a solar flare. What do you mean, anything crazy? While Jihan frantically mentally blue-screened trying to escape this disaster, the doorbell aggressively went off, violently shattering the painfully awkward silence. Thank the gaming gods for perfect timing. He practically teleported to his feet to run away. Teach someone is at the door, I will go check. Loliano just stared with absolute deadpan indifference. Whatever. But the second Jihan touched the knob, she abruptly called out. Wait. He turned back insanely suspicious. What now? Seizing his completely dropped guard, Loliano silently slid right into his personal space and locked him into a sudden lightning-fast kiss. The shockingly soft impact sent his entire teenage brain crashing into absolute chaos. She actually just kissed me. And to make it infinitely crazier, this was literally round 2. Right on cue, the iconic system notification chimed in. You have received a devastatingly sincere kiss from the witch. You are now eligible to forge a magical contract. Jihan's frantic attention instantly snapped straight to the glowing prompt. Huh. His ridiculously innocent reaction totally fueled Loliano's amusement. She flashed a wickedly triumphant, smug little smirk. Try running away now, you fool. He aggressively covered his blazing red face, too utterly terrified to even look her in the eyes. Seriously. Not this insane scenario again. Having successfully claimed her absolute victory, Loliano brutally shoved Jihan straight out the door. Get moving, it is seriously not that big of a deal. Go check the door right now. He stumbled blindly down the hallway stairs, trying to chill out my racing heart. Hold on a second. My first and second kisses went to my teacher. Wait, focus. Snapping back to reality, that was completely beside the point right now. What the heck is a witch's contract anyway? She definitely tossed it at me for a hidden reason. Whatever, let's just do this. Jihan smashed that accept button. Instantly, the system chimed in, locking down his brand new witch contract. Boom. You are now the second warrior. Life knowledge and spiritual senses are now synced. The epic title, Second Great Warrior of the Witch, has been unlocked. Notification spammed his vision like crazy, leaving him totally speechless. The title, what does it even do? The glowing text screamed, Second Great Warrior. Massive buffs and crazy bonus skills scrolled down the screen just like the ancient legends. Turns out witches need muscle to watch their backs, so naturally, an ultimate pact is forged. The witch shares her boundless life force while her warrior brings the pain. Since witches basically live forever unless murdered. Her contracted fighter gets totally immortal alongside her. Max limit 3 warriors. Jihan just stood there letting his brain reboot from this insane lore drop. He took a deep breath. Holy crap, this title was insanely overpowered. With this cheat code, I can spam every magic trick Teach ever learned. Wait, does she even have a limit? Tossing his epic power-up aside, Jihan glanced at his front door monitor. His vibe instantly soured. Pure annoyance was stamped right across his twitching forehead. Not this stalker again. Cut to the living room where Ma-hun was chilling on the couch. Flashing a sickeningly corporate smile, Jihan painfully broke the ice. What do you want now? The guest scanned the room, dropping an obvious hint. I figured you would offer a guest some refreshments. Yeah, right. Jihan glared at him like absolute trash. Look, dude, hanging out with you is just awkward. Ma-hun did not even blink, oozing that annoying rich guy confidence. Come on, I run a massive platform. Stick with me and you will definitely reap the juicy rewards. Jihan rolled his eyes. Sure, whatever. Defeated, he lazily slid a glass of orange juice across the table. Knock yourself out. The guy grabbed it without missing a beat. Thanks for the hospitality. Jihan flashed a villainous smirk dripping with fake menace. Aren't you worried I spiked it? Ma-hun winked like a total troll. A pro gamer like you would not stoop that low, right? Slumping back with his arms crossed, Jihan grunted in defeat. Enough of this sarcastic banter. It was time to cut the crap. Spill it. Why are you crashing at my place? The suit calmly took a sip of his juice. Word on the street is you tore up the underworld, and you crushed that mission like an absolute boss. Jihan nearly choked. How the heck do you know about that? Halfway through, he remembered this creep's broken intel skills. Never mind, I'm an idiot for even asking. Ma-hun just shrugged unapologetically. Bingo. You hit the nail on the head. Rubbing his temples, Jihan sighed. So what do you want? The guy casually brushed it off. No biggie, just hear about your recent crazy stunts. Specifically, rumor has it, you cooked up something seriously spicy. Jihan finally connected the dots. You shady hustler, you are just here to use my crafting skills. You never changed, but deep down, Jihan knew there was a catch. The suit dropped the nice guy act. Straight up, I need you to do a commission. Playing dumb, Jihan raised an eyebrow. You mean my legendary crafting skills? Ma-hun nodded shamelessly. Exactly that. Jihan let out the loudest, most dramatic groan ever. Did you at least bring the blueprints? The dude grinned, practically waiting for that exact phrase. Obviously, he whipped out a super sketchy leather-bound notebook, tied up with dark strings. Jihan stared at it like it was cursed. Who even designs an emo grimoire like this? Ma-hun puffed out his chest, acting like he just handed over the Mona Lisa. Pretty handy, right? Not like we are tossing this on the black market anyway. Jihan's jaw dropped in disbelief. He could not even process the sheer cringe. Yeah, but still. Whatever ignoring this guy's trash taste was the best play. Grabbing the dark tome, he muttered a quick chant to lock in the blueprint. Boom. The book erupted in blinding light. A sick, ghostly aura illuminated Jihan's face. Right on cue, the system chimed. Primeval Energy Recovery Converter Blueprint successfully registered. Mahun instantly dropped his goofy act going full boss mode. The book vanished, meaning you just absorbed the data without blowing up. Give it to me straight. Can you actually craft this monstrosity? Jihan stayed dead silent. He needed a sec to process the insane crafting mats and the ridiculous complexity of this thing. Hold up. The system just finished its scan. Warning, Primeval Energy Recovery Converter recipe revealed. A device converting all power into primal energy. The very spark that birthed the world. Crafting failed. He relayed the bleak result. Deep down, he was already sweating bullets. I totally lack the blueprints and materials for this. Mahun stroked his chin, lost in deep thought. He totally saw this coming. Your hype is huge, but I guess you are not ready. Jihan winced, utterly embarrassed. Look, man, my crafting stats have been totally neglected. Suddenly, the corporate suit shifted gears. His piercing gaze locked on. Why not hear our epic proposal? Then intrigued, Jihan leaned in. Shoot. Mahun laid out his master plan with absolute swagger. We will supply all the raw materials. It is the ultimate shortcut to max out your crafting. Do I get to keep the loot? Hard pass on that, kid. You forge them strictly for us. Your skills level up. A total win-win situation, right? We will even cover your mana deficit. Jihan furrowed his brows. His teen rebel brain went into overdrive. They want to boost my stats. Wait a second. These corporate suits are definitely scamming me on the margins. He called out the shady scheme with zero hesitation. Isn't this deal massively rigged? Playing dumb, Mahun blinked. Rigged how? Jihan attacked the fatal flaw of their contract. The time investment. Mahun smirked like a sly villain and started slow clapping. You are frighteningly sharp, kid. You saw right through my trap. He exhaled softly. Slashing crafting time requires a ridiculously heavy price. Experience boosters cost an absolute fortune these days. Offer me a genuinely fair premium. The suit calmly accepted the challenge. I know you drive a hard bargain. Name your ultimate price. Jihan did not hesitate for a microsecond. He slammed down his demand like a boss 100 epic magic crafting recipes. Mahun's eyebrow twitched in sheer surprise. This punk actually understood that absolute knowledge equals absolute power. Crucial for a newbie like you. What are your exact recipe standards? Minimum value of 100 million at the Abyss auction, and restock immediately after I craft 100 items. His rebellious teenage brain had calculated every single penny perfectly. Basically cough up 10 billion won worth of blueprints, Mahun suddenly erupted into a terrifyingly manic laugh. A phantom chill aggressively ripped down Jihan's spine. The creepy guy slithered closer, his fingers twitching like a supervillain. You are hilarious, kid. I want to dissect your body piece by piece. Epic goosebumps exploded across Jihan's skin as he frantically backpedaled away. Satisfied with traumatizing the teen, Mahun finally backed off. He covered a smirk. Oh, relax. I am purely fascinated by your hidden potential. Do not take it out of context. Jihan was still massively creeped out. His internal radar was screaming red alert. He made a firm judgment. This corporate snake is lethally dangerous. Mahun dramatically adjusted his glasses. Calculating the absolute stakes. By the way, I will pay 100 million won per crafted item. Fine by me. Even if my syndicate takes a brutal financial hit. I accept your rebellious terms. I will upload the digital goods within a week. Meet me at the designated drop zone. We will finalize this chaotic mess then. Jihan's energy hit absolute zero, sighing heavily at the insane deal. Whatever. It is a deal then. Mahun dramatically stood up to exit. Until then. Catch you in exactly 7 days, kid. Once the villainous aura vanished, Jihan slammed the door. Instantly, Loleno peeked from the shadows, bursting with aggressive curiosity. Is that creepy suit finally gone? He exhaled a massive sigh of relief. Yeah, the coast is totally clear. She confidently strutted into the room, casually declaring, that was a ridiculously epic deal. Still paranoid, Jihan threw her a suspicious glare. You are absolutely sure this is not a death trap? Loleno hummed thoughtfully. Zero chance. Those contracts are bound by the absolute gods of commerce. That legendary bombshell hit Jihan like a speeding truck, leaving him completely wide-eyed. She flashed him a knowing, rebellious smirk. You are totally clueless about the underground Abyss auction, huh? He rubbed his neck, awkwardly admitting defeat. Guilty as charged. Stepping into mentor mode, she dropped the ultimate lore. Divine beings cannot manipulate our physical reality anymore. Honestly, that rule shattered the world quite recently. Jihan tilted his head, a million invisible question marks popping up. Say what? Lolino did not miss a beat. The will of the world booted the supernatural right out of our reality. This epic split happened roughly 2,000 years ago. Before that, gods, mages, and witches literally used to roam the streets like regular pedestrians. It is a legendary tale ever heard of Atlantis. Finally, something that actually clicked in his brain. Yeah, I know that one. He replied. She quickly chimed back in. Plus throw the Mu continent into the mix. Anyway, those crazy civilizations totally existed way back when. They all flexed absolute god-tier ancient powers. And Zomoto was totally one of those bad boys, right? Was Gyampoto also some busted ancient empire? Same deal with Asuka. Oh, heck yeah. We are spiritually linked now. Just scan my memories to get the vibe Jihan's eyes nearly bulged right out of his skull. He honestly lost count of his daily freakouts at this point. Wait, seriously. Catching his totally blank buffering expression, she smirked. You will catch on in a heartbeat. It basically uploads a magical mega library straight into your brain. You can stream it like text or literal videos. That totally sparked his gamer instincts. Now that is actually insane. She let out a wry little laugh. Haha, consider it the ultimate VIP reward for saving my life. But hey, I get to leech some of your overpowered stats, you know? It is a fair trade hearing this Jihan was dying to know. Exactly how do you siphon my strength? Lolino casually demonstrated her sneaky little trick. Your mana pool is absolutely cracked, way bigger than mine. I just skim a little off the top. Like this intense magical energy instantly swirled in her palm, compressing into a tiny buzzing sphere of radiant neon green light. Right on cue, a translucent system window flashed right in front of his face. The Great Witch Lolino Mishi is currently leeching the Supreme Warrior's mana. Draining 150 megabits per second, Jihan just stared at the glowing text, his brain buffering hard. So that is the cheat code. Lolino closed her fist, instantly snuffing out the magical orb. He voiced his absolute confusion. That is seriously freaky. It literally feels like my mana pool is infinite. He mumbled, still trying to process the logic. It basically is an endless cheat. The world's will is just spoon-feeding you unlimited mana. She stroked her chin like an evil mastermind. A shiny new tactic had just clicked. Oh, I totally get it now. With this infinite battery, I can multiply my combat power astronomically. Jihan's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait for real. Total boss energy suddenly radiated from her. Because when it comes to dropping magical nukes, I'm still light years ahead of you. Having a massive mana bar does not mean you know how to use it, he smirked, totally agreeing. Fair point, but hey Teach, let me pick your brain for a sec. How long does it actually take to craft a magical artifact? Lolino knit her brows, mentally crunching the numbers. Probably around 24 hours. That is if I grind it out entirely by hand. And that is just for a mid-tier scrub item. High-tier gear, that takes an entire week, plus mass production totally tanks the item's quality. If you lack the crafting skills, you usually hire specialized artisans or just hit up the magical factories. Believe it or not, modern factory gear is actually wildly overpowered these days. He gave a slow nod. Gotcha. So it is a seriously massive time sink. It suddenly clicked in Lolino's brain. Wait a second, your overpowered skill lets you craft instantly, right? Makes total sense since you are a walking glitch. But hold up. Why the sudden interest? His gaze grew intensely serious as he stared at his own hands. Honestly, I think my ultimate play here is just spam crafting items. She tilted her head, completely baffled, while he dropped the bombshell. Truth is, I practically run an absolute sweatshop back home. Right now, I am casually printing out 100 golems every single day. With every word he dropped, Lolino's face went through an entire rainbow of shock. Her slight confusion melted into pure doubt, escalated to panic, and flatlined into utter mind-shattering horror. She physically recoiled, praying her ears were just hallucinating some absolutely unhinged joke. Catching her totally dramatic meltdown, he just awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. I might have made a few tiny upgrades. The base golems I'm mass-producing now are literal liquid metal. So yeah, basic punches. Totally useless against this freaky mutant. It rocks a base level of 100 fuses like crazy, and we are cranking out 100 daily. So far. We have cranked out over 1,000 units. Right now, I'm stuffing them all inside an expanded spatial magic vault. Honestly, with the insane cash I'm holding right now, I could literally buy out one of Korea's top-tier guilds. But whatever I need to stay sharp and get totally prepped, taking on those crazy requests from the Abyss auction house, recently, yeah, that taught me some massive lessons. Lolino totally read my mind. This world, it is seriously massive. After surviving a total storm of back-to-back disasters, Jihan leveled up his mindset. Dude became super chill and incredibly mature. Yeah, the universe is insanely huge, but now I actually grasp its true scale, and honestly, that is a fantastic breakthrough. I used to feel like a clueless little raft just drifting aimlessly across an endless, terrifying ocean. But right now, I finally understand the true mind-blowing scale of this entire planet. I see the whole board now. and I know exactly how hard I must grind to reach the absolute end. Watching Jihan's absolute legendary glow up right before her eyes, Lolina was completely stunned. She flashed a proud, sneaky smile, totally amazed by his vibe. So what is your master plan now? He had already crunched all the numbers. His next move was crystal clear. To become the absolute strongest powerhouse in the entire cosmos, that is my ultimate goal. She gasped, covering her mouth in pure shock. Whoa, I am seriously hyped to see that, but reaching the top is no joke. Yet Jihan fully embraced the heavy burden ahead. Still, a guy has got to do what a guy has got to do. The universe handed me this insane power for a major reason. Lolina was totally on board with his wild dream. All right then. What is step 1 on your epic checklist? His eyes blazed with pure resolve. Time to gear up like a supreme mage. I am entering absolute hardcore grinding mode a few days later. A shiny metallic UFO casually floated over his turf. A robotic voice echoed out. I have arrived to collect my purchased cargo. Meanwhile, Jihan was hyper-focused on his crafting. He barely even blinked, just lazily pointing a finger off to the side. Right over there stood a towering, perfectly engineered giant golem. It was an absolute masterpiece. The freaky saucer drifted closer. A blinding tractor beam locked onto the golem. The massive beast defied gravity, getting totally abducted into the ship, yet Jihan did not care. His focus was completely unbreakable. Chanting low, mysterious spells under his breath, a slick, golden magical aura lit up his intense face. Suddenly, Shindong casually strolled up beside him. Looks like business is absolutely booming. So how much sweet loot did you rake in? Jihan did not even pause his insane crafting speed. I am pulling in 100 million per unit. And I just moved about 600 of them. Seriously, this country is crawling with loaded whales. Man, if I knew they were this rich. I should not have settled for formulas worth mere hundreds of millions. I should have squeezed them for billions. Shindong deadpanned with absolute savage honesty. Oh, Jihan. Sometimes you are just incredibly dense. Jihan just sighed, accepting the brutal roast. He grumbled softly under his breath. Hey, you make it sound like I'm a total nobody. Her random arrival totally derailed his brain for a second. Wait, Shindong is actually in my party? And because of that epic perk? She has been exploiting the system's buffs to power grind like an absolute maniac. Her stats are skyrocketing insanely fast right now. The rest of my epic squad, just the teacher and Sun-In. That makes 3 core members. Seriously, Sun-In is abusing those game mechanics to train like a literal beast. Her level just casually spikes every single time I blink. While chatting away like a distracted teenager, Jihan somehow nailed his complex main quest. Boom. The ground ahead exploded with blinding epic energy. Massive magic circles rocking wild. Intricate runes totally popped up. Glowing neon threads snapped together, weaving an insanely complex magical matrix. His eyes went dead serious. He rapidly slammed critical enhancement spells right into the core gorgeous. Enchanting mana engaged, pumping more enchanting mana. Engage full mana synchronization. With every flick of his wrist, the magical aura went supernova, swallowing the entire zone. The massive mage tower next door erupted with a blinding flash. The sheer intensity practically vaporized the surrounding scenery. System alerts spammed his vision like crazy upgrade successful. The mage tower territory has just leveled up. Interior base facilities, maxed out. The ultimate gear quality. Seriously boosted to the next tier. The entire mage tower just hit a massive new level. Jihan smirked, totally vibing with his legendary masterpiece. The ultimate renovation was finally complete. All thanks to the crazy knowledge he farmed from his master. Throw in those 500 epic blueprints I snagged from the auction. That is how your boy Jihan keeps evolving to the absolute max. Now let those rival clans try to step to me. Shindong just tilted her head, shielding her eyes from the blinding glow of pure power. That mana pool is absolutely insane. Jihan, can you actually handle all that raw juice? He smirked with that signature cocky vibe. Sure, it might glitch out in some crazy underworld dimension. But right here on Earth, I can drain every drop of mana I want. Welcome to the digital age, baby. If we have wireless phone chargers, oh, why not Wireless Mana Plus? The guy knew exactly where he stood on the power scale. I'm not exactly the only genius pulling this off. The top tier beasts are definitely doing it too. Boom, my Golem squad just hit level 120. Their combat stats are totally off the charts now, and they can cast 12 different devastating magic spells. Shindong's jaw practically hit the floor, completely starstruck by those broken stats, but Jihan just muttered under his breath, honestly, it is not enough yet. He kept his dark thoughts totally hidden. Clenching his fist, he silently vowed not until a single golem can solo a level 200 boss. Meeting Band seriously reality checked me. He is a literal top ranker, and there are thousands of divine tier monsters out there. I am miles behind. Just as the existential dread kicked in a soft hand, squeezed his shoulder, grounding his racing thoughts. Shindong stepped up her gaze, radiating pure hardcore support. Dude, chill out. You are already insanely overpowered for your age. Jihan just scratched his head, letting out a heavy sigh. Yeah, she is right. Without missing a single beat, she dropped the golden question. So what is the Grandmaster plan now? Snapping back to his usual cocky self in record time, Jihan flashed a wicked grin. Glad you asked time for a little pop quiz professor style. First off, let me explain exactly why your boy's an absolute menace. Why do you think mages absolutely dominate? Shindong rolled her eyes at the theatrics, but played along? Maybe because of their broken artifacts, their overpowered gear, and the crazy buffs they stack before a fight even starts. Jihan nodded like a proud sensei. Exactly textbook perfection right there. But then he dropped the real logic bomb, completely catching her off guard. So if pre-buffing makes them strong, spamming more spells makes them literal gods, right? Blinking through the confusion, she cautiously nodded her head. I mean, yeah? That was his cue to completely geek out. Since barriers create customized battlefields, I can literally hack the terrain to my ultimate advantage. Shindong looked painfully lost. Dude, don't you do that every single fight, anyway? Why are you hyping up the most basic, obvious stuff ever? But the grand buildup was just bait for his absolutely insane master plan. Because my brain just cooked up the most legendary idea. She leaned in totally hooked. Jihan struck a heroic pose, dropping a ridiculously edgy but flawless declaration. It is simple. The Soul Clan. The Heavens Will sect and every single mid-tier gang in Seoul, I am going to completely steamroll them and claim their turf as my own personal kingdom. Total world domination, baby. That unhinged villain speech literally made Shindong's brain totally short-circuit on the spot. Wait, what? But our local game breaker was just getting warmed up. Land, sea, who even cares? I'm slapping down massive wizard towers everywhere. I will mark my territory and pump out infinite mana supply. She was practically choking on her own words now. Are you serious? His eyes burned with absolute unshakable rebellious resolve. Dead serious. And because waiting is for losers, Jihan cracked his knuckles. Talk is cheap. We move out right now. He instantly barked a command to his mindlessly loyal heavy hitters. Time to crash the party, Golem Squad. Come on out. As those massive rocky beasts stomped into the light, his smirk grew dangerously wide. With one cocky eyebrow raise, his battle hunger exploded. Crush them. This was not just a couple of mobs, a literal army materialized behind him. Capture them alive. No lethal force. Suddenly, system alerts violently spammed his vision. Massive faction war detected. Initiating extreme tactical combat mode, cancel if you are completely out of your mind, and right on cue. A fully interactive minimap holographic projection exploded into his view. Jihan's sweat dropped, completely blindsided by the hardcore interface. What the actual heck is this? The Golem Legion was already marching straight into the downtown crossfire. Their mechanical, booming voices shattered the city's peace with a brutal broadcast. Listen up. This entire Seoul district is now under the gamer's absolute control. Drop your weapons and surrender peacefully immediately. Do that, and you live under our protection. Resist and get totally wrecked. Naturally, that arrogant taunt triggered the local bosses into a blinding rage. Massive lightning strikes thicker than skyscrapers brutally blasted the rocky frontliners. But hilariously, it just gave them a dusty smoke bath. The enemy leader completely snapped. He screamed so loud his vocal cords practically shredded, "The gamer, you absolute punk kid," acting like a true desperate commander. He frantically barked out his absolute ultimate defensive commands. Unleash every single mana bullet we have. Pour everything into the defensive barrier right now. His rooftop snipers locked onto the massive targets, screaming out their war cry. Fire at will. Without a second of hesitation, thousands of lethal energy rounds rained straight down on the unstoppable Golem March. But when the final explosive blast cleared out, nothing but a few pathetic scorch marks on the monster squad talk about a total flex. Those chumps could not even slow the golems down. Crimson eyes locked onto the pathetic shield blocking their path. Barrier analysis initiated. A chilling robotic voice echoed through the chaos. Rank F shield detected. Spell annihilation engaged. Glowing magic circles erupted across their metal chests, radiating pure destructive energy. They supercharged the massive metal titans with an endless stream of pure mana. Without Jihan even lifting a single finger, they smashed that flimsy toy-like barrier into absolute dust. The enemies completely panicked and cursed. How did our defenses instantly crumble? That absolute glitching psycho. His lackey went completely ghost pale from absolute terror. Boss, we need to completely bail right now. But Kangnam ripped into him with absolute fury. You want to ditch our headquarters? Gather every single drop of mana we have. Just as he geared up for an epic counterattack, an even more terrifying scream dropped. Boss, look up. While they were completely losing their minds, the metal beasts had already scaled their stronghold. A static robotic voice dropped the ultimate death sentence. Hostile resistance officially confirmed. Initiating absolute lockdown on all hostiles. Warning apprehension will be extremely painful. Brace yourselves for impact. Gangnam completely abandoned his tough guy act. Holy freaking crap, he screamed. Grab the gear and let us completely bounce. But one shocked minion desperately yanked his attention back. Boss, you need to see this. Out of literally nowhere, a blazing crimson force field slammed down completely, drowning out the sniveling minion's absolute panic. We are completely boxed in and totally busted. Pure nightmare juice flooded Gangnam's shaking veins. Son of a glitch and absolute lockdown barrier. A massive golem shoved its mechanical face through the gap, aggressively looping its icy threat. Hostile lockdown engaged, painful apprehension mode fully activated, prepare for absolute devastation. Reality hit him like an absolute freight train. Struggling now was completely and utterly pointless. He hung his head violently, swallowing his massive pride. I completely surrender. Suddenly, the system interface exploded with flashy pop-ups. Territory absolutely conquered, the enemy faction has completely surrendered, acquired 78 literal prisoners of war, harvested a massive 19,800,000 experience points, and epic loot. Glorious victory screens absolutely spammed Jihan's holographic display. The absolute mastermind was literally chilling in his own living room. Shindong just sat there completely mind-blown. That is sick. Lolina threw in an even harder flex. Absolutely terrifying. It is giving total main character energy. You literally just sat there live streaming your robotic goons doing the dirty work. Even Jihan was secretly sweating from his own insane success. I think we officially own that turf now. The drop rate is absolutely insane. Spell tomes, crafting gear, and epic weapons flooded his inventory. Watching this ridiculous cheat code, Loleno suddenly raised a massive red flag. Bro, can you just randomly declare war like this? The Nine Gates faction will totally flip out. Jihan just smirked with absolute zero chill. We have a little mutual understanding. Whatever, they can completely come catch these hands if they want. Plus, the Heavenly Will Gate owes me, so we are completely golden. Shindong actually understood the crazy political drama. Better safe than absolutely wrecked, dude. Why not just drop them a heads up first? The squad completely vibed with that logic. Yeah, honestly, you should. Jihan dramatically gritted his teeth in absolute defeat. Fine if you guys insist. But before he could even finish, his interface completely exploded. Sunin was completely spamming him in all caps. You absolute psychotic maniac, what the heck are you doing? Are you literally trying to bite off more than you can chew, you absolute freak? While Shindong and Lolina were still completely hypnotized by the victory loot, Jihan noticed a highly crucial detail. Wait, they totally cannot see my private holographic display. Meanwhile, Sunin dropped another massive tech snook. You absolute lunatic, explain yourself right now. The absolute truth finally clicked into place. Every God-tier survival game always hides this exact mechanic, the legendary private messaging system. He practically sprinted for the absolute nearest exit, but he threw a quick excuse over his shoulder. My bad, guys. Give me one literal second. Sunin is completely blowing up my private messages. I have to deal with this absolute meltdown. The Heavenly Will Gate definitely found out about my little turf war. Securing a completely dead zone corner away from snooping ears, he flicked on the most broken system feature yet. Initiating holographic video call. Sunin literally jumped out of her absolute skin on the other end. Whoa. Seeing her glitch out like a total noob, Jihan flashed a ridiculously cocky grin. Welcome to the future, boomer. It is literally just a video chat. Even casuals use this every single day. She completely snapped right back at his smug face. Your giant head literally just jump-scared me. How the heck am I supposed to stay chill? But her rage quickly pivoted back to the actual disaster. Her vocal cords completely redlined into maximum overdrive. That is not the freaking point, you absolute psychopath. Why in the world did you suddenly nuke their faction? Have you completely lost your last 2 brain cells? Tanking her absolute sonic boom of a voice, Jihan just shrugged it off like a boss. Bro, I was literally just taking out the absolute trash around my neighborhood. I just took a casual stroll through hell. Who knew that little field trip would successfully drag us into the spotlight and grab Sunil's attention? Wait, what hell? What the heck are you even babbling about right now? I'm heading over right now. Stay put and do not move a single muscle. Understood. Listening to this entire dramatic solo play unfold, our boy could only facepalm and weep internally at his ridiculous situation. Why is he seriously overreacting? I'm way stronger than Sunil anyway. Yet here he comes to nag me into oblivion. Realizing there was zero chance of escaping this lecture, Jihan let out a heavy sigh and swiftly changed the subject. Anyway, epic loot aside, what should I do with these prisoners? Time flew by, and before he could even decide, Sun Il arrived on the scene looking completely baffled. Tidying up the area, Jihan casually explained this map popped up the moment I declared war. The second those words dropped, his friend exhaled deeply, bracing for total disaster. Sun Il's magical aura exploded around him. His voice dropped to a freezing absolute deadpan as he hissed. Do you have any idea what this actually means? This is an all-out war. Real people will die. You know, this is not a game, right? Every overpowered faction in Seoul is directly tied to the Dan Yui Guild. The Dan Guild was forged in Korea, packing influence that easily crushes massive foreign syndicates. Honestly, those monsters can literally twist absolute impossibilities into living reality. His deep voice echoed with absolute dread. And you just painted a giant target on your back? Jihan stayed completely unfazed by this doomsday speech, only tilting his head. All right, you are right about me slowly becoming their public enemy number one, but what exactly do you mean about them twisting reality? The grim response came in just one word: population. That single word only made Jihan scratch his head harder. Yeah. Channeling saint-like patience. Sun Il started breaking down the brutal truth. The hidden forces of the abyss harvest human mental energy. They refine all of it into raw, devastating combat power. Just picture a massive supernatural power plant. That mental energy simply acts as their burning coal. Every human thought and emotion blends together to forge spiritual energy. When it massively overflows, it spawns lesser demons. Those freaks then merge together to form horrific monsters. It is exactly like watching a basic mob evolve into a terrifying boss. Sun Il furrowed his brows intensely at that exact moment. Sure, raw natural energy totally exists, like sunlight and moonlight. But with the booming population, human mental energy morphed into a vastly superior power source for every abyss member. Right. That is exactly why claiming any territory triggers such insane, blood-boiling tension, and that goes double for Seoul. The syndicate controlling all Korean spiritual power is the Dan Guild, one of the elite 9 gates. Everything brutally boiled down to one single fact. They will absolutely never let you expand your epic empire. Jihan frowned slightly, double-checking the facts. So you are saying this is a super risky move, right? Sun Il nodded sharply. Bingo. His trademark piercing eyes suddenly narrowed into a deadly intense glare. Risky indeed? Despite knowing the horrific stakes, Jihan casually pouted without a single care. I guess a solid negotiation will solve this. That instantly earned a furious growl from his buddy. Negotiate. Dude, do you even realize who these monsters are? Completely. Chill. Jihan fired back. Last time I checked, you were literally trying to negotiate with them. Sun Il firmly countered that was under completely extraordinary circumstances. Besides, what epic loot could you possibly gain from talking to them? Regardless of the crazy stakes, Jihan had already mapped out his ultimate master plan. I need to boost my influence hoard massive amounts of mana and seriously power level, he calculated internally. Once I hit level 500, I will definitely be overpowered enough to smash that guild. Hearing his best buddy lay out this insane ambition, Sun Il held back his protest and asked, so do you actually hold a winning trump card for this negotiation? Jihan smirked. Yeah, check this out. After witnessing the sheer, glorious mechanics from start to finish, he completely freaked out in awe. I swear, man, you are an absolute gaming genius, brushing off any ounce of fake humility. Thanks for the hype. Moving past that moment, Sun Il suddenly brought up the slick martial arts gear he was wearing. Speaking of that battle suit you crafted for me last time, it is insanely top tier. This obviously fueled Jihan's massive gamer ego. Thanks. That is the majestic power of the crafting skill. I can literally forge golems and upgrade my entire house into a wicked wizard tower. Surviving this crazy reality would be absolutely brutal without it. Plus, crafting is the absolute peak meta in modern gaming. It would be incredibly embarrassing not to rock this skill. It flawlessly captures that pure open-world crafting magic, the exact kind that constantly promises ultimate, limitless freedom to the players. You basically cannot find a single blockbuster title today without a hardcore crafting system. Right as they were deep in their nerdy banter, a sudden sharp ding-ding echoed right behind them. Flashing a totally knowing smirk, Jihan chuckled. Talk about flawless timing. Guess it is finally time for a little chat with the 9 gates back in the high-tech living room, where premium comfort totally clashed with magical utility. Bora completely skipped the polite greetings, storming in like she owned the place. Did our beloved little gamer boy just pull off another wildly entertaining stunt? Nodding calmly, Jihan sank into his gaming chair, silently noting her title. Jin Bora, the terrifying ambassador of the Nine Gates. Wasting absolutely zero time, she cut straight to the bloody chase. I have been insanely swamped tracking down that recent lesser demon incident, yet here you are stirring up massive trouble again. You are causing us a monumental headache. She articulated every single syllable with lethal venom, practically carving the warning into his brain. A completely disastrous problem. Listen up, Mr. Pro Gamer. We loosely consider you a friendly ally, but do not even think about crossing that fatal line. Understand. Staring down Bora's incredibly suffocating pressure, Jihan did not flinch for a single second. I absolutely knew you would react like this. That is exactly why I sat here waiting for your grand entrance. Annoyed, yet slightly amused, she twitched her eyebrow, curled a snarky smirk, and let out a tremendously long sigh. Then, refusing to show even a sliver of mercy or hesitation, a violently intense, deep purple aura abruptly detonated around Bora's entire body, shattering the room's peace without a single ounce of warning. But Jihan was no pushover. Instead of crumbling, he unleashed a massive surge of explosive energy. His expression remained ice-cold like breathing naturally. He refused to be pushed around by her overwhelming aura. Bora genuinely gasped, deeply impressed by him. Jihan just fired back with a totally deadpan vibe. After all, this is my turf, right? Welcome to the ultimate heavily fortified wizard base. She just laughed it off, clearly amused. A fully prepped wizard is definitely a huge pain. But that toy will not beat the Dan clan. The real fight had officially started. Bora unleashed her full wrath instantly. Violent purple mana threatened to swallow his tiny sparks entirely. The scales of victory tipped massively in her favor. Yet Jihan did not break a single sweat. His icy gaze locked onto her, letting out a mocking gasp. Maybe you totally underestimated my true power. Bora could not process his reckless trash talk before her eyes widened completely. Her entire body split apart like a torn photograph. Jihan secretly cast his space distortion ability, stacking crazy monoblocks and absolute skill silences. He smirked and explained calmly. My gamer class required shouting attack names out loud, but I fixed that annoying glitch. You have heard of silent casting, right? Silent casting meant manifesting thoughts into pure magic, but gamer abilities suffer from brutal cooldown times. I could only spam 2 skills per second. That is why I upgraded this ultimate wizard tower. The tower synced perfectly with his mana flow. Now he can fire 12 deadly skills per second. Despite facing absolute terror, Bora maintained her legendary clan composure. Wow, you are pretty insane. I will let your little rebellion slide this time around. You rival one of the top 10 Korean guilds. Recalling her corporate identity, his confident smirk finally cracked into shock. Wait, are there not only 9 major guilds left? Because one of them completely collapsed. Bora shrugged it off coolly. Who said that it is still standing perfectly fine? Regardless, you should check your massive ego, kid. Little brat? Bora trembled, slightly trapped by some invisible crushing gravity. Jihan shot her a quiet but razor-sharp glare. He broke the tension with a fake, humble smile. Obviously, an arrogant fool could never partner with the Dan clan. Bora smirked, dripping with absolute sarcasm as she clapped back. Well played, kid. But take this gentle warning seriously. Suddenly, her palm split open, revealing a bloody mouth with razor-sharp, glowing fangs. Slowly, she pulled a massive longsword from the flesh. The blade ripped through the heavy air. It was chillingly sharp. As the vicious blade struck empty space, invisible glass-like shards violently shattered everywhere. Reality itself felt sliced in half. That invisible gravity crushing her was instantly destroyed. Yet Jihan did not even flinch at the horror. He just started slow clapping with absolute savage mockery. Simply magnificent. A magical sword that literally slices through dimensions. But guess what? Boom. The space surrounding Bora started cracking violently. Jihan tilted his head sideways. His calm voice carried a deadly threat. I have not even used my full power yet. She frowned, completely on guard now. He was officially a real threat, but Jihan knew his limit. Mission accomplished. He casually waved. The broken spatial shards hovering around Bora instantly vanished. Everything returned to total normality. She elegantly tossed her hair back. She stared intently at Jihan, letting out a delightfully weird chuckle. Ha ha, you crazy kid. Extremely impressive work. That super weird compliment made him freeze in utter confusion. Bora licked her lips seductively. She scanned his entire body like a hungry beast eyeing fresh prey. You look incredibly delicious. I honestly want to eat you up. Absolute terror chilled Jihan. Cold sweat dripped down his red face. Jihan shuddered violently, getting massive goosebumps. What the heck did you just say? Bora just giggled. Do not misunderstand, I just want to fight you because you look insanely strong. Jihan stayed pale, stuttering awkwardly. His gamer instinct screamed massive danger warnings. This crazy woman was a lethal threat. Bora cleared her throat aggressively, hiding her crazy battle excitement. But since I am strictly here for business, I will behave myself today. Yep, totally professional. Next time I will visit completely off the clock. Anyway, let us discuss our business deal. Listen up, it is brutally simple. We run the law on this peninsula, but it is not flawless. While she spoke, the wrecked room magically put itself back together. Hitting the main topic, her casual vibe vanished. Pure deadly business took over. The Abyss is basically a mirror of our world, packed with wild non-human races, total lawless territory. We cannot babysit the entire map. Jihan had already pieced that exact puzzle together. Let me guess. That is why the monster outbreaks are still a total mess? Bora let out a massive, exhausted sigh. Shinseonin blabbed right, you caught us. We are making zero progress. Something huge threw a wrench in our plans. Jihan instantly leaned in, totally hooked. Care to drop the classified details? Bora did not hesitate for a second. Simply put, Zermudo declared all-out war on us? A massive clash is brewing. Lord Trangchan was spotted near the divine tree discovered by the Heavenly Will sect. Obviously, Zermudo orchestrated the monster chaos and launched a full-scale, armed conflict. We could not just sit back. Plus, we planted a few undercover agents inside Zermudo. Hence, we are constantly buried in absolute chaos. We are too swamped to squash the local bugs crawling around Korea right now. Jihan immediately spotted the gaping hole in their grand strategy. Basically, you are short-staffed because of the Zermudo war. Bora gave a sharp nod. Spot on. Now back to business. You just crawled out of hell? I am betting your whole worldview flipped upside down. Jihan secretly smirked. She nailed it. She's a top dog of the Danthi sect, after all. Swallowing his pride, he nodded at his own pathetic weakness. You are right. Down there, I was just a clueless frog trapped in a well. That is exactly why I crave ultimate power. She decided to throw him a bone. I will hand you a very special hit list. A list Jihan echoed his radar pinging. She broke down the massive perks. A roster of factions absolutely loyal to us. Anyone not on this paper. They are dead meat. Do whatever you want, even hijack their turf. Jihan kept his cool. Nothing is free in this world. What is my brutal price tag for this? Bora skipped the fluff. 50% of the spiritual mana produced in your zone. That is our standard mob tax. Even the rebel factions must cough up half their energy. His brow twitched. Are you basically extorting bribe money from me? She corrected his edgy translation, throwing down a rock-solid guarantee. Think of it more like premium insurance. You can view it that way. At the end of the day, we will shield you from monsters like Zermudo. Letting that sink in. Jihan sighed, chuckling darkly. Man, this is literally a rigged medieval feudal system. Bora rested her chin. Smiling, she waited for the drop. So what is your move? Jihan was just complaining to add some edgy, dramatic flair. Honestly, he was totally sold. Deal. Deep down, he knew this was the smartest survival tactic right now. My hands are tied. The Danthi sect. I cannot crush them just yet. Bora whipped a pitch-black paper from her pocket. A 6-pointed magic circle was slapped on it in blood-red ink. Then spill a single drop of your blood right here. Jihan instinctively went on high alert. Let me guess a hardcore magic contract. She nodded, flexing her ironclad street credibility. The terms and conditions are exactly what I pitched. You just have to trust me. Touch it. The dark paper instantly erupted into a violently roaring flame. Crimson light swallowed the ashes in a flash. A cold system voice echoed through the void. You have officially signed a sponsor contract with the Danthi sect. With the blood pact sealed, the savage rules of their game were permanently locked in. Bora stood up smoothly. All right, the rest is totally on you. I will leave you with one pro tip. A wicked smirk danced on her lips. You are about to witness horrors you will desperately wish you could unsee. And we might summon you to craft some crazy artifacts later. Entirely up to you if you accept. This is a business deal, not a hostage situation. Brainstorm your greedy price tag in advance. Bora vanished like a ghost through the door. Jihan was still staring intensely when a sudden voice sparked right behind him, making him jump. You are swimming in massive trouble now, Loleno chimed in with total supportive energy. So what? Jihan just desperately wants to level up. You literally cannot survive unless you become an absolute beast. That is just basic gamer logic. Conversely, Sunin looked super tense, completely rejecting their reckless hype. Professor, but this is escalating way too fast, even if the Danthi sect greenlit his crazy rampage. Still, it is a massive gamble. Shindong backed Lolino up completely. They trusted Jihan's crazy power levels. But you cannot ignore his insane main character energy. He is already the ultimate target inside the Abyss, and the Abyss auction, total global powerhouse, beaten by 2 crushing votes. Sunin just gripped his hair and sighed. He totally accepted his brutal defeat. Slumping back into Jihan's gaming chair, he probed his rival's mastermind plot. So what is your next crazy move? Jihan had this plan for ages. I need to do some hardcore research. Sunin's curiosity piqued. About what? Jihan dropped his voice to a secretive whisper. If I can actually crush these syndicates. Time slipped silently away. Inside a traditional Japanese dojo room, the Heaven and Earth admin lounged against a plush cushion, gripping a vintage pipe. Ghostly smoke drifted through the air. She stared straight ahead and spoke up. You looking for me? Sitting opposite Jihan gave a cool nod. Yeah. She paused to think, then calmly murmured, You're playing a deadly game right now? Sure, the Dan clan gave you a pass, but can you honestly wreck the other factions? Some guilds definitely do not share the Dan clan's perspective. You might spark a war, plus that part-time witch at your place is a massive headache. Jihan's eyes widened as it instantly clicked in his head. Wait, you're talking about the entity absorber? Are you not? Jihan rushed to lock down his crazy theory. The literal entity absorber. The admin's tone dripped with total respect. Bingo. Right now, he is roaming around hunting for a corporate gig in the real world. A desk job is way above his pay grade since he straight up ditched high school. He is totally clinging to his own useless teen rebellion. Jihan looked absolutely speechless, mind blown by this wild intel. He dropped out of high school. Could he not just spawn a puppet clone to pass? There are way too many lethal psychos lurking on the Korean peninsula. Amateur witches, you name it. But the harem king, that guy is a literal walking nuke. He actually showed me some goodwill once. Honestly, I plan to visit him after clearing this mess, just to ask him why. The admin fell into a deep, brooding silence. She took a heavy drag from her pipe. I highly doubt that is a smart move. Thick white smoke drifted past her lips, swirling into the empty air, right above her slender palm. The smoke condensed, forming a glowing ivory sphere of pure energy. It floated gracefully toward Jihan as her voice echoed out. Smooth yet totally mysterious. Forget it, your requested intel is right here. Instantly, the system chimed with a digital alert. Do you wish to consume the memory sphere? Without hesitating, Jihan clicked, yes. The sphere instantly shattered into white mist, wrapping completely around him and absorbing straight into his core. The admin smirked, though her eyes remained deadly serious. Certain syndicates out there are absolute savage bloodbaths. I just compiled their data, exploit it well. But seriously, do you even trust my intel? Jihan threw up a confident thumbs up. I can always cross-check it later. His cocky response made her burst into genuine laughter. Ha ha, my little gamer boy's all grown up. But do not get cocky thinking you can easily judge what is truly good or evil. That is just pure fatal arrogance. When that time comes, you will literally become a creature of the abyss. Jihan's expression instantly darkened. His lips curled into a shady, mysterious smirk. It hid a dangerous secret nobody could ever predict. Meanwhile, inside a pitch-black bedroom, the only glow came from a glaring monitor. Fandui's fingers blazed furiously across his mechanical keyboard. The rapid clicking echoed loudly. It sounded piercingly cold in the dead silence. He aggressively muttered to himself. He actually mutated into an Abyss resident. He was totally dying to leak this to the group chat. The server instantly popped up a new text from user Fandui. Absolute breaking news, guys. Dark Zealot immediately logged on, hurling toxic hate straight into the chat box. The gamer's absolute trash truth seeker stayed way more chill, analyzing the drama better than his raging buddy. Bro, chill out. The kid actually has some wild potential. Zealot absolutely lost his mind at that. His next text reeked of pure teenage rage and personal attacks. What? You trash tier newbie, did you seriously join the gamers squad? Fandai watched the chat about to turn into a massive flame war and quickly typed, both of you morons calm down. What is everyone else thinking? Trollmaster clearly just logged in for the chaos, typing like a smug spectator eating popcorn while his friends fought. Ha ha ha. This drama is freaking hilarious, dude. Watching these guys act like total screaming toddlers, Fandui let out a heavy defeated sigh. He just kept furiously mashing his keyboard. Suddenly Big Boss joined the chat to stir the pot. He did not hide his toxic teen edge at all, dropping a violently bitter comment. I absolutely hate that gamer punk. How freaking dare you, Fandui desperately tried to drag the chaotic chat room back to the actual mission. You idiots all know the Dan clan's investigation is never going to stop, right? Dark Zealot fired back a blunt reply. There is zero proof left. Big Boss maintained his usual annoyingly chill vibe. My squad is dialing up the heat. We got this in the bag. Fan is totally riding that chaotic hype wave. Everyone is scheming something absolutely crazy. Let me in on this absolute madness. Fandui smirked at the group chat, his thumbs flying across the screen. The Seeker drops a totally sarcastic bomb. Like, what can you even do, bro? He paused, blinking at the screen. Wait, what can I do? The Seeker totally hypes him up. You got this, man? How can I help out? Fired up, Van spams the chat like a total madman. Heck yeah, I can do this. I am absolutely going to wreck something today. Miss Satan finally breaks her edgy silence. Just do not get caught, you idiot. Holler if you need a rescue. But our boy's feeling way too cocky. No way, I do not need backup. I'm flying solo on this blah blah blah. Watching this beautiful train wreck unfold perfectly, Fandai lets out a super creepy chuckle. He rests his chin on his hand. His eyes are glued to the screen with absolute glee. The divine item heist totally tanked, but this kid is gonna be hilarious. Meanwhile in Seoul, Jihan's turf is swarming with crazy rival factions. First up is the Yunhan sect. They are totally the heavy hitters here and completely under his absolute command. Basically, our boy Jihan is the undisputed boss of the district. He completely wiped out the gunfire gang and claimed their entire turf. The rest of the map is pretty straightforward. Excluding the good guys and allies, we're left with 4 totally nasty enemy factions: Blackrock Valhalla Demonization and Hand of Command. While Jihan was doing some intense mental math, a voice snapped him back to reality. Whoa, this is totally insane. Sanin was staring at the glowing system window, completely mind blown. I can actually see your weird game screen. Bro, we are literally in the same party right now. It is a friend-only feature. Sanin nodded, dropping his temporary fanboy moment. Oh, word, okay then. But wait, where's the teacher? Jihan played it totally cool. She stepped out to handle some epic business. Sanin frowned, looking super stressed out. Dude, is she actually gonna help you out? Like, really help? She gave me her absolute word. Sanin let out a massive, super dramatic sigh. How, whatever you say, man. But seriously, the Slaughter Witch is no joke. I mean, she rocks that crazy angel title, Sanin groaned. So what is the game plan? These rival thugs are ridiculously overpowered. They are insanely tanky and can handle heavy aggro. Plus they got secret backup. Jihan snapped his fingers, feeling like a genius. Oh snap. They are tight with the top 10 major guilds, right? Sanin looked dead serious, dropping the hammer. Dude, it is way worse than you think. Our whole neighborhood is practically a war zone. If they were weak, they would have been wiped out ages ago. Since they own private territory, they either have crazy sugar daddies backing them, or they are just freakishly strong. There are 2 absolute monsters ruling Korea right now, and another psycho killer. Jihan already knew this boss-level lore. The part-time witch and the notorious harem king. Sanin nodded grimly. He leaned in closer, acting totally suspiciously, dropping his voice to a crazy dramatic whisper. Speaking of which, what is your weird connection to the harem king anyway? Jihan threw his hands up in total frustration. Bro, I have literally zero idea. I do not know why that overpowered freak keeps protecting me. The 2 teenagers totally spiraled into crazy conspiracy theories. I actually thought about tracking him down, but the teacher totally blocked that terrible idea. Yeah, honestly, just asking questions might get me killed. The guy is a walking natural disaster. Even the 9 great guilds are absolutely terrified of him. He is basically a demon lord straight out of hell, heck, maybe even worse. All I know is people say he is Korean. Shin-young finally lost her mind listening to this epic nerd rant. Shut up already, who cares if he is even human? Should we not be planning how to completely wreck these guys first? Jihan scratched his head, looking totally clueless. Flexing his new stats in his head, he figured he could totally steamroll them. Yeah, but like, do we really need a whole strategy? Their power levels are complete trash compared to mine, right? She rolled her eyes and aggressively pointed at the floating game menu. 4 ominous guild logos flashed aggressively on the screen. You absolutely cannot look at it like a brainless meathead. Every single one of those psycho factions outscales our tiny guild. Jihan let out a pathetic groan and immediately shut his mouth to listen. Shin-young went straight into intense lore drop mode. The demonization faction uses crazy dark magic. They can easily summon and command low-tier Western demons. And worse, their guildmaster literally signed a blood pact with a high-ranking devil. The room instantly got insanely freezing and heavy. Jihan's chill vibe vanished, replaced by pure, blazing fury. Wait, so, they are literally hardcore demon worshippers. How is absolute garbage like that allowed to exist in our world? According to the intel, these sickos literally farm humans like game resources. They are actually sacrificing living people to demons. They might be even more twisted than that crazy summoner I blasted into oblivion back then. Shin-young kept firing off the terrifying stats for the other 3 enemy guilds, forcing Jihan to actually use his brain for a counter-strategy. Valhalla also rocks Western-style combat skills. They are absolute gods at close quarters brawling, as is so. Then you have the Hand of Command, a bunch of freaky summoners, and Blackrock, the creepy alchemist squad. That is our nightmare lineup. Jihan suddenly got a major flashback. Wait, chill. Blackrock got totally stomped before they're basically low-level mobs now, right? She glared at him, refusing to let him act like a total slacker. We absolutely cannot sleep on them, idiot. They have an army of at least 800 troops, if all 4 factions team up. Well, you do the math. How many members does our guild even have? Jihan's sweat dropped, guessing the pathetic number. Maybe like 250, Shin-young solemnly nodded. Sun-in's face tightened with sheer anxiety. Hey, do you even realize how massive those gangster syndicates are? What is your master plan? Are you mobilizing the cult? Jihan remained completely unfazed. I could, but it is not absolutely necessary. Sun-in hesitated before probing further. Speaking of which, exactly how many followers do you have now? He pondered for a moment. Roughly 1,200 believers. Sun-in flinched in absolute disbelief. She blurted out instinctively, "Oh my God, since when did they become such a massive force?" Jihan let out a helpless sigh. They just grew naturally. Should I call it brainwashing or deep emotional sharing? It escalated super fast. Sun-in went entirely pale, absolutely speechless at the terrifying implication. Meanwhile, Jihan drifted into his own thoughts. But once we hit 1,200, the numbers completely stagnated. I have no clue why, but they absolutely cannot harm me. Shin-young burned with curiosity about his actual strategy, wondering how he would win without their help. Jihan maintained his chill vibe, radiating pure absolute confidence. Let me lay it out for you right now. I have an absolute army of minions. Catching on instantly, she rubbed her chin in tactical calculation. You mean the golems did their numbers surpass the hundreds or even thousands? Jihan chuckled, waving his hand with overflowing, undeniable smugness. Thousands, I currently possess exactly 3,201 golemzo. Wait, make that 3,202. Both Sun-in and Shin-young could only gasp, utterly overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity. Oh my God, Jihan practically glowed with arrogant pride. But wait, there's more. They are all level 120 Sun. It looked like she got struck by lightning. Holy crap. His excitement skyrocketed as he hyped up his ultimate creation. The system just keeps operating flawlessly. That is the true legendary perk of my crafting skill. Haha, it is a divine ability that even the Abyss auction house desperately covets. Sun-in completely snapped. Boiling with fierce, bitter jealousy, she launched herself at him for an all-out brawl. You punk. You think you are so great? Bam, our dear Jihan, you are only good at stirring up massive trouble. Smack. Smack. Shin-young glared at them with the exhausted chill of a mother handling two hyperactive toddlers. Both of you knock it off. Anyway, we seriously need a battle strategy for those 4 syndicates first. Sun-in stood there panting heavily. She voiced her total confusion. Why do we even need to strategize anymore? Is not Jihan ultimately way more overpowered than them? Jihan agreed, crossing his arms as his aura shifted to dead serious. We must plot carefully because the Korean 10 Great Sects might actually intervene. Right now my combat power could crush one of the 10 Great Sects easily, but if 3 guilds from those sects form an alliance to strike, it will get insanely complicated. Sun-in stayed silent, then spoke grimly. So there is still a massive roadblock. How shocking. Honestly, with over 3,000 golems, this should be an absolute cakewalk. Jihan looked utterly conflicted. Plus, I refuse to execute anyone. So my brain is practically frying trying to figure out how to handle the war prisoners. Sun-in knitted her brows, rattling off some dark underworld rumors. Traditionally, they use mind-control magic to turn captives into absolute slaves, or something similarly twisted. A syndicate that actually cares about basic human rights will cage prisoners, treating them like a living, breathing manufactory. Meanwhile, ruthless factions commit unforgivable atrocities, sometimes using humans as literal blood sacrifices, much like the Demonization Squad. Grotesque, horrifying imagery flashed through Jihan's mind, with every word sending violent shivers down his spine. That is absolutely terrifying. Those absolute scumbags in the Abyss have zero shred of basic decency. Sun-in was completely desensitized to it, yet a flicker of pity remained. That realm operates without laws or human society. It is a brutal wasteland where death strikes daily. However, Korea is slightly better. It remains safe because of the Harem King and the powerful guilds. Jihan nodded with hesitant agreement. Yeah, absolutely. Sun-in suddenly remembered a horrifyingly crucial detail. Right. If the Harem King despises you, your fate is permanently sealed. About 10 years ago, somewhere right here in Korea, the Harem King descended and mercilessly eradicated everything he hated. In that single nightmare, hundreds of organizations were wiped off the map. Over 10,000 people must have perished in a single breath. Jihan's face instantly drained of all color. Unwilling to believe such cataclysmic power actually existed, he choked out a stunned gasp. That is insanely overpowered, son. And continued with a gravely heavy tone. Once he gets pissed, he can literally conjure an atomic explosion with his bare hands. The whole area nearly collapsed. Jihan jumped back screaming in sheer panic. Pure insanity. That old monster is not even human anymore. Cold sweat drenched his trembling spine. His eyes remained wide with lingering terror. What kind of godly entity possesses that level of broken power? No. Was he not practically a game master character from the very beginning? Seeing the conversation derail spectacularly, Shin Young ruthlessly cut in. Both of you are completely off topic. They snapped back to reality. Jihan still looked utterly dazed. Right. He took a deep breath, reeling his sanity back in and slumped into his chair. Then I will just turn the prisoners into my hardworking bros. That bizarre, unfamiliar phrasing left them thoroughly confused. Hardworking bros? Jihan nodded, giving a sharply brief explanation. Yeah, I will use mind control to force them into brutal manual labor. Locking them in a room is not enough. Let me drain their mana directly. Anyway, those absolute scumbags are all guilty of murder, and I have zero intention of forgiving them. Deep down, he scoffed with sheer disdain. Human rights. Human rights in the abyss. Besides, these pathetic trashes do not deserve to be called human, especially since they casually sacrifice innocent lives. Therefore, there is zero need to show them any mercy, Sun In sighed heavily. She agreed with a blunt, nonchalant attitude. Whatever you say. So where exactly are you planning to strike? Jihan's eyes blazed with a wildly chaotic, insane thrill. We're attacking all 4 syndicates at once. The other 2 completely froze. Their faces instantly turned paper white, completely drained of blood. While Shin Young was too shell-shocked to even breathe, Sun In shrieked in absolute horror. What? No time for debate. He locked it in with zero hesitation. It is settled. We are declaring war on all 4 guilds? The system chimed in instantly. Hostile intent detected. Tactical combat mode engaged. With the master plan greenlit, a heavy earth-shaking hum erupted from Jihan's base camp. The shockwave echoed down the block, serving as the ultimate declaration of war. Meanwhile, just outside the city, Limit's 4 shadowy figures floated silently among the clouds. The dude in the horned Viking helmet scoffed. Just a typical noob. That was Mythai Park Valhalla's Golden Kite. Beside him stood the wrinkled Hokdu Kim Blackrock's master alchemist. The creepy skeleton in the black cloak that is Sung and Cho, leader of the real Hand of Spirit. And the squad's only lady was Injon Lee, a pure-blood noble from demonization. 4 heavy-hitting guild reps all teaming up just to crush Jihan.